If the ninja world is but a fleeting illusion, a surreal journey through time and space for Naruto Uzumaki, could it not be said that he has lost no one? This is the sudden inspiration of the author. And now, let us delve into the main narrative in a realm where thoughts are stored. Apologies for any out-of-character moments. Naruto. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes wide and turned abruptly to his side. Sasuke Uchiha's lips curled into a subtle smile, a faint expression of relief mingling within it. His gaze slowly shifted towards Naruto, the coldness and distance in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a profound sense of liberation that I admit. It was I who lost. Sasuke's voice was deep and resolute, as though uttering these words had drained him of all his strength. Yet, simultaneously, he felt an unprecedented lightness within. Naruto looked at Sasuke, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. Foolish one. As friends, what is there to win or lose? Friends? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, before joining in on the laughter that contained a sense of reconciliation with the past. You dolt. You call me a fool even in defeat. Naruto turned away, refusing to meet his gaze, tears swirling around his eyes. He had finally reclaimed the bond he had long cherished. If we both perish in the end, we shall no longer be Uchiha nor the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, free of burdens, and in that world we shall truly understand one another. Tears streamed down Sasuke's cheeks, tracing a path to his ears as he gazed intently at Naruto's profile. Sasuke parted his lips, hesitating to speak. He dared not disrupt the tranquility shared with Naruto. As Naruto turned his head, Sasuke hastily averted his gaze to the empty side. Sasuke, if I survive, perhaps your presence will only deepen my suffering. Naruto, at last, we have come to understand one another as friends. The fourth great ninja war concluded, with Naruto and Sasuke locked in battle at the Valley of the End, both losing an arm as the outcome. Their fate's uncertain. Naruto, it's time to rise. If you linger any longer, your mother will come up to rouse you herself. That a man with golden hair and blue eyes stood beside Naruto's bed, gently coaxing him awake. Kushina, do I need to teach you how to wake her child? He is not a daughter, contain your softness. Kushina Uzumaki, wielding a spatula, marched to the stairway, calling out loudly to the second floor. In the dining room, Naruto's sister, Hinata, sighed in resignation, internally lamenting, if brother hears this, he will surely accuse mom of favoritism, and then he might threaten to run away or get into fights, leaving me to navigate this chaos. As the little sister, Minato Namikaze, sighed in exasperation and shook Naruto's shoulder. Son, please wake up on your first day at a new school. You must leave a good impression on the principal and teachers. You cannot keep transferring schools. Seeing that Naruto had yet to emerge, Kushina stormed upstairs in a huff. Hinata, observing their mother's demeanor, skillfully retrieved her Bluetooth headphones and began to play a popular song from the streaming platform. Naruto, if you continue to sleep in, I will bring your bed to the school entrance, so you can sleep to your heart's content. Kushina barged into the room and yanked Naruto's pajama collar, shouting. Naruto could hear the commotion, yet the words eluded him. Did you hear anything? Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened in that instant of awakening. A flood of memories surged into his mind. He was an ostensibly ordinary, yet profoundly unique high school student. His mother's family had once been the most formidable gang in the Land of Fire, his grandfather the leader of the Uzumaki clan. However, he had long since retired, and now they were the Uzumaki Corporation. After entrusting the company to his father, a son-in-law by marriage, his grandfather faded into obscurity. His father, an orphan discovered at 6 by his grandfather, was raised as a childhood husband for his mother. His parents were deeply in love, and he was born into a happy family. But following a severe illness that befell his sister, the family's focus shifted entirely to her, leading him to rebel continuously. That he got into fights at school, constantly transferring, and his studies became a chaotic mess. Just yesterday, he had another explosive argument with his mother, prompting him, in a fit of anger, to consume 2 potent sleeping pills. So, the heavens decided to play a trick on me, sending me into a parallel universe devoid of memories. It must be so. Now he was back, his parents present, and it was wonderful he was not alone. But to his parents, he appeared as a child muttering nonsensical phrases. The couple nearly believed their son had lost his mind. Ugh. Mom, I miss you so much. I'm struggling here. Wah. Naruto collapsed into Kushina's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, his snot bubbling over. Seeing her son, who usually bickered with her, crying so heart-wrenchingly, softened Kushina's irritation, and she gently patted his head. All right, no more tears. Boys shouldn't cry so easily. What grievances do you bear? Tell your mother. My only grievance is that I simply miss you. With that, Naruto wiped his nose with Kushina's apron. Kushina's red hair flared up, exploding in indignation. Naruto, that is my newly purchased apron. Bang. Thud, Mom. I'm sorry. Have mercy. Dad, save me, Minato. Shaking his head in resignation, remarked, Son, I wish you well. I shall wait for you and your sister in the car. Naruto felt utterly overwhelmed whenever his mother erupted in anger. The family dared not breathe loudly. The morning's wake-up chaos subsided, and Naruto quickly gathered his things, darting into the front passenger seat. He secretly rejoiced having a car was incredibly convenient, no need to rush on foot. How delightful. Through the rearview mirror, he spotted his sister and turned to smile at her. Hinata felt uneasy under his gaze, flipping her red hair. What scheme do you have in mind to annoy me today? I am not afraid. Do you not think of me so poorly, my heavy metal sister? Don't speak nonsense. Yet another piercing in your tongue and eyebrow. I wonder what you aim to achieve at such a tender age. You can do as you please when you're grown, but you are still developing, understand? Hinata's mouth dropped open, nearly losing her gum. Is this really her rebellious brother? The one who used to ignore her completely? What has changed today? That eyebrow piercing is fake. Have you lost your mind? You are the one who has lost it. I can't be bothered with you. Naruto pulled out his phone, ready to play a game, only to discover he had forgotten to charge it last night. Ugh. He hadn't touched a phone in 17 years and had just been scolded this morning. Nothing was going smoothly. Upon arriving at school, Naruto found himself lost within its confines. He glanced around, intending to ask for directions, when he noticed a dark-haired male student squatting against the wall, smoking, with his back turned towards him. All he could see was the boy's hand in the sunlight. The fingers appeared as fair and flawless as jade, glistening without a single blemish. Naruto Uzumaki smiled, finding the figure before him quite handsome, and assumed he would be easy to get along with. With this thought in mind, he raised his voice and called out to the person. Hey, classmate, mind your own business and get lost. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of person was this, to resort to insults so readily? He could not let this affront slide. After all, he had never been one to back down from a challenge. Who do you think you are? The man retorted, rising slowly and discarding his cigarette but beneath his foot, turning to cast a disdainful glance at Naruto Uzumaki. Upon witnessing the man's face, Naruto found himself momentarily speechless, his heart racing with astonishment. No way, it's Sasuke. Lowering his head, Naruto clenched his fists, thinking to himself that this individual, who had endured so much in the ninja world, deserved a proper lesson. What? Sasuke Uchiha, puzzled, failed to comprehend Naruto's words. In a swift moment, Naruto shouted and swung his fist forcefully towards Sasuke. However, Sasuke reacted with remarkable speed, raising his arm to intercept Naruto's strike effortlessly. Yet, Naruto was undeterred. Seeing his punch blocked, he executed a swift kick aimed at Sasuke with the force of a gale. Sasuke, observing Naruto's speed, thought it naively optimistic to believe he could defeat a member of the Uchiha clan with such an attack. At that instant, Naruto was taken aback to notice that Sasuke's eyes had transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. What? Could it be that the abilities are akin to those in the ninja world? He wondered in disbelief. A cold smirk crept across Sasuke's lips as he seized the opportunity. While Naruto was distracted, he firmly grasped Naruto's leg and with a powerful throw, sent him soaring through the air. Mid-flight, Naruto adeptly flipped to adjust his posture, gathering energy in his feet. Utilizing the wall's rebound, he surged toward Sasuke like an arrow released from its bow. Unprepared for Naruto's sudden resurgence, Sasuke inadvertently stepped on a plastic bottle hidden in the grass, causing him to slip and fall. Naruto, not anticipating Sasuke's tumble, found himself unable to halt his momentum and crashed into Sasuke's embrace. History in the ninja world seemed to repeat itself, resulting in an unexpected moment of closeness between the two. Both widened their eyes in shock. As Naruto regained his footing, he found a long strand of saliva connecting them. Instinctively, they both recoiled, feeling as though they might retch. A click echoed from a corner as a phone shutter snapped a picture. Both Naruto and Sasuke turned their gazes towards a girl with light blonde hair tied in a single ponytail, who, realizing she was being watched, hurriedly tucked her phone into her clothing. "Do you believe I was just taking a selfie?" Ino Yamanaka, noticing their disbelief, promptly turned and fled. Sasuke immediately pursued her, while Naruto, nonchalantly placing a hand in his pocket, opted to leave the scene. Having often engaged in fights and faced humiliation in the past, he found it all rather inconsequential. Konoha Academy, situated in the Fire Country's A City, stands as the largest educational institution in the region, attended by many children of nobility. Those from outside the aristocracy who manage to enroll are either exceptionally talented or newly wealthy. The principal here possesses an undisclosed identity, known in the underworld as the slaughter-ready lamb. Anyone who dares to gamble with her can effortlessly fleece her, for she invariably loses. It is not uncommon for her to accumulate debts, occasionally resorting to withholding donations from parents for the school. Truly, one's lack of skill coupled with an insatiable addiction renders the situation inescapable. In her office, Tsunade Senju was absorbed in studying dice when her assistant, Kato Shizune, entered, cradling a small piglet. "So what benefits did he promise our school?" Tsunade inquired eagerly. "The president of the Uzumaki group mentioned he would provide us with a new batch of teaching equipment," Shizune replied. "Is that all?" Tsunade exclaimed as she slammed her hand on the desk, rising to her feet. "Couldn't he be a bit more generous? After all, I am a close friend of his mentor." As the words left her lips, the desk split in two. The piglet, Tun, jumped in surprise. Shizune sighed, exasperated. "Principal Tsunade, that makes it the 100th desk you've shattered. Make a note of this achievement," Tsunade commanded. Shizune stared at her, speechless, before exhaling deeply. Sunlight streamed through the bright windows into the classroom, as Ino Yamanaka proudly linked arms with Sasuke Uchiha, the two strolling in together. Their entrance stirred a small commotion, with classmates casting curious and envious glances their way. Someone teased, "Are they dating?" Ino is truly impressive. Even the eternal ice block, Sasuke, has melted under her charm. As they approached their seats, Ino released Sasuke's arm, her gaze radiating triumph. Once seated, Sakura Haruno approached her. "Ino, is this true?" Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. Ino nodded with satisfaction, then replied in a tone laced with pride, "Of course. Why would I deceive you? If you doubt me, feel free to ask Sasuke yourself." Despite Ino's confident demeanor, a flicker of doubt lingered in Sakura's heart. She glanced at the ever-cold Sasuke, but refrained from asking him directly. In the office of the teaching department, Naruto Uzumaki nearly shed tears upon seeing a familiar face. It turned out that in this world, Irika-sensei was the head of the academy. "It's been so long, teacher. Do you remember me?" "Not really. I just feel a strong sense of familiarity," Naruto replied. As Irika flipped through some files and observed the beaming Naruto, he thought to himself how this differed from what the records described. They portrayed the boy as mischievous, disrespectful, frequently skipping classes, and indulging in fights. Yet this cheerful child appeared nothing like that. Irika guided Naruto to the loudest classroom. "Class, please settle down." Among the noisy individuals in the classroom, few paid attention to Irika. Perhaps the peculiarities of this class caused them to disregard him entirely. "The principal has requested your silence," Naruto Uzumaki declared, striking the desk with a resounding clap that drowned out all other voices. The students turned their gazes toward Naruto, curiosity etched on their faces. Who is this person? He must be the new transfer student. Such a loud voice. He certainly appears quite audacious. Oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him, Naruto surveyed the familiar faces in the audience, his heart swelling with joy. In that moment, he longed to proclaim, "The glory of my youth has returned." With the noise subsiding, Irika ascended to the podium. "Finally, we have some peace. This is our new transfer student. I hope you all treat him well," Irika announced. Naruto let out a huff, his gaze unwavering as he proclaimed, "I am Naruto Uzumaki. I harbor grand ambitions to become the ruler of the Leaf Academy. At any time and in any place, I shall unhesitatingly accept the challenge of any opponent, for I firmly believe that no one can defeat me." His voice thundered like a storm, echoing his convictions to the world. Standing tall and resolute, he exuded an unparalleled charisma. Irika smiled softly, recognizing a reflection of his former self in Naruto. Yet, the class remained unimpressed. The ruler of the leaf? Huh, that's laughable. One scoffed. Does he have a screw loose? Who does he think he is to utter such grandiose claims? Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, mocking Naruto's bold assertions. Undeterred, Naruto scanned each classmate, a confident smile gracing his face. The extensive training he had undergone in the shinobi world remained vividly etched in his memory. And chakra was indeed the unique power of this realm. Defeating them would be a mere formality. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Sasuke Uchiha smirked with a hint of disdain, his smile chilling the atmosphere around him. Meanwhile, Naruto glared at Sasuke, fury igniting in his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he approached Sasuke, closing the distance until they stood mere inches apart. Anyone can question me, but not you. Do you dare to spar with me after class? Naruto challenged. His finger pointed defiantly at Sasuke. Do I know you? Sasuke replied coldly, his gaze revealing a subtle provocation. I came here to study, not to fight. Engaging with someone as simple-minded and brutish as you would be a waste of my time. Idiot! Naruto exclaimed, grabbing Sasuke's collar. At the spectacle, the female students could no longer remain seated. Sakura Haruno stood up, pulling Naruto's hand away from Sasuke's collar. What are you doing, transfer student? In the depths of Naruto Uzumaki's gaze lingered a fleeting shadow of disappointment. Sakura still held a preference for Sasuke. Indeed, Sasuke remained the most favored, and thus, he was Naruto's rightful rival. However, the pang of loneliness that accompanied this realization swiftly dissipated. With a smile, Naruto smoothed the wrinkles from Uchiha Sasuke's attire, apologizing for his impulsiveness, vowing to act differently next time. Sasuke, far from angered, merely chuckled, deeming Naruto's behavior immature. Yet, what Naruto uttered next nearly provoked Sasuke to the brink of fury. It's merely a matter of male beauty. There's nothing extraordinary about it. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of Sasuke compelled Naruto to utter words designed to provoke irritation. Perhaps it stemmed from a desire for vengeance from their days in the ninja world. Times had changed, and he was no longer foolishly seeking unreciprocated affection, trailing behind Sasuke in hopes of his return. In this world, he was not bereft of brothers. However, Naruto's insinuation subtly suggested that Sasuke was merely a man selling his good looks. Clenching his fists, Sasuke fought against the urge to retaliate, his father's counsel echoing in his mind. As a member of the Uchiha clan, your every action reflects not just yourself, but your family. We are at a crucial juncture in the Hokage elections. If you continue to act recklessly, your actions will jeopardize the clan. At that moment, a gentle knocking at the door interrupted their exchange. Irika glanced over, exasperatedly addressing Kakashi, as the homeroom teacher. How is it that you are perpetually late? Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight as he turned towards the door. It was wonderful to see everyone from the ninja world before him. Kakashi Hitaki entered, adorned with a white mask, a white shirt, and black suspenders. Apologies, I was helping an elderly lady cross the street, but she claimed she had already crossed. So I assisted her once more. The room fell silent, accustomed to their teacher's myriad excuses for tardiness. This is your final warning, otherwise, your attendance record for the month will be voided. Understood, Sensei, Kakashi replied lazily, making his way to the podium. Now, I leave this transfer student in your hands. I must take my leave. Very well, take care, Sensei. Kakashi, with a squint of his eyes, watched Irika depart before turning his attention to the garbled writing scrawled on the blackboard, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Naruto, was it? Please find a seat. Naruto chose a satisfactory spot by the window, placing his backpack on a male student's desk, grinning as he fixed his gaze upon him. The boy adjusted his glasses, perplexed. What do you intend to do? This seat is quite nice. Why don't you take the empty one at the back? As he spoke, Naruto exhibited an astonishing surge of energy. The boy, unable to suppress his tremors, obediently moved to the rear seat, muttering about how a window seat was essentially the same. Wondering if Naruto was unwell. Of course it isn't the same, Naruto replied with delight, settling into his seat and turning his attention towards Uchiha Sasuke, who was merely a row away. Uchiha Sasuke noticed the gaze upon him and shot a disdainful glare at Uzumaki Naruto. This elicited a murmur among the classmates. What was that? Was that an energy wave from the transfer student? To think it was quite formidable. Upon closer inspection, he was rather handsome, though he paled in comparison to Sasuke. Yet, he was still commendable. Several girls, whose makeup was rather peculiar, swiftly altered their previous attitudes. Kakashi tapped the podium with the spine of a book, urging silence. I would not hesitate to allow Teacher Guy to intensify your physical training during gym class. Upon hearing Guy's name, the students were struck with cold sweats, immediately quieting down. Uzumaki Naruto, unfazed, thought it amusing that such a trivial training session could intimidate them. They were not as formidable as they appeared. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. After half a lesson, Naruto's mind felt like it was about to explode, and he realized he understood not a word. He had thought that having lived a second life, learning these subjects would be effortless for him. However, he had overestimated himself. Oh well, perhaps it was best to take a nap. He propped the book on his head and soon drifted into slumber. When the lunch bell rang, Uzumaki Naruto groggily sat up, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Stretching lazily, he inadvertently caught sight of Uchiha Sasuke preparing to leave the classroom. He hastily gathered his belongings and hurried after him. "Hey, wait for me," Naruto called out. Sasuke paused, glanced back at him, and said nothing. "Are you afraid of losing to me, so you dare not accept my challenge?" Naruto provoked. "Boring," Sasuke replied dismissively, turning toward the cafeteria. Sasuke pondered why he had inexplicably waited for Naruto. Was it the latter's peculiar abilities? Frustrated, Naruto followed suit, insisting, "Don't leave after school. I'll wait for you at the school gate." Sasuke ignored him and quickened his pace, prompting Naruto to hastily keep up, both remaining silent as they walked. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Naruto's attention was drawn to a long-haired girl who was being incessantly cut in line. He shouted, "Hey, you over there. Why are you cutting in line?" Before he could approach, those who had cut in line fled. Feeling triumphant, Naruto mused, "Has my prowess already spread among the class?" "Ha. As expected of me." Approaching the girl, he smiled and asked, "Are you all right? They were clearly bullying you just now. Why didn't you stand up for yourself?" "Thank you, but you shouldn't concern yourself with my troubles," the bullied classmate murmured, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. "What?" Naruto didn't quite catch that. "I beg you, don't meddle in my affairs," the girl shouted, shoving her empty tray against Naruto's stomach before hurriedly escaping the cafeteria. Bored, Sasuke, having observed the commotion, snorted and turned to walk toward another food stall. Among the boys who had just left, one pointed at Sasuke and whispered, "Look, Uchiha Sasuke is leaving. He seems not to know that blonde guy. Why should I fear him? I shall return and teach him a lesson. The acquaintances of that boy are certainly weaklings, and I have encountered many who merely put on a facade of bravado." Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed as a tray fell to the ground, snapping Uzumaki Naruto out of his daze. He bent down to retrieve it, but the same boys who had just bullied the girl returned, deliberately stepping on the fallen tray. Sensing their arrogance, Naruto lost the desire to pick it up. Just as he was about to rise, one of the boys approached from behind and intentionally bumped into him. Unable to tolerate this provocation, Naruto maintained a stern expression, swiftly yanking the tray from beneath the boy's foot and raising it high above his head, intending to crash it down on the boy who had shoved him. The boy, taken by surprise, stumbled backward. In a reflexive act, Naruto caught him to prevent his head from colliding with the edge of the table. He had principles when it came to fighting. Taking a life was absolutely unacceptable. "Thank you," the boy blurted out. "You're welcome, but while you may escape the death penalty, the living consequences are unavoidable." Naruto chuckled, delivering a swift kick to the boy's knee pit, causing him to drop to the ground. Meanwhile, the boy who had been struck was clearly suffering from a mild concussion. He had not anticipated Naruto's sudden aggression, and blood trickled down from his head as he clutched it, seething with fury. "How dare you hit me? What are you waiting for? Get him!" he bellowed, rallying his companions. The group of lackeys swiftly surrounded Naruto, yet he dispatched them effortlessly, requiring no special abilities to do so. However, the injured boy retrieved his phone and sent a green message. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals rushed into the cafeteria, led by a tall man with dark skin, his chin and neck wrapped in white bandages. Upon seeing the chaos and his injured associates, the tall man's expression darkened. He glared at Naruto and roared, "Who dares to bully those under my protection?" Unfazed, Naruto met the man's gaze and boldly replied, "It was me." "What of it?" Squinting at the man before him, Naruto added, "You look somewhat familiar, don't you?" The injured boy interjected, "Don't listen to his nonsense. If you don't take him down, this kid just injured my head, and I'm bleeding. You must stand up for me. Are you Momochi Zabuza? Is that right?" Naruto exclaimed with excitement. The presence of figures from the ninja world was increasingly evident, and he could scarcely contain his exhilaration. Zabuza observed Naruto's enthusiasm with suspicion, wondering if the boy was a fool. You know me? Yet you dare to bully my people? If you apologize sincerely, I might let you off the hook. Zabuza declared arrogantly. I would never bow to someone like you. Naruto shot back defiantly, locking eyes with Zabuza. You have guts, kid. Today, you'll learn just how formidable I am. Zabuza clenched his fists and lunged at Naruto. Swiftly sidestepping Zabuza's attack, Naruto retaliated with a kick aimed at Zabuza's abdomen. Zabuza staggered back, but quickly regained his footing and launched another assault, resulting in a fierce exchange where neither combatant could gain the upper hand. The surrounding classmates gathered in awe, marveling at Naruto Uzumaki's prowess. They had initially assumed that he would easily fall to Zabuza Momochi, yet he managed to hold his own against such a formidable opponent. After all, Zabuza was the leader of class 3 to 5. Who was that blonde-haired boy? They had never seen him before, yet he could contend with Zabuza in such a fierce struggle. However, their commotion would surely attract the attention of the school patrol. The patrol, comprised mostly of students with special abilities, frequently roamed the school to prevent conflicts among capable students that could damage property or intimidate those without abilities. Brother. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed throughout the cafeteria. Naruto turned to see a powerful punch land squarely on his face. Bang! Thud! Zabuza's strength sent Naruto crashing into 2 tables before he fell to the ground. Sasuke Uchiha sat quietly at a distant table, calmly eating, while Ino Yamanaka across from him recorded the fight on her phone. Sasuke merely glanced at Naruto, thinking to himself that he was a complete fool, exceptionally skilled, yet utterly lacking in common sense. Zabuza chuckled, remarking that one cannot let their guard down in a fight. What a simpleton. Brother, are you alright? Hinata Hyuga rushed over to help the fallen Naruto. Rubbing his bruised face, Naruto glared at Zabuza. You coward. How dare you ambush me? It's your lack of skill that forced you to resort to such tactics. I wouldn't have bled if you hadn't sneak attacked me. You've been chattering nonstop since earlier. It's truly irritating. Are you hoping to see red on both sides? With that, Naruto raised his fist, but Hinata quickly intervened. Zabuza, I apologize. This is my brother, and he did not mean it. Hinata bowed politely. Naruto widened his eyes. Hey, clearly, I'm the one being bullied here. Enough, brother. We cannot afford to offend him. He has connections outside of school, Hinata whispered, gripping Naruto's pinky tightly in a show of concern. Fine. We'll let it go this time. Zabuza's gaze lingered on Hinata's crimson hair, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. If she were indeed of the Uzumaki clan, he would think twice before crossing her. Thank you, big brother, Hinata said with a gentle smile. What? Just like that? I'm bleeding here. I've seen him with that kid. He is surely one of those disgusting types. Hinata's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing Zabuza's subordinate's words. Her red hair standing on end. You dare say that again? It's people like you, with your prejudiced views, that poison the world. The injured subordinate paused, his anger flaring. Did you just insult me? Not only did I insult you, but I will also tear you to shreds, you scoundrel. With that, Hinata launched a kick aimed directly at the subordinate's face. Naruto Uzumaki swiftly intervened to halt his sister, embracing Uzumaki Irika with urgency. Run quickly if you wish to live. If my sister goes berserk, it could be fatal. Huh? Who are you trying to scare? She retorted, her supernatural abilities exceeding all expectations. Such immense energy was a sensation he had never encountered before. The renowned Zabuza Momochi was taken aback by the display. The fluctuations of Irika's powers surged forth like a tumultuous tide, leaving even the arrogant and disdainful Zabuza in awe. Don't stop me. I will kill him. Irika's surroundings warped as tables crumpled under the pressure of her burgeoning power, resembling objects that had been forcefully compressed. Calm down, Irika. Harness your energy. Otherwise, the cafeteria will be destroyed. Cease this at once. You wretched little brats. A man clad in a headscarf, with 1,000 books clamped in his mouth, appeared between them. Upon noticing the red symbol of authority on the man's shoulder, Irika regained her composure instantly. If he recorded her actions, it would affect her grades across all subjects. Her academic performance was already poor. Losing any further points would spell disaster. She could not bear the thought of her mother's wrath. She must tread carefully. Naruto exhaled in relief. Though he was uncertain why his sister had regained her senses, it was a welcome change. He certainly did not want her to act recklessly and risk her safety. The thought of her in danger brought him great distress. Have things settled down? You're a new face? The man tightened his grip on the books, leaning closer to Naruto. Naruto dodged the sharp edge of the books that nearly grazed his forehead, smiling as he nodded. Indeed, today marks my first day at this school. I am Naruto Uzumaki, destined to become the ruler of Konoha. The man chuckled in response. Oh, what lofty aspirations you have. Absolutely. I will strive towards that goal, Naruto declared, his swollen cheek displaying a determined expression that elicited laughter from those present. The man, still clutching his books, rapped the table in frustration. Hey, I'm conducting an investigation here, and you all are making a racket. Are you disregarding my authority as a supervisor? Anyone who continues to gawk will be marked for a severe reprimand, and their photo will be posted on the bulletin board for a week. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers dispersed, attending to their own affairs, as none wished to be unjustly penalized. Among Zabuza's subordinates, those with abilities remained paralyzed by fear in the face of such overwhelming power. Those without abilities were equally terrified upon witnessing the distorted tables, and they all lowered their heads in silence. Clearing his throat, the man adjusted his attire. Since the newcomers have introduced themselves, allow me to present myself as well. My name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, appointed to the esteemed Konoha Academy in the Land of Fire, where I oversee humanitarian efforts, student safety management, and the protection of student rights. Upon hearing Hiruzen's introduction, the crowd, save for Naruto, appeared utterly bemused. A supervisor? That title certainly sounded impressive. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at him with bright eyes. Uzumaki Irika felt puzzled. When had her brother become so cheerful? In the past, he had been as surly as if everyone owed him a debt, but now he appeared somewhat endearing. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly shook her head. She must be losing her sanity to find her contrary brother charming. Nara Shikamaru narrowed his eyes and abruptly turned serious. Don't try to get chummy with me. Tell me, why were you fighting in the cafeteria? Roar. It infuriates me to speak of it. They blatantly bullied a girl. That girl didn't even get to eat, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the most boisterous subordinate of Momochi Zabuza. A girl? Are your eyes working properly? Silence. Momochi Zabuza interrupted his injured subordinate from speaking. What? Naruto furrowed his brow, bewildered by their exchange. What transpired next left Naruto even more astonished. Momochi Zabuza and his subordinates bowed deeply. Apologies, instructor. It is my failure to manage my subordinates that has caused you trouble. Are you certain it's merely trouble you've caused me? Your ruckus has frightened away the students who wish to dine here, Nara Shikamaru replied, and the surrounding facilities are beyond repair. Forgive me, instructor. I will compensate for the damage to the facilities, as it was my responsibility, Uzumaki Irika stated sincerely. Nara Shikamaru raised his gaze to observe the pale face of Naruto and the large bump on the head of the village boy, chuckling softly. How amusing. Does this mean you are voluntarily reconciling? Since you wish to compensate, please provide your names so I can liaise with the logistics department regarding the subsequent reparations. Uzumaki Irika. Junior High, Class 6. Junior High? Quite impressive for your age. Nara Shikamaru nodded in acknowledgement of Uzumaki Irika's abilities. Wow. The leader of the senior class is intimidated by a girl from junior high. My news club will certainly gain some traction, exclaimed SakuIno, enlarging her phone screen to capture a clearer image of Naruto, Irika, and the bowing Momochi Zabuza. Just as she was focused on taking the photograph, a remarkably pale boy, resembling a statue, walked past her and knocked her phone to the ground. As if oblivious, he stepped on her phone as he passed. SakuIno widened her eyes, furious, and called out to him, Hey, do you not realize you knocked my phone down? The boy, hearing her shout, stepped back, only to trample her phone again. The device instantly split in two, and SakuIno gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. The boy, expressionless, glanced down at the shattered remnants of her phone, then pulled out his own phone from his pocket and offered it to SakuIno. I'll give you my phone as compensation. It's brand new and barely used. Originally ready to explode in anger, SakuIno's demeanor shifted upon seeing the limited edition Uzumaki phone in his hand. Considering your sincere attitude, I shall forgive you, she replied earnestly as she accepted the phone. After he left, SakuIno immediately attempted to open the camera on her new phone, only to find it locked, requiring a password to access the camera functions. When she sought that figure again, the person had long vanished without a trace. In the mountains, SakuIno furrowed her brow, then smiled. Oh, how difficult could it be? A factory reset would suffice. Yet, a factory reset also requires a password. Uchiha Sasuke, witnessing her ruined phone, scoffed coldly. then rose to discard his tray in the recycling bin, intending to depart. "Where are you going, Sasuke?" "Wait for me," Ino called out, following him. With her phone destroyed, there was no reason to linger any longer. She silently vowed to save money for a DSLR. Furthermore, if she encountered that boy, pale as though stripped of his palate, she would insist he reveal the password. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto wished to shield his sister from trouble, insisting, "Don't make her pay. Let it be on my account. Remember my name." "Brother, you should first tend to that bruise on your face," came the reply. "It's all the same. We're just discussing compensation, not deductions." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Nara Shikamaru tapped his notebook, addressing the newcomers. "Since you are fresh faces, I shall let this slide without penalties this time, but compensation is still necessary, correct?" Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. Shikamaru then turned towards Momochi Zabuza, stating, "This time, I am giving you a break due to the newcomers. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Zabuza nodded slightly, determined not to be expelled. At that moment, Naruto's stomach audibly grumbled, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "Well, the matter is settled. You all go fill your stomachs. I hear the call of my fellow classmates. Farewell." With that, Shikamaru vanished in an instant, leaving Zabuza's subordinate glaring at Naruto. Naruto responded with a disdainful gesture. "What is your problem, Murakami? Do you want to end up on the bulletin board?" Zabuza's subordinate trembled, losing his earlier bravado, shooting Naruto a look that promised retribution before departing alongside Zabuza. Naruto made a face at their retreating figures. "Geez." Uzumaki Irika sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. "Brother, you weren't always this way, were you? People change. Your brother, have discovered a new direction in life. First, address your basic needs. There's ramen in the cafeteria upstairs. I have matters to attend to. So I'm off." "Okay, bye." Naruto beamed like a breath of spring air. Irika glanced around and quickly lowered her head, her face flushed, murmuring, "Oh dear. I was so socially awkward just now." She hurriedly exited. "Hihi ramen, here I come. I wonder if it will have that Ichiraka flavor." Naruto swallowed hard and headed upstairs. In the cafeteria restroom, Uchiha Sasuke had just stepped up to the urinal when that pale boy entered, standing beside him, tilting his neck and clutching an old mobile phone. He was engaged in a phone call, saying, "Yes, I've taken care of it. No photos will leak. All right, I will keep an eye on it." He tucked away his phone and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Uchiha Sasuke beside him, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he offered a smile in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke furrowed his brow, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, nearly grimacing in response. "What? Do we know each other?" he queried, his tone frigid. "We do now. Greetings, I am Sai. I wish to befriend you, as I have found someone of equal stature," he replied. "What a lunatic." Sasuke disregarded Sai, pulling up his trousers and exiting the restroom. Sai observed his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. He redialed the previous number. Uchiha Sasuke did not recognize me, nor did he recognize Naruto. On the other end, a man reclined on a leather sofa, his large hands rhythmically caressing two walnuts, producing crisp sounds. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixating on the blond boy kneeling before him. The boy was adorned in an alluring, backless outfit, the low neckline hinting at his fair skin, complemented by his dazzling golden hair, exuding both charm and seduction. Yet, at that moment, the man's gaze was rife with unabashed greed, as if he wished to devour the exquisite creature before him. The boy's eyes were obscured by a black mask, yet he seemed to sense the man's malevolent stare. His body involuntarily trembled, clearly uncomfortable with the sensation. He had best never recall this. The man growled, reaching for the cane at his feet. He gently lifted the boy's chin with the cane's handle, compelling him to meet his gaze. "Listen closely, you must protect him well. No one is to lay a finger on him. Do you understand, Sai?" "Understood." After disconnecting the call, Sai tucked the old phone into his uniform pocket and approached the sink, diligently washing his hands. He then systematically checked each stall, ensuring they were all empty before departing. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly finished the large bowl of soup, contentedly burping. I'm so full. Yet it pales in comparison to Ichiraku ramen," he lamented to himself. Just as he was about to leave, a girl with deep purple hair approached him. Naruto looked up, flashing a natural smile. "Oh, Hinata, what brings you here?" Initially shy and hesitant to meet Naruto's gaze, Hinata now stared at him in surprise. "And Naruto-kun, how do you know my name?" she asked cautiously. I heard the teacher call on you during class and caught your name, Naruto flustered, explained. He scratched his head, feeling grateful to Hinata for her encouragement during the Ninja World War. Otherwise, he might have lost hope entirely. Even Sasuke had consoled him in his own way. Naruto suddenly shook his head, puzzled by how he came to think of that guy. However, the Sasuke of this world is utterly different from the Sasuke of the ninja realm. He pales in comparison. Uzumaki Naruto nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is quite lacking. Who are you referring to as lacking, Naruto-kun? Is it me? Hinata Hyuga's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Naruto instinctively covered his mouth, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. No, I didn't mean you, I apologize. That's a relief. I wouldn't want Naruto-kun to think poorly of me. Hinata sighed with relief, though her cheeks flushed as she realized her words were inappropriate. Naruto-kun, this is for you. She handed him something and, after a brief hesitation, hurriedly added, I have to go now. Halfway out, she turned back. Naruto-kun, there are ice packs in the infirmary fridge. You should apply one. Okay, thank you. Before Naruto could express his gratitude, Hinata dashed away without looking back, leaving him staring blankly at the Ichiraku ramen coupon in his hand. After a moment, realization dawned on him. There truly was Ichiraku ramen off campus. Hooray! He raised his arm, inadvertently brushing against his swollen face, causing a wince of pain that silenced his joy. Thus, he resigned himself to the infirmary to reduce the swelling. Why is the door locked? Naruto wondered aloud, puzzled. Typically, infirmaries do not lock their doors. He suspected it was merely stuck, so he pushed against it. Just as Naruto was about to exert all his strength to force the door open, it swung wide, revealing the person inside. His fingers got caught in the doorknob, and the sudden momentum caused him to lose his balance, tumbling into the infirmary. Hey! The occupant was taken aback by Naruto's unexpected entrance, stumbling backward. Thud! Naruto landed directly on top of the person, Shikamaru. Upon recognizing that it was Naruto who had collided with him, widened his eyes in surprise. Naruto, when did you transfer here? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, Shikamaru. Naruto exclaimed, equally astonished, as he waved his phone in front of Shikamaru's eyes, explaining, it was off. I forgot to charge it last night. Shikamaru and Naruto had known each other since childhood, having played together from elementary school through the second year of middle school. After Naruto's family moved away, he also transferred schools, and they had not seen each other since, only communicating occasionally via phone. Shikamaru's gaze, however, was not on the phone, but rather fixated on Naruto's swollen face. He frowned. What happened to your face? Gur. Just thinking about it makes me angry, Naruto replied, clenching his fist in frustration. Ugh. Shikamaru grimaced, clutching his chest as he nearly toppled over. Sorry about that. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, quickly rising from Shikamaru and helping him to his feet. Shikamaru brushed off the dust from his pants, washed his hands, and opened the infirmary fridge, tossing a bag of ice packs to Naruto. What's going on? I came to the infirmary to sleep this morning and missed everything. Naruto Uzumaki took the ice pack and placed it against his face, letting out a comfortable sigh. You're not still like you were in middle school, breezing through classes and acing exams without effort, are you? No, now I tend to turn in blank papers more often, Shikamaru replied with a yawn, folding his arms behind his head and lazily reclining on the bed. All right. Naruto rolled his eyes, envious of those who were naturally gifted. You haven't even mentioned what happened. He walked over and slapped Shikamaru's thigh, producing a crisp sound. Ouch, that hurt. Are you all right? Shikamaru exclaimed. You're such a sloth. Lying around all morning and still not satisfied. Move over, let me lie down too. With that, Naruto pushed him aside. Shikamaru allowed the push, ultimately scratching his ear in resignation before getting up to vacate the bed for Naruto. Lying down, Naruto animatedly recounted the events he had just experienced. He conveniently omitted the embarrassing incident of accidentally kissing Sasuke Uchiha in the morning, deeming it too awkward, a humiliation he wished to forget. As he spoke of the ramen vouchers, he rummaged through his pocket, only to have his hand pass through the fabric, instantly revealing a look of panic. Suddenly, Naruto sprang up from the bed, leaving Shikamaru perplexed as he looked up at him. What are you doing? They're gone. The ramen vouchers are missing, and I haven't even noted the shop's address, he exclaimed in frustration, promptly removing his pants. Shikamaru's face flushed as he hurriedly covered one eye, exclaiming, What on earth are you doing, Naruto? Put your pants back on. Naruto waved his discarded pants around, pacing in circles on the bed, mumbling, Ramen vouchers, please don't be lost. Shikamaru shook his head at the sight of Naruto, who seemed utterly defeated. Just as Naruto stood to put his pants back on, Shikamaru spotted the ramen voucher stuck to his thigh. Huh. He couldn't help but laugh. You're still as clumsy as ever, Naruto. Truly a troublesome presence. If you really found me troublesome, you would have cut ties with me long ago, Naruto replied nonchalantly. And stop just standing there laughing. Help me look. I already found it. Just stay still. Huh. What? Confusion filled Naruto's round, almond-shaped eyes, but he obediently remained still. Just as Shikamaru was about to remove the voucher from his thigh, the infirmary door swung open once more, and Sasuke Uchiha stepped in. He cast a cool glance at the two, revealing no hint of surprise, as if he were oblivious to their presence. He simply retrieved a pill from the medicine cabinet, swallowed it whole, and departed. The atmosphere became particularly awkward for Naruto and Shikamaru, who exchanged no words. After Sasuke left, Naruto stared blankly at the medicine cabinet. Shikamaru, unfazed, noted that Sasuke had always maintained a detached demeanor. Having been classmates, he was accustomed to it. Observing Naruto's dazed expression, Shikamaru waved the ramen voucher in front of him. Naruto, are you alright? Naruto Uzumaki regained his composure and swiftly donned his trousers, inquiring, what medication did he take? Shikamaru Nara approached, picking up the medicine box that had recently been touched by Sasuke Uchiha. Upon examination, he confirmed it was pain relief medication. Oh, pain relief medication. But where does it hurt him? No, why should that concern me? Naruto pondered, perplexed by his own curiosity. The lunch break concluded, and Naruto returned to his seat, stealing glances at Sasuke's position from time to time. Noticing his gaze, Sasuke looked back with a hint of confusion. Instantly, Naruto adopted a disgruntled expression and offered a sarcastic salute. Newcomer, on your first day, I advise you to leave a good impression on the teacher, otherwise he might be quite disheartened, Kakashi Hitaki remarked, leaning against the podium, his eyes never straying from the textbook. Hey, Naruto elongated his tone, finding Kakashi's demeanor reminiscent of the shinobi world, casually uttering phrases that seemed rather distasteful. Sasuke cast a disinterested glance at Naruto before redirecting his focus back to his studies. Observing Sasuke's indifference, Naruto turned his head toward the window, gradually resting his chin on the desk. Internally, he reminded himself that this individual was not the Sasuke Uchiha from the shinobi world. The Sasuke he knew would have retaliated immediately to his provocations. He couldn't help but wonder what this Sasuke was holding back, or if he was merely timid. Encountering such situations in the cafeteria at noon, he chose to avoid confrontation, and earlier that morning, he had been so flustered by a candid photo that he ended up chasing Ino. Perhaps he was simply someone who shied away from trouble. It was truly frustrating. Despite their identical appearances, this Sasuke lacked the same resolute spirit as the one from the shinobi world. Naruto mentally chastised himself to refrain from conflating the individuals and events of the shinobi realm with his current reality. He needed to remove the filter that colored his perceptions of everyone around him. After school, at the entrance of the institution, Shikamaru bid farewell to Naruto and departed. Naruto lingered at the door for quite some time, waiting for the school to empty significantly before Sasuke ambled out of the building. Without hesitation, Naruto turned back and intercepted him. Hey, Sasuke Uchiha, you haven't forgotten our arrangement from this morning, have you? He proclaimed, tilting his chin upward with an air of arrogance. I expressed my disinterest. Do you not comprehend human speech? Sasuke replied curtly, sidestepping Naruto to avoid further interaction. Such arrogance. Let us settle this in a duel. It won't take much time, Naruto insisted, trailing closely behind him. Sasuke ignored him, continuing on his way. You mustn't have enjoyed this morning's skirmish. Judging by your earlier demeanor, you aren't the type to shy away from a challenge, are you? You are incredibly bothersome. Sasuke halted, gritting his teeth in annoyance. If you refuse my invitation for a spar, I shall persistently follow you until you acquiesce, Naruto declared, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. Are you gay? Sasuke retorted incredulously. Well, what? What does that have to do with anything? Naruto stammered, taken aback. I saw you earlier at noon, with Nara, when you removed your trousers. He even touched your leg. It was quite unsettling. I was searching for something, and Shikamaru helped me find it. Naruto Uzumaki's face turned pale as he nearly bit his tongue. Sasuke Uchiha, witnessing his frantic demeanor, hastened his departure. Naruto rummaged through his backpack, tossing its contents onto the ground, retrieving a ramen coupon before sprinting after Sasuke, who was already seated in his family's private car. Naruto approached, incessantly tapping on the car window. Annoyed, Sasuke urged the driver to proceed. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, then at his young master with a polite smile, suggesting, "Young master, your friend seems quite anxious. Perhaps it would be prudent to communicate with him for his safety." Before Sasuke could respond, the driver pressed the button to lower the rear window. As the window descended, Naruto thrust the ramen coupon before Sasuke's eyes. "Is this what we were searching for at noon? And by the way, I'm straight and like girls, certainly not some homosexual. Your orientation is none of my concern. And I refuse to spar with a pervert. You are the real pervert." Naruto shouted in anger. "What are you waiting for? Drive. It's not your call." The sleek black car sped away, leaving Naruto staring at his empty hands in shock. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Come back. Return my ramen coupon. Is this your backpack?" "Naruto?" Hearing a voice behind him, Naruto slowly turned around. Upon recognizing the person, he thought to himself, "Isn't that the dim-witted Sai?" When they first met in the ninja world, Sai's behavior was indeed somewhat lacking in common sense, though he improved later, albeit not significantly. In this world, however, he and Sai had grown up together, as Sai was the child of the leader of the Root organization, the foremost covert unit in the Land of Fire. Each of the prominent families in the Land of Fire had their own protectors trained by Root, and even the Hokage employed Root members for protection. Naruto's grandfather was a wartime comrade of the Root leader, who had assigned Sai to their household at a young age to safeguard the sole heir of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto himself. With memories from the ninja world, Naruto felt a bit awkward confronting this different Sai. He accepted the backpack, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Thanks, Sai. Just Sai will suffice in school," he interjected. "You've already completed all the courses ahead of time, yet you still attend school for my sake. It must be taxing. It's not particularly burdensome. My purpose exists only when the young master is safe." Hearing this made Naruto feel uncomfortable. It almost sounded like a confession from a man, which was somewhat off-putting. "I am not some fragile little girl who cannot fend for herself. You should live for yourself too, Sai. After all, you are human, not a tool." With that, Naruto gave Sai's shoulder a pat. "I'm off now. You should head home early too. We're going in different directions. Goodbye." Naruto Uzumaki, with a single-strap backpack, exchanged a fleeting gesture with Sai before swiftly turning and running away. Sai stood still, observing Naruto's departing figure, lost in contemplation. Memories of the brutal training he endured in the Root organization flooded his mind, along with the indoctrinated ideals of loyalty and sacrifice. In that moment, Naruto's words resonated like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the chaos within him. "To live for oneself," Sai murmured softly. However, at that very instant, a mysterious figure appeared silently. "Do not forget, ensuring Naruto's safety is your responsibility. Without him, your life would have long ceased to exist. You have no right to live for yourself, do you understand?" The enigmatic being stated. Sai lifted his gaze, recalling the time in his childhood when he had attempted to escape but was caught, enduring torment on the brink of death until Naruto inadvertently rescued him from the clutches of despair. Determination ignited in Sai's eyes. He understood that his second chance at life was bestowed upon him by Naruto. "I understand," he replied to the mysterious figure. "I will protect Naruto." The figure nodded and then vanished into thin air. Upon returning home, Naruto's first action was to charge his phone. As he descended the stairs, he was intercepted by Kushina Uzumaki. "Tell me, did you get into another fight today?" Naruto shifted his gaze to his sister, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. "What are you looking at?" "It's not my fault," Ino exclaimed, lifting her bangs to reveal her flushed forehead. "I am a victim too. How can you be so brazen after just transferring schools? And to drag your sister into your antics?" Kushina exclaimed. "Come on, Mom, we didn't cause any serious trouble. Those people provoked us first," Ino defended. "Exactly, Mom. Your precious son got hurt. Don't you care?" Kushina was taken aback, bewildered by her son's unexpected display of affection. When had he changed? Since the fall he endured at the age of 6, Naruto had closed himself off, never showing such vulnerability again. What had triggered this transformation? It seemed to have begun earlier that morning. Naruto took Kushina's hand, rubbing it against his cheek. "Mom, feel this. My face is still burning. Enough already. I'll get you some medicine, but you must promise not to cause any more trouble," Kushina replied, flustered as she shook off Naruto's hand. "Okay, my dear mother. I love you." Kushina found it challenging to adapt to her son's newfound demeanor, which was no longer in opposition to her. The series of actions displayed by Naruto even earned a thumbs up from Minato Namikaze. Ino was left speechless. Was this really her rebellious brother? Had he been replaced? That evening, as Naruto returned to his room and opened his fully charged phone, a flurry of messages filled his screen. They were from a gaming challenge group, and many were addressing him directly. The handsomest. Wow, I just got a legendary drop. The stats and attributes are perfect for Naruto's character. The handsomest, Naruto. God of Solitude. Show me. The most handsome. Image, the lone god. Goodness, you really have the audacity. The lone god. Naruto the most handsome. Stop talking nonsense. I've always had good fortune. The healer can buy my life. You've done well, my friend. This can yield gold, and the attributes are just right, truly a rarity. Replying to the most handsome. Image, the healer can buy my life. Naruto Uzumaki opened the image, gazing at the golden words that appeared on the screen. Marveling at them. This kid has something special. This is precisely the equipment I need. Sasuke Naruto, retracted a message. Naruto, most handsome, you placed the highest bid. I will purchase it right now. Sasuke Uchiha had just exited his tutoring session when he heard his phone vibrate. Odd, usually no one messages him at this hour. He opened the message window and entered the group chat, only to find a retracted message. At that moment, the driver opened the rear door of the car for him. Perhaps it was a mistake, Sasuke thought, dismissing it. He tucked his phone into his pocket and climbed into the car. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki had secured his desired equipment, upgraded his gear, and joyfully commenced battling the new boss. However, shortly thereafter, he found himself in disbelief. What the hell? Am I really dragging 7 people? This game is not meant for a solo player. Just as he finished speaking, the screen dimmed, and his team was wiped out. Exiting the failed attempt screen, Naruto navigated to the team information and began typing fervently, still attempting to communicate civilly. After 5 unsuccessful attempts, he tossed aside his mouse in frustration. Naruto, to hell with this. I'm done, abandoning the game. The most handsome. Don't, Naruto. I'll find a familiar team. I'll pull you in. Naruto was done. It was too late. Naruto Uzumaki shut down his computer and flopped onto his soft bed. He closed his eyes, feeling much of his frustration dissipate. Without the game, however, his mind drifted back to Sasuke's words. You must be gay, right? I won't spar with a pervert. Tossing and turning. Naruto finally sat up abruptly, hurling his pillow with all his might. Is there something wrong with me? I am straight. The next day, Naruto Uzumaki arrived at school and noticed a few individuals at the entrance holding a large banner. The banner read, "Does Naruto Uzumaki dare to accept the challenge?" Interesting. How amusing. Naruto rushed to the school gate, recognizing that the banner bearers were the same group that had approached him the previous day. You again? Haven't you had enough of a beating yesterday? You dare to challenge me. Yesterday, a patrol instructor intervened, allowing you to escape. Today, signing the challenge letter means no one will disrupt our match. With that, the village representative threw the challenge letter at Naruto. So if I sign this, I can confront you openly? Indeed. Without hesitation, Naruto bit his finger and skillfully signed his name. Why don't you use a pen? Naruto suddenly realized that he was no longer in the ninja world, and there was no need to exert himself so fiercely. Do you really think I care what you think? Humph, anyone can put on a tough act. Just wait until noon when my cousin flattens you, kid. Huh. Instead of looking for the boss, you chose to confront my cousin. Do you really think I'd be intimidated? Dealing with you doesn't even require the boss to intervene. Just wait and see. We shall meet again at noon. Murakami snatched the challenge letter from Naruto's hands and departed. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha arrived at the school. From a distance, he spotted the banner and the figure of Naruto Uzumaki. He quickly turned to the driver and instructed him to stop. Borrowing the driver's sunglasses and retrieving a disposable mask from the car. Once properly adorned, he exited the vehicle, intending to enter the school discreetly. Though the combination of his towering height and striking presence made it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. His fair complexion and prominent nose, accentuated by the sunglasses, drew even more attention, leaving others curious to glimpse the visage hidden beneath the mask. Who is he? A celebrity? Does our school have a star? Hearing the murmurs, Naruto mistakenly believed they were referring to him, straightening his posture and tousling his tousled golden hair. Just as he was about to greet the girls, he overheard the next comment. I bet he looks handsome without the mask. Mask. Naruto instinctively touched his face, puzzled. What mask do I have? Meanwhile, Sasuke felt a rush of anxiety and quickened his pace toward the school entrance. As he neared the main teaching building, Naruto recognized him and shouted, Sasuke, I just found out about the challenge letter. I'm going to issue you a challenge. Do you dare to accept? Don't waste your breath. I'm not accepting. Sasuke retorted, feeling exposed. Hey, why are you such a buzzkill? Naruto responded, slightly annoyed. Sasuke had no intention of engaging with him and continued up the steps ahead. However, in an instant, Naruto appeared above him on the staircase like a specter. Thus, Naruto stood half a head taller than Sasuke. Before Sasuke could react, there was a sudden flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp sound as their foreheads collided fiercely. Both boys turned their heads away, clutching their throbbing foreheads in pain. Grimacing yet unable to utter a word, their eyes widened, and where their gazes met, a spark of electricity crackled between them. You're so annoying, Sasuke exclaimed irritably. And I find you equally bothersome, which is why I want to take you down once and for all. Naruto shot back defiantly. This is never ending. If you can defeat all the senior anomalies at school, I might consider it. Sasuke thought that by saying this, he could evade Naruto's persistent challenge. Sounds good. It's settled then. Naruto snapped his fingers and dashed into the teaching building. He raced up to the rooftop, arriving at the broadcasting room. Apologies, but I need to borrow this. A startled classmate was taken aback by Naruto's sudden appearance, unable to react before the microphone was snatched away. I am Naruto Uzumaki from Class 7 of the Senior High Department, ready to accept challenges from all esteemed opponents. So come forth. I shall triumph over each and every one of you. Upon hearing the announcement, all senior challengers paused their activities, seething with the desire to rush to the broadcasting room and deliver a sound thrashing to this arrogant boy. Yet, adhering to the school rules, they suppressed their impulses. Nevertheless, they were determined to accept this declaration of war. Sasuke Uchiha, upon hearing this, was left in utter disbelief, inwardly lamenting, "What an absolute fool. Why must he be so ostentatious in everything he does? Is there something amiss with his mind? Is he truly sane?" Shikamaru, seated in the classroom sipping on his yogurt drink, crushed the carton in response to Naruto's bold challenge. Has that guy lost his mind? Setting aside the unknown number of skilled opponents, exhausting himself by challenging 7 or 8 ordinary challengers in a day would be utterly draining, let alone facing senior challengers. Shikamaru began to question if he had misheard. Beside him, Choji Akimichi, munching on buns, gazed at the crushed yogurt carton with regret, saying, "Shikamaru, one must never waste precious food. That is a disgraceful act. My own actions surely pale in comparison to Naruto's outrageous behavior. His boldness is indeed shocking. And while I too am a senior challenger, his provocation does not hinder my breakfast." With that, Choji took several more bites of his large meat bun. The news club was certainly intrigued. Naruto was a veritable spectacle. With that, Ino Yamanaka pulled out her heavy notebook to begin drafting. "Why are you handwriting? Don't even mention it. Yesterday, a boy who looked like he faded in color crushed my pear-colored phone. I told you yesterday morning that threatening Sasuke with a video to make him your boyfriend for a day would backfire." Shikamaru revealed her secret, but Ino was unfazed. "So what? It is Sasuke after all. That was enough to show off for a morning. Besides, my phone was shattered, giving birth to a new Naruto phone." With that, Ino brandished her new phone, flaunting it a bit. "I'm quite curious about what you recorded to compel Sasuke to acquiesce to such an unreasonable request." "It's a secret." Ino feigned mystery. Just then, Sakura Haruno appeared behind her, suddenly grasping Ino's wrist. "Oh my gosh, Sakura, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Are you and Sasuke for real? Didn't you hear? Let go of me. It hurts, you brute." Realizing she had gripped too tightly upon seeing Ino's pained expression, Sakura quickly released her hold. "Sakura, why not confess your feelings for Sasuke instead of pursuing me relentlessly? I will never give up on him." "You!" Sakura exclaimed in frustration. "What is wrong with that?" Ino feigned innocence, teasing her. "You know nothing. I can't be bothered to explain. Class monitor, don't get worked up over her. I know her too well. She is simply troubled. It's not worth compromising your health over her antics," Shikamaru interjected. Sakura shot a glare at Shikamaru and retorted, "Are you trying to show off how well you know each other? In our earlier days, Ino and I shared the same kindergarten." At this moment, Choji, somewhat bewildered, interjected, "Although we weren't in the same kindergarten, the three of us have grown up together since the days of diapers." Such words reached Sakura Haruno's ears, resembling a boastful proclamation. Unable to bear the remarks, she retreated to her seat. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the very instant Sakura turned away, a subtle smile graced Ino's lips, as if she had confirmed something. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki had already been escorted away by the disciplinary director, along with his homeroom teacher, Kakashi Hitaki. If I am not mistaken, this marks our second day together, right, Naruto? Kakashi inquired, his eyes narrowed. Well, perhaps we have known each other longer, Teacher Kakashi. What nonsense. On our second meeting, you bestowed upon me this grand gift. Should I not express my gratitude? No need for thanks. Perhaps you could treat me to some Ichiraku ramen off campus instead, replied Naruto. Irika, unable to contain himself, interrupted their banter. Naruto Uzumaki. Yesterday, you behaved so well that I believe the introduction in your file was a fabrication. Now I am convinced, and I wish to thank you for the lesson you provided. No need for excessive gratitude. Just have both teachers treat me to ramen. And we shall be even, haha. Naruto scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. The chapter does not conclude here. Please click to continue reading on the next page. Irika slammed his hand on the table, his expression one of anger. Naruto Uzumaki. This is not the time for jokes. But you all just thanked me. Why the sudden change? Naruto feigned ignorance, though he understood the situation. You see, Director Irika, this child is new and knows nothing. He must have been misled by someone claiming a challenge was to be announced over the intercom. Naruto quickly grasped Kakashi's intent. Isn't a challenge meant to be announced over the intercom? How infuriating. That person dared to deceive me. Kakashi, secretly impressed by Naruto's quick wit, recognized his cleverness. Irika, aware of their charade, decided it posed no significant issue and let it slide. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki, due to your disruption of the intercom, which affected the entire high school's morning study period, you are to run 10 laps around the playground, without utilizing any abilities. I thought it was something serious. I'll get right to it. Upon arriving at the playground, Naruto encountered the stern-faced Might Guy. Are you the one who disrupted the morning study of the other children? Guy proclaimed. We are in the prime of our youth, the perfect time for mischief. If we do not indulge now, we may never have the chance again. Naruto, with a serious demeanor, countered with words that were not entirely grave. Might Guy was taken aback, extending his fist. Anticipating a punch, Naruto braced himself for defense. Yet, Guy unexpectedly gave a thumbs up, his face alight with enthusiasm. Indeed, mischief is also a part of youth. Let us run those 10 laps together. Naruto Uzumaki exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that his companions retained their personalities from the shinobi world, making their interactions considerably more relaxed. Here, strap on these sandbags. We are about to begin, Might Guy declared, tossing 2 sandbags meant for leg attachment to Naruto. Naruto caught them, nearly buckling under their weight. Teacher Guy? It's indeed the same old routine. After securing the bags, he exclaimed, Are we ready? Let us commence. With a thumbs up from Might Guy, Naruto underestimated his physical endurance, oblivious to the arduous challenge of running with such burdensome weights. With each step, he felt as though his legs were shackled by lead, dragging him toward the earth's core. The oppressive weight stole his breath, and sweat streamed down his body, soaking his attire. Might Guy slowed his pace, running backward towards Naruto. How are you faring, young man? Is 6 laps too much already? A man must never admit defeat. I haven't even exerted myself yet. With determination, Naruto gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. At the conclusion of the first session, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. I advise you to stretch, or you may cramp. Might Guy suggested before departing the training ground. Lost in visions of defeating Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto paid no heed to the advice. Before long, midday arrived, and the arena was already teeming with spectators, all eager to glimpse the individual who had provocatively challenged all challengers that morning. At this moment, the protagonist, Naruto, stood confidently on the stage, hands in pockets, exuding an air of ease. In stark contrast, his opponent lay powerless on the ground, unable to move. Naruto lifted his gaze, calling out to the crowd, Who else dares to challenge me? Step forward. Shikamaru Nara strolled into the arena with one hand in his pocket, scratching his head in exasperation. Naruto, you're being a bit too reckless, aren't you? Shikamaru, are you here to challenge me? I'd rather not. That sounds like a hassle. Just then, a boy with a red cloth band wrapped around his arm approached from behind. Naruto's eyes widened in recognition. It was Neji, who had perished in the Great Ninja War while protecting him, now alive and well in this world. In this arena, each person can only challenge or be challenged once per week. You must leave now, Shikamaru stated, sensing an ominous tension between the two serious-faced individuals. He was well aware that Naruto's temper flared when confronted with condescension. All right, President, let us take our leave, Shikamaru urged, hastily pulling Naruto away. Who are you? Naruto inquired, feigning ignorance, for he had not seen a name tag, and was uncertain if their names remained the same as in the shinobi world. Niji retrieved his student ID from his left breast pocket and displayed it. I am Niji Hyuga, the student council president, and I have always managed this arena. Very well. I will request permission from you for challenges on this platform in the future. Once we become more acquainted, I hope you will grant me leniency. As the student council president, I cannot compromise the rules. Rules are for the deceased, while the living are free to roam. With a casual wave behind him, Naruto Uzumaki departed. After Naruto and Shikamaru Nara left, Shikamaru could not restrain his curiosity. Naruto, what piques your interest in that Hyuga Niji? Do you know him? I don't know him, but I wish to foster a good relationship. It might prove advantageous in the future, Naruto replied. Surprising. You seem quite fond of him. Yet he is notorious for adhering strictly to the rules. Not that I dislike him. Just wait. He will eventually grant me favors. Upon finishing this statement, Naruto suddenly leaped onto one foot. Wait, ow. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked, bewildered as he supported him. I've cramped up. My calf is cramping. Don't move. Naruto grimaced in pain, gripping Shikamaru's shoulder tighter. Ah, easy there. That hurts me too. The two cried out, both in considerable discomfort. Passers-by regarded them with perplexed expressions, uncertain if they had been electrocuted. Go sit over there in the pavilion. Let me massage your leg. It should alleviate the pain. Really? Thank you, Shikamaru. Really? It's nothing. Shikamaru turned his head, scratching his cheek. Where? Here? No. A bit lower. Yes, right there. Seated in the pavilion, Naruto relaxed while Shikamaru crouched patiently, massaging the cramped muscle. What a nuisance. How could this happen? Thankfully, it didn't occur in the arena, or you might have lost. Ridiculous. With his mediocre skills. Even if my legs cramped, I could still take him down. Hey, easy. That hurts. Just bear with it. Shikamaru, have you suffered from heat stroke? Your ears are quite red. Naruto remarked, observing Shikamaru's flushed complexion. Come on, it's hot, and a little redness is normal. Why make such a fuss? Shikamaru replied, exasperated. Classmates who had witnessed Naruto's recent matches began to spread tales of his victory over the second-year class leader. Now, wherever he went, he was the center of attention. He had even garnered a few admirers, as pink envelopes and snacks continually appeared on his desk. Previously, it was Sasuke Uchiha who received such gifts. Now it was him. And one could only imagine how Sasuke felt about it. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Naruto thought to himself, reveling in his newfound popularity. In the ninja world, he chose to endure and not contest with Sasuke Uchiha. In this world, however, he declared, I shall prevail. As the school bell rang, Kakashi entered with a hefty stack of math papers. Today we'll have a brief test. I want to see if anyone has slacked off during the break. Exam. Upon hearing this word, Naruto was suddenly reminded of the anxiety he felt during examinations in the ninja world, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Why on earth does this exam-induced stress follow me into reality? He took the test paper from a classmate in front, and, upon glancing at the initial fill-in-the-blank questions he could answer, he let out a sigh of relief. This isn't particularly challenging. Kakashi noticed the relieved expression on Naruto Uzumaki's face and smiled gently, recognizing that this young lad had some foundational knowledge. The initial fill-in-the-blank questions were basic queries typically encountered in middle school. He generously awarded these points to everyone. Although the scores were not publicly disclosed, they would be sent privately to each student's parents' mobile phones. Shikamaru, who had initially intended to doze off, hastily grabbed his pen to begin answering upon hearing that the results would be sent to parents. Normally, small tests do not reveal scores, thus parents remain oblivious. However, the thought of private notifications made Shikamaru shudder at the terrifying image of his mother in a frenzy. It was indeed a significant hassle. On the other hand, Naruto Uzumaki, brimming with confidence, completed the initial fill-in-the-blank questions, only to be perplexed by the subsequent queries. Upon flipping the paper to the other side, his heart sank as he found the remaining questions utterly incomprehensible. Casting a glance at Sasuke Uchiha, he observed his calm demeanor as he diligently worked on his draft. In contrast, many classmates wore expressions of distress, some even lamenting the difficulty of the questions posed by their teacher. Teacher, are you certain this is merely a small test? The latter questions grow increasingly challenging, exclaimed one student. This test is more grueling than a real exam. Those who complained about the difficulty should perhaps reflect on their own efforts, thought another student, rolling their eyes at the teacher's use of tired cliches to torment his students. Irika, having patrolled the first-grade corridor, noted that even the top students appeared troubled. With a resigned smile, he mused. Truly deserving of the title demon of difficult questions, but why make such a fuss over a simple test? In Class 7, only Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha remained unperturbed, solely focused on answering the questions. The following day, the test results were released, and at dismissal, first-grade students exited the school gate with worried expressions. Only Naruto Uzumaki seemed undeterred, eagerly searching for a higher-level opponent to spar with. Upon returning home, he was taken aback to find his mother had prepared a lavish feast. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he saw Kushina Uzumaki smiling warmly at the three of them, urging them to eat their fill. Both Mikoto and Minato felt their mouths water instinctively. However, Naruto, seemingly unfazed, exclaimed, "Wow, Mom. What's the occasion for such a splendid meal?" Leaning closer, Mikoto whispered to Naruto, "Don't you know that convicts are treated to a good meal before their execution?" "What? Oh well, I guess one must hope for the best." Only then did Naruto grasp the gravity of the situation. Was it due to his dismal exam scores? He subtly set down his chopsticks and unconsciously swallowed. Yet, in the next moment, Kushina produced a confetti popper, showering Naruto with colorful streamers. "Congratulations. You, who often scored a mere 10 points, have remarkably achieved 20 this time. Truly an impressive feat." Naruto Uzumaki found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened, ultimately sensing a tinge of humiliation from his mother. However, Uzumaki Kushina could not suppress her laughter, letting out a soft chuckle. She lightly tapped her daughter's head with an empty firework tube and questioned, "What are you laughing at? Your grades have declined, and yet I have not reprimanded you. Instead, you mock your brother? I used to score 95, while my brother barely scraped 20. She continued, "You used to achieve perfect scores, and now it is evident that you have faltered. Your brother, on the other hand, has shown remarkable improvement." As Naruto dined, he chewed his food as if it were wax, feeling fortunate to have a mother who encouraged him. After dinner, he sat idly at his computer, resting his hands against his temples, evidently struggling with the weight of disappointment. After a while, he quietly turned on the lamp and opened his brand-new mathematics textbook. However, after perusing a few pages, he closed his eyes and silently switched off the lamp. Was it truly a flaw to aspire to be the top student? Surely, there were no flawless individuals in the world. The next day, before discussing the test papers, the homeroom teacher took a moment to commend a student. "I must mention that Sasuke Uchiha is the only one in the entire grade to achieve a perfect score on this test. Everyone should aspire to emulate him." Naruto pouted, silently mimicking Kakashi Hitaki's final remark, his expression dripping with disdain. "Oh, we should all learn from him. How impressive," he scoffed. "So what if he excels academically? He is so scrawny that he would undoubtedly be the first to falter in Gai-sensei's physical education class. However, the universe has a way of swiftly delivering irony." Naruto found himself gasping for breath on the ground, watching Sasuke handle various physical challenges with ease, igniting a flame of frustration within him. During sit-ups, only Naruto and Sasuke persevered until the end, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, this silent contest concluded when Naruto strained his back, lying on the mat, grimacing in pain. He caught Sasuke's gaze, who smirked slightly, laced with mockery. Yet Naruto sensed the derision and shouted, "Sasuke, don't get too comfortable. Next time, I will surely defeat you." Sasuke stood up, dusting off his clothes, and retorted, "You? The one at the bottom of the class." Upon hearing this, Naruto sprang up from the mat, disregarding his aching back. "Who are you calling the bottom of the class? If you have the courage, accept my challenge right now. Are you afraid, coward?" Sasuke crossed his arms and disdainfully scoffed, "You should focus on healing your back first." Naruto winced, his back throbbing even more, bending over and hesitant to move. At that moment, Gai-sensei approached them with a smile. "Both of you are commendable. Your indomitable spirit deserves recognition. However, Naruto, you should visit the infirmary." After shooting a glare at Sasuke, Naruto followed his teacher towards the infirmary, vowing silently that he would one day make Sasuke pay for this. Thus, despite being a lackluster student, he found himself bedridden at home for over 2 weeks. Upon returning to school, Naruto was regrettably forced to wear a back brace. The few admirers of his gathered around him, feigning concern. "Naruto, how are you? Why not take a few more days to rest? Naruto, I baked these cookies for you. I hope you like them. I'm feeling much better. Thank you all for your care. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed. How could news of his injury spread so quickly? This was mortifying. Upon glancing upward, he spotted Uchiha Sasuke standing by the window on the upper floor, casting a downward gaze, igniting a flame of annoyance within him. That insufferable guy. During the lunch break, in front of the vending machine. Hey kid, why do you still look so miserable? A village elder hurled an empty drink bottle at a girl clad in a school uniform. His followers mimicked him, even tossing the remainder of their drinks, splattering juice across the ground and on the girl. Just as Naruto descended from the cafeteria, he witnessed this scene unfold in the corner. He recognized the bullied girl as the one they had cut in line previously, and his anger flared. As he contemplated intervening, he suddenly caught sight of Sasuke. Naruto halted in his tracks, curious to see whether Sasuke would step in or merely feign ignorance. Yet, Sasuke appeared oblivious, casually inserting coins into the vending machine. Naruto's eyes widened, disappointment washing over him. In that moment, Sasuke retrieved 2 cans of drink, turning to hand one to the bullied girl while coldly regarding the village elder and his entourage. Is this amusing to you? The group froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. Oh look, it's the young master of the Uchiha clan. We advise you to mind your own business. Sasuke remained expressionless, responding coolly, the patrol should be arriving shortly. Stop trying to intimidate us. If you meddle further, we won't care who you are, we'll take you down too. Of course. The village elder uttered this to salvage some pride, provoking one of the 4 major clans of the Land of Fire would yield dire consequences. How did they treat you earlier? You can repay them now. The bullied student kept his head bowed, long bangs obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern his features. Hesitant, his hand trembled as it clutched the drink. Upon hearing the elder's taunts, his expression shifted, and he suddenly splashed the entire drink onto the 3 instigators. Furious and embarrassed, the elder and his companions lunged toward the student, only to be intercepted by Hyuga Neji, who had appeared out of nowhere. What are you doing? Causing a ruckus? In the village, the wicked were quick to accuse, claiming that it was Uchiha Sasuke who incited the attack against them. Hyuga Neji furrowed his brow and turned to Uchiha Sasuke, asking, Is this true, Sasuke? I can vouch for Sasuke. Those 3 were bullying a female classmate. And he merely intervened to assist her, spoke Uzumaki Naruto, stepping forward with a look of revulsion directed at the assailants. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Neji nodded solemnly. Addressing the culprits, you have violated school regulations. Come with me to the guidance office. Although the accused were reluctant, they had no choice but to follow him reluctantly. The bullied student raised her head slightly and whispered to Uchiha Sasuke, Thank you, and I apologize for the unpleasant words you overheard. Uchiha Sasuke inclined his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Uzumaki Naruto. Noticing Sasuke's gaze, Naruto quickly feigned ignorance, whistling and glancing about in a carefree manner. Uchiha Sasuke regarded the apologetic student with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, but he was interrupted when the bullied classmate turned to face Uzumaki Naruto and earnestly said, You're Naruto, right? I truly apologize for what happened earlier. When you stood up for me, I told you to mind your own business. I'm sorry. Naruto was startled by the sudden bow and hastily helped him up, saying, I didn't think much of it before, but I have a question. Why do they keep bullying you? At this, the student nervously clutched his school uniform skirt and replied, I have something to attend to, so I must leave. Naruto watched as the student hurried away, his expression filled with confusion. He intended to ask Uchiha Sasuke for clarification, only to find that Sasuke had mysteriously departed as well. What on earth is going on? In Class 3, Year 5, it was said that they had bullied that child again and even provoked that Uchiha brat. Momochi Zabuza's fierce gaze was fixed intently on the 3 culprits. Boss, how was I to know that the usually uninvolved Uchiha Sasuke would act out today? Zabuza kicked the trio out of the classroom, causing the window in the corridor to shatter instantly. The once ruckus classroom fell silent at the sound of the commotion. From today onward, you are to leave the blade of the executioners. Do not let me see you again. That day, Uzumaki Naruto, with nothing much to do, counted the challenge letters he had received, totaling 9. He tossed them all onto Uchiha Sasuke's desk. Sasuke looked up at the pile of challenge letters, his brow slightly raised. What is this? Naruto crossed his arms, grinning widely. Sasuke, these victories are merely my warm-up. Once I have challenged everyone, your time will come. Uchiha Sasuke replied with a cold smirk, Do not forget, a single defeat nullifies all victories. Just you wait, I will not fail. Naruto declared before swiftly darting towards the student council office upstairs. Excluding the instructors, there are a total of 102 esteemed challengers within the academy, and to conquer them all would demand considerable time. Moreover, an individual is permitted only one opportunity to challenge or be challenged each week. However, if I were to cultivate a good rapport with Neji, the situation would differ significantly. Providing him with an additional chance to be challenged would be beneficial and expedite our progress. He hurriedly approached, only to find the door to the student council office firmly shut. Naruto Uzumaki called over a fellow student and inquired, "Do you know where the student council president has gone?" "Neji should currently be in the conference room of the outer building," the student replied. Without delay, Naruto dashed towards the outer building, even taking a shortcut through a small grove. Yet, the further he ventured, the more he sensed something amiss. It was summer, yet the air here felt inexplicably cold. "I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me. You sought your own demise. I am merely assisting you. I beg you, let me go, bye. I will serve you like a beast of burden. Bye." Naruto, who was eavesdropping from the bushes, paused momentarily. Could it be that boy from the ninja world who resembles a girl? Suddenly, a figure launched several ice needles in Naruto's direction. The silent projectiles grazed Naruto's hair, severing a few golden strands, and embedded themselves into a tree behind him. Swallowing hard, Naruto recognized that unmistakable presence. It was indeed Bai. Upon realizing it was Naruto, Bai hastily covered his face with his hair and vanished in an instant. When Naruto finally arrived at the scene, all that remained were puddles of melting ice and a village elder who had fainted from fright. Despite suffering minor abrasions, the elder's most serious injury was a fractured leg. At that moment, a fellow student returning from the outer building, intending to take a shortcut, stumbled upon the fallen elder. Upon seeing him, and then noticing Naruto standing nearby, she let out a piercing scream. "Help! Murder! There's been a murder!" "Wait, you've misunderstood. Let me explain." Naruto urgently called after her. However, the girl was swift, employing her extraordinary abilities to flee. Dear reader, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue this thrilling tale. Emerging from the grove, she spotted Neji Hyuga and, seizing the opportunity, dashed into his embrace. "President Neji, I believe I have witnessed a murder scene where someone attempted to kill me," the girl exclaimed in panic while surreptitiously feeling Neji's solid chest. Naruto, witnessing this scene, nearly stumbled in disbelief. With a resigned sigh, Neji expressed his discontent. "Please, release me and explain what transpired." Once the medical team had carried the elder away, Naruto found himself before several members of the student council, struggling to articulate his predicament. The vice president adjusted her glasses, casting a haughty glance at him. "May I have a word?" she said, stepping forward to lead Naruto aside. Unbeknownst to them, the two were acquainted. "Was it truly you who committed this act? Did you kill someone?" asked Kyubi in a hushed tone. "I am being wronged. When have I ever fought to the point of killing someone? Besides, that person is not dead." Naruto lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. "Then do tell. Who is responsible?" Naruto Uzumaki suddenly hesitated, having realized that the girl previously bullied by the village was none other than the one dressed in women's attire, Bai. However, if he were to reveal that it was Bai who was involved, it would undoubtedly bring her trouble. "I know that person. Uzumaki Kagaya, right? You're not trying to pin this on someone else, are you?" "No, do you think I'm foolish? I was merely passing by." Uzumaki Kagaya flicked her hair and adopted a serious demeanor. "Do not be afraid. Speak the truth. Our student council typically relies on reason to resolve matters, and we will not wrongfully accuse any innocent student." "Do not be afraid. Innocent student?" The crowd could scarcely believe their ears. It seemed that the individuals behind her were not particularly virtuous either. Although challenges could be issued among the exceptional students at school, it was Naruto Uzumaki who had been both issuing and receiving them of late. What kind of exemplary student spends their days contemplating fights? I don't know who it was. It was like that when I arrived. All I know is that there was a lot of water on the ground. Naruto's mind finally began to cool. Hinata Neji could see that Uzumaki Kagaya was deliberately favoring Naruto, but chose not to expose her. This was because Naruto, during his sparring sessions with every classmate, never resorted to tormenting others. The methods that involved targeting pressure points to inflict suffering were entirely uncharacteristic of Naruto. Words like self-inflicted suffering and bringing trouble upon oneself could not be uttered by the president of the student council. He could only ensure that the truth of the matter was uncovered. An investigation into all water-type exceptional students was initiated. The matter concluded with the village head claiming it was an accidental fall, and thereafter, no further news of him surfaced. It was rumored that he had transferred schools, but the details remained unclear. You reap what you sow. This incident made its way onto the school forum, where discussions erupted about the identity of the righteous avenger who defeated the villain. I've long found him displeasing. Let me tell you, I once secretly put a cockroach in his instant noodles. Ha ha ha. Don't even get me started. Uzumaki Irin glanced at the disdainful gazes around her and promptly dove under the cafeteria table. Mentioning cockroaches in the cafeteria was indeed quite impolite. Yet the stares from everyone made her social anxiety flare up. Bai, in turn, joined her under the table, a smile gracing her face. Irin, thank you for still being willing to be my friend. What are you saying? Last time, I nearly got your brother involved in my troubles. And you almost faced disciplinary action. It's all right, we're friends. Even if you get in trouble, so what? The two clasped each other's hands beneath the table, embodying a touching sibling bond. Just as they prepared to emerge from their hiding spot, a shout rang out, "Thief! Let go of my sister's belongings." Before anyone could react, Naruto Uzumaki dashed forward and seized the man by his collar. The man, startled by Naruto's sudden appearance, inadvertently tightened his grip on the banana milk he held. In an instant, the carton burst open, and the creamy liquid erupted like a fountain, splashing directly onto the man's chest. Meanwhile, Naruto was not quite so fortunate. The splattered milk seemed to possess a life of its own, cascading onto his somewhat youthful visage. It trickled down his cheeks, transforming him into a ludicrous figure reminiscent of a milkman. The absurdity of the scene was almost surreal, eliciting uncontrollable laughter. Observing this, Uzumaki Irika gasped in shock, promptly pulling her brother away, her face washed with guilt as she hurriedly offered her apologies. I'm so sorry. It's all my brother's fault for being so reckless and impulsive. I truly apologize. Upon hearing Irika refer to the man before them as teacher, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. At that moment, a figure named Bai retrieved a light pink handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping the sticky remnants of milk from Naruto's face. How could a teacher steal a student's milk? Naruto muttered, skepticism evident in his tone. However, before he could finish, Irika hurriedly covered his mouth. Oh, please don't say such things. I was the one who asked the teacher to come, as I've never been fond of milk. You wouldn't suggest that the teacher bullied you, would you? Uchiha Obito found himself at a loss for words. He had never felt such humiliation since becoming a teacher. Stealing a student's milk? Bullying a student? Absolutely preposterous. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Teacher Obito is not that kind of person. Naruto glanced at Bai, who shook his head, affirming that he was merely overreacting. Why yes, my apologies, Teacher Obito. Naruto suddenly realized who he was addressing, the anger dissipating. What now? You must sincerely apologize, Irika urged, gently patting her brother's arm. I'm sorry. Naruto bowed in contrition, standing up while his gaze settled once more on Uchiha Obito's face. Compared to the disfigured Obito of the ninja world, this version appeared healthier, with a sun-kissed complexion, yet still sported a short, spiky hairstyle. Obito surveyed his surroundings, cleared his throat, and feigned calmness, saying, "Please be more careful next time," before hastily departing. Brother, you mustn't act so impulsively. Impulse is a devil. Irika expressed her concern, feeling somewhat wronged. The cafeteria only had banana milk today, and I remembered the teacher often drinks fruity milk, so I texted him to come pick it up. And yet, I already apologized. What more do you want? As her brother suddenly leaned in closer, Irika quickly covered her nose. The scent of bananas makes me nauseous. You should wash up. But your teacher reeked of milk. Do you intend to skip class all afternoon? Well, we don't have PE this afternoon, anyway. Oh, I see. He asked the PE teacher. In his newfound life, the villain Uchiha Obito had assumed the role of a physical education instructor in this alternate world, prompting Naruto to mentally concoct the title of a novel. Teacher's restroom. How am I so unlucky today? Sigh. This is my freshly washed sports uniform. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click on the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The zipper of the sportswear accidentally got stuck, leaving Uchiha Obito with no choice but to take it off, only to discover that he couldn't pull the zipper without it getting caught on his head. Reluctantly, he put it back on, unable to see the zipper, and leaned closer to the mirror, hoping to observe its condition through the reflection. He managed to pull it down a little, but just then, someone entered the restroom, causing him to hurriedly turn his back. Nevertheless, Uchiha Obito was immediately recognized by the newcomer. "Are you going to feed the mirror?" A man's voice, languid and rich with magnetism, carried a hint of mockery. Before Kakashi Hatake approached him, he casually propped the mop against the doorknob. As he drew near and noticed the milk stains on Obito's attire, he raised an eyebrow and added, "Ah, I see you're feeding yourself in front of the mirror." As a teacher, how could he utter such indecent words? A sly smile crept across Kakashi's lips. It was merely a jest. Uchiha Obito let out a cold snort, dismissing him. Kakashi circled to face him, scrutinizing the milk stains on his clothing, a rare sight indeed. He then leaned in closer to sniff, remarking that banana milk was not as pleasant as strawberry milk. Obito, feeling both humiliated and furious, exclaimed, "Damn it, Kakashi. If you have nothing to do, just get out." However, Kakashi reached out, grasped the edge of his garment, and gently tugged, effortlessly unzipping it. The moment Obito, who had been fuming, felt the zipper finally give way, he brightened, exclaiming, "Wow, it's finally unzipped, thanks." Without hesitation, he stripped off the sportswear and tossed it into the sink, where it splashed loudly, sending water flying. At this moment, he was left wearing only a pristine white tank top. After washing for a while, an unusual sensation suddenly surged within him. He keenly sensed a burning gaze fixated upon him. This stare felt like a thorn in his back, making him increasingly uncomfortable, as if his entire back were ablaze. Frowning, he turned around to find Kakashi standing behind him, as motionless as if frozen in place. Kakashi's eyes were intensely focused on the back of Obito's neck, which had inexplicably flushed crimson. His usually half-lidded eyes, reminiscent of a sleepy fish, now sparkled with an unusual brightness, as if he were a completely different person. "Hey, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and leave after using the restroom. Standing behind me like a wooden post is quite frightening," Obito said irritably, scratching his neck, desperate to escape this awkward situation. Hearing Obito's complaints, Kakashi slowly began to speak. "Obito, what is it? What do you want to say?" Obito responded impatiently, but his words were abruptly cut off as darkness engulfed his vision in an instant. Kakashi had covered his eyes. Immediately, a warm breath enveloped him like a wave of heat from the nape of his neck, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. "Ah!" Uchiha Obito gasped in discomfort. His vision restored, he caught sight of Kakashi Hatake's reddened eyelids in the mirror. Momentarily distracted, he looked again to find Kakashi still possessed that half-asleep, vacant gaze. It turned out he had misjudged. "Why are you biting me?" Kakashi remarked, extending his thumb to rub at the mosquito bite on Obito's neck. Irritated, Obito recoiled from his hand. "Do you think I'm foolish? Do you find amusement in toying with me? A mosquito bite is hardly comparable to your bite." As he spoke, Obito rubbed the back of his neck, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. "You seriously don't know this?" Kakashi said, retrieving his phone from his pocket with practiced ease. Opening a bookmarked video and turning the screen towards Obito. "Look, if you bite the mosquito bite again, it will relieve the itching." Obito leaned closer, watching the person in the video earnestly demonstrate how to bite a mosquito bite to alleviate the itch. Although it sounded somewhat plausible, Obito, with years of experience, dismissed it as utter nonsense. It was akin to scratching a cross on the mosquito bite with your nail. How could that possibly be effective? Merely a psychological comfort people concoct for themselves. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he found Kakashi watching him intently, sincerity radiating from his eyes. Strangely, at that moment, Obito felt a twinge of sympathy for the usually composed, silver-haired man before him. Perhaps, in certain mundane aspects of life, Kakashi possessed an unexpectedly naive side. Foolish Kakashi. Silly Kakashi. Obito sighed in exasperation, shaking his head while regarding him as if he were a simpleton. Kakashi, seemingly unfazed by Obito's scrutiny, merely smiled faintly before turning away to another faucet. He gently pressed the lever, and water gushed forth. Then, he pumped a couple of times on the soap dispenser. Lathering his hands with the white foam, he meticulously scrubbed his hands, paying attention to every finger, even cleansing beneath his nails. Finally, he donned a white disposable mask. Watching this from the side, Obito furrowed his brow. "Are you out of your mind? How obsessive-compulsive can you be? It was just a brief touch. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths to wash your hands? Does he think he is filthy? Or am I emitting some foul odor?" With these thoughts, Obito felt a flicker of irritation. "Remember to use strawberry milk next time." Get lost. Once Kakashi finished washing his hands and departed, Obito quickly leaned in to sniff his own clothes. Indeed, I did not detect any peculiar odor. Rather, he exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of banana milk, quite delightful. Kakashi Hitaki stepped outside, securing the restroom door, and retrieved a temporarily out-of-service sign from the adjacent storage room, placing it at the entrance. Oh, isn't that Teacher Kakashi? What brings you to this cafeteria? Two female teachers exclaimed, covering their mouths in astonishment, due to the proximity to his residence. Kakashi typically returned home for lunch during breaks. Even when he did not return, he would bring his homemade bento to school. Yet, they had never caught a glimpse of him during class breaks, let alone in the cafeteria, making this encounter quite rare. They were determined not to miss the opportunity to engage with this eligible bachelor, a man of intellect, gentleness, and handsome demeanor. He was the epitome of the ideal partner in the hearts of countless female teachers. Kakashi smiled politely. I occasionally wish to indulge in the culinary offerings of the school cafeteria. Oh, you should visit the cafeteria more often. I've heard several delightful new establishments have opened branches here recently. By the way, we are quite curious about one thing. We heard that you graduated from this school, and that Principal Tsunade recommended you for the position of vice principal upon your return from university? What? Another female teacher's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze toward Kakashi becoming fervently intense, as if she wished to leap into his arms. That is truly impressive. Another woman chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. No, that is merely a rumor. Just then, Obito Uchiha emerged from the laundry room and witnessed Kakashi surrounded by several female teachers, looking flustered. Though he muttered that Kakashi deserved it, his legs betrayed him, leading him toward Kakashi's direction. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. At the moment Obito greeted Kakashi, a loud voice abruptly overshadowed his own. Teacher Kakashi, finally found you. Someone from the administration is looking for you. They appear quite anxious. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, his tone resembling a mechanical voice, though his volume was notably high. Obito scratched his head, realizing his assistance was unnecessary here. And with Rin awaiting him for lunch, he turned to leave the cafeteria. Thanks for relaying the message, Naruto. I shall take my leave now. Naruto winked at Kakashi, admitting that he had fabricated the story about the principal seeking the homeroom teacher. He anticipated that Kakashi would be so popular in real life. Kakashi hurriedly exited. Upon stepping out of the cafeteria, a sense of relief washed over him. He preferred witnessing Obito's exasperated attempts to best him rather than being encircled by female colleagues. Hearing Kakashi's voice, Rin froze momentarily, realizing it bore a striking resemblance to that of her favorite singer. Brother, is that your homeroom teacher? So handsome. And his voice is enchanting. Stop daydreaming. Teacher Kakashi has a hidden penchant for reading adult literature. Who does not indulge in reading risque literature? I certainly do. Moreover, enjoying such literature reflects a grounded disposition. Thus, I have resolved to become a devoted admirer of Kakashi-sensei from this day forth. What? Naruto Uzumaki was utterly taken aback. Iron, once I return home, I shall confiscate your collection of those inappropriate books. At your tender age, why engage with such trivial matters? Uzumaki Iron gazed at her brother with a look of incredulity, pondering how he could deem such literature dull. Surely, her brother was not bereft of all emotions. Bye. Let us depart. We have a foolish brother here. After Bai and Uzumaki Iron left, Naruto furrowed his brows, still contemplating how to seize his sister's risque literature. What if she cried? Regardless, he resolved to confiscate them first and worry about the consequences later. The school celebration was approaching, and all members of various clubs were busy preparing for the event. In the classroom, several girls from the performance club were discussing who should play the roles of prince and princess, gradually shifting their gaze towards the current sensation, Naruto Uzumaki, the valiant prince, with his golden hair and sapphire-like eyes. This was none other than Naruto himself. Surrounded by the girls, Naruto found himself perplexed by their chatter. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, I myself? You are the prince. Naruto rubbed his nose and candidly admitted, I acknowledge my handsomeness. But it is not quite that exaggerated. Ha ha ha. We merely mean that you embody the warrior spirit of the prince, along with his hair color. Naruto's smile abruptly faded. You want me to play the prince? Not a chance. We were just jesting. Your charm is undeniably genuine. Someone attempted to salvage the situation. But Naruto was not swayed. Too late. Naruto's gaze shifted to the board where Sasuke Uchiha was erasing, and a mischievous idea sparked in his mind. Unless that guy becomes the princess, I shall take on the role of the prince, Naruto declared, pointing at Sasuke's back. The girls exchanged knowing glances, seemingly resolved. And then all converged on Sasuke Uchiha. Surrounded by a throng of girls, Sasuke wore an expression of irritation. What do you want? The girls chattered excitedly, recounting their proposal. But upon hearing it, Sasuke's face darkened. I refuse. Observing this, Naruto rushed over to stir the pot. Sasuke, with your looks, it would be a shame not to play the princess. Sasuke shot Naruto a glance. Did you orchestrate this? What orchestration? Are you suffering from paranoia? Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Kakashi Hitaki entered the room, overhearing their discussion about princes and princesses. But what is this commotion surrounding Sasuke? After grasping the situation, Kakashi smiled at Sasuke. You have been so absorbed in your studies without a break. I believe it is essential to balance work and leisure. Participating in activities occasionally can be beneficial for your studies. Naruto clapped his hands. You are absolutely right, sensei. It would be disastrous to become a bookworm and lose one's wits. Uchiha Sasuke gazed at his classmates, each one looking at him with eager anticipation, and finally sighed. Can I perhaps change my role? You might want to find a girl for the princess. Originally, Hinata was slated for the part. But due to her participation in an external competition for the Gentle Fist Society, she could not attend the final day of the school celebration. The other members of our class had their own commitments as well. Sasuke, I'm merely assisting my classmates. Surely you don't think I suggested you play the princess to get closer to you? That would be a touch narcissistic. Naruto Uzumaki, relishing the unfolding drama, pressed Sasuke into acquiescence. As the casting discussion came to a close, Naruto's victorious grin made Sasuke wish he could rip that smirk from his face. After school, the president of the drama club personally handed the script to the two of them. I'll rely on you both. We have only 7 days. So I'd appreciate it if you could come to school on Saturday and Sunday. No problem, Naruto exclaimed, tucking the script into his backpack. Sasuke glanced at the time. I have tutoring in the morning, so I can only come in the afternoon. That is fine, we'll be here all day. The president smiled, fearing that the two rivals might suddenly back out. By now, everyone at school was aware that Naruto's challenges stemmed from a bet with Sasuke. Although the specifics of the wager remained a mystery, rumors circulated that Sasuke had stolen Naruto's girlfriend, igniting a feud between them. With the bet being that if Naruto could defeat all the high-level adversaries, Sasuke would return the girl to him. Of course, neither of the principal parties was privy to such gossip. The following day, after lunch, Naruto arrived at the drama club. Upon entering, he found only a few members responsible for costumes and props, along with several supporting actors. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. He randomly chose a seat and began to peruse the script. The narrative unfolded as a prince rescuing a princess imprisoned in a castle, and Naruto grimaced at the melodramatic lines. He suddenly regretted agreeing to assist his classmates with the play. After a while, Sasuke hurried in, his demeanor cool and detached as he took a seat beside Naruto and opened his script. The two silently rehearsed, each word laboriously articulated without an ounce of emotion, creating an awkward atmosphere. Naruto frequently misread lines, forcing Sasuke to repeat them. How can you still mispronounce lines when you're just reading? Are you an idiot? I got mixed up. The other members looked at Naruto's script with confusion. Naruto, didn't you highlight the lines you were supposed to say? Huh. Oh, I forgot, Naruto admitted, clearly unaware of such a necessity. Stealing a glance at Sasuke's script, he noted the myriad of colorful highlights, a testament to Sasuke's diligent preparation at home. Last night, he took a moment to watch a basketball game played by the children in the park on his way home. After dinner, he indulged in a bit of television, enjoying a segment on the wonders of the animal kingdom, followed by a few rounds of computer gaming with friends. Despite his distractions, he neglected to review the script. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. During practice, some members began to whisper about the bet between the two of them. Uzumaki Naruto, with his keen ears, caught wind of it and approached with curiosity. What bet? The members were taken aback, stammering, and unwilling to divulge. However, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly interjected, with such poor script reading skills, you still have the energy to indulge in gossip. Naruto retorted, and yours is any better? At least I don't mispronounce words. Naruto stood up abruptly, cracking his knuckles. President, may I land a punch on him? How can you cooperate like this? Here's the plan. I have 2 tickets for a play. You two will attend a performance tomorrow at noon, and I'll assess your progress in the afternoon. What? I have to watch a play with him? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. For the sake of the performance, I must ask you to endure this. Today, I require nothing more than for you to familiarize yourselves with the lines. As practice progressed, Naruto's throat grew parched, just as he considered stepping out for a drink. A bottle of ice water appeared before him. He looked up to find Sasuke's impassive face. Surprised, Naruto accepted the water, subconsciously asking, "You're not poisoning it, are you? How generous of you. Drink it or don't," Sasuke replied, indifferent, as he put away the script and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" "I have matters to attend to tonight. I'm leaving." Naruto gulped down a few swigs of water and hurried after him. "Wait up, Sasuke. Let us discuss this tomorrow." Sasuke showed no sign of stopping, striding towards the school exit while frequently glancing at his watch. "This is rather important, damn it. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate?" Naruto pursued him all the way to the gate, grabbing his arm. "Didn't you say we talk tomorrow? Can't you understand simple words?" Sasuke impatiently shook Naruto off. Naruto despised his condescending demeanor and snapped back. "Do you think I want to talk to you? If it weren't for the play." At that moment, a black car halted before them, the driver rolling down the window, interrupting Naruto's words, "Young master, we're already late. We cannot afford to waste any more time." "I know, just get to the point. Quickly give me your number. Or how will we contact you tomorrow? The ticket time and location are clearly marked. If you can't see, perhaps you should donate your eyes." With that, Sasuke entered the car and drove away. "Screw you. What are you pretending for?" Naruto shouted, giving the departing vehicle the middle finger. As if to relieve his frustration, he hurled the half-finished bottle of water far away. A passing sanitation worker glared at him as though he were a villain. Embarrassed, he retrieved the bottle and, inexplicably, offered a smile to the old man. Anger could only be swallowed. But the next day, as he reflected on the events of the previous day, his irritation resurfaced, prompting him to call Nara Shikamaru. "Hello? Who is this?" Came Shikamaru's groggy voice from the other end, clearly still waking up. "Shikamaru, I recall you mentioning that your uncle works as a tutor at a learning institution. Is Sasuke also receiving tutoring there?" "Surely not. Are you still pestering him during your break?" "Isn't school enough? Don't speak nonsense." "Is he there?" "Indeed he is. But be honest with me. Why are you seeking him out for tutoring? Send me the address. Don't we have a play to perform together?" "The club president provided us with tickets to the play, urging us to learn how to act. I thought having a phone number would facilitate communication. Yet that jerk claimed I was blind, infuriating me. You're not planning to cause a scene there, are you? What do you take me for? Enough of this. Quickly send me the address." Naruto Uzumaki arrived at the location given by Nara Shikamaru, wandering back and forth in the alley behind the tutoring building. However, he soon spotted a black car entering the alley, resembling the one that picks up Uchiha Sasuke daily. Curiosity piqued. Naruto followed and happened upon Sasuke exiting through the back door of the tutoring building. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit emerged from the car and, without hesitation, slapped Sasuke across the face. "Do you know why I struck you?" the man demanded. "Yes," Sasuke replied quietly. "Do you truly understand? Do you comprehend why you were late yesterday? Didn't I tell you to manage your time effectively? That politician and his family placed the utmost importance on harmony and punctuality, yet you arrived 10 minutes late yesterday? By losing that politician's support, you effectively lost 3 others as well." Faced with his father's stern and reproachful gaze, Sasuke slowly lowered his head, remaining silent. Uchiha Fugaku's face was a mask of fury, his piercing eyes fixed intently on his disappointing son as he bellowed, "My child, as an Uchiha, you are destined to achieve greatness. Yet here you are, daring to defy my plans. If you continue down this path of obstinacy, you will forever remain a failure." Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered the tense atmosphere between father and son. The secretary beside Uchiha Fugaku promptly answered the call, engaging in a brief exchange before leaning in to whisper into Fugaku's ear. After hearing the secretary's report, Fugaku nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. He then directed his gaze back at his son, letting out a cold snort as he remarked, "This time, I shall let it slide. But there must not be a next time. Otherwise, it won't merely be a slap. Remember our agreement." Uchiha Fugaku leisurely entered the car, noticing Sasuke's continued silence. He cleared his throat intentionally, seeking to draw his son's attention. However, Sasuke remained unresponsive, standing motionless with a vacant expression. After a lengthy pause, as if awakening from a dream, Sasuke slowly bent down, mechanically bowing to his father, and murmured almost inaudibly, "Father, please drive safely." Upon finishing his words, he clenched his fists tightly. Uchiha Fugaku nodded expressionlessly, his tone cold as he admonished, "I am leaving. Remember to make friends at school who can be beneficial and useful to you. Do not spend your days idly, and do not let me feel disappointed in you again." As his words faded, the car sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and the solitary figure of Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki, who had been quietly observing the scene, felt an inexplicable sense of awkwardness swell within him. He could not comprehend the cold and distant father-son relationship before him. Had he not stumbled upon this encounter today, he would have found it hard to believe that such an unconventional family dynamic still existed in the world. At that moment, a crisp sound shattered the surrounding silence. Following the noise, Naruto turned to see Sasuke, unbeknownst to him, crouched in the corner. With practiced ease, he produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited a cigarette. The slender stick of smoke appeared particularly striking between his long fingers as he slightly raised his head, gently biting the end of the cigarette. The glowing ember flickered, casting faint sparks that danced in the shadows. He sat there, quietly gazing at the gradually spreading glow, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a prolonged silence, he slowly withdrew the cigarette from his lips. His thin lips pressed together, and the smoke rose gracefully in swirling tendrils. For reasons unknown, in that moment, Naruto found himself deeply captivated by the melancholic aura surrounding Sasuke, unable to tear his gaze away. Though he possessed the enviable blessing of a perfect family, he had yet to experience the happiness that such a family should bring. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click on the next page to continue reading the captivating content. In the world of shinobi, Uchiha Sasuke had always been the proudest and most ostentatious individual, and Naruto had never witnessed his vulnerable side. Perhaps he had never had the opportunity, as they had spent a significant portion of their time apart. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto ultimately chose to turn and leave. At the entrance of the theater, he mused to himself, "He is right. I merely came to watch a play. The time and place are set, so I can wait for him here. Why should I be so angry?" Sitting on the steps, he continued to talk to himself. Passers-by could not help but quicken their pace, perceiving him as a lunatic. As Naruto languished in boredom while waiting, Sasuke finally appeared, his expression still one of indifference, as if the events of the morning had never occurred. "Have you been waiting long?" Sasuke asked coolly. "Humph," Naruto retorted, standing up and striding into the theater. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning away, he regretted it, for he witnessed something he should not have seen. Sasuke, momentarily at a loss for words, appeared uncharacteristically flustered, prompting Naruto to huff in response. "Keep that foolish head of yours focused, and don't fall asleep and delay everyone's performance." Naruto rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Indeed, caring about his feelings makes me a complete fool. My mother said that feeling sorry for a man leads to a lifetime of misfortune. What nonsense. What am I even thinking?" Uchiha Sasuke observed the head-nodding Naruto Uzumaki ahead of him, prompting a suspicion that this individual might lack the very essence of intellect. Upon entering the theater, the two found their seats and settled in. As the lights dimmed, the play commenced. "My friend has betrayed us all. I shall certainly bring him back." The actress recounted her tale upon the stage, while the spotlight illuminated the opposite side, revealing a male actor clad in leather, turned away from the audience, as a shadowy image of a harmonious family emerged behind him. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, accompanied by a piercing scream that resonated throughout the hall. The shadows fell one by one, blood splattering across the curtain as darkness enveloped the stage once more. "My family has been assassinated. Their demise will not halt my ascent to power. I seek vengeance. I shall sever all ties here." The male actor slowly turned, his gaze filled with hatred and resolve, infecting the audience with a palpable intensity, plunging them into silence. In the next scene, the male and female actors faced off, guns aimed at each other's foreheads. "You cannot leave," the actress implored. "I cannot bear to watch you descend into darkness." The male actor retorted, "But I have always dwelled in darkness. I am under no obligation to heed your words. What bond must we share? We are friends." She insisted. "Enough. With that." The male actor struck the actress, leaving her unconscious on the ground, while he knelt beside her, their faces mere inches apart, as the surrounding lights faded to black, illuminating only the two of them. He bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead before departing without a glance back. Two beams of light shone upon them before gradually fading into darkness, leaving the audience in a state of uproar. Naruto Uzumaki in the audience furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of déjà vu regarding the unfolding narrative. Sasuke noted with surprise that Naruto, typically prone to slumber and dull lectures, was fully engaged in the play's progression. As the lights brightened once more, the actress awakened, frantically searching for the male actor, who was valiantly confronting the forces of darkness, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Upon arriving, the actress discovered him on the brink of death, tears streaming down her face. "Regardless of our relationship, I do not wish to lose you," she cried. The male actor managed a weak smile, confessing, "In my heart, we have long transcended mere friendship." At that moment, the villain emerged from the shadows, mocking their affections. The actress rose in fury, engaging in a fierce battle with the antagonist. The male actor struggled to assist her, their synergy evident. Ultimately, upon vanquishing the foe, he gazed deeply into her eyes, proclaiming, "I love you. Our bond surpasses the confines of friendship." The actress replied, "I am sorry. It is my fault for discovering my true feelings too late. I love you as well." From the audience, Naruto chuckled cynically, bemused by his own ability to find resonance in a tale of romantic entanglement, a notion that struck him as utterly absurd. As the performance concluded, the throngs began to disperse gradually. Naruto Uzumaki stretched lazily and remarked to Sasuke Uchiha, "This play is rather intriguing, isn't it?" Sasuke Uchiha snorted in response, "Mediocre." Naruto, taken aback, mentally labeled Sasuke as a pretentious individual. As they walked side by side, Naruto remained engrossed in the narrative of the play, oblivious even to a cyclist approaching swiftly ahead. "Hey, watch out." Suddenly, a kind-hearted voice rang out from across the street. Just as Naruto and the speeding bicycle were on the verge of colliding, Sasuke, with a swift movement, reached out and firmly grasped the hat on Naruto's attire, yanking it back with force. The bicycle zipped past Naruto, narrowly missing him and sending a gust of wind that left him in a cold sweat. "What were you thinking? You almost got hit," Sasuke questioned, irritation etched on his face. "I was just distracted. Why are you making such a fuss?" Naruto replied impatiently. "If I had known you would be this reckless, I might as well have let it hit you," Sasuke retorted. "You." Naruto, recognizing his fault, awkwardly muttered, "Thanks, I suppose." The two continued on their way to school, the atmosphere between them unusually silent, neither daring to break the quiet. As they passed a narrow alley, a few unsavory figures emerged from within. Upon closer inspection, it was the gang of delinquents that Naruto had previously dealt with at another school. They instantly recognized Naruto, their eyes flashing with malice as they hissed, Well, we finally caught you, kid. Today, we shall reclaim our pride." Unfazed by the hostile group, Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, step aside and wait for me. I'll handle these guys swiftly." However, Sasuke smirked slightly, his expression revealing disdain. "Humph. I happen to have some pent-up frustration that needs an outlet. Their appearance is quite timely." Without further ado, both lunged toward the gang. A synchronized assault ensued, fists flying and the shouts of the thugs echoing in the alley. The delinquents quickly realized they could not withstand the duo's seamless cooperation and scattered in disarray. Both Naruto and Sasuke emerged with only minor scrapes on their knuckles. Several female classmates from the drama club, witnessing their injuries, hurriedly fetched a first aid kit. Tenderly, they disinfected the wounds and applied band-aids. "I thought you two had gotten into a fight, but it turns out you faced off against thugs. Thankfully, your faces are unscathed," the club president remarked. He was well aware of Naruto's strength, and though he had not heard tales of Sasuke's fighting prowess, members of the Uchiha clan were generally formidable. Moreover, the success of their play relied heavily on their striking appearances. Any blemish on their faces would render his production imperfect, driving him to madness. After the script reading, the club president hurriedly applauded, acknowledging the two performers for their commendable efforts today. Although there were still minor flaws in their delivery, there was a hint of genuine emotion present. He encouraged them to practice diligently at home, assuring them that memorization would become easier with time. "It's quite simple, don't worry. I'll have it memorized by tomorrow," boasted Naruto Uzumaki, eager to maintain his pride. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha's phone, resting on the table, vibrated gently, accompanied by a melodious ringtone. Sasuke glanced at the screen, which displayed a text message from the driver. After a brief scan of its contents, he nonchalantly tucked the phone back into his pocket and stood up, silently making his way toward the door. Meanwhile, Naruto lingered inside, seemingly oblivious to Sasuke's early departure. It was only when he finally gathered his belongings to leave that he was startled to discover a torrential downpour outside. Raindrops pounded against the windows and the ground, creating splashes of water. As Naruto reached the door, he spotted Sasuke standing quietly, seemingly waiting for the rain to subside, with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke gazed into the distance, his indifferent expression contrasting starkly with the relentless downpour. "Hey Sasuke, call me big brother and I might generously lend you my umbrella," Naruto declared, a triumphant grin on his face as he approached Sasuke, deliberately adopting a teasing tone. However, before Sasuke could respond, Naruto suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dad, wait for me in the car, I'll be right there." The unexpected outburst startled Sasuke, who frowned and glanced back at Naruto, internally questioning the logic of his loud proclamation given the distance from the school gate. It became apparent that Naruto had answered a phone call. Perhaps his excitement or urgency had compelled him to shout. Soon, he noticed the curious stares from those around him, prompting an awkward smile as he ended the call. Without hesitation, he thrust the umbrella into Sasuke's hands and dashed into the rain, sprinting towards the school gate. Sasuke stared at the umbrella in his hands for a few moments. Then, regaining his composure, he smirked slightly, opened the umbrella, and leisurely walked outside. The following day, Naruto caught a cold, sneezing incessantly during the afternoon rehearsal, filling the trash can with tissues. All the other club members, except for Sasuke, kept their distance, wary of catching Naruto's illness. The president, ever thoughtful, prepared a cup of ginger tea and handed it to Naruto. "You must have caught a chill yesterday. Drink plenty of hot water to recover quickly." "I'm fine, thank you, President," Naruto replied with a smile before taking a sip. Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Naruto, who was suffering from a cold, and felt a twinge of guilt. However, Naruto's next remarks swiftly dispelled that sentiment. "I lent you my umbrella yesterday. Surely today you ought to call me big brother?" "How juvenile," Sasuke thought, crossing his arms with an expression of disdain. "Oh, what a pitiful princess. I shall surely escort you back to your kingdom." Naruto gently caressed Sasuke's face, his eyes filled with compassion, exuding a sense of sympathy. Sasuke momentarily froze, then quickly recited his lines. "Thank you, golden-haired prince. Upon my return, I shall ensure my father rewards you handsomely." Grasping Naruto's hand, he pondered. How did this fellow's acting suddenly improve? Sasuke's transition was somewhat lacking, and his movements felt stiff, while Naruto's performance was nothing short of exquisite. At that moment, the costume team eagerly raised their hands, assuring everyone, "Worry not. The prince's heels are quite high, and the princess's gown is long as the shoes are flat. Any footwear will suffice." Naruto basked in the well-deserved praise, only to find the subsequent remarks sounding like insults. "I still have room to grow. This cannot be my final height." "Fool, height does not materialize in just a few days." Sasuke couldn't resist delivering a sharp retort. Naruto shot him a glare. "Just wait and see. The future may surprise you." "All right, I shall await that moment," Sasuke replied, and Naruto found himself momentarily speechless, secretly competing with him in spirit. The school celebration was set to last 3 days, during which everyone busied themselves with preparations for outdoor stalls. Naruto and Sasuke had rehearsed their play extensively, and on the first day of the festivities, the drama club took a well-deserved break. Yet, even with a day off, they could not miss the celebratory activities. Students from the middle school flocked to the high school to partake in the festivities, accompanied by visitors from other schools, parents who came to support, and passers-by who received invitations through flyers. Naruto's sister, Uzumaki Ino, purchased a box of takoyaki and, after sharing 2 with him, handed him the remainder. "Why did you buy it if you weren't going to finish it? Am I a garbage disposal?" he grumbled impatiently. "You can eat some too, didn't you skip lunch? What do you think my appetite is like?" Naruto protested, struggling to balance multiple bags while still chewing on the remnants of his sister's snack. "I'm not joining you. I'll leave my things in my classroom. If you need anything, come find me there." "All right, got it." Ino continued enjoying herself, not even glancing back. Naruto sighed softly, muttering to himself, "Children just love to play. Not even a glance in my direction." Upon returning, he spotted Sakura and Ino encircled around a girl whose ankle was swollen. "What should we do? I might not be able to go to the cafe. It's all my fault for twisting my ankle," the girl lamented. "It's all right. It was merely an accident, not intentional at all. We can manage," Sakura reassured her with a warm smile. "You should head to the infirmary now." "I, Yamanaka Ino, just happened to see Naruto Uzumaki." "Naruto, you're back, just in time. Could you help us take Shojin to the infirmary? No problem, hop on. With that, Naruto Uzumaki half-squatted and beckoned the girl to climb onto his back. Shojin's cheeks flushed slightly as she suppressed her shyness and nestled against Naruto's back. Sakura Haruno and Yamanaka Ino hurriedly followed behind. After they escorted Shojin to her destination and ensured she was settled, Ino glanced at Naruto's face, seemingly struck by a thought, and smiled broadly. Naruto was taken aback by her expression. What are you up to? Sakura, do you think Naruto could lend us a hand? Ino immediately comprehended Ino's intention. She pulled out a maid outfit from her backpack, complete with cat ears and a bow headband. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. What do you mean? Naruto crossed his arms over his chest, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Our cafe is short-staffed. If you wear this maid outfit, you would be absolutely adorable and surely attract many customers. Ino explained with a mischievous grin. Absolutely not. Naruto firmly refused. Naruto, would you really just stand by and watch your classmates' cafe struggle due to a lack of hands? Ino feigned wiping away tears. Sakura also looked at him with hopeful eyes. Naruto gritted his teeth. You guys are too much. Yet, he reluctantly accepted the maid outfit. When Naruto emerged dressed in the maid outfit, Uchiha Sasuke happened to pass by and was momentarily stunned by the sight. Ha ha ha, Sasuke. Doesn't Naruto look like a cute little maid? Ino burst into laughter. Naruto's face turned crimson. Don't laugh. Sasuke approached, unexpectedly teasing Naruto. Not bad. It really suits your temperament. Naruto's face reddened even more, realizing that Sasuke was implying he would make a fitting woman. Clearly, it was a jest, and it disgusted him. Naruto shoved Sasuke's shoulder, taking a few steps away. As he exited the classroom, he turned, leaned against the door, and made a face at Sasuke while raising 2 fingers in a playful gesture. Sasuke watched Naruto leave, clearly satisfied, and surprisingly, he chuckled instead of being angry about the gesture. Sakura and Ino exchanged incredulous glances at the fleeting smile on Sasuke's face. It seemed that when someone is charming, even the most mischievous gestures appear endearing to others. Sakura couldn't help but comment. Ino linked arms with Sakura and winked. I told you my taste is exceptional. Our cafe will definitely be the sales champion today. Sakura's face flushed as she stammered. Why yes, we will be the champions tonight. Well then, we shall take our leave, ex-boyfriend. Ino playfully blew a kiss to Sasuke. Sakura's expression darkened, and she quickly covered Ino's mouth, urging, stop it, let us hurry. She dragged her away from the classroom. Those acquainted with Naruto Uzumaki, upon witnessing him serving tea at a maid cafe, were split in their reactions. Some were drawn in, while others appeared to be merely spectators relishing a spectacle. As they gazed at him with expressions akin to those observing a monkey, Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes, his clatter of cups growing noticeably louder. Be careful, Naruto. You might break the cups. Shall I make the coffee then? After all, most of it is instant, he suggested. All right. I'll take the orders. You handle the coffee. Sakura Haruno swiftly interjected, fearing he might utter the words instant coffee. Yet, just as Naruto began to prepare a few cups, a resounding slap echoed from across the room. Where did your filthy hands wander? Sakura threatened, gripping the wrist of a bespectacled man. Isn't that the very purpose of your maid outfits? He retorted, shielding his face from the imprint of her slap, brazenly uttering repugnant words. Before Sakura could retaliate with a punch, Naruto swiftly intervened, delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling beneath a table. The lenses of his glasses shattered, and a tooth was knocked loose. Who the hell are you? How dare you treat a customer like this? Turning to see Naruto grinning ominously at him, the bespectacled man felt a chill run down his spine. Great Demon King. This was the moniker bestowed upon Naruto by those he had previously vanquished. Terrified, the man fled, sprinting away with all his might. Don't run, you pervert. You're finished. Naruto shouted, hastily pursuing him, though the skirt he wore hampered his speed, forcing him to lift it as he ran. Meanwhile, the man gulped down a vial of potion from his pocket, abruptly accelerating. Even Naruto, utilizing his abilities, struggled to keep pace. In another corner, Kiba Inuzuka, bored, tossed a ring towards Akamaru, who eagerly caught it in playful abandon. However, Akamaru suddenly sensed a disturbance, barking excitedly and darting toward the street. Akamaru, wait, Kiba called, following suit, only to realize Naruto was in hot pursuit of the fleeing man. What is going on, Naruto? Kiba inquired. Naruto recounted the events succinctly. Upon hearing this, Kiba's eyes widened in fury. That guy is despicable. Akamaru. He whistled sharply, and Akamaru immediately took off in pursuit of the bespectacled man. The man, believing the speed-enhancing potion would ensure his escape, was caught off guard by the relentless pursuit of a large dog. In a panic, he bolted into a dead-end alley. Naruto, Kiba, and Akamaru cornered him, the man trembling in fear and pleading for mercy. Now you're afraid? Where did that bravado go? Naruto scoffed, arms crossed, his expression one of disdain. Kiba glared at the man with equal fury. With a woeful countenance, the bespectacled man cried out, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Please let me go. Better to report your misdeeds to the authorities. Naruto retorted. After the bespectacled man was taken away by the police car, Naruto Uzumaki felt a peculiar emptiness above his head and realized that his hairband had mysteriously vanished. What the heck? I've lost my hairpin, he exclaimed. Woof. When it comes to searching for lost items, let Akamaru handle it. The duo followed Akatsuki back to the maid cafe stall, only to find it filled with patrons, predominantly girls. Naruto observed Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka bustling outside and couldn't help but wonder, if you two are out here, then who is making the coffee? Following their gaze, he discovered that the one preparing the beverages was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. No wonder so many girls were drawn here. As he watched Sasuke's diligent figure, a wave of discontent washed over him. Why does this guy possess greater popularity among girls than I do? How should I know? Perhaps girls prefer the aloof type, replied Kiba Inuzuka, equally vexed. By the way, why is my hairpin on his head? Naruto, now that you're back, hurry up and help, Sakura urged, pushing Naruto toward the preparation area. Although reluctant, he complied and stood beside Sasuke, purposefully bumping his shoulder. Hey, return my hairpin, he demanded. Sasuke, focused on the menu, ignored him. Just then, a female customer approached and ordered 2 cups of specialty coffee. Eager to showcase his skills and overshadow Sasuke, Naruto hastily took the order. But in his eagerness, he made a blunder, spilling coffee everywhere. Sasuke sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he silently prepared 2 flawless cups of coffee and handed them to the customer. The girl, beaming sweetly, smiled at Sasuke and slipped him a note before departing. Witnessing this, Naruto's frustration intensified, and he muttered under his breath, it's just because he's a bit more handsome. Sasuke's lips curved slightly upwards, a subtle reaction he didn't even recognize. With a steady stream of customers and supplies running low, they managed to close the stall earlier than expected, raking in a substantial profit. As they sat down to rest, Naruto slumped in his chair, utterly exhausted, until he heard his sister's voice from behind. Brother? Hinata Uzumaki hesitated, and when Naruto turned around, she gasped and covered her mouth. It really is you. You look quite good in a maid outfit. I was also surprised. Could it be that Naruto shared his affinity for cross-dressing? The chapter isn't over. Please click to continue reading. In a flurry, Naruto hid behind Sasuke and feigned a high-pitched voice, declaring, You've mistaken me for someone else, little sister. I am not your brother. Hinata looked utterly speechless. Tonight's pudding is. Hinata, what brings you here? Naruto quickly straightened up at the mention of the special pudding. The others were amused by Naruto's sudden change in demeanor. Feeling quite embarrassed, Naruto said, All right, it's getting late. We should head home. Wait. I just happen to have 6 haunted house tickets. Ino waved the tickets in front of everyone. Let's go to the haunted house. They expire tomorrow. Sounds great. Upon hearing the words haunted house, Uzumaki Karen instantly shed her social anxiety, her spirits lifting unexpectedly. What amusement could a haunted house possibly offer? It was all mere illusion. Uzumaki Naruto, feeling somewhat guilty, cradled his head in his hands, feigning disinterest in the haunted house's allure. I nearly forgot. My brother fears ghosts. A jest indeed. I, your brother. Fear nothing. Thus, the 6 of them linked arms, marching forward into the haunted house, while Uzumaki Naruto, trailing at the back, chuckled, declaring, I shall fend off any specters that may appear behind you, so you need not fear. No one took his words seriously. Yet Uzumaki Karen provided her brother with ample emotional support, exclaiming, Leave the rear to me, brother. Though initially terrified, Uzumaki Naruto's confidence swelled as he sensed the trembling of those around him. He patted Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder and teased, Sasuke, why are you shaking? With me, Naruto. By your side, what is there to fear? Uchiha Sasuke pressed his lips together, stifling a laugh. The one who boasted of being unafraid of anything was now revealed to be afraid of ghosts. As they entered the haunted house, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. accompanied by eerie sounds echoing from the shadows. Uzumaki Naruto outwardly feigned bravado, yet internally, he was gripped by fear. Suddenly, a fake hand emerged from the wall, brushing against Yamanaka Ino's leg, prompting her to scream. Uzumaki Naruto, startled, shut his eyes tight, paralyzed with fear and reluctant to make a sound, lest he be ridiculed. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino hurriedly pulled Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Karen away from the frightful scene. Uchiha Sasuke noticed that the person ahead had deliberately shaken off his hand. He intended to follow them, but realized that Uzumaki Naruto was gripping his shoulder tightly, hindering his progress. Hey! Uchiha Sasuke tugged at Naruto's hand, ready to inform him that they had strayed apart. Yet, at the moment of contact, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't suppress a scream. At that moment, all Uzumaki Naruto could think was about shame. He just wanted to escape. This place was terrifying beyond measure. In a panic, Uzumaki Naruto turned and bolted, relying on his memory of the path they had taken, only to find himself at a dead end. Uchiha Sasuke, resigned, set out to locate him, relieved that the area was not vast, and soon found Uzumaki Naruto trapped in a corner. However, Uzumaki Naruto heard someone calling his name and noticed a door had suddenly appeared beside him. Elated, he believed it to be an exit and rushed toward it. Just then, a strong arm halted him, and he caught a whiff of a faint sea salt mint scent, realizing he had nearly stepped out of the window. Before he could comprehend the situation, Uchiha Sasuke yanked him back. Are you attempting to leap from a building? How peculiar, it was a door just moments ago. Have I fallen into some illusion? Uzumaki Naruto pondered. Regardless, we must leave this place. Uchiha Sasuke turned to depart. Wait, don't leave me behind. Uzumaki Naruto grasped the hem of Uchiha Sasuke's clothing, fearful of being abandoned. Don't hold on so tightly. The button is about to pop. I'm not gripping it tightly. Why exaggerate so? Uzumaki Naruto shouted, his anxiety mounting, terrified that a real ghost might have mingled among the fakes. The two of them stumbled their way out at last. You took so long. Why did it take you so long to emerge? In the mountains. When Ino Yamanaka beheld Sasuke Uchiha being yanked out of his wrinkled school uniform shirt, a mischievous smile spread across her face. It appeared that the two had been enjoying themselves quite well. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki's sister, Kushina, wore a look of disbelief, her brother's flushed face, a result of embarrassment, twisted into a semblance of shyness. She sighed internally, contemplating the good news, indeed, a delightful spectacle to witness, and the bad news. Her brother seemed to be utterly clueless. What then? Should she call Sasuke? Brother-in-law seemed inappropriate. Perhaps brother-husband or sister-brother. Hey, Ino, Shikamaru Nara gently nudged the dazed Kushina. It's getting late. I should take my leave. Alright, bye. After the six-member team disbanded, Naruto finally found the time to return to the classroom and change out of his maid outfit. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that someone had drawn a crude turtle on his school uniform. Who did this? If I find out, they'll be in for it. In a fit of rage, Naruto hurled his uniform out the window. Why did you dispose of the evidence? Kushina exclaimed, extending her hand. Instantly, the uniform outside contorted and reappeared in her grasp. Her unique ability allowed her to traverse the fabric of time and space with items she had touched. I can hand this over to the logistics teacher. She can provide you with a new uniform. Naruto quickly donned a white shirt, relieved that it remained unscathed. Yet, midway through, he felt a chilling breeze against his back. While the shirt was indeed unmarked, it had been sliced open, the whole resembling an unfortunate shape. What on earth? Who did this? Naruto shouted in exasperation. Sasuke Uchiha stepped out, glancing at the security camera at the end of the corridor and then at the classroom door. We could check the surveillance room for any suspicious activity. Thus, the trio made their way to the monitoring room, only to find that the camera covering their classroom door was malfunctioning. Ugh, this is infuriating. Calm down, brother. The culprit will inevitably reveal themselves. Kushina comforted her frantic sibling. Sasuke tossed his jacket to Kushina, remarking, it seems there's no point in lingering. I'll take my leave. Alright, bye. Kushina waved as she received the garment, pondering how thoughtful it was of him to lend her brother something infused with her scent. Was this a display of possessiveness? It appeared he was quite cunning. What do you mean? Who would want to wear your clothes? Naruto retorted, his irritation with everyone except his sister palpable. Sasuke smirked slightly, leaving with that remark. Naruto huffed, but ultimately put on the jacket. After all, he couldn't very well wander about with his back exposed. Upon returning home, he encountered his mother, Kushina, descending the stairs with a laundry basket. Back already? Strip off your uniforms so I can wash them together. You one team need them tomorrow anyway. Without a word, Naruto hastily removed his uniform and dashed upstairs. You're in such a hurry to play that ridiculous game. You ought to study more. Once in his room, Naruto powered on his computer and logged into the game, only to find the seasoned player who had previously guided him through dungeons was online. Naruto, long time no see. Strict parents, huh? Have you been busy? The last time I saw you online was a month ago. New season, Sasuke. Naruto noticed that a new dungeon had just been released. Shall we tackle it together? In 10 minutes, I'll join the team for the Blood Valley hard mode. Naruto has joined the party. Hey, you all seem to be having a good time without me. The most handsome one here. Naruto, why did you arrive so late? This dungeon is quite challenging. We've attempted it 3 times with Sasuke and have yet to succeed. Don't worry, everyone. Now that I'm here, victory is within reach. Solitary God, the marksman, let me explain the mechanics of this challenging dungeon to you, Naruto. No need. I've already watched a video. Darn it. I just died. So close. It's alright, Sasuke is still alive. This week's hard mode challenge successfully completed. Handsome marksman, haha. With this round, Sasuke and Naruto have managed to pull through. Yet you both fell so early? Hehe. Just a mistake. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Naruto had no more dungeons to attempt, so he logged off. After exiting the game, he descended the stairs and happened upon Hinata rummaging through the refrigerator. Oh, what are you looking for? Ah, you scared me. Naruto, unexpectedly chiming in, startled Hinata, causing her to drop the pudding plate she was holding. Quick as a flash, Naruto caught the plate, the pudding intact. Goodness, Hinata, you've been sneaking my pudding. I was just taking a look. Dad, my sister is stealing my pudding. In the living room, Minato, watching television, wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled. Your aunt mentioned that if you all enjoy it, you should take your friends to her cafe for desserts. The mere thought of their overly enthusiastic aunt sent a shiver down both Naruto's and Hinata's spines. Let us leave that to my sister. She seems to enjoy it so much. No, I suddenly don't want any. I'm going to bed first. Though both brothers feigned smiles, they secretly competed against one another, neither daring to face their exuberant aunt. On the 3rd day, the school buzzed with excitement as everyone prepared for the afternoon's celebration. Naruto wandered the campus and suddenly spotted Sasuke sitting under a tree, amusing himself with the school's kittens. Hey Sasuke! Naruto dashed over to greet him. Sasuke glanced up. Ready for the final rehearsal? Before he could finish, Naruto crossed his arms. Just then, a few girls carrying decorative ribbons accidentally bumped into Naruto, scattering the ribbons everywhere. One girl quickly apologized, and Naruto waved his hand dismissively, bending down to help collect the ribbons. Seeing this, Sasuke also crouched down to assist, and their hands brushed against each other, creating a subtle yet palpable atmosphere. Thank you both. The girls hurriedly retrieved their ribbons and departed. Naruto rubbed his nose, chuckling, haha. I'm still quite charming. They were all shy around me. Sasuke snorted dismissively and made his way toward the school theater. Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm less charming than you? Naruto retorted, following him, clearly annoyed. The grand celebration finally commenced, and in the blink of an eye, the vast audience was nearly seated to capacity. Upon the stage, the resplendent lights shimmered like twinkling stars in the night sky, gradually illuminating the entirety of the platform with a gentle and warm glow. Concurrently, the melodious strains of music flowed forth like a babbling brook, enveloping the audience in a soothing embrace. In this moment of collective anticipation, Naruto Uzumaki ascended the stage with graceful steps, adorned in an exquisitely magnificent prince's attire that rendered him radiant and resplendent. Particularly striking were his eyes, reminiscent of sparkling sapphires, deep and luminous, as clear and pure as the cerulean sky. Yet, unlike the traditional portrayal of a princely figure, Naruto exuded an aura of innocence, akin to a sunlit young prince, evoking an immediate affection from those who beheld him. Gasps of astonishment and murmurs of admiration rippled through the audience. Some could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! Is this truly the same boisterous bully who claimed he would dominate the school? He seems utterly transformed." Others smiled in approval, nodding in appreciation. Who would have thought he'd look so dashing in princely garb? As key characters made their entrances, a magnetic narration commenced, heralding the unfolding of the tale. The appearance of Sasuke Uchiha ignited further excitement among the spectators. Who is that princess? She seems strangely familiar. You don't know? That is Sasuke. Incredible. The top student and the class slacker are performing together in a play? The narrator eloquently recounted the story's background. A mysterious and malevolent dragon suddenly descended, mercilessly abducting the beautiful and kind princess of the Eastern Kingdom. In this dire moment, the brave and intrepid Prince Naruto stepped forth, pledging a solemn vow to the anxious king of the Eastern Kingdom, declaring his unwavering commitment to rescue Princess Zoe from the clutches of the wicked dragon at any cost. After a grueling and intense battle, the valiant prince ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast and safely returned the princess to her homeland. However, the princess was afflicted by a curse that rendered her incapable of expressing love to her beloved. Uttering her feelings would plunge her into eternal slumber. Unbeknownst to the prince, he was a lovesick fool, ceaselessly professing his affection for her. "Princess Zoe, I love you, and I hope you will marry me." The princess remained silent, merely shaking her head. "Then, perhaps we can be friends." Witnessing the prince's despondent figure, the princess, unable to bear his sorrow, finally confessed her love. "Friends? No, that is not it. I love you, Prince Naruto Uzumaki." Yet, as she declared her love, she succumbed to her curse and fell into a deep slumber. The prince was heartbroken, weeping as he held her close. His tears ultimately moved the god of love. "Prince Naruto, if your love for Princess Zoe is genuine, bestow upon her a true love's kiss. I too love you, my beautiful princess. I shall offer you my heart and the most sincere kiss." Sasuke Uchiha narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently upon Naruto, who was leaning in closer, his heart racing with a tumult of emotions. Could it be that this fellow truly intends to kiss? At the thought, he instinctively clenched his jaw, every muscle in his body taut with tension. Uchiha Sasuke attempted to tilt his head aside, desperate to evade the awkward situation. However, Uzumaki Naruto seemed utterly absorbed in the unfolding drama, his hands firmly gripping the back of Uchiha Sasuke's head, rendering any attempt to escape futile. "This is a bit much, my dear Uchiha," Sasuke managed to utter through gritted teeth, though regrettably, the volume of the background music drowned out his feeble protest. Completely oblivious to this, Naruto continued to lean in, his head bowed, unwavering in his approach towards Sasuke's face. As their lips drew alarmingly close, it appeared they were mere moments away from a collision. Suddenly, a massive curtain descended from above, perfectly obscuring their figures. As the curtain gently fell, the audience erupted into applause, signaling the conclusion of the play. The members of the drama club rushed onto the stage, showering praise upon them for their performance. And Naruto joyfully rose to his feet. Accepting the accolades with enthusiasm, he even joined in the self-praise, appearing somewhat lost in the moment. In stark contrast, Uchiha Sasuke remained motionless on the ground, a still figure amidst the excitement. His fair complexion had inexplicably flushed crimson, resembling a ripe, luscious tomato. His mind lingered on the image of Naruto, eyes closed, leaning in to kiss him, barely avoiding actual contact. If a kiss had truly occurred, it would surely have been soft. His thoughts flickered back to their first encounter, which indeed had been gentle. Realizing the absurdity of his musings, Sasuke shook his head vigorously, casting aside such thoughts as he sat up. "Hey Sasuke, how did I perform? Am I not superior to you?" Before Sasuke could regain his composure, Naruto crouched down before him, flashing a charming smile. Startled, Sasuke widened his eyes and swiftly averted his gaze from Naruto, abruptly rising to his feet. I have urgent business," he exclaimed, hastily departing the scene. Naruto watched Sasuke's hurried retreat with a puzzled expression, scratching his head in confusion. What is going on? Meanwhile, the club president was busy discussing plans to celebrate the successful performance. Approaching Naruto, the president clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Naruto, considering that the celebration will end quite late today, I've decided that our drama group will go out for dinner next weekend. Are you available?" "Absolutely. What about Sasuke? I just saw you two together," the president queried, craning his neck to look around. "He said he was in a hurry, probably off to the restroom," Naruto deduced logically. "Oh, that is fine. He'll return for the performance later. I'll inform him shortly." With that, the president turned to leave. "Wait, does he still have a performance?" Naruto interjected. Indeed, today in the music club, a classmate was unable to sing due to a sore throat from a cold. However, since everything had been arranged, she had no choice but to seek assistance from Sasuke. At that moment, the club president, with a mischievous grin, leaned on Naruto's shoulder and began to gossip in hushed tones. She was indeed a beauty. It was rumored that the two had been classmates in middle school and appeared quite intimate. Perhaps she was an ex-girlfriend? Naruto raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he should also experience the sweetness of romance. After all, he couldn't allow himself to be outdone by Sasuke in matters of the heart. Meanwhile, Sasuke had retreated to a quiet corner, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily, attempting to regain his composure. This was madness. He must be going insane. Why was he incessantly haunted by the image of their accidental kiss? It was utterly revolting. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Asked Karen, adjusting her glasses in surprise. I told you, I'm not joining the student council. Sasuke's tone was frigid. Karen, unfazed, relished this aspect of him, which only fueled her desire to conquer him. After ensuring no one was around, she removed her red-framed glasses and pressed closer to Sasuke. Oh dear, Sasuke, you've misunderstood. I believe this is some sort of fateful encounter that has brought us together here. Get away. Sasuke pushed her aside, yet she persisted, clinging to him like a stubborn sticker. Just then, Naruto emerged in search of someone and, upon spotting Karen, asked, Senior, what are you two up to? Karen, having sensed Naruto's approach, had already put her glasses back on and, with a serious demeanor, declared, Sasuke, I've said all that needs to be said. There will always be a place for you in the student council. I can even offer you the vice president position. However, when she turned to the spot where Sasuke had been standing, she found he had already vanished. Where did he go? Naruto finally realized that the main subject of their conversation had long since disappeared. Huh, where's Sasuke? He exclaimed, bewildered, suspecting whether Sasuke had learned his father's flying thunder god technique. It must have been Karen's unattractiveness that scared him away. You're the ugly one. Karen retaliated, delivering a punch to Naruto's arm. Gritting his teeth, Naruto rubbed his head. I was just joking. That hurt. It should hurt. Karen replied, massaging her fingers. Why is this guy's head so hard? The student council has matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Okay, goodbye. After bidding farewell to Karen, Naruto encountered 5 individuals clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds at the theater's back entrance. Instinctively, he gathered his energy. The group, previously arguing with the security guard, turned their attention to Naruto upon sensing his formidable aura. Seeing Naruto glare at them with a fierce expression, they too unleashed their powers. The guards were struck with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as the combined energy of the 5, along with Naruto's, was overwhelmingly immense, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Could you all please rein in your powers? Our theater has been around for quite some time. We can't have it shaken up like this. An elderly gentleman emerged from the building to intercede. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly realized that this was not the shinobi world, and they were not necessarily terrorists in this realm. With that thought, he retracted his abilities. The 5 individuals nearby did the same, as they had not initiated the conflict. My apologies, grandfather, Naruto said earnestly. Good boy. Could you enlighten me on what is transpiring? The elderly man inquired. Deidara, chewing gum nonchalantly, scoffed. Was it not you who invited us here? Yet these guards refuse us entry. It seems Itachi's alma mater is not welcoming. Ah, that's not the case, the grandfather chuckled. However, children, this is not a place for disturbances. Naruto, regaining his composure, smiled and asked, Grandfather, who are they? What brings them to our Konoha? Oh, they are, Kisame Hashigaki interrupted, tauntingly exclaiming, how peculiar that there are still those unaware of the Akatsuki. He raised his bandaged guitar, pointing it at Naruto. By the way, wasn't that boy's earlier display a provocation? Hayden grinned maliciously, kissing his peculiar triangular necklace. Really, it makes one feel tempted to inflict some torment. Naruto glared at Hayden, showing no sign of fear, his fists clenched in readiness for a confrontation. The grandfather quickly positioned himself in front of Naruto, sternly stating, this is a school. No violence is permitted. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha and 3 others approached from a distance. Why haven't you all gone in to prepare? Yahiko asked, carrying a guitar and holding a saxophone. Hayden, upon seeing the saxophone, broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, did you really borrow it? I told you I haven't played in ages. Well, one must strive to surpass themselves daily. That is the essence of existence. Hayden, Kisame remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. My apologies, we security personnel were unaware of your invitation. Please, do proceed inside, the grandfather urged, leading them in. As they entered, Itachi nodded to the grandfather in acknowledgement, the last to step through the threshold. Observing Naruto's puzzled expression, the grandfather explained, they are part of a band called Akatsuki. I assumed you young people would be familiar with them. I didn't expect you to be unaware, Naruto. A band? Naruto replied in astonishment. Who could have imagined that a criminal organization from the shinobi world would manifest as a band in this reality? He marveled at the thought of what a 9-member band might entail. Let us go inside and find out, the grandfather encouraged. Indeed, Naruto agreed, glancing at the time just as his sister sent him a message. Brother, where are you? Come back and buy me a bottle of water. Little master. There's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I understand. I'll return shortly, Naruto replied, tucking his phone back into his pocket. As he hurried back to the theater, the lights within had already dimmed. He tiptoed into the audience and found his seat. At that moment, as the lights illuminated the stage once more following a captivating performance, a girl of graceful stature and exquisite beauty elegantly stepped forward. Clad in a gown as white as snow, she resembled a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Approaching the white piano, she seated herself with poise, her slender fingers delicately poised above the keys. Soon after, Uchiha Sasuke made his entrance, striding confidently to the center of the stage, cradling a somewhat weathered guitar in his arms. The audience, initially abuzz with chatter, erupted into thunderous applause and ecstatic cheers upon recognizing him. The girl nodded slightly, her focus unwavering as her delicate fingers began to dance across the piano keys, producing a melodious and enchanting prelude. Meanwhile, Sasuke calmly adjusted the angle of the microphone, inhaling deeply before exhaling as his nimble fingers began to strum the guitar strings, filling the theater with harmonious notes. An unspoken understanding seemed to exist between them, their performances intertwining and enhancing one another. The exquisite melodies flowed through the air like a gentle stream, nourishing the souls of every listener. As the music transitioned to the vocal segment, Uchiha Sasuke parted his lips slightly, his gentle yet magnetic voice resonating through the auditorium. In that moment, the entire audience was entranced, enveloped in silence, with only the captivating song echoing in their ears. We became a pair destined to be, masquerading as friends devoid of talent. Accepting that not everyone can be so, we formed a bond, traversing the innocence we once shared, forsaking it for solitude, believing that maturity requires insincerity. You too. Do not acknowledge your imbalance, maintaining your composure while relying on the warmth of lingering emotions. Spinning through cycles, we transform into us, leaving profound imprints in the hearts of those we have loved, warming their chambers. We grasp the so-called existence, pursuing love and hate, exchanging souls, choosing identities that satisfy us. Why should I question whether you are sincere? The passage of time is but a testament urging our descent, having loved and hated numerous times. The more we scrutinize, the more it aches. How long must we endure, suppressing our youth while resenting those who plunge in recklessly? Uzumaki Naruto listened intently to the music, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Sasuke, an indescribable sensation stirring within him. As the performance concluded, the audience took a moment to realize it was over before erupting into applause. With voices calling for another song to be sung, Sasuke rose to bow, inadvertently meeting Naruto's gaze, his cheeks flushing slightly before he quickly averted his eyes. After they stepped off the stage, the host remarked on the striking compatibility of the handsome young men and beautiful women. Uzumaki Irika, noticing her brother in a daze, waved her hand in front of him, asking, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Sasuke has already left the stage. Coming to his senses, Naruto scratched his head and replied, "Oh, nothing really. I'm just curious about what Akatsuki will be like. It should be that explosive song, Heroes Come Back, right? After all, it's their signature piece. How do you know? Shao has become quite popular. Previously, you were only aware of games and fights, and it is understandable that you did not pay attention to these matters." The performance continues to flourish, and at this moment, the much-anticipated 9-member band finally makes their entrance. The stage lights abruptly focus on them, as if illuminating the entire world. The musicians take their places, gripping their instruments with an air of unwavering confidence and concentration. Art is an explosion, with a powerful and passionate shout from Deidara. Fans in the audience erupt in unison, raising their placards emblazoned with the codename. "Shaodi, Shaodi, we love you." Uzumaki Naruto is taken aback by the fervor of the fans, his face contorting into a grimace. How could this madman have so many admirers? At that moment, music cascades forth like a surging torrent. Their unique style instantly captivates the attention of everyone present. The pulsating rhythm beats like a drum against the hearts of the crowd, compelling them to sway along with the tempo. The distant voice resonates with a message. Comrades, let us rise and fight. We are weary of the monotony of our everyday lives. Let us overthrow it all. Are you ready? The audience's enthusiasm ignites completely, cheers and screams reverberating throughout the venue, enveloping it in an ecstatic atmosphere. However, Uzumaki Naruto finds himself somewhat distracted. The sight grows increasingly awkward for him, perhaps due to the lingering filter of their rogue ninja persona in his mind. After the performance, Principal Tsunade appears to offer some encouraging words to the children, along with a plethora of mundane regulations. The celebration soon concludes, and attendees gradually depart from the theater. Uchiha Sasuke makes his way to the Akatsuki's dressing room, knocking on the door. Are you Itachi's brother? Konan opens the door, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yahiko, smiling, says, Itachi's brother has arrived. Come in. Your brother is in the restroom and will return shortly. Uchiha Sasuke enters the dressing room, where a distinctive scent of perfume mingles with the aroma of instruments. Ignoring the boisterous scrutiny of others, he quietly takes a seat. In a short while, Uchiha Itachi returns, a flicker of surprise crossing his features upon seeing Sasuke. Sasuke, your performance today was exceptional. Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor turns somewhat awkward. He simply replies with a soft acknowledgement. I was just helping out. You came to see me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Uchiha Sasuke bites his lip, recalling their mother's words that he should visit home now that he has returned. Uchiha Itachi pauses in contemplation. Indeed, it has been a long time since I last returned home. Yahiko leans in. Itachi, your brother is truly handsome, and his singing is quite pleasant. Uchiha Sasuke regards Yahiko with a sense of discomfort. The familiarity seems excessive, reminiscent of that guy. Uchiha Itachi smiles gently. Thank you. He has always had a passion for music. I no longer enjoy it. Uchiha Itachi's tender smile remains. You don't like it anymore? When did this happen? As Uchiha Sasuke gazes into his brother's gentle eyes, he swallows the words he had intended to say and turns his head away, declaring, I never said I liked it. It seems you also have a rebellious younger brother. My sister perpetually opposes me as well. Surprisingly, Deidara refrained from mocking Itachi Uchiha, relishing a rare moment of empathy with him. Observing Itachi's disregard for his presence, the usually taciturn Scorpion unexpectedly interjected, Are you referring to that long-legged junior sister of yours? Dear Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Scorpion-senpai, might your focus be slightly misplaced? Deidara remarked, glancing at Scorpion with a hint of exasperation, entirely oblivious to Itachi's indifference. Haiden yawned. I'm heading back to the hotel to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. At that moment, Nagato rose, gazing at his phone screen. Kakuzu, Haiden, Scorpion, Deidara, you four may return first. The rest of us will take the car in the back. Kakuzu, let's indulge in something nice today, Haiden said, his hands resting behind his head, exuding a relaxed demeanor. If you're paying, there will be good food, Kakuzu replied, casually placing his bass guitar into his bag. Didn't I give you my money for safekeeping? Haiden questioned. Perplexed. Your saxophone was purchased with that money. What? Haiden's eyes widened in disbelief. That was my money for a new electric guitar. I'm quitting the band. Kakuzu rubbed his ears, still ringing from Haiden's shock, and tugged him by the collar, leading him out of the lounge. Acting like a fool, Deidara scoffed. Picking up a pair of drumsticks to fashion a bun atop his head, he then retrieved a lump of clay from his pocket. As he clenched his fist, the clay began to ooze from his palm. Upon hitting the ground, it transformed into 4 small figures, which glanced at one another before approaching a large black box, each lifting a corner and departing. Deidara, when did your art take on a cute aesthetic? Kisame grinned. Deidara rolled his eyes. It's not like I can freely use my abilities here. The country strictly prohibits anything too frightening. I don't wish to be apprehended and delay the Akatsuki's tour. Anything too frightening. Kisame instinctively glanced at his bandaged guitar, indicating he felt quite wounded by that remark. Itachi cast a sidelong glance at Kisame's guitar and said, I apologize for the hardship of your disguise. There is no need for such kindness, Itachi. It is merely a weapon, Kisame replied. A weapon is also a companion. Yahiko and Itachi simultaneously stated. They exchanged a knowing smile, causing Sasuke to momentarily pause at his brother's expression. Indeed, he had once sacrificed his own freedom to ensure his brother's perpetual smile. He acquiesced to their father's wishes to grant his brother the liberty to pursue his dreams away from the clan. Yet, despite this, he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to his brother, unable to articulate the source of this feeling. At that moment, Yahiko patted Itachi on the shoulder, saying, "It appears we share a remarkable rapport." Itachi nodded gently in agreement. Nagato brushed past Yahiko's shoulder, stepping out the door first. Yahiko glanced at Nagato's retreating figure and turned to Itachi with a smile. "We shall take our leave. See you at school." With that, he hurried after Nagato. Shounen observed the flustered Yahiko as he caught up to Nagato, a faint smile gracing her lips as she followed suit. The formidable Kisame slung his guitar, crafted from the skin of a shark, over his shoulder. "Let us see what awaits us, Mr. Itachi." The once lively lounge now echoed with only the presence of the two brothers. Uchiha Sasuke was the first to shatter the silence. "Brother, you seem more at ease when you are with them." Uchiha Itachi turned to his younger sibling, surprise flickering in his gaze. In the next moment, he shifted his gaze toward the starry sky outside, murmuring, "No matter how comfortable it may seem out there, one must ultimately return to their rightful place." Sasuke took a step forward, hesitating to speak. Itachi, smiling, turned back. "It's getting late. The gates of Konoha should be closing soon. Isn't there a rule against non-residential students staying on campus?" "Indeed," came the reply. The two brothers departed from Konoha Academy and made their way home. Upon entering their abode, they found their father seated on the living room sofa, his expression stern. Their mother sat quietly beside him, offering no words, while the aunt busily set dishes on the table, attempting to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. After a slight bow of respect, Itachi made his way directly to the dining table, with Sasuke trailing closely behind, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku broke the silence. "Itachi, are you planning to continue your antics with those miscreants?" Itachi calmly set down his chopsticks and replied, "They are merely like-minded friends from school." Fugaku scoffed, "Do not forget the responsibilities you bear for our clan. Your younger brother appears to exhibit more composure than you. Shouldn't you, as the elder, reflect on this?" "Enough. Itachi has been away for 2 years. And you greet him like this?" Uchiha Makoto interjected, interrupting Fugaku. His hand, poised to pick up food, faltered, surprised by his normally compliant wife's sudden outburst. "Let us eat." "Son, this is your favorite sweet dumpling from that shop," Makoto said gently. "Thank you, mother," Itachi replied. Fugaku then redirected his attention to Sasuke. "You have missed tutoring sessions these past few days due to the celebrations. I noticed you were playing computer games last night. Are you planning to go back on your promise to me?" Itachi looked at Sasuke with confusion. Sasuke, cornering his lips into a confident grin, responded, "I assure you, my grades have never disappointed you, and playing games will not affect my performance." "Huh, I admire your confidence. Just remember today's words and ensure they are not mere empty promises." After the meal, Itachi led Sasuke into the yard. With a gentle sigh, he inquired, "Has father been stricter with you since I left?" Sasuke tilted his head, a hint of discomfort in his expression, murmuring, "Not really." Itachi lightly touched Sasuke's tightly furrowed brow. "Sasuke, if father is putting too much pressure on you, you must tell me." Sasuke evaded his hand, retorting, "I said no. Why are you being so nagging?" Itachi chuckled helplessly. "All right, but remember, if you ever feel troubled, you can always confide in me as you did when we were children." In the quiet of the night, Uchiha Sasuke lay restlessly in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. He was acutely aware of his brother's unwavering concern for him, yet he yearned not to become a burden. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi stood by the window, gazing at the moonlight, fully cognizant that the expectations of their family weighed heavily upon them, like an insurmountable mountain. He worried that Sasuke might crumble under such pressure. With a slight furrow of his brow, Itachi silently sighed, urging Sasuke to endure just a little longer. He promised he would soon find Shisui and return to grant him a life of unencumbered freedom. Upon returning from school, Uzumaki Naruto hummed a tune incessantly. "Please refrain from singing if you're tone deaf. It's rather unpleasant." Sasuke sings far more melodiously, his sister, Uzumaki Irika, remarked disdainfully. Naruto's melodic interlude abruptly ceased, not due to his sister's critique, but because his gaze fell upon the wooden clogs on the floor, triggering a flood of memories. "Hey, little brat. You've always called me the perverted sage. It seems you are unaware of my true moniker," he mused. "What? The perverted sage is impressive? Listen well. The toad sage is merely the name I conceal from the world. Anything I undertake is effortlessly accomplished. In every corner of the realm, none can rival me. The legendary Sannin. The white-haired boy of Mount Myaboku. The one who can silence a crying child with but a glance. That is indeed me. Is that so, little Naruto? You've left just like that? Show some respect. After all, I am your master. As the scene continued, an elder and a younger figure strolled beneath the twilight. Their silhouettes elongated, reminiscent of time's witness, warm and poignant. Irika, noticing her brother lost in thought at the entrance, curiously crouched to observe his face, only to find his eyes rimmed with red. In an instant, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Brother? Surely not. You're crying just because I said you sing poorly? Naruto snapped back to reality, hastily wiping away his tears, responding, crying? Nonsense. I merely had a sneeze that didn't come. Irika, having spotted the wooden clogs at the entrance, inquired, Oh, is someone visiting? Father never wears such footwear. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from the living room. Naruto sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sound. His steps heavy and numbed as though laden with lead. Before him stood a man with white hair and a broad back. It truly is my master. Everyone is here. Alive and well. Naruto repeatedly reassured himself inwardly. You're back? This is Father's master. You should address him as Shirya. Uzumaki Kushina said, leading her two children to Jiraiya. Hello, Shirya. Irika bowed respectfully. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Oh, calling me Shirya makes me feel too old. Just call me Toad Sage. Toad Sage? Irika hesitated, puzzled as to why someone would refer to themselves as a sage of toads. The perverted sage, Naruto murmured, though his azure eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. The air was enveloped in a profound silence, with all eyes, save for Uzumaki Irika's, fixated in astonishment upon Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, exclaiming, Ha ha. It seems your father has spoken of me. You even know the nickname he bestowed upon me. Minato Namikaze, possessing a remarkable memory, was well aware of his own words, asserting, I have never mentioned anything about you to Naruto, and I only called you by that nickname during his childhood. How I surmise, looking at your demeanor, that you must be the kind of lecherous uncle who sneaks a peek at women while they bathe and pens colorful novels. Naruto scratched his ear nonchalantly. Minato and Kushina's expressions faltered, their curiosity piqued. How could their son possibly know such details about his teacher's character? Could it be that Naruto truly possesses the ability to read faces? Naruto, refrain from such nonsense. Kushina interjected apologetically, addressing Jiraiya. Please don't take offense, teacher. This child has undergone significant changes lately, perhaps due to the pressures of school, leading him to speak so recklessly. Ha ha ha. Children speak without restraint. It's of no consequence. Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh, concealing the truth, for what Naruto said was indeed accurate. Irika glanced incredulously at her elder brother, pondering whether the phrase children speak without restraint truly applied in this context. Moreover, how could their uncle, accused of being a pervert, still manage to smile? And what of the embarrassment etched upon their father's face? Kushina ushered the two children upstairs, anxious to prevent any further indiscretions. You two should focus on your homework. I will call you when dinner is ready. Once they ascended, Jiraiya allowed a smile of contentment to grace his features. It has been over a decade since we last met, hasn't it? I never imagined the children would grow so much in my absence. When I left, they were barely old enough to remember anything. Indeed, Jiraiya mused, sipping his tea with a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, Minato's expression turned grave. Teacher, I have heard that the countdown in the Allied City has vanished. He continued, a month ago, the gates reopened, and the countdown was reset, yet curiously, everything within has disappeared. What could be the reason for this? According to my mentor's calculations, it seems we may face another outbreak of war, possibly even on a scale surpassing the first Great Ninja War. The countdown's conclusion likely heralds the onset of such a conflict. Upon hearing Jiraiya's revelations, Minato pondered for a moment, connecting the dots regarding his teacher's return. It appears that you are here to summon the special individuals. How much time remains in the countdown? For years, Jiraiya replied. For years is indeed ample time. Jiraiya nodded. The special individuals are widely dispersed across the lands. Reassembling them will not be a simple feat. We will need at least the higher-tier special individuals, correct? Kushina asserted solemnly. Precisely, Jiraiya affirmed. I have heard that many formidable talents have emerged in the new generation, and each nation is preparing for assessments. I am beginning to anticipate the surprises these children will bring. Returning to his room, Naruto felt a surge of excitement that lingered within him. The legendary perverted sage was indeed alive. What splendid news. As his phone vibrated, Naruto opened their gaming group chat. No way. Are you certain this is your first time playing League of Legends? How can you perform so exceptionally? Zwa once played Dream 3 and found it quite similar. Wow. The solitary god of the male gun. Is Zwa also a Dream 3 player? That game used to be quite popular, but now hardly anyone plays it. Matchmaking is nearly impossible. The most handsome person suggested we play League of Legends together, a game that has sustained a vibrant community. By the way, the most handsome person. Should Ming have finished school by now? Let us ask him if he wants to join us. It just so happens that the big boss is playing today. And if Ming comes, we can also have the healer with us. The most handsome person remarked that the healer can buy my life. It's time to engage in team battles. The solitary god of the male gun echoed that the healer can indeed buy my life. Ming has yet to respond. There's no rush. Why are there so many people today? Even the strict household manager is here. Haha, I fear I might not sleep tonight. I feel the same. Zwa. Ming, are you also sleepless? What a coincidence. Zwa responded, indeed, quite a coincidence. The most handsome person teased, aren't you two on a blind date? The solitary god of the male gun warned against such talk. I am Lei Nantong. The healer can buy my life, haha. The healer can buy my life. Brother. You smell so good, Zwa interjected. Ming, roll away. If you wish to be slain offline, just say it. I will ensure you leave this world smiling without suffering. The most handsome person shivered in response. The solitary god of the male gun replied, this doesn't concern me. I am Lei. Ming retorted, what are you on about? I'm straight. I don't know if the strict household manager is straight either. After all, I've never met him offline. With a mischievous smile, the healer suggested, how about we gather one day? Perhaps the big boss is a woman. Ming exclaimed, oh, a girl? Now I'm intrigued. So quickly clarified, I am not. The solitary god of the male gun urged everyone to log on quickly. I have been challenged by my arch-nemesis. Moonlight streamed through the clear glass window, casting a soft glow upon Uchiha Sasuke's handsome visage as he quietly sat at the table, intently gazing at the computer screen before him. The reflection from the screen highlighted his exquisite facial features, and his obsidian-like deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of an imperceptible sparkle. Perhaps he had stumbled upon something amusing, for the tension that had previously gripped his lips suddenly relaxed, sketching a barely there smile. The following morning, Uzumaki Naruto held a sandwich in his hand, yawning widely. Did you stay up gaming again? Who said that? I was studying. Studying how to play games, right? Uzumaki Kushina feigned a gentle smile. Naruto immediately dropped his playful demeanor and buried his face in his food. Honestly, you're already in high school. Shouldn't you focus on your studies and assess your academic prowess? Mom, it's not that I don't want to study, but I always feel drowsy in class. And when I finally come to, it's already mealtime. All you think about is eating. Kushina flicked Naruto's forehead. I've arranged for Sai to accompany you to school from today. If you have any questions about studying, just ask him. Go to school together? But he lives in the opposite direction from us. He moved into the apartment building across from our neighborhood last weekend. As his friend, how could you be so unaware? I was busy last weekend. How could I possibly know? Kushina Uzumaki deliberately cleared her throat and asserted. I set a goal for you. Achieve over 40 points in all subjects. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences of family discipline. And all your gaming devices and computers will be confiscated. Surely, 40 points is not too arduous to attain. She added, this is wonderful. I eagerly anticipate my son's progress. As the doorbell rang, Kushina gently patted Naruto Uzumaki's back, saying, Sasuke is here to accompany you to school. Remember to study diligently. If you feel fatigued, take a break. If you're hungry, eat. A little pause will not hinder your studies. Naruto smiled, downing a glass of milk in one go. Having fresh milk every day is delightful. No more expired products or frequent stomachaches. The feeling of having a home is truly splendid. Upon opening the door, Naruto was greeted by Sasuke's cheerful face. Good morning, Naruto. Naruto nodded, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Morning. Let us go? However, they hadn't taken more than a few steps when Kushina called them back. Naruto, you're not wearing your school uniform. Kushina emerged holding the uniform, and Sasuke bowed slightly, greeting, good morning. Kushina smiled and handed the uniform to Naruto. As he accepted it, he remarked, I almost forgot. This is my classmate's uniform. Kushina, puzzled, inquired, what about yours? We swapped by mistake, Naruto replied, omitting the fact that it was a prank, fearing it would cause his mother undue worry. Let us hurry. We'll be late if we delay any longer. On their way, Sasuke inadvertently glanced at the name tag on the uniform, his expression momentarily frozen. Is this Uchiha Sasuke's uniform? Yes, it's all because of that prankster. Otherwise, why would I be wearing clothes of someone I detest? Naruto shivered at the thought, his expression reflecting disdain. Sasuke merely smiled, his thoughts inscrutable, which Naruto had grown accustomed to, far better than when Sasuke would pose profound questions about human nature. In their childhood, Naruto often found Sasuke bothersome, yet he would explain patiently. Remembering Sasuke's unfortunate circumstances, he had no family, with only a strict uncle who would impose harsh punishments for any wrongdoing. Had it not been for Naruto's father intervening and rescuing Sasuke from that household, he might still be enduring torment. Meanwhile, Sasuke was unaware of Naruto's musings. He asked, I heard you scored 20 points on the test? Those were some difficult questions for the first year, weren't they? How did you know? Naruto replied, incredulous. Isn't that right? Even you guessed correctly. He slumped in defeat. But those questions were indeed challenging. It shows you have a certain foundation. After class, you can find me in the library. It's quiet there, and I can tutor you. All right, I'll try not to fall asleep in class, Naruto conceded. That is fine. I will be there waiting for you. Naruto paused, finding something peculiar about those words, yet unable to pinpoint what was amiss. He simply smiled and said, Thank you, Sasuke. You're welcome. I'm glad to help. At the school gate. Today, the president of the student council personally inspected the students' appearances and punctuality. However, Uchiha Sasuke found himself blocked at the entrance by Hyuga Neji. Where's your name tag? Neji inquired, tilting his head in confusion. The expressions of the two boys were icy, contrasting sharply with the typically unruly demeanor of their peers, who today appeared unusually well-behaved, shedding their usual arrogance. Just then, Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the school gate, tossing Sasuke his school uniform. Sasuke, here's your uniform. Sasuke caught the garment and donned it leisurely. Observing this, Neji stepped aside. As Sasuke entered the school, he glanced back at Naruto, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Neji then intercepted Naruto. Where's your uniform? Mine was maliciously torn. Quite unfortunate, isn't it? Then follow me. The others may continue their checks. Neji led Naruto to the logistics department, where the presence of the president facilitated the swift acquisition of a new uniform. Thanks, Naruto exclaimed, receiving the uniform. Without your help, I would have had to exchange my damaged one. It would indeed be troublesome if the student council did not assist. Take better care of your belongings next time. Naruto scratched his head, donning the uniform as he replied, Got it, President. I have a question. What is it? You're a high-level anomaly too, right? May I challenge you? If I win, can I have an extra chance to challenge again? Naruto grinned mischievously. That is indeed part of the rules. Defeating me grants an additional opportunity for challenges, Neji clarified. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been anxiously waiting for those 2 chances each week. How infuriating. The announcement in the arena is quite clear, Neji replied. Naruto fell silent. His gaze fixated on Neji's headband for a prolonged moment before asking, You wear that headband to conceal some seal on your forehead, don't you? And you surely don't harbor any hatred towards Hinata, right? Why would I hate my sister? Neji replied, looking puzzled at Naruto. Naruto hastily and nervously adjusted his uniform. Oh, don't mind my ramblings. Just then, the preparatory bell for class rang, prompting Naruto to bid farewell to Neji in haste. In class, Naruto stared intently at the blackboard, battling drowsiness to endure the entire lesson. As soon as the bell rang, he bolted out through the back door. What is up with him? Didn't he even fall asleep? Shikamaru, do you know what is going on? How would I know? He is probably off issuing another challenge. By the way, I heard he has been challenging high-level anomalies to vie for Sasuke's affections. Is that true? Why are you all so trivial? If you're curious, just ask him directly. Shikamaru muttered in annoyance as he draped his clothes over his head and slumped over his desk to continue sleeping. You're just acting cocky because you're familiar with that Naruto guy, a boy grumbled, turning away and falling silent. Meanwhile, Naruto had already dashed to the library. Sai, I'm here, he shouted breathlessly. Zai lifted his head from the book, smiling as he said, You arrived quite punctually, Naruto. Just then, the door to the library was abruptly pushed open, and Uchiha Sasuke strode in. He cast a glance at Uzumaki Naruto, then at Zai, his expression somewhat complex. Sasuke, what brings you here? Uzumaki Naruto asked, astonished. To get a book. Zai turned to Uchiha Sasuke, offering a polite smile. Sasuke ignored him and turned toward the shelves within. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, pulled out his notebook and exclaimed, "Zai, what do you intend to teach me first? Let's start with mathematics. A few days ago, I organized some notes suitable for you. Do you think you can comprehend them?" Uzumaki Naruto took the notes and opened to the first page, instantly captivated. Wow! He couldn't help but exclaim. Zai thought Naruto understood the content and felt a surge of motivation. However, Naruto's next sentence nearly caused him to tumble from his chair. "Zai, your handwriting is stunning. Is that all you noticed?" Naruto flipped through a few more pages, continuously praising Zai's beautiful script. "It's truly exquisite. I've never seen such beautiful writing before." Zai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, about to steer Naruto's attention to the content when Uchiha Sasuke approached with a book in hand. He glanced at the notes in Naruto's possession and coldly remarked, "No matter how well it's written, it's of no use to an idiot." "What do you mean?" Uzumaki Naruto exploded, springing to his feet and glaring at Uchiha Sasuke. Zai hurriedly restrained him, saying, "Naruto, don't be impulsive. This is the library." Uchiha Sasuke smirked sarcastically, saying, "If all you can do is admire the handwriting without even looking at the content, what does that make you if not an idiot? When did you become so meddlesome? It's not my fault you look foolish." Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to strike back, and sat down again, dismissing him. "Ignore him. He must be afraid that I'll surpass him once I start studying seriously. Zai, let us continue." Zai patiently explained the notes, and Uzumaki Naruto listened with even greater diligence than in class. Uchiha Sasuke, witnessing their harmonious smiles, found it quite irksome and turned to leave the library. At noon, Hyuga Neji arrived at the arena as promised, dressed in a black judo uniform, striking a serious judo stance. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, stood with his hands in his pockets, appearing nonchalant. "Don't be so serious, Neji, lighten up a bit. Since it's a competition, it deserves to be taken seriously. That is also a sign of respect for one's opponent. I never expected you to hold such respect for your adversaries," Uzumaki Naruto remarked, cracking his knuckles with interest as he observed Hyuga Neji. He recalled the arrogant, loquacious individual from the Chunin exams who had initially bested him. The thought caused the corners of Naruto's mouth to twitch. Yet, the Neji before him exhibited no disdain and refrained from excessive banter. Perhaps it was due to his background no longer being fraught with hardship? What reality? "The reality is that you will be defeated by me." Naruto Uzumaki suddenly charged forward, while Neji Hyuga observed his footsteps, accurately deducing which hand would strike first, and adeptly blocked Naruto's punch. Upon realizing his initial attack was thwarted, Naruto swiftly altered his approach, launching a powerful strike with his other hand towards Neji's chest. Neji evaded the blow by sidestepping and attempted to seize Naruto's arm, intending to leverage his strength to throw him down. However, Naruto reacted with remarkable speed, twisting at the waist to free himself from Neji's grasp, and immediately executed a sweeping kick. Neji leapt into the air, evading the attack, and then positioned himself to unleash his gentle fist technique towards Naruto. With agility, Naruto dodged, seizing the opportune moment to release a ball of wind. Unexpectedly, Neji found himself momentarily flustered by this sudden maneuver, but quickly regained composure and protected himself with his defensive technique. Naruto deftly retracted the Rasengan and retreated a few steps, avoiding any repercussions from Neji's defensive stance. A girl in the audience gasped in astonishment, noting how Naruto had compelled the president to resort to using the Byakugan. A boy from the student council adjusted his glasses, remarking that he had never witnessed Naruto's fighting style before, but sensed a wealth of experience. It was said that Naruto had a history of brawling, undoubtedly contributing to his skill. "Let us not forget the president's prowess," another student interjected. "He has secured the National Youth Judo Cup Championship for 3 consecutive years and is a high-level expert." Yet, another student observed, "Look, Naruto appears to be continuously on the offensive, but he is merely probing, never truly closing the distance to Neji, who remains in a defensive stance." Neji, too, recognized this dynamic and inquired, "Is this our first encounter? Why does it feel as if we have crossed blades before? You yourself have deemed it an illusion. What more do you wish to ask?" Naruto retorted, somewhat arrogantly. He needed to remain vigilant to avoid Neji's strikes, for a well-placed hit could be disastrous. At that moment, Neji seized the opportunity presented by Naruto's momentary distraction, intensifying his assault as his gentle fist strikes fell like rain. Naruto found himself in a precarious situation, barely managing to evade the relentless blows. During the exchange, 2 of his chakra points were sealed, rendering one of his arms powerless. Suddenly, he was sent flying by a single punch from Neji. Haha, it seems the title of Great Demon King ends here. Let him be defeated for his arrogance. A sophomore who had previously been bested by Naruto rose from the audience, exclaiming with glee. As Naruto struggled to rise, he squatted down, appearing even more exhilarated. Look at him. He can't even stand. What a joke. Naruto crouched, feeling the loss of strength in his limbs. How careless of me. It's over. Neji declared softly, instantly closing the distance to Naruto. However, Naruto slyly smirked, feigning a dodge to the left while dashing swiftly to the right, closing in on Neji. Anticipating this move, Neji prepared to utilize his gentle fist to seal Naruto's remaining chakra points. But Naruto preemptively yanked off Neji's headband, momentarily obscuring his vision. Hinata Neji was taken aback by Naruto Uzumaki's unexpected move. He had intended to unleash his technique, Heavenly Spin, to compel Naruto to retreat. However, in the blink of an eye, Naruto seized Neji's hair and forcefully yanked it backward, leaving Neji defenseless as he toppled over. Instinctively, he reached to protect his hair. But alas, Naruto had bound their hands together with his own headband. With Naruto's weight pressing down on him, Neji found himself immobilized. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Indeed, it has come to an end. You have lost. Naruto chuckled. The audience erupted in uproar, with several members of the student council rallying for Neji, exclaiming that Naruto had cheated and demanding the cancellation of his right to compete. Sakura Haruno expressed her dissatisfaction, questioning, "Isn't there a rule against such actions?" "But the only stipulation mentioned is to avoid taking lives," replied Ino Yamanaka, countering her claim. Kiba Inuzuka, observing the uproar, felt a surge of anger and bellowed, "Exactly. I fail to understand what you all find unsatisfactory. You are the student council, yet you behave so disgracefully, merely because your president is on the verge of losing. What of it?" retorted the student council members with disdain. "You from class 7 are all a mixed bag. We shall not stoop to your level. I fail to comprehend why there is prejudice against our class. Aren't we all classmates?" Choji Akimichi questioned, bewildered by the animosity. "What a naive remark," someone muttered, causing class 7 to fall silent, their gazes shifting to Choji. That statement was indeed taboo. As Shikamaru Nara felt cold sweat trickle down his brow, murmuring to himself. Choji's eyes turned red, exuding a palpable aura of fury as he charged toward the student council members. Shikamaru and Ino hurriedly intervened to restrain him. "That was not our statement," the student council members exclaimed, frightened, as they hastily departed. Before the referee could commence the countdown, Neji was the first to speak up. "I concede." With a whistle, the referee declared, "The victor is Naruto Uzumaki, who is rewarded with an additional opportunity to challenge and be challenged. I wear a headband merely for style. Your intention in wearing one is clearly to conceal a seal. How do you know I have a seal on my forehead? I heard about it, and I was curious to see what the seal looks like. It resembles a little bird. This seal is known as the guardian bird, but it will vanish once my sister turns 18. If she is ever in danger, I will sense it immediately. It is a protective seal." Naruto paused, realizing that the essence of the caged bird in the ninja world also embodies the notion of a guardian. Neji furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why he was elucidating this to Naruto. "Can it be undone now?" "Oh, my apologies." Naruto untied his headband, granting Neji's hands their long-awaited freedom. He casually removed the headband from his own eyes. What met Neji's gaze were Naruto's azure eyes, as blue as the sky itself. "Your eyes are as blue as the sky," Neji inadvertently confessed his thoughts aloud. "The sky? Isn't that where the birds belong?" "It is their domain," Naruto chuckled. Hinata Neji was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki's words. If the sky represented Naruto, did that imply he was akin to a little bird? A bird need not yearn for the azure expanse above, for it inherently belongs there. As Hinata Neji emerged from his reverie, he found himself pulled to his feet by Naruto. His cheeks flushed slightly as he awkwardly muttered his thanks. Naruto scratched his head, a bashful grin spreading across his face. Haha, I should be the one thanking you for going easy on me. Although my victory was far from honorable, I truly needed this reward. I can only apologize. Hinata Neji shook his head with an air of indifference. I did not let you win, though we have never clashed before. You possess a keen understanding of my every move, akin to the foresight of the Sharingan. You are quite formidable. Receiving praise from the president means I must indeed be impressive, haha. Ouch, that hurts. Naruto, elated by the compliment, inadvertently stretched his mouth wide, aggravating the wound at the corner of his lips. Are you all right? Hinata Niji inquired, aware that his punch had been rather forceful. When he focused, he often became absorbed in the moment, occasionally harming those around him without realizing it, only to feel a quiet regret when it was pointed out later. I'm fine. Scars are merely a man's badge of honor. What a little pain, Naruto replied, feigning nonchalance, though secretly wincing at the discomfort. Ouch, that hurts so much. It feels like I might have torn something inside, but thankfully my teeth are intact. The contrast between Naruto's inner turmoil and his outward bravado was stark, despite the pain. He clung to his pride. From tomorrow, the arena contest will be suspended until next month. We cannot allow the matches to interfere with the upcoming examinations, Hinata Niji stated, reverting to his usual calm demeanor. All right, Naruto replied, sounding deflated, like a deflated balloon. As Naruto exited the arena, a throng of female classmates surged past him, frantically rushing towards the distant basketball court. He wrapped his arms around himself, feeling a sense of survival after a close call. Upon seeing Sakura Haruno and Shikamaru Nara approaching, he weakly inquired, have these girls gone mad? What is happening? Sakura explained, today, a basketball team from another school has come to challenge ours. They are currently in a match. Does our school not have handsome boys? Why are those girls acting like this? Naruto thought, feeling disgruntled that they failed to notice his own undeniable charm. Allow me to clarify your confusion. Ino Yamanaka chimed in, clearing her throat. The captain of the basketball team sustained an injury a couple of days ago during a match and requires rest, hence he cannot play. As expected, a team without its captain is like a scattered bunch of leaves. However, they sought out our school's heartthrob to fill in. And that's why all those girls are flocking to him. Ino scrolled through the campus's live forum and added, the score is now tied. Seriously, what is so special about Sasuke? Can't they find someone better? I'm quite skilled at basketball myself. Kiba Inuzuka grumbled, his irritation palpable. Wait, if it's Sasuke's game, why are you two here instead of watching him? Naruto questioned in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Sakura and Ino chose to attend his match rather than Sasuke's. Aren't they all fond of Uchiha Sasuke? Just like in the ninja world. In the mountains, Yamanaka Ino cautiously glanced at Haruno Sakura's expression, then quietly clasped her hand. Rather than the basketball game, we are far more interested in witnessing how you were utterly defeated by the president. Do you all truly believe I will lose? Uzumaki Naruto appeared utterly speechless. In any case, winning felt somewhat tainted. Haruno Sakura tightened her grip on Yamanaka Ino's hand, revealing a thoroughly satisfied smile. Nara Shikamaru noticed their subtle interaction and looked at them in astonishment. Are you two serious? What the heck? Shikamaru, why are you suddenly shouting? My ears nearly went deaf. Inuzuka Kiba rubbed his ears. Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest, equally startled by Nara Shikamaru's outburst. Noticing Naruto's inquisitive gaze, Shikamaru's neck flushed red as he hastily changed the subject. Never mind that. I just remembered that the convenience store seems to have new flavors of chips in stock. Choji, let us go take a look. With that, he pushed a Kimchi Choji away from the scene. Sakura, I have things to buy too. All right, let us go. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura followed suit. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. You are about to gain notoriety for defeating the student council president. As if I haven't been famous before. The title of the Dark Lord is not just for show. How boastful you are. Inuzuka Kiba sighed, patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the basketball court, just in time for halftime. The autumn weather was pleasantly mild, and the game was being held outdoors. Amidst the crowd, he quickly spotted the fair-skinned youth in a black and white basketball uniform. That youth was Uchiha Sasuke, who sat quietly on the sidelines, resting. Strands of hair fell delicately over his forehead, and his deep-set eyes exuded a calm, yet sharp intensity. Beneath his high nose, his thin lips were pressed together, emanating an aura of cool detachment. He seemed to carry an air of aloofness that drew the attention of the surrounding girls, who couldn't help but steal glances at him. As Uzumaki Naruto approached, he overheard the whispers of the girls nearby. Sasuke is so handsome. That three-pointer was incredibly cool. Indeed, and his playing style is so graceful. Uzumaki Naruto scoffed, muttering under his breath, What is so impressive? I can do that too. At that moment, a hostile voice rang out from ahead. What are you doing here? Do you want to make my suffering even worse by ruining the game? I'm not that idle. Defeated foe. Then what brings you here? The basketball team's captain, Ishii, breathed a sigh of relief. I came to find Sasuke. Noticing Uchiha Sasuke looking his way, Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand and shouted, Hey, Sasuke, I defeated the student council president, so I'm not far from defeating you now. When Uchiha Sasuke first noticed Uzumaki Naruto, his gaze immediately fell upon the bruise on his cheek and the cut at the corner of his mouth. He stood up and walked over, holding a barely melted bottle of iced mineral water, which he promptly placed against Uzumaki Naruto's face. How cold? Uzumaki Naruto shivered from the chill, but didn't he pull away. Uchiha Sasuke, with an expressionless face, remarked, Apply ice to reduce the swelling. The surrounding girls gazed in awe at the scene, their envious gasps echoing in the air. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki said as he accepted the chilled mineral water from Sasuke Uchiha. However, when Naruto's fingers brushed against Sasuke's hand, a flicker of panic flashed in Sasuke's eyes, causing him to retract his hand instantaneously. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he regarded Sasuke. Avoiding Naruto's gaze, Sasuke feigned nonchalance. Adjusting his attire. What's wrong, Sasuke? Naruto inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Sasuke's cheeks flushed slightly as he turned his face away, muttering, It's nothing. Just apply the ice properly. At that moment, a girl approached, holding a bottle of drink, and sweetly offered it to Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, here, have this. Without even glancing at her, Sasuke brusquely declined, I don't need it. The girl stood awkwardly, embarrassment creeping upon her. Naruto chuckled, seized the drink, and proclaimed, Then I shall indulge. He tilted his head back and took a sip. Sasuke frowned at Naruto, a glimmer of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Why are you so greedy? Exactly. That is not meant for you. How shameless. The girl retorted, stamping her foot in anger before departing. Naruto pointed at the girl's retreating figure and then at Sasuke, exclaiming, Why am I even involved in this? Just then, Sai's voice resonated from behind. Naruto, I've organized a plethora of study materials. Since there's still time, how about? As Naruto turned around, Sai hesitated. Wait, you're injured? It's nothing. Just a minor issue. You arrived at the perfect moment. I have something to discuss with you. We'll talk later. First, you need to accompany me to the infirmary. Sai grasped Naruto's hand, leading him away from the crowd. Hold on. Sasuke called out, reclaiming the chilled mineral water from Naruto's grasp. This is mine. You're not taking it. So stingy, Naruto shot him a glare before departing with Sai. Sasuke silently clenched the bottle of mineral water, resentment brewing within him, which he subsequently unleashed on the basketball court. In the second half, he dominated the game, scoring numerous high points. The opposing team even suspected foul play, alleging he was using the Sharingan. However, the captain, fearing their inability to cope with losing, arranged for a photographer to capture Sasuke's performance, effectively silencing their accusations. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they opened the door to find a figure clad in deep blue athletic attire. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Ever since the milk incident, Naruto and Kakashi had frequently crossed paths, growing increasingly familiar with one another. I came to have lunch with Rin, Kakashi stammered, startled, as the piece of meat he had picked up with his chopsticks fell back into his bento box. Rin Yahara gently wiped her mouth with a napkin, turning to Naruto with a warm smile. You're here again, Naruto. Where are you injured today? In the depths of his mouth. There lay the wounds, he indicated with a shrug. Once the medicinal ointment was applied to Naruto Uzumaki's lips and the corners of his mouth, Lin Noera peeled a boiled egg, wrapped it in cloth, and gently pressed it against his face to reduce the swelling. With a polite smile, Sai took the cloth bag from Lin's hands, stating, Allow me, teacher. Very well, I shall fetch a few items from next door, Lin said as she exited the room. In that moment, Naruto cast a mischievous glance at Obito Uchiha and inquired, Obito-sensei, what is your relationship with Lin-sensei? Are you two a couple? Not quite. Obito replied with a resigned shake of his head. Have you not confessed your feelings yet? I have indeed confessed. The first time I was subtly rejected, and the second time, outright refused. Ah, what a pity. You both seem incredibly well suited for each other. Why not give it another try? Naruto encouraged. Have the children of today become so mature? How is it that they concern themselves with their teacher's romantic affairs? Lin returned just in time to overhear Naruto's comments about their compatibility. Stop making assumptions. Obito-sensei and I are merely friends. She interjected, while Obito echoed, indeed. We are still just friends. I must put in more effort. Upon hearing the word effort from Obito, Lin's expression turned to one of apprehension, as if recalling a terrifying memory. The events traced back to a week prior when Obito confessed his feelings to Lin in a cafe. In her flustered state, she blurted out, I'm the dominant one. I only accept those with experience. I do not comprehend your words, but I shall endeavor to understand. I will surely become the partner you desire. Obito declared loudly, causing the cafe to fall into sudden silence. Lin nearly fainted from shock, covering her face with her bag as she hastily exited the cafe. Returning to the present, Lin gazed at Obito with concern, having previously shared the incident over the phone with Kakashi Hitaki. Do not fret, my dear. Let things unfold naturally. Leave this matter to me, Kakashi had advised. Lin's affection for Obito was merely platonic. Only Kakashi and a couple of her close female friends were aware of her true orientation. The reason she confided in Kakashi was her observation of his unusually strong possessiveness towards Obito. From the moment Obito first confessed to her during high school, she had turned him down gently. Kakashi's jealousy was palpable, making her acutely aware of his moods. This led some to mistakenly believe she had feelings for Kakashi, as she often sought to appease him, a notion also held by Obito. The more Obito feared losing Lin to Kakashi, the closer he would draw to her, which in turn intensified Kakashi's jealousy. Thus, she speculated that such intense emotions must indicate affection. As she had grown weary of the days spent under Kakashi's seemingly amiable yet treacherous facade, the mere thought of it sends shivers down my spine, leaving me restless. Fortunately, she later pursued psychology, significantly enhancing her mental resilience, enabling her to endure far better than the average person. Reflecting on this, Noara Rin glanced at Sasuke, who stood beside Uzumaki Naruto, inwardly thinking that this dark-haired boy must be harboring a secret infatuation for Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the clock on the wall and hastily grasped Sasuke's wrist. The lunch break is about to end, Sasuke. Didn't you say you found some suitable study materials for me? Let us quickly head to the library before class. I need to reduce the swelling first. No matter what, it will be swollen tomorrow. I should apply the ice for a while longer to lessen the suffering. Noara Rin stated. No way. If my mom sees me like this, she will definitely worry. I'll stay at your place tonight, and you can help me with my studies, Sasuke replied, pausing in his actions before breaking into a genuine smile. All right. Buzzing, Uchiha Obito's phone suddenly rang. The three of them turned to look, but Uchiha Obito paid it no mind. Unlocking his phone directly on the table, a chat window filled with green bubbles popped up, revealing a glaring pink image on the screen. Realizing what it was, Uchiha Obito quickly added the sender to his blacklist. Are these perverts now resorting to hacking accounts? What is this nonsense? Blocked. It's utterly disgusting. It's possible that your friend who got hacked didn't set up two-step verification. I lent my game account to someone once, and that turned out to be a scammer who also stole my social accounts because I lacked that extra layer of protection, Uzumaki Naruto remarked, speaking without much thought. Perhaps. Uchiha Obito replied, forcing himself to respond. Sasuke was focused on reducing the swelling on Naruto's face, completely oblivious to the exchange. However, Noara Rin, upon seeing the image, immediately recognized it and hurriedly turned to the medicine cabinet, feigning busyness. The sender's profile picture featured 8 dogs, which belonged to Hitaki Kakashi. But why would Kakashi send such an adult-themed image to Obito? Noara Rin pondered, though she dared not dwell on it further. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the time on the wall and remarked, is it already this late? We should head to the classroom. All right. Promise me you won't keep getting hurt, Noara Rin said earnestly. Don't worry. I, the mighty Naruto, will keep my word. It's only because the arena is closed, right? You're acting quite sly, like a little fox. Noara Rin chuckled helplessly after saying this. Turning to Uchiha Obito, she added, Obito, why do I see glimpses of your childhood self in Naruto? He seems so eager to be the school bully. Uchiha Obito felt a bit embarrassed. That was a long time ago. Who hasn't been childish at some point? I still remember how you always chased after Kakashi, wanting to challenge him, but because of me, you two ended up becoming good friends instead of fighting, Noara Rin continued. Ah, really? I completely forgot about that. Obito laughed. Noara Rin suddenly turned serious as she looked at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was taken aback as he scratched his head in confusion, inquiring, what is the matter, Rin? Why are you looking at me like that? There is something I have been curious about, During the second half of our sophomore year, you all fell silent. And then you dropped out, while Kakashi advanced directly to university. What transpired between you? It's not that we weren't speaking. I was preoccupied with being a school bully, and he was busy excelling academically, so there wasn't much to discuss. Uchiha Obito's gaze was somewhat complex. He could not confide in Noara Rin that he had chosen to withdraw voluntarily to allow them to flourish. Since then, he had avoided Kakashi and Rin. And with his grandmother gravely ill and hospitalized, he scarcely had time to ponder trivial matters. For over 2 years, he participated in underground tournaments and took on various part-time jobs, all to gather enough funds for his grandmother's treatment. On the day he was beaten in a fixed match, he spotted Kakashi in the audience, his expression of panic and concern etched into Obito's memory. Yet, at that moment, receiving pity from a former rival felt like a disgrace. Kakashi must have been mocking him. I do not require your sympathy. Your presence disgusts me. Let us pretend we have never met. Consequently, he had previously uttered many foolish words, and now, whenever he encountered Kakashi, a dull pain would throb in his face. A stark reminder of his past statements. Noara Rin, observing Obito lost in thought, sighed. What prompted your decision to drop out? My grandmother was critically ill and needed my care, which is why I left school, he replied. Rin's eyes widened. She had never heard him speak of this, and suddenly felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had been a rather negligent friend. They had only exchanged occasional phone calls or texts. Obito often expressed his desire to abandon school in favor of work, claiming it felt more liberating than education. However, Rin was focused on her studies to secure admission to a good university and had little time to consider others' affairs. Noticing Rin's guilt, Obito smiled reassuringly. There's no need to worry. Eventually, my grandmother received treatment from Principal Tsunade, who was still a doctor at the time. Now she frequently visits the park downstairs to dance with her elderly friends. Really? Your grandmother is quite trendy. Rin laughed. Indeed, he replied. But wasn't Principal Tsunade abroad and rarely seen domestically back then? Rin questioned, as Tsunade was her idol, and she was well aware of her whereabouts. That's why I consider myself fortunate. It was Principal Tsunade who sought me out. She mentioned she encountered my grandmother's medical case while at the hospital and was researching treatment options for that particular illness. My grandmother was her first patient. At this point, Obito appeared at ease, regarding Tsunade as his savior who supported his university education and arranged employment for him. As Rin gazed at Obito's sincere demeanor, she suddenly felt compelled to reveal her true sexual orientation, realizing that her previous statements were mere fabrications. Obito, Just then, Obito's phone buzzed incessantly. The caller ID displayed 3 conspicuous characters. The air was thick with tension as Uchiha Obito's expression darkened. He hastily rose to his feet, declaring to Rin, I must take my leave. Please do not prepare my portion of tomorrow's lunch. The chapter was far from over, inviting readers to turn the page for more thrilling content. Before Rin could respond, Obito dashed out of the medical room, seeking solitude in a secluded corner to answer a phone call. On the other end, a voice questioned him sharply. You blocked me? Have you any intention of studying earnestly? Obito lamented. It was your messages that nearly exposed me to Rin. I even inadvertently allowed your student to catch a glimpse. Thankfully, I managed to convince him it was a case of hacking. The voice retorted, if your secrets are discovered, it is your fault. You begged me to teach you. Yet you now place the blame on me. Clearly, your sincerity is in doubt. With that, the call was abruptly ended. Hello? Kakashi. Hello? Obito glared at the disconnected phone, mentally cursing Kakashi multiple times. As Naruto Uzumaki returned, he found the corridor filled with girls from various classes. Hey, are we not allowed to enter the classroom? He bellowed, startling several girls into clearing a path for him. Upon entering the classroom, he locked eyes with Sasuke Uchiha, rolling his eyes in annoyance before taking his seat. What an arrogant demon. What attitude does he have towards Sasuke-kun? Murmured a girl. It's a shame Sasuke treats him so well. Amidst the gathering of girls, Ino Yamanaka, curious, inquired, what do you mean Sasuke treats Naruto well? During a break at the basketball court, she observed Naruto scolding Sasuke despite receiving a cold mineral water pack from him, which led to an annoyed Sasuke reclaiming it. And then he called Sasuke stingy. Ino couldn't help but laugh. Is that all? How trivial. This tyrant Naruto is truly despicable. He ought to be reported for disrupting school decorum. The girls who idolized Naruto erupted in outrage. What nonsense are you spewing? How can things given by Sasuke ever be taken back? I was there, and Naruto clearly expressed gratitude while you spread rumors. Such fabrications. Clearly, it is you lot who disrupt the school's peace. They retorted. Listen to yourselves. Every word is laced with foul language, just like the one you idolize. At that moment, Naruto reappeared at the doorway, wearing a sardonic smile. What do you mean by my demeanor? Do enlighten me. Still have class, stammered one girl. Suddenly silenced by Naruto's presence as she hurried away. Naruto then turned to the other girls who admired Sasuke. Isn't class about to start? What are you all doing loitering here? Surely, you aren't here just to gaze at Sasuke, who is clearly ignoring you. Unlike me, I stand by my admirers when they are bullied. As he spoke, he placed a hand on their shoulders, taking the opportunity to praise himself with a flourish. The girls who had just spoken on behalf of Naruto Uzumaki were so moved that they erupted into screams, and two girls, caught up in the moment, planted a kiss on his cheek. Naruto's face flushed crimson as he covered his cheeks with his hands, retreating in disbelief back to the classroom, seeking refuge. I sell my skills, not my body. You cannot do this. The classmates witnessing Naruto's reaction burst into laughter. Inuzuka Kiba cast a jealous glance at Naruto, muttering under his breath, what a disgrace. Flushed with embarrassment, Naruto retorted, who's a disgrace? I'm just not used to this. You can't do this in the future. Got it. One must maintain some decorum. Wow, Naruto, I didn't expect you to be so traditional. One of the girls teased. As the midterm exams approached, the girls remarked on the relaxed demeanor of their peers, urging them to return to class. They left the entrance of Class 7 reluctantly, surprised by this unexpected side of the formidable Naruto. Upon returning to his seat, Naruto rubbed vigorously at the lipstick marks on his cheeks. Uchiha Sasuke, resting his hands on his forehead, stole glances at the unremoved lipstick stains on Naruto's face, feeling an inexplicable annoyance. He was particularly distracted during class, even miscalculating simple problems. Yet, in a rare display of enthusiasm, Naruto eagerly answered questions and diligently reviewed the notes given to him by Sai, even after the bell rang. As he immersed himself in the notes, a sudden chill grazed his face as black liquid dripped down onto his paper. Damn, my notes, Naruto exclaimed, hastily shaking his notes and turning around to shout, who the hell splattered ink? Stop it. Just as he turned, a splatter of black ink landed on his mouth and nose. Sasuke, ceasing his pen twirling, regarded Naruto with an unruffled expression. Sorry, I didn't notice. Seriously, Naruto shouted, then leaped out the window, racing towards the water basin outside. He turned on the faucet, water gushing forth. He splashed his face, desperate to wash away the ink, all the while cursing Sasuke under his breath, convinced it was intentional, yet lacking any proof. After washing up, a light purple handkerchief was presented to him. He looked up to find it was Sasuke. Did you really bring such a flamboyant handkerchief? Sasuke frowned. Enough chatter, just wipe your face. Naruto pouted but accepted the handkerchief. TCH, at least you have some decency. Sasuke observed the lipstick marks completely vanish from Naruto's face, a hint of softness appearing in his gaze as he unconsciously remarked. Much cleaner now. Oblivious to Sasuke's unusual demeanor, Naruto returned the handkerchief, saying, it's not my fault you got me dirty. Now go back to your class. At the end of the school day, Hinata Hyuga intercepted Naruto as he was about to leave, handing him a small box. Naruto-kun, this is from my brother Neji. This ointment is excellent for reducing swelling. Please make sure to accept it. Oh, alright, please thank him for me. Of course, but Naruto-kun, you are truly impressive for defeating Neji and I. Recalling how I emerged victorious, Naruto Uzumaki chuckled awkwardly, attributing his success to mere luck. Neji was indeed formidable. Hinata Hyuga showed no intention of departing, shyly clutching the hem of her garment, as if she had something to express but hesitated to voice it. Naruto scratched his head and inquired, Hinata, is there something on your mind? Feel free to speak openly. He continued, did you visit Ichiraku Ramen on Joy Street last time? I accidentally misplaced the voucher and couldn't recall the address, so I haven't been able to go. The thought irked Naruto, prompting him to cast a disapproving glance at Sasuke Uchiha's back. Sasuke, sensing Naruto's gaze, glanced back momentarily. Noticing Sasuke's attention, Naruto hurriedly averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance. It's all right. If you have time, shall we go now? Sure, Hinata replied, yet Naruto barely registered her words. His mouth outran his thoughts as he readily agreed. Then let's be off. Huh, where to? Naruto finally comprehended. Oh, I forgot to mention, I have a friend accompanying us since I'm staying at his place tonight. No problem. We can all go together, but could we wait for Neji for 5 minutes? He'll be done with his work shortly. Upon their arrival at Joy Street, they opened the door to Ichiraku Ramen, only to find familiar faces inside. What a coincidence, Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, you're here too. Huh. Hinata, Naruto, what brings you here? Sakura's inquiry was interrupted by Ino Yamanaka's exclamation, a colorful oddity. Greetings, I'm Sai, a close friend of Naruto's from childhood. Just as they settled in, Ino drew her phone closer to Sai, saying, ever since you broke my phone last time, I haven't seen you. What is the format password again? Is it 001010? Could this possibly be someone's birthday? That's Naruto's birthday, Sai replied. All eyes turned towards Naruto, who abruptly stood, looking somewhat disdainfully at Sai. Why did you make the password my birthday? My aunt set it up for me. I haven't changed it. Seriously, that could have led to misunderstandings about our relationship. Relieved, Naruto sank back into his seat. Honestly, why would my mom set my friend's phone password to my birthday? Besides Nara Shikamaru, who exhaled in relief. The others regarded the situation as a jest. When the ramen was served, Naruto eagerly took a sip of the broth. Indeed, this tastes just like the Ichiraku ramen from the ninja world. The owner is the same hand-pulling uncle along with the I am sister. It's delicious. I can't believe I've only just discovered such a delightful ramen shop. The owner chuckled at Naruto's praise. If it's good, come often. I see you're all students from Konoha. Please help spread the word. Absolutely. Amidst their laughter and chatter, they nearly finished their meal. Turning to find Choji had devoured 3 bowls already. You really have some skills, Choji, Naruto marveled. That evening, Naruto lay on the floor mat, engrossed in a mobile game on his phone. With a soft click, the bathroom light was extinguished. Sai, having just dried his hair, approached Naruto's feet. Naruto, why aren't you sleeping in your bed? You should take the bed. I prefer the sensation of sleeping on the floor, he said with a yawn. Naruto, having exited a mobile game, plugged his phone in to charge, turned around, closed his eyes, and advised, you should sleep too. It's quite late. Sai acquiesced, lying down on the bed without further insistence. The room fell silent for a moment until Sai broke it. Naruto, are you asleep? The only response was Naruto's steady breathing. Sai anticipated Naruto would drift off so quickly. Turning onto his side, he gazed at Naruto's peacefully sleeping face illuminated by the moonlight, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The cheerful and warm Naruto from before seemed to have returned. The next morning, Naruto awoke to a cool sensation on his face. He opened his eyes to find Sai holding ointment and cotton balls, tending to his wounds. I can do it myself. I've already applied it for you. This ointment is quite effective. You look much better today than yesterday, Sai replied. All right, thank you. Naruto felt an inexplicable pressure regarding Sai's care and kindness. In the following days, Naruto immersed himself in his studies. Meanwhile, Sasuke, free from Naruto's incessant presence, appeared to be enjoying a newfound freedom. Yet, he found himself unaccustomed to the tranquility that was once inherently his, feeling as though something was missing. Before class, their homeroom teacher, Kakashi Hitaki, praised Naruto publicly. It seems our troublemaker is striving to become an academic scholar. As your teacher, I am quite pleased, Naruto. Please continue this momentum. Oh, come on. That is so cheesy, teacher. His classmates retorted. Naruto shivered at the remark. Exactly. It's disgusting. What is so disgusting about it? That is merely a term of endearment from your teacher. Don't be ungrateful, Kakashi dismissed, continuing his playful banter. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. You seem to be in a good mood lately. Have you found our long-lost teacher? A gossip-loving girl smirked. The other students chimed in, creating a ruckus. Could it be Nurse Rin? I saw you two at the side entrance yesterday. A misunderstanding arose regarding Kakashi and Rin, causing him to clear his throat awkwardly. Rin would be quite startled to hear her lovely students spreading rumors about her character. When will you finally escape singlehood and find our teacher? A student inquired. Kakashi fell into contemplation regarding the notion of a teacher. The vice class representative interjected. Why are you all so anxious? The teacher isn't worried. Why should you be? Instead of fretting over the teacher's love life, let us focus on our grades. The exam is tomorrow. Speaking of exams, Kakashi chuckled. Do you all remember the questions from our last test? No way. Teacher, are you going to make it harder? Who knows? I wasn't involved in crafting the questions. As long as you're not the one creating them, we can breathe a sigh of relief. It has come to my attention that several questions have drawn inspiration from the previous test. Should I falter again, I may have to exert pressure upon you all. Instantly, the classroom was filled with lamentations. During the break, Naruto Uzumaki rushed past Sasuke Uchiha, inadvertently bumping into his arm. "Ah, my apologies." Sasuke gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, a sense of inexplicable disappointment rising within him. He could not comprehend why his gaze so often gravitated toward Naruto. Perhaps it was due to Naruto's ostentatious demeanor that not only he himself was drawn to him, but others were equally captivated. After much contemplation, Sasuke concluded that Naruto was simply too conspicuous. "Shikamaru, why are you still asleep? Sai has matters to attend to. You must explain how to solve this problem. Sakura, you excel at these types of questions. Please teach me. Hinata, your language skills are commendable. Could you assist me in deciphering this sentence? Ino, you possess a strong command of English, right?" Naruto's boisterous nature prompted nearly every classmate to inquire of him. Now, the students in class treated him as though he were a harbinger of misfortune, keeping their distance. "Please spare us. Can't you see we have a ready-made scholar in our class? Why not consult him?" "Him? Forget it. I doubt I would hear anything enlightening from him. I might even resort to violence." "It's not that severe. Sasuke-kun is quite patient when explaining problems and is rather comprehensible," a female classmate interjected. "Patient?" Naruto's expression bore a large question mark, filled with skepticism, as his gaze turned towards Sasuke's vacant seat. "Where is he? He was just here. Where could he have gone? Weren't you the one who always clung to him? You should know best where he is. Cling to him. Don't be ridiculous," Naruto exclaimed, rising abruptly from his desk. The collective eyes of the students were sharp. They had all witnessed his fixation on Sasuke since he had transferred to Konoha. Naruto was left speechless, reflecting on the truth of his constant presence around Sasuke. "My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold." However, this was because he could not abide Sasuke's presence, thus seeking to annoy him. "Your girlfriend has fallen for Sasuke. You wouldn't dare cling to him, would you? Surely, that's not your girlfriend's fault?" "What?" Naruto's mouth fell agape. "I haven't even held a girl's hand. Where would a girlfriend come from?" "Oh dear, we understand you value your pride. Let us not delve further," the girls chimed in, covering their mouths and signaling for silence. "That's not it. If you don't believe me, ask Sasuke. This is nothing but slander." Just then, Sasuke returned from the restroom, and as he stepped through the door, Naruto seized him. "What are you doing?" Sasuke's tone was tinged with impatience. "They claim I have a girlfriend who has fallen for you. How could that be? What does your girlfriend have to do with me? Let go." Sasuke's voice grew heavy, and he exerted considerable force to free himself from Naruto's grip. "What is going on?" Sasuke seems to be angry. "So, did Naruto steal Sasuke's girlfriend?" A group of girls wore expressions akin to having just witnessed a juicy scandal. Uzumaki Naruto noticed something amiss with Uchiha Sasuke. He was oblivious to the chatter behind him and instead approached Sasuke's side. "What's wrong, Sasuke?" Unable to hear Sasuke's response, Naruto leaned closer. "Hey, what's the matter with you?" At that moment, a classmate playfully collided with Naruto, causing him to stumble slightly. Uchiha Sasuke, visibly irritated, lifted his head. "You're annoying." Before he could finish, Naruto pressed closer. Instantly, the entire classroom fell silent, all eyes drawn to the two. Their faces were mere inches apart, and they could feel each other's breath. Naruto's eyes widened, while Sasuke appeared momentarily stunned, as if time itself had paused. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The offending classmate quickly apologized. Naruto grasped the edge of the desk tightly, exclaiming, "You scared me. I almost kissed this damn guy." His voice was filled with agitation. "I didn't mean to. I truly apologize." Sasuke's ears burned crimson as he feigned calmness, coldly stating, "I've told you before, keep your distance. Do you think I want to deal with you?" Frustration welled up within Naruto as he observed Sasuke's unyielding demeanor. In a fit of anger, he slammed his hand on Sasuke's desk and turned back to his seat, directing his gaze out the window, choosing to ignore the annoyance. Sasuke, watching the back of Naruto's head, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation himself. The school bell rang, and the classmates, who had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, returned to their seats, visibly disappointed. On the day of the exam, Uchiha Obito entered the classroom, one hand clutching a coffee cup and the other holding the exam papers. Appearing utterly fatigued, "This teacher looks so drowsy. Those little notes are bound to fly around shortly," one student mused. "Does he think he can let you all act so brazenly just because he possesses the Sharingan?" Another added, "By the way, why are we in the same examination room as the Dark Lord? He can't just start a fight midway through the test, can he? He shouldn't, right?" Silence. "The exam begins," Obito announced as he distributed the papers. Naruto gazed at the densely packed text on the exam sheet, feeling dizzy. He discreetly glanced at Sasuke, sitting a table away, who was writing rapidly, his expression intensely focused. A sense of rivalry stirred within Naruto, and he silently vowed to perform well. Halfway through the exam, Naruto found himself stumped by several tricky questions, scratching his head in frustration as he struggled for answers. He couldn't resist looking at Sasuke again, only to find him pausing, his brow furrowed, seemingly grappling with difficulties as well. A surge of satisfaction coursed through Naruto. Even a genius like Sasuke was confronted with challenging questions. Sasuke, sensing the heated gaze from behind, turned to shoot Naruto a sharp glare. Naruto frowned and glared back defiantly. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the podium, startling everyone and drawing their attention forward. Obito, with a flushed forehead, attempted to maintain composure, asking, "What are you all staring at? Study diligently. Time is of the essence." Anyone observing would recognize that the proctor has momentarily lost focus, resulting in an unintentional and rather intimate encounter with the podium. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but chuckle, for it is impossible not to find amusement in the antics of an acquaintance. Obito Uchiha felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering that had he not stayed up all night, such a blunder could have been avoided. Yet, upon reflecting on the cause of his insomnia, he felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand himself. To prevent his mind from wandering back to the previous night's events, he downed the remaining half-cup of coffee. My student is putting in quite the effort this time," came the voice of Kakashi Hitaki from the front entrance. Obito's body stiffened as if a switch had been flipped. He stood rigidly, avoiding any glance toward the door, his demeanor decidedly awkward. "Obito-sensei, is everything all right? I hope my students haven't caused you any trouble?" "Not at all," Obito replied, turning to face him, yet unable to meet Kakashi's gaze. These little rascals are a handful when exams are not on the agenda, but they wilt under the pressure of testing. Thankfully, none of them have chosen to be cowards, for cowardice is indeed disgraceful. At the mention of cowardice, Obito involuntarily gasped twice. "Wouldn't you agree, Obito-sensei? What cowardice? There are no cowards here. The students are diligently answering their papers." "Very well, then. Thank you for your efforts, Obito-sensei," Kakashi replied with a smile, turning to leave. Obito exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He understood that Kakashi's reference to cowards was directed at him. Last night, he had indeed acted inappropriately, leaving without a word, which could accurately be described as fleeing. The immediate wave of shame and humiliation washed over him, particularly in the presence of someone he detested, rendering it all the more unbearable. Thus, he chose to avoid Kakashi. As the two-day examination duty concluded, Obito gathered the test papers, only to receive a message from Kakashi on his phone. "Stupid coward, let us go eat. I have matters to attend to," Obito replied. "Fine, I'll inform Rin," Kakashi retorted. Obito's hand trembled. Was he truly going to disclose their arrangement to Rin? Absolutely not. "What are you planning to tell Rin?" Obito fired back, growing anxious as Kakashi's responses ceased. In a panic, he hastily handed over the test papers to a fellow teacher. "My house is leaking. Could you please submit this for me?" "Thank you." He then rushed toward the infirmary. He could not allow Rin to discover this matter. Otherwise, how could she ever regard him the same way? She would perceive him as a pervert and distance herself from him. Bursting through the infirmary doors, he found Rin, her hand poised midair with her bag, looking at him in confusion. "What's wrong, Obito?" "I'm fine. Has Kakashi come to see you?" "No. He messaged saying he was going home for dinner. I heard his parents returned from a trip with many local delicacies and invited us over." "What else did he say?" "He mentioned you had something to attend to and asked if anything happened." "I'm all right now." Fearful of revealing any secrets to Kakashi Hitaki and Rin Noera, Obito Uchiha mustered his courage and followed along. At the entrance, Asuma Sarutobi leaned against the car door, smoking. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. From the passenger seat, Might Guy waved to the two through the window. "Everyone's here. Let us depart." Rin Noera and Obito Uchiha each stepped aside to open the rear doors. Just as Obito opened the door, Akatsuki Mitarashi immediately raised her hand, instructing the gentleman to halt. The back seat was occupied by ladies. "What?" Obito sighed in confusion upon seeing the three women in the back. Before anyone could explain, a sudden glare from the headlights blinded him. Squinting, he struggled to discern the driver's face, but the brightness rendered it impossible. However, he vaguely noticed the passenger extending an arm, seemingly striking the driver on the head. Ouch, you little rascal. What if you blind someone's precious eyes? The recipient of the reprimand promptly turned off the high beams. At that moment, a middle-aged man with white hair descended from the back, kindly suggesting, "There isn't enough room in that car. Come over here." "Uncle?" Obito approached. "Why did you come out to greet us when you could have stayed home?" "We just disembarked from the plane. My son came to pick us up first." "I see. Haha. How was your trip with Andy?" "It must have been quite enjoyable." "Not too bad. How is your mother's health?" "She's persevering. It seems she'll live well into her hundreds." "Is that so? That's wonderful then. Please, get in." Shikaku Nara greeted warmly, sometimes treating Obito with more affection than his own son. With a smile, Obito climbed into the car and exchanged pleasantries with his stepmother, Irika Yamanaka, seated in the passenger seat. Irika showered Obito with inquiries about his well-being, referring to him as her big son. Obito cherished this rare warmth, treating them as though they were his biological parents. He glanced in the rearview mirror, locking eyes with Kakashi Hitaki, who was reflected in it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and silently mouthed the words escape and soldier. Instantly flustered, Obito averted his gaze and stared out the window. Little did anyone know how malevolent Kakashi's true nature could be. He could infuriate Obito to the brink of despair with just a careless remark. Much like a glutinous rice ball, white on the outside yet filled with darkness within. The love of parents was something Obito had never experienced, leading him to envy Kakashi during their childhood. Yet, whenever he witnessed Kakashi's cold and harsh demeanor towards his parents, an inexplicable disdain arose within him. He often fantasized about defeating Kakashi to correct his attitude towards his uncle and aunt. Ultimately, after realizing he could never surpass Kakashi, he devised a strategy to cling to him, even going so far as to mooch meals and accommodation. What transpired thereafter was a blur, until one day, Kakashi, as if transformed, unexpectedly softened his attitude towards his parents. Even his speech had become more voluble, and he began to forge friendships. Thanks to him, his friends had transformed into mutual acquaintances. At that moment, the phone of Uchiha Obito began to ring. It was Asuma. Uchiha Obito answered the call. "Hello, what is it?" "Obito, could you check if Kakashi has taken a wrong turn? I don't recall this being the right road." "Let's head to the maintenance shop up ahead to retrieve the car," said Kakashi Hitaki in a calm tone. "I understand. By the way, is Kakashi's phone turned off? I've been unable to reach him." "It's broken," replied Obito, taken aback as he glanced at Kakashi's silhouette. No wonder he hadn't responded to his messages. His phone was malfunctioning. Upon arriving at the car retrieval location, Kakashi exited the vehicle first. After a moment, he tapped on Obito's window. Obito pressed down the window, puzzled. "What is up? Step out. We're taking that one," Kakashi instructed, gesturing towards the pickup truck behind him. Obito's spirits lifted instantly, and without a second thought, he leapt from the car, circling the pickup twice. "When did you switch to a pickup? It looks amazing." By the time he regained his composure, he found himself seated in the passenger seat. He didn't wish to be alone. He certainly did not want to be in solitude with Kakashi. "What are you daydreaming about?" Kakashi leaned against the driver's window, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Don't you like it? Aren't you going to give it a try? I just got my driver's license. I'm not too confident driving at night." Obito chuckled awkwardly, fearing he might scrape the vehicle. "Day or night, it's the same. You're just a coward." Kakashi teased. "Well, as long as you're happy," Obito replied, choosing not to argue. They were no longer children. It was foolish to bicker as they once did. Such behavior seemed juvenile to him. Kakashi entered the vehicle but lingered, staring intently at Obito. The scrutiny made Obito uneasy. Why was he not driving? Was there something on his face? Suddenly, Kakashi leaned closer, causing Obito to freeze, and he instinctively raised his arms to shield his face. "What are you doing?" Obito's cheeks flushed, his voice tinged with anxiety. Kakashi, observing Obito's defensiveness, narrowed his eyes, then reached for the seatbelt behind him. "What else would I be doing? I've waited for you to buckle up long enough. I'll have to do it myself." "Sorry, I forgot," Obito mumbled, feeling guilty as he pulled on the seatbelt. Deciding it best not to provoke this petty man, especially after his own previous transgressions. However, as Kakashi secured the seatbelt around Obito, he felt a surge of irritation. Once the seatbelt was fastened, he abruptly pressed the accelerator, launching forward. The sudden jolt sent Obito's adrenaline soaring, and he clutched the overhead handle, shouting, "Whoa! Damn it, Kakashi! If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Isn't this a bit dangerous?" Kakashi replied with a smirk. "What do you mean by that? You jerk, As he uttered the expletive, the vehicle noticeably accelerated further. Slow down. A cornered rabbit will bite back, you know. So, you're saying you're a rabbit? Kakashi Hitaki appeared quite pleased as he observed the exasperated expression on Obito Uchiha's face, thus reducing the speed of the vehicle. Are you seeking revenge because I fled the day before yesterday? He inquired. Why would I hold a grudge? You relinquished your hopes of pursuing Rin, which holds no consequence for me. It merely wasted an evening of my time. Indeed, I apologize. It seems I have squandered your time spent on that tedious novel, Paradise of Affection. Is that satisfactory? Obito retorted. Rather than this petty revenge, it would be far more gratifying to engage in a proper fight. Kakashi remained silent, and the vehicle was enveloped in a sudden stillness. Yet, Obito pondered why Kakashi had refrained from countering his claim that the novel was not dull. After a moment, he asked, have you truly given up? If so, it appears your long-held affection was not as steadfast as you claimed. Kakashi's tone shifted to a more serious note. Obito, incensed, responded, do you believe I do not genuinely care for Rin? If I truly loved her, why would I hesitate to continue my pursuit? Perhaps it is simply that I do not. Very well then, I do not love Rin. I love you. This unexpected proclamation left Kakashi momentarily stunned, inadvertently activating the windshield wipers. Observing the erratic movement of the wipers, Obito realized the absurdity of his previous statement and added, I meant to say I love Rin. Was it necessary for me to declare my affection for you to evoke a reaction? Regardless, my sincerity towards Rin is evident to all. Kakashi remained silent for a while, then suddenly chuckled softly. Obito, unnerved by the laughter, demanded, what is so amusing? Kakashi composed himself and replied nonchalantly, I acknowledge your genuine feelings for Rin. Obito smirked. As long as you understand. Kakashi continued, however, I do not comprehend why, if you truly care, you chose to depart in the first place. Obito sighed heavily. I feared I could not provide Rin with the happiness she deserved, and the circumstances at that time were far too complicated, amidst such turmoil. How could one focus on romance? Kakashi nodded slightly. I too have experienced fear, yet mere avoidance does not seem to rectify any issues. Obito was taken aback to discover that Kakashi had also had someone he cherished, and curiosity piqued within him regarding the type of woman who could render him flustered. How did you confront it later? Obito refrained from voicing his true curiosity, opting instead to seek the outcome. Kakashi, with unwavering determination, declared, I chose to confront it. Though I am still uncertain of the answer, however, evading it will only lead to loss. Realizing that Kakashi had yet to achieve success in his endeavors, Obito felt an inexplicable sense of pride. While waiting at a red light, Kakashi turned to glance at Obito, as if he could see his own reflection within Obito's eyes. Obito, be brave and face it. Regardless of the outcome, at least you will not regret it. Obito fell into contemplation, seemingly reflecting on Kakashi's words. The two then proceeded to Kakashi's home to retrieve the 8 dogs of varying breeds and purchased a few items along the way. Upon arriving at the Hitaki family estate, 8 dogs joyfully dashed into the courtyard. Ha ha, with such ample space, they are finally liberated, Madogai remarked with a smile. Rest assured, Rin. I shall surely satisfy you from here on, Uchiha Obito whispered discreetly to Noara Rin. She smiled politely, turning her gaze towards Kakashi Hitaki, her eyes filled with curiosity. Sensing that he had exchanged some words with Obito, Kakashi shrugged, feigning innocence. At the dining table, Madogai and Uchiha Obito engaged in a contest of drinking capacity, which resulted in them consuming 3 glasses each before collapsing onto the table. Truly lacking in skill, yet eager to drink, Obito couldn't help but comment. After a round of drinks, he appeared noticeably dazed, his eyelids drooping as he shifted his focus to the sober Kakashi, smirking. Dare you drink with me? Having never witnessed Kakashi indulge in alcohol, he naturally categorized him among those who abstained. I shall undoubtedly be the ultimate victor. With that, he handed an empty bottle to Kakashi and casually reached for the potent liquor beside him, intent on finishing it. However, Noara Rin intervened swiftly. You cannot drink anymore. Obito, it's fine, I can still handle it. Kakashi turned his empty cup upside down and shook it. Obito, you've lost. I have finished mine. Indeed, you lost, Obito. A wager is a wager. Thus, you must refrain from drinking further, Rin echoed in agreement. Obito stared at the empty bottle, momentarily dazed, and stepped forward to make eye contact with Kakashi. You possess such remarkable drinking prowess? Why did you not inform me sooner? He blinked. then snatched the bottle from Kakashi's hand, pointing it at him. You do realize you caused me to lose face before Rin, don't you? You're intoxicated, Obito. Kakashi attempted to reclaim the bottle, fearing that the inebriated individual before him might mishandle it. No, I haven't lost. Ha ha ha, you are deceiving him. It is merely an empty bottle. Kakashi hasn't drunk a drop. Mato guy, having regained consciousness at some point, laughed heartily while pointing at Obito. I have not lost. Just as Obito set down the bottle, it collided with the edge of the table and shattered unexpectedly. Oh dear, this child. Quickly, put down the bottle. Hashirama moved to snatch it from Obito's grasp. Mom, don't come over, I'll handle it. Kakashi interjected. Ah, Kakashi, you deceived me with an empty bottle. Obito placed the bottle on the table, yet it lacked a base and toppled off. Hey, Kakashi hurriedly pushed Obito aside, but in doing so, he inadvertently scraped his own arm. Blood trickled down his arm, staining the floor. Upon witnessing Kakashi's injury, everyone sobered up considerably. Obito stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation, while Rin rushed forward to inspect his wound. This cut is quite deep. We need to go to the hospital for stitches. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have drunk so much, Obito lamented, his face etched with guilt and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Kakashi wore a calm expression, assuring everyone that he was fine, merely suffering from a minor injury. Yet, the pallor of his lips betrayed him. Uncle, please hand me the car keys. I am the only one here who hasn't been drinking. I shall take Kakashi to the hospital, Lin Nora stated. Very well. I entrust this task to you, Lin, Shikaku Nara replied, passing the keys to her. At that moment, Obito Uchiha activated his Sharingan, declaring, driving is too slow. I will utilize Kamui to transport him. Kakashi covered his eyes, insisting, it's not that serious. We can drive there. Do not worry, Obito. A simple stitch and a tetanus shot will suffice, Lin reassured him. Obito helped Kakashi into the car, and they sped off to the hospital. The doctor swiftly treated Kakashi's wound. Despite the stitching, Kakashi did not flinch, while Obito stood anxiously, unsure where to place his hands. As the doctor stitched, he outlined the necessary precautions. The wound must not get wet for the next few days, medication should be changed daily, and the stitches would be removed in a week. Furthermore, the tetanus shot should be administered within 24 hours, and he had already prescribed the medication. Lin nodded, and Obito listened attentively. Upon returning to the car, Obito remained silent, his face etched with guilt. Noticing his demeanor, Kakashi patted his shoulder, saying, Do not blame yourself, it was not intentional. Slowly, Obito raised his head, promising, Kakashi, I will certainly drink less in the future. I will not allow you to get hurt again. Lin, driving in front, smiled subtly, feeling the warmth and harmony of the atmosphere between the two. It's quite late. Should we head back to the suburbs? Kakashi replied. No need to return to the old house. Just drop me off, and then you can go home. You can return the car later. Will you be all right alone at home? Your phone is still broken, Lin inquired, casting a glance at Obito in the rearview mirror. Before Kakashi could respond, Obito interjected. It's fine. I will take care of him. That will have to suffice. Just don't argue, Lin cautioned. At our age, how could we be so childish as to bicker? Obito proclaimed with a reassuring tone. Rest assured, Lin, I will look after Kakashi properly. Feeling relieved that Kakashi was not seriously injured, Obito began to relax, though the remnants of his earlier inebriation returned. Drink some warm water. The injured should not consume anything cold. Kakashi glanced at the cup bearing remnants of toothpaste, expressing his dismay. Brother, that is my rinsing cup. Oh, Obito raised the cup, examining it closely before breaking into a sheepish laugh. Ah, my apologies, I took the wrong one. I will prepare fresh bathing water for you. Kakashi widened his eyes, questioning the origin of the water in the rinsing cup. He stood up, urging Obito to sit on the bed. I have only sustained a superficial injury. I'm not missing a limb. You need not worry about me. Just rest. No way. You are the reason for my injury, and thus I must take full responsibility for you. It may be inconvenient for you to bathe, so I shall assist you. No need to wait for you to regain consciousness to say hello. Despite the futility of a single punch against two hands, ultimately, Uchiha Obito forcibly pressed Hatake Kakashi into the bathtub. Thus, throughout the ordeal, he held up one hand while Uchiha Obito scrubbed his back and massaged him, even helping him wash his hair. Inadvertently, some foam ended up on his face and in his eyes. Hatake Kakashi instinctively wiped away the foam from his face. Yet discomfort lingered in his eyes, causing him to tilt his head back and forth in sheer torment. Wipe my eyes. It hurts. Uchiha Obito, in a fluster, covered Kakashi's face with a towel. Kakashi grasped his hand to break free. Cough. Are you trying to kill me, Obito? I blame you for being so fidgety. How can I wash properly? Hatake Kakashi opened his eyes and turned to see Uchiha Obito awkwardly tugging at his clothing, as if trying to hide something. Have you? Can we act as though I didn't see anything? Why mention it? No. Why are you fidgeting? It's infuriating. Can't you just sit still for a moment while I wash my hair? Hatake Kakashi felt a surge of frustration, yet he found Uchiha Obito's flustered demeanor endearing, making him want to tease him further. All right, it's my fault. Come here. It is indeed your fault, Uchiha Obito mumbled, though his body obediently moved closer. You help me, and I'll help you. Then we'll be even, right? What do you mean by helping me? Of course. I mean helping you relieve your urgent needs. Uchiha Obito's face immediately flushed red, his eyes widening as he stammered. Who said I needed your help? Don't speak nonsense. Despite his words, his body reacted unmistakably to Kakashi's unembellished remark. Hatake Kakashi smirked, wrapping one arm around Uchiha Obito's waist, his warm breath cascading over him. Stop being stubborn. Obito, last time must have felt quite pleasant, didn't it? Uchiha Obito felt his body weaken under Kakashi's touch, wanting to resist, but finding himself unable to muster the strength. Kakashi's next move left him utterly dumbfounded, prompting him to hastily grasp Kakashi's head. Foolish Kakashi. Stop it. Please. This isn't right. Let me go? Soon. Uchiha Obito surrendered to the situation, donning a look of utter despair. Kakashi stood up, stepping out of the bathtub to cleanse himself at the sink. Obito was not the same as he had been last time. As the sound of sobbing grew louder behind him, Kakashi began to realize that perhaps he had taken the joke too far. Obito? Are you crying? Crying? Nonsense. You're the one crying. My rhinitis is acting up. Uchiha Obito forcefully threw his bathrobe at Kakashi's face. Kakashi, seemingly struck by the robe, stared blankly at Uchiha Obito. I want to bathe too. Go find me some pajamas. I am an injured person, but you haven't lost a limb. Kakashi Hatake found himself unable to refute his own words. Thus he painstakingly donned a bathrobe with one hand and proceeded to seek out pajamas for Obito Uchiha. As Kakashi rummaged through the wardrobe, he finally unearthed a suitable pair of sleepwear. Returning to the bathroom door, he gently knocked, announcing, Obito, I have found the pajamas. From within, Obito's muffled voice responded, just throw them in. Complying, Kakashi tossed the pajamas through the crack in the door. After a brief moment, Obito emerged from the bathroom, his towel wrapped around him, visibly agitated, with traces of tears adorning his face, and his eyes reddened. Is this the best you could find? It's hideous, he exclaimed, flinging the pajamas back at Kakashi. With a resigned catch, Kakashi replied, then you may select another for yourself. Obito huffed in annoyance, striding to the wardrobe to search once more. After selecting a more appealing set of pajamas, he retreated to the bedroom, flopping onto the bed and covering his head with the blanket. Kakashi, sitting at the edge of the bed, hesitated before reaching out to pat him gently. Still upset? I merely wish to assist you. You could have just used your hands. Why resort to words? And with such finesse, do you often engage in this manner? Obito recalled the previous scene, struggling to reconcile the image of such a noble face performing such a task. Kakashi, bemused, quickly clarified, I assure you. That was not my intent. I only sought to make you more comfortable. Who asked you to make me comfortable? Obito emerged from under the blanket, glaring at him indignantly. You did this on purpose, to humiliate me. I truly did not, Kakashi protested. Enough. I know your true nature. I intend to sleep now, so you should leave. With that, Obito insisted that Kakashi vacate the bed. And where shall I sleep? Is there not another bedroom? As a guest, you should yield your room to me. Kakashi chuckled at the absurdity. Typically, guests would adapt to the host, yet in Obito's case, it seemed to have inverted entirely. Little did he know that the other bedroom had been transformed into a storage room, as he had not visited Kakashi's home since high school. Very well. I shall begrudgingly acquiesce to the inebriate. I am not inebriated. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Obito's face in warmth as he slowly opened his eyes. Feeling somewhat dazed, as though a portion of his memory had slipped away, he endeavored to recollect the events of the previous night, remembering only that Kakashi had been injured and taken to the hospital, while he had vowed to take full responsibility. Yet, what transpired thereafter remained elusive. Pondering deeply, Obito exited the bedroom and immediately spotted Kakashi, sound asleep on the sofa, curled up in a manner that appeared rather pitiable. Witnessing this, Obito was reminded of how he had forcibly claimed Kakashi's bedroom, driving him out, and a wave of intense guilt washed over him. How could I treat an injured person in such a manner? He sustained his injuries to protect me. Internally, he chastised himself. As Uchiha Obito grappled with his inner turmoil, Hatake Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. His gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Obito, seemingly observing his reactions. It appeared he had forgotten certain events from the previous night, only recalling the incident of expelling me from the bedroom. Hatake Kakashi mused to himself, a slight smile gracing his lips. Noticing the awakened Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito immediately donned a pleasing smile. Good morning, Kakashi. What would you like for breakfast? Kakashi feigned rubbing his eyes and stretched lazily, casually responding, Oh, good morning, Obito. You asked what I want for breakfast? To be honest, after the tumult of last night, I'm in the mood for something light. However, I remember your culinary skills aren't exactly stellar. You wouldn't turn breakfast into a culinary disaster, would you? At this remark, Uchiha Obito's smile faltered momentarily, yet he patted his chest in reassurance. Fear not, Kakashi. I shall prepare you a light breakfast. It will certainly not be a culinary catastrophe. With that, he rushed into the kitchen with fervor. Hatake Kakashi leisurely rose from the sofa, sauntering into the kitchen. Leaning against the doorframe and observing the flustered Uchiha Obito, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. As Obito chopped vegetables, he sneakily glanced over, and upon meeting Kakashi's gaze, his movements grew more frantic. You can just wait outside. That's not how you chop vegetables. Kakashi chuckled, moving closer to stand behind him, wrapping his arms around him to guide his technique. Feeling the warmth of breath near his ear, Uchiha Obito was instantly covered in goosebumps, straightening his back in surprise. Stunned into silence, he wondered what this gesture entailed. Was it an intentional affront? A means of retaliation for the sleepless night? Hey, there should be limits to your mischievousness. Observing Obito's rigid posture, desperately trying to maintain some distance, Kakashi abruptly lost interest in instructing him. I'm going to freshen up. Allow me to assist you, Obito began, but Kakashi interjected. One hand can suffice for washing your face and brushing your teeth. You should focus on preparing a delicious breakfast instead. Kakashi's languid tone, laced with provocation, ignited Obito's competitive spirit. Don't underestimate me. My culinary skills have improved significantly over the years, Uchiha Obito muttered under his breath. When Kakashi emerged from freshening up, he gazed at the wontons on the table with confusion. If I'm not mistaken, these are the frozen wontons from the refrigerator, correct? Uchiha Obito, brimming with confidence, replied. I didn't use the packet inside, and this broth is my grandmother's exclusive recipe. It's a family secret. You're quite fortunate to be able to taste it. Saying this, Obito eagerly handed a spoon to Kakashi, his expression one of anticipation. Do try it. Kakashi scooped a spoonful of broth, blowing on it before taking a tentative sip. Not bad, right? I told you it would be good. Uchiha Obito beamed, watching Kakashi savor the broth, when a vague, blurred image flashed through his mind from the same perspective. What's wrong? Kakashi inquired. Nothing, just a bit of a hangover. I suppose. Uchiha Obito naturally attributed his recent days to an illusion. Uzumaki Naruto was roused from his reverie by the sound of a phone call. Hello? Oh, it's you. President. What's the matter? Naruto, president of the drama club here. Remember we agreed to have dinner together? Are you free tonight? As the memory surfaced, Uzumaki Naruto groggily acknowledged that he indeed had time. The president reiterated the details of their dinner plans before ending the call. As the evening arrived, Naruto entered the dining venue and was greeted by the lively chatter of his fellow drama club members. Upon spotting him, they beckoned him to take a seat. Once seated, Naruto glanced around. Who are you looking for? The president inquired with a grin. Nothing much. It's just that since the school anniversary, I haven't seen everyone much. And now it feels a bit strange, Naruto replied. Don't worry, we all remember you. It's impossible to forget the great demon king Naruto, the vice president chimed in. Naruto scratched his head, feeling inexplicably bashful. It's a pity that Sasuke didn't come, the president lamented. Sasuke seems to never attend any gatherings, remarked a classmate, mocking. Being from the Uchiha clan, how could he mingle with us commoners? Indeed, their arrogance is infuriating, echoed another upperclassman. At that moment, the president raised his glass. steering the conversation away from the Uchihas. Enough of that. Let us drink. I'm about to surpass you all. Drink up. Why are you consuming it so quickly? The vice president, observing Naruto's slight unease, playfully smiled and offered her glass. How about sharing a drink with your senior? I don't drink. I'm not of age yet. What about smoking? The boy who had earlier made jests suddenly interjected. Of course, if you don't drink, you must smoke. After all, a school bully has either smoked or fought. You can't generalize. Maybe he is a bully without any vices, the vice president remarked, her gaze never leaving Naruto. Senior, since he arrived, you've been attentive to him. You must have some interest in him, right? Exactly. Since he came, you've neglected us. Compared to you, he is far more charming, the vice president teased, swirling her drink, her black nails strikingly visible. He is just my type. Naruto was taken aback, wondering if he had just received a confession from the beautiful senior. As a senior, she shouldn't jest with a junior. What if she meant it? The president placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, chuckling. Haha, Chizuki-senpai loves to joke. Naruto quickly replied, yes indeed. Chizuki Okita narrowed her eyes and smiled lightly. I'm not joking. With that, she rose and occupied the empty seat beside Naruto. Junior, how about giving me a chance to get to know you? Naruto's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. The president, observing Chizuki's playful gaze, sighed helplessly. Feeling a bit stifled, I decided to step outside for a smoke, inviting Naruto to join me. Before he could respond, I had already dragged him along. TCH, that morning Yamamoto fellow always relishes in thwarting my plans. Watching their departing figures, Okita could only shake his head in regret. Once outside, Yamamoto offered a cigarette to Naruto, reassuring him, don't be nervous. Chizai is just playful. Naruto accepted the cigarette, feeling somewhat out of his depth, as he had never smoked before. Yamamoto then handed him a lighter, assisting him in igniting it. Suddenly, an image flashed through Naruto's mind. Sasuke Uchiha lighting a cigarette behind the tutoring center. I mimicked him, placing the cigarette between my lips and leaning in closer to the flame, inhaling deeply. Cough, cough, cough. Haha, my apologies, this Marlboro is rather harsh. It's only natural if you find it unbearable, I sputtered. Are you alright? Yamamoto inquired, suppressing a grin while patting Naruto's back. I'm fine, he replied. What do you usually smoke? It must be a light one, right? Menthol double burst, I answered. Oh, that one, it's quite mild. If you don't get too close after smoking, you can hardly smell it. Naruto had noticed the words menthol double burst emblazoned on Sasuke's cigarette pack previously, but was unsure of the brand. He only knew that every time he approached Sasuke, he was enveloped in a refreshing mint scent. It turned out to be the aroma of smoke. Naruto, you and Sasuke must have become good friends by now, right? Yamamoto asked. Naruto paused, reflecting on the unresolved tensions with Sasuke from their time in the ninja world, and replied, I suppose so. Yamamoto chuckled softly, muttering, that's good. Perhaps next time we can invite him to play the lead in our drama. What? Naruto asked, puzzled. Nothing. I just knew you two would inevitably become friends, Yamamoto said, casually tossing the cigarette, but into a nearby trash bin. We finished smoking, let us head back. Naruto followed suit, discarding his own cigarette, but increasingly bewildered by the allure of smoking. It was undeniably harsh, so why did so many indulge in it? Even Sasuke had succumbed to this vice. Lost in thought, Naruto suddenly realized that in the ninja world, they had never truly had the chance to grow up together. If not for war, they might have never crossed paths again. Just as they were about to re-enter the building, Naruto caught a glimpse of a figure clad in black, standing upright across the street, adjusting his hat. He focused intently. The figure's crimson eyes seemed eerily familiar. However, he only had a fleeting 2 seconds to observe before the individual, evidently oblivious to Naruto's gaze, leaped into the adjacent alley. President, I have matters to attend to at home. I must return. Naruto exclaimed hastily. Such urgency? Then go, but do take care. Came the reply. Got it. Naruto rushed across the street and stealthily entered the dark alley. The damp atmosphere enveloped him as he cautiously advanced, his eyes fixed ahead, striving to capture any trace of the figure in black. From the depths of the darkness, a series of crackling sounds emerged as Naruto Uzumaki cautiously advanced a few steps, straining to discern the silhouette of the figure cloaked in black. Is that you, Sasuke? Naruto inquired tentatively. The figure slowly turned, revealing the ominous gleam of his red Sharingan piercing through the shadows. He cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, his expression devoid of warmth, akin to a solitary ice sculpture. exuding an aura of chilling coldness. You are clearly here. Why do you not join the gathering? Naruto observed the frigid gaze of Uchiha Sasuke, his body drenched in cold sweat. This sensation was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of their first reunion after 3 years of arduous training in the ninja world. At that time, Sasuke had brandished a blade, intent on attacking him, only to be halted by Sai. Ever since, this image had haunted Naruto's dreams, serving as a constant reminder of the need to rescue his friend from the clutches of darkness. Now, Uchiha Sasuke radiated an intense aura of hostility, just as he had back then. What has befallen you, Sasuke? Naruto ventured closer, sensing a disquieting shift in Sasuke's demeanor. Upon recognizing Naruto's face, Sasuke appeared momentarily taken aback, and a jarring noise suddenly pierced through his headphones. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke endured the discomfort without removing the device. Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to articulate his thoughts, a voice calling his name from behind interrupted him. Turning around, he discovered it was Sai. By the time Naruto glanced back into the alley, Sasuke's figure had vanished. Huh? Where did he go? Sai rushed to Naruto's side, peering into the darkness with curiosity. Where is he? Sasuke. I saw him, he was just here. Naruto. Have you been drinking? Are you hallucinating? I haven't been drinking. Naruto scratched his head, pondering if smoking something potent could induce such visions. Sai looked startled. You've taken up smoking? Not quite. I just pretended to in upper grades. I don't even understand what's appealing about that acrid stuff. Naruto regarded Sai for a long moment before expressing his confusion. Wait, how did you know I was here? I came to buy something. As he spoke, Sai lifted the bag in his hand. I heard that the taiyaki here is delicious, so I wanted to try it. Who would have thought I'd run into you? Where is that little gluttoness shop? I want to get some to bring back for her. I've already bought some. Sighing, Naruto conceded, well, let us head back together. Upon returning to Naruto's home, his sister, Irika, eagerly accepted the taiyaki. Thank you, brother Sai. Sai smiled, but Naruto's mood soured, his envy evident. Now that you have food, you've forgotten your dear brother. Huh? Don't start. Just don't eat any. I will eat, Naruto declared, snatching a red bean taiyaki from her grasp. Dad, brother stole my food. Don't worry, Dad won't take any. Just remember to leave some for Mom. Minato Namikaze said with a serious demeanor. Dad, do you think you're funny this way? Uncle is quite humorous, Sai chimed in, fully appreciating Minato's sense of humor. Only Sasui would think that, Uzumaki Karen remarked in silence. I thought saying this would make Uncle feel proud, Sasui replied earnestly. In truth, Sasui, if you had kept quiet, Uncle would have still retained his dignity, sighed Minato Namikaze, lamenting the blunt honesty of his young apprentice. Observing the harmonious family scene, Naruto Uzumaki wore a satisfied smile, reaching out to drape his arm around Sasui's shoulder and giving it a gentle shake. Feel free to visit my home more often. After all, it's rather dull being alone, he encouraged. Sasui gazed intently at Naruto's profile, a warm sensation bubbling within him, seemingly unable to withdraw his gaze. It was only when his phone vibrated that Sasui bid them farewell. Encrypted ANBU channel, Code Z. Who is he? Why does he resemble Code M so closely? This is not information you are meant to know, Code Z replied. So, Code M is like me, but he was the only one who failed. Before you inquired, you already knew the answer. Code Z. Exit the encrypted channel. Conversation concluded, records automatically cleared. The exam results have been released. Yet it remains uncertain who topped the class this month. It must be Sasuke Uchiha. When have you ever seen him fall behind? Look, it seems this time it's not him. The top spot is held by Sakura Haruno, with Sasui in second place. What? Sasuke Uchiha has dropped out of the top 3. The student who had consistently maintained first place has now fallen to fourth. Several students gathered around, exchanging idle chatter in excitement. Who is this Sasui? I've never seen that name before. He is the new transfer student from class 2. And he seems quite familiar with Naruto. Naruto glanced at his own grades, which were barely scraping 40 in his weakest subjects, and a broad grin spread across his face. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. It turns out that extra tutoring has really benefited you. How astonishing, Nara Shikamaru exclaimed in disbelief. Ever since they met, it seemed they had never truly studied. It was either skipping class or sleeping. I had thought that someone so scatterbrained would struggle with academics. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Shikamaru's words left Naruto feeling a bit off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Assuming it was a compliment, he proudly rubbed his nose, saying, of course. Have you forgotten who I am? Shikamaru smiled lightly. Sometimes not discerning praise or criticism is a talent in itself, which is what makes Naruto so endearing. Suddenly, Shikamaru remarked, "Why are you smiling so creepily? Are you feeling unwell?" Students returning from viewing their scores hastened to Sakura's side. "Class president, you've secured first place in the entire grade. Congratulations." Sakura seemed startled to realize she had achieved first place, momentarily at a loss. "What about Sasuke?" she instinctively inquired. Given her perennial second-place status due to Sasuke Uchiha, she was curious about her rival's ranking this time. He placed fourth. What? Sakura Haruno was taken aback to find that Sasuke Uchiha had fallen out of the top 3, feeling an inexplicable sense of delight. She had never anticipated that Sasuke would falter this time. Shikamaru Nara lamented the situation, while Naruto Uzumaki wore a smug expression, declaring, "I told you. One cannot bask in glory for too long. Having underestimated me before, now he has plummeted. He deserves it." At that moment, the classroom bell rang, and Kakashi Hatake entered. "Is everyone here? I am about to commence the lesson. Teacher, Sasuke has yet to return." "Oh, I almost forgot to mention." Kakashi adjusted the crooked bow on his bandage. "Sasuke is unwell, so I sent him to the infirmary for a bit of rest." Naruto glanced at the empty desk beside him, deep in thought. This was the rearranged seating. Previously, a classmate had separated him from Sasuke, but now they were merely an aisle apart, rendering their arrangement almost indistinguishable from being desk partners. Is a decline in grades really due to feeling unwell? His perspective is rather narrow, Naruto muttered to himself. In the infirmary, Sasuke lay on the bed. His eyes shut tightly, brows furrowed, hands gripping the blanket as sweat beaded on his forehead, as if tormented by a nightmare. After a while, he abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. "Isn't it enough to disrupt the exam? Why does he even haunt my dreams?" Ever since the last school anniversary, Naruto's visage had inexplicably invaded Sasuke's thoughts. This perplexed him. It was one thing before the exam, but post-exam, it had intensified, even intruding upon his dreams. Truly, an unwelcome specter. "What are you murmuring about? Have you only slept for a short while?" Lin Noera approached with a thermometer, taking Sasuke's temperature. "It's not so high now. The medication is just kicking in. You should sleep a little longer." "It's fine. I feel much better, thank you." Lin smiled. "No need for thanks. If you feel unwell again, do come find me." By the time Sasuke returned to the classroom, the third period had already concluded. Naruto had intended to inquire about his well-being, but was instead summoned by the vice principal. Upon entering the vice principal's office, Sasuke encountered the secretary of Fugaku Uchiha. The secretary, with a respectful demeanor, remarked, "Young master, the minister has asked me to check in on you. As I hear there have been some issues with your grades, inform him that this was an isolated incident. I will rectify my situation." The secretary adjusted his glasses, smiling, "I will convey that properly. The minister also asked me to remind you not to be late for tonight's banquet." Sasuke furrowed his brow, feeling vexed at the thought of attending yet another tedious gathering. "Understood, I will arrive on time." After the secretary departed, Sasuke returned to the classroom with a troubled expression. Seeing him back, Naruto casually asked, "Hey, are you alright?" Noticing Sasuke's indifference, Naruto huffed, "Your grades are slipping, and yet you act like it's nothing. What does it matter to you?" Sasuke shot him a glance, his impatience evident. Yet Naruto was not angered. Sasuke's annoyance brought him a sense of satisfaction. "How can it not concern me? We are classmates, and now desk partners. Isn't it natural for us to look out for one another?" Recently, Sasuke has been staying out late, indulging in nocturnal escapades, which has consequently led to a decline in his academic performance, correct? "Which of your eyes witnessed my late-night absences?" Uchiha Sasuke inquired with a hint of confusion. "Ah, I saw you, with my own eyes, in the alley of Shibuya on Sunday night," Naruto Uzumaki retorted. Pointing at his own eyes, Sasuke shot him a disdainful glance. "What does my whereabouts concern you?" "Indeed, it is none of my business," Naruto shrugged, sensing that his companion was in a foul mood and refrained from further questioning. Upon school dismissal, after receiving a phone call, Naruto dashed out with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Calm, Naruto. Long time no see," he exclaimed, circling around his friend clad in a motorcycle jacket, eyeing his motorbike with intrigue. "Have you undergone a transformation during your travels abroad?" "Transformation? I have undergone a rebirth, do you understand?" Kong stated proudly, patting the back seat of his motorcycle. "Care to take it for a spin? Let us go." Before Naruto could mount the bike, Sai materialized, blocking their path. Kong removed his helmet, donning a mocking expression. Well, if it isn't Naruto's little sidekick. Where do you intend to take him? Sai asked, his demeanor serious. To have some fun, of course. Step aside. My motorcycle has no regard for obstacles. Kong reaffixed his helmet, revving the engine with a deafening roar. Naruto, just figuring out how to wear the helmet, noticed the escalating tension between the two. As they appeared ready to clash. It's fine, Sai. I'll just take a quick ride. You can head home first. Did you hear that? Your lordship Naruto has asked you to return home by yourself. At your age, needing company to go home after school is quite embarrassing. Kong retorted, executing a U-turn on his motorcycle and flashing an international gesture before speeding off with Naruto. Sai observed the unfolding scene impassively until they were out of sight. Then leisurely opened his phone, tracking the moving red dot on the screen. Isn't this your grandfather's house? What is the purpose of bringing me here? Naruto inquired, swallowing hard as he gazed at the opulent gates of the estate. Kong chuckled softly. I thought you might find your grandfather's birthday celebration rather dull. So I brought you to alleviate your boredom. Upon hearing the words alleviate boredom, Naruto felt a pang of anxiety. You used to say the same when we were children. And what happened then? I fell off a cliff at your grandfather's estate. I was just a kid back then. Wasn't my grandfather furious with yours over my fall? Naruto asked. Don't remind me. I've forgotten the details of that incident. I only remember you were unconscious for half a year. Nearly not waking up at all. Kong added. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the privilege of seeing you now. Get lost. Are you cursing me? Naruto retorted, delivering an elbow to Kong. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Quit it. We're riding. Once the gates swung open, Kong twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged into the estate. As they entered the villa, a portion of guests had already arrived in the grand hall. Most were prominent families from Konoha, along with a few aspiring families eager to forge connections and ascend into the ranks of the elite. Among them were several candidates for Hokage, their intentions quite clear as they sought to garner more supporters for their campaigns. In the realm of the empty expanse, Ko, a man of significant lineage, is acquainted with many. His family has long been entrenched in the ranks of influential officials, even in retirement. His voice retains considerable weight among the powers that be. Whosoever candidate secures his endorsement is already halfway to victory. The Hira and Uzumaki clans, prior to the establishment of the shadow system, played pivotal roles in aiding the daimyo in governance, one representing the light and the other the dark. However, after the shadow system's inception, the Uzumaki clan gradually withdrew from political affairs, choosing instead to pursue commercial endeavors. On the surface, the Hira clan appears dominant. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the Uzumaki clan has quietly aligned themselves with the Hira, following their withdrawal. Most presume a bitter rivalry exists between the two clans, culminating in the Uzumaki's downfall. Thus, when they catch sight of the Uzumaki crest adorning Naruto, their expressions betray disdain. Conversely, upon encountering Ko, their demeanor shifts to one of false flattery. Ko rolls his eyes at their insincerity, thinking, such a bunch of sycophants. It matters not. My family stays clear of this. Naruto shrugs, remarking, most people here hail from the political sphere. Ko places a hand on Naruto's shoulder, finding it amusing how some feign amiability in their quest for votes. Look over there. Ko gestures towards the grand hall below, that individual claiming to be from the Senju branch, Takeda, once so arrogant and unyielding. Now look at that frozen smile. It's utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, Naruto recalls, didn't you have a spat with Takeda Hiroshi's son? You even gave him a beating. And what of it? The very one who greeted me with the most insincere smile just now is indeed his son. Now he calls me Ko-Ni with feigned respect. Ugh, such pretentiousness, Naruto scoffs. At that moment, the grand doors swing open once more. Whoa, Naruto exclaims, instinctively crouching down, startling Ko nearby. What's wrong? Have you seen a ghost? Ko inquires. I spotted a classmate. And so? Just greet them. They won't eat you. No need to be so frightened. The thing is, I've concealed my Uzumaki heritage at school. Why the secrecy? If everyone were to call me the grandson of a gang leader, it would be quite unappealing. The great demon king has a much grander ring to it. Ko can only sigh at Naruto's reasoning. Naruto dons a baseball cap and a black mask, rearming himself for the occasion. What's with that ragged hat? It's so loose. Don't blame Earth's gravity for your inability to pull yourself together, Ko exclaims in exasperation. Well, maybe your brain is the issue, not my hat, Naruto retorts, scratching his ear. All right, you mentioned bringing me here to relieve boredom. What is the plan? Of course, we are here for an exhilarating game of billiards. Naruto, nearly choked with disbelief, protests, you brought me here just to play billiards? What about your other friends? Why stoop to play with a novice like me? Playing with you guarantees a win. Seriously? Are you even speaking rationally? Go ahead and play without me. I'm heading home. Naruto steps back, opening the door. But in his distraction, collides with a passerby. Ouch! That hurt. Naruto Uzumaki rubbed his arm, still stinging from the collision, and boasted, what the heck? Ko quickly rushed outside to check on him. Are you alright? I'm fine, sorry about that. I was a bit too hasty, Naruto replied, glancing up at the person he had collided with, only to realize it was Sasuke. Is this guy made of iron? Is he carved from stone? That really hurt. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his voice to sound more robust, and inquired, are you okay? No, replied Uchiha Sasuke, momentarily taken aback by encountering someone with the same name as Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto did not linger on Sasuke, but instead bowed to the elderly Kawa behind him. Happy birthday, Grandpa Kawa. I'll have my parents bring you a gift tomorrow. Today was quite unexpected. Isn't this the grandson of the Uzumaki clan? Knowing it was Grandpa Kawa's birthday banquet, he shows up empty-handed and claims he'll make it up tomorrow. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Perhaps this lad is doing it on purpose, considering the long-standing rivalry between the Uzumaki and Kawa clans. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, while the two main characters were still preoccupied with their own thoughts. I hope you understand the consequences of spreading rumors. If you continue this nonsense, I might not be able to turn a blind eye, Uchiha Fugaku warned, his authoritative tone suggesting imminent action. Haha, don't be so serious, Fugaku, Kawa chuckled, then turned to Naruto. I'm glad you could come. I'm more than pleased to see you. Speaking of which, your grandfather hasn't visited me in a while. What keeps him busy these days? My grandfather is enjoying his retirement in the countryside of Jiangnan, Naruto replied. He certainly knows how to choose a good place for relaxation. Kawa remarked with a sigh. Naruto smiled. My grandfather is quite open-minded and takes good care of himself. Enough about your grandfather. Why are you bundled up so tightly? Ko interjected. Grandpa, he caught a cold today and is worried about spreading it to others, so he's wearing a mask, he explained. Naruto coughed a few times in agreement. Oh dear, young people should take care of their health, Ko advised. I will, thank you for your concern, Grandpa, Naruto assured him. All right, you youngsters enjoy yourselves. Fugaku and I have matters to discuss. As Uchiha Fugaku passed by Sasuke, he said, go and get to know them. Try to be friends with Ko. Naruto exchanged a glance with Ko, who immediately understood and began to lead Naruto away. However, Sasuke called out to them, wait a moment. What do you need? Ko asked. Naruto tugged at Ko's sleeve and whispered, don't let him join us. Join us. Ko didn't quite catch Naruto's words and instinctively responded loudly. Sure, Sasuke, who had been contemplating how to initiate conversation, quickly agreed. Huh. Naruto was taken aback. Huh. Wasn't that your idea? Ko was equally perplexed. Naruto sighed. Was this what they referred to as an unreliable ally? Upon reaching the billiard room, Ko took the lead and broke the rack, sending the colored balls scattering in all directions. With a single stroke, he pocketed 2 balls, raising an eyebrow in triumphant delight. It was now Uchiha Sasuke's turn. He approached the billiard table with an upright posture, his gaze intense. With a gentle yet precise strike, a red ball found its way into the pocket. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki observed from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. When it was Naruto's turn, he inhaled deeply. Yet his hands trembled slightly. His shot missed, scattering the other balls chaotically. The onlooker chuckled heartily, reveling in the novice's struggle. Naruto's face flushed crimson, and he was about to retort when Sasuke interjected, your stance is incorrect, and your execution lacks power. Sasuke then stepped behind Naruto, adjusting his grip on the cue, their bodies brushing closely together as he offered hands-on guidance. Naruto felt his ears burn with embarrassment, his heart racing inexplicably. He shifted awkwardly but hesitated to step away from this rare opportunity for instruction. Sasuke, we are all opponents now. Why are you still teaching on the spot? Takeda Wataru remarked with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Their presence alongside Ko and Naruto was merely a directive from their fathers. A pretext to flatter the candidates for Hokage. Suddenly enlightened, Naruto exclaimed, so that is how it is. Thank you. Sasuke discerned the shadow of Minato Namikaze in Naruto, even envisioning the smile hidden beneath the mask. Did you two not hear me? This is cheating. It's unfair to Ko. Takeda protested again, but Naruto shot back. What does that have to do with you? Are you even participating in this game? What do you mean, Ko and I are friends. He doesn't mind. So why are you making a fuss? Takeda attempted to charge forward, only to be restrained by a friend who whispered, he seems to have a good relationship with Ko. Don't act rashly. But that's just superficial. He fell off a cliff here before, and Ko was punished for it. So surely he harbors resentment. How can you be certain of Ko's thoughts? Naruto can't play billiards, and Ko is deliberately playing with him to humiliate him, isn't? Besides, Naruto and Ko have a long-standing feud, which is common knowledge. Ko raised an eyebrow, as if struck by an intriguing thought, acknowledging that it was indeed unfair. Takeda nudged his friend's shoulder. See, I told you so. Let us play doubles, Ko proposed. You and Uchiha Sasuke will team up, while I partner with Takeda Wataru. Naruto looked utterly perplexed. What is Ko up to? Don't look at me like that. One novice for each of us makes it fair. I won't argue over billiards, but in other games, you're doomed. Naruto retorted defiantly. Ko merely chuckled dismissively, a mischievous grin on his face. Takeda, visibly anxious, remarked, Ko, I'm not very good at billiards. At least you must be better than Naruto, right? Naruto shot him a scornful glance, affirming that one could not expect wisdom from a fool. You must be Naruto Uzumaki, correct? Sasuke maintained a patient smile, taking the time to explain the rules to him. Naruto Uzumaki found himself momentarily unable to recognize the person before him, even questioning whether Sasuke Uchiha had been possessed by another. Moreover, they had inexplicably emerged victorious. Yet Naruto's mind remained in disarray, struggling to regain clarity. Satoru Takeda, you truly disappoint me. Why are you so foolish? He lamented. Kong, I genuinely tried my best. Sasuke always positions himself to thwart our efforts. Are you suggesting that my billiard skills are inferior to his? No. Kong was not in the mood to entertain Satoru's excuses and turned his attention towards Sasuke. Sasuke, I never anticipated your prowess in billiards. Shall we step outside to converse? Certainly. As they exited, Naruto stealthily pursued them, anxious that Kong might inadvertently reveal his true identity. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Kong remarked nonchalantly, Did you know I was reprimanding him? Your technique makes it quite apparent, Sasuke replied, taking a gentle drag from his cigarette and gazing skyward. Kong glanced at the cigarette in his hand and chuckled. This smoke is quite pleasant, refreshing, and invigorating. I used to dismiss such cigarettes, thinking they were for women. But now I find them rather enjoyable. Sasuke scoffed, applying pressure to his cigarette to burst the menthol capsule inside. Kong, intrigued by his action, asked, How peculiar of you to crush it at the end. To remain discreet, Sasuke replied, and Kong nodded, understanding the strict upbringing. By the way, we seem to have a good rapport. Shall we exchange contact details? Sasuke disposed of his cigarette and retrieved his phone. Unable to contain his curiosity, Naruto burst forth, exclaiming, Allow me to handle this. From now on, if you need anything from him, I shall convey it. After hastily completing the friend request without scrutinizing the details, he tucked his phone away. Sasuke cast a puzzled glance at Naruto. He initially intended to add Kong, but hesitated upon noticing the friend request on his screen. After accepting it, he opened the gaming group chat and clicked on Naruto's profile, revealing options for messaging and video calls. Is it really him? It turns out Naruto Uzumaki is the same person I've been gaming with. What a coincidence to encounter him here. Why are you adding him? What is the fuss? Kong questioned, bemused by Naruto's enthusiasm. By adding me, you're essentially adding yourself. We've been inseparable since childhood. Oh, you're not secretly harboring feelings for me, are you? Are you ill? Am I ill? As the two bantered incessantly, Sasuke took the opportunity to update his profile picture and username, ensuring his group nickname mirrored his previous one. All right, do as you please. Kong responded dismissively, then stood in front of Sasuke, revealing his QR code. Naruto remained oblivious to their clandestine exchanges, convinced that by adding Kong, he had secured his secret from Sasuke. Later that night, Kong escorted Naruto home, stopping his motorcycle at the entrance of the community. Are you sure you don't want me to take you to your door? No, your motorcycle is too noisy for the neighborhood. Very well. I imagine the neighbors would rather not see me either. What are you thinking? My mother is not so petty, and besides, I do not hold you accountable for what happened before. You are merely 2 years my senior. What do you truly understand? Do not overthink it. All right, understood, farewell. Please take care on your way home. The two waved goodbye, as Naruto Uzumaki stepped through the door before he could even switch on the light. A woman's voice resonated in the darkness. Where have you been? Mother, why didn't you turn on the light? Naruto exclaimed, his legs trembling in fright, nearly collapsing. Kushina Uzumaki illuminated the living room with a floor lamp, her tone serious, yet laced with concern. Don't change the subject. Where were you? At the Sasuke's, he replied. You went to the Hyuga's house, didn't you? Did grandfather not warn you about the dangers of associating with them? Kushina's voice was stern, her expression filled with worry. What grandfather said was that there are traitors in their home, and we should avoid it when possible. How is that any different from what I said? It is perilous. In the future, if you wish to go out with Ko, at the very least, inform your father and me. Do you understand? Got it, Mom, Naruto replied helplessly. After washing up, Naruto lay in bed, perplexed. He could not fathom how the gentle Sasuke who taught him billiards was the same as the arrogant Sasuke at school. Contemplating this, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, your billiard skills are impressive. I would like to seek your guidance sometime. Sasuke win. Naruto thought, what is this? A rapid response. He is quite proactive. I merely complimented his billiards. And the request for guidance was just a polite remark. Naruto, I will let you know when I have time. Sasuke, okay. Naruto waited for a considerable time. But the other side remained in typing mode. Eventually, his eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off to sleep while still clutching his phone. As he fell into a deep slumber, his grip loosened, causing the phone to slip from his hand, yet the screen displayed an incoming voice call. Sasuke had initiated the voice call. Is there anything else? He inquired, after a long silence filled only by the sound of steady breathing. Naruto awoke the following day to find his phone had shut off. Oh no, the battery is dead, he thought, glancing at the clock on the wall. And his mind went blank. I'm late. Mother, why didn't you wake me? Where is everyone? He exclaimed as he surveyed the empty living room, momentarily stunned. He splashed some water on his face and hurriedly dashed out the door. Just outside the community gate, he spotted a shared bicycle. At that moment, as he reached for his phone, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What good is it to take it out when it's out of battery? Employing his ninja skills, Naruto sprinted towards school with incredible speed. Upon arriving breathlessly at the classroom door, he encountered his homeroom teacher, Kakashi Hitaki, who appeared just behind him. What a coincidence. Kakashi-sensei, you're late too? My wound became inflamed, so I had to visit the hospital, Kakashi replied, handing Naruto a pack of tissues. Wipe your sweat. It is already late autumn, and you must avoid catching a cold. Thank you, sensei. Naruto responded, still catching his breath, finding it difficult to articulate. Do not speak. Just return to your seat, and take it easy. Exhausted, Naruto trudged to his seat and locked eyes with Uchiha Sasuke first. The two individuals exchanged fierce glances almost simultaneously. Within Uzumaki Naruto's mind, he mentally noted that this Sasuke seemed to harbor discontent solely towards him. Humph. You may flaunt your arrogance now, but just wait and see how I deal with you today. During the break, Uzumaki Naruto casually approached a lightning element user to charge his phone. Goodness. No wonder everyone buys Uzumaki phones. I never realized they could be charged like this. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, contemplating pestering his sister to buy one upon returning home. Have you been living under a rock? My family uses Uzumaki phones. Naruto almost blurted out, chuckling to himself. Akimichi Choji sighed, but they are quite expensive. It would be more practical to buy more delicious food. Are you all interested in purchasing Uzumaki phones? At that moment, a classmate known for flaunting wealth interjected. That's easy. I know the young prince of Uzumaki group. I can get you a discount. Only Nara Shikamaru understood who the young prince of Uzumaki was. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. What are you laughing at, Shikamaru? Don't you believe me? Shikamaru, wishing to avoid entanglement with this troublesome individual, quickly clarified, No, I believe you. Since you know him, why not ask him to give them for free? Always wanting to join the fun. With that, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his seat. The boastful classmate stomped his foot in frustration, speaking in an exaggerated tone. What's with the attitude? I know plenty of people. A girl nearby tugged at the boastful classmate's arm and whispered, Meow meow, why provoke the big shot? There's no need for him to be arrogant. I know a few people in the underworld. Someone like him could be taught a lesson. He's a high-level user. Humph, I don't believe he can take on a group. Fukuda Meow Meow glared at Uzumaki Naruto's back with a fierce expression. Uzumaki Naruto picked up his phone and opened a family group chat. Big brother, why didn't anyone call me this morning? Big brother, angry emoji, Dad, your mom and I had a business trip, we left at dawn. Little sister, autumn outing emoji, little sister, The third graders all went for an autumn outing and climbed a mountain today. I woke up pretty early. Big brother, pitiful emoji. Mom, don't you set an alarm every day? How old are you to still need someone to attend to you? Do you really think you're a prince? Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't lecture me. Mother emoji. Uzumaki Naruto sighed, scrolling down the chat interface. When suddenly he noticed the words call ended in his conversation history with Uchiha Sasuke. He was momentarily stunned, even questioning whether he had lost his memory. Upon checking the call duration, he saw it was 5 hours long. He had barely slept 7 hours the previous night. And it seemed his phone had been off for nearly the same amount of time. I understand falling asleep, but why didn't he hang up? Uzumaki Naruto muttered softly. Naruto, I fell asleep yesterday. ZZZ, I think I accidentally sent a voice message. Sorry about that. Suddenly, the vibration from a phone on a nearby desk piqued Uzumaki Naruto's curiosity, prompting him to sneak a glance at Uchiha Sasuke's desk to see what nickname he had assigned him. The words Vortex Naruto stood out prominently. Indeed, it was the annotation he would provide. What are you doing? Uchiha Sasuke approached briskly, picking up his phone and regarding him warily. Vortex Naruto chuckled sheepishly. I didn't mean to see it. I was astonished that such a coincidence exists in this world, that someone shares my name. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated as he scrutinized Vortex Naruto. Naruto further explained, Don't look at me like that. I merely caught a glimpse of the name. I didn't peruse the content. It is best that way, Sasuke replied, returning to his seat, preparing to respond to messages. Suddenly, warm air wafted by his ear, prompting him to dodge and glance questioningly at Naruto's face, which was alarmingly close. What exactly do you intend to do? Sasuke asked impatiently. Have you consumed that uniquely flavored painkiller again? Sasuke furrowed his brow, puzzled by Naruto's implication. I am friends with teacher Noara Rin. She mentioned you need to take painkillers for several days each month. Why is that? What relevance does that have to you? Mind your own business. If it's inconvenient to discuss, I shall not pry. Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, leisurely rocked back in his chair. Upon noticing Uchiha Sasuke replying to messages, he craned his neck to peer at his phone, until his phone vibrated twice, startling Naruto to the brink of nearly tossing his device away. Ahem. Ahem. He feigned a cough, hastily silencing his phone. No worries. I accidentally dozed off after answering your call. Perhaps it was because I heard you sleeping so soundly that I was infected too? Naruto widened his eyes, unable to fathom that Sasuke had typed so many words this time. Naruto, smile emoji. Hand over mouth smile emoji. Naruto shut his eyes and reopened them, realizing it was not a dream. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. He gazed incredulously at the Uchiha Sasuke beside him and then at the Sasuke on his phone, sinking into profound self-doubt. At noon, in the cafeteria. Am I truly so detestable? Nara Shikamaru placed a chicken wing from his plate onto Naruto's. Why the sudden inquiry? Naruto, seizing the wing, bit down fiercely. I have been unfairly disliked by someone. Do elaborate on this unfairness. Nara Shikamaru added another octopus-shaped sausage onto Naruto's plate. After consuming the sausage, Naruto savagely devoured 2 mouthfuls of rice. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura observed the culinary exchange between the two, momentarily taken aback. Because that person is gentle with everyone else. Yet with me. Are you two together? At the instant Yamanaka Ino posed her question, Nara Shikamaru inadvertently spewed his drink all over Vortex Naruto. Naruto's face fell in despair, feeling sullied. Nara Shikamaru. Naruto ground his teeth. I am sorry. I am sorry. Wherever there is a classmate in need, I shall manifest there. Dear juniors, I am Liloaka. May I assist you? Before he could finish, Liloaka was momentarily captivated upon seeing Haruno Sakura. Suddenly, he switched gears, tossing his shiny hair and pondering whether this pink-haired maiden had a beloved. If she did not, might I inquire what brings you to me, dear? In an instant, Yamanaka Ino intertwined her arm with Sakura's, declaring her claim. Liloaka was rendered speechless, leaning against the marble pillar, murmuring to himself. Uzumaki Naruto, akin to a whispering demon, muttered a chant. So clingy and grimy, I'm dying from it. Always coming to find someone. Shaoli, what are you doing here? Teacher Guy is searching for you everywhere. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of the two, Tintin let out a gentle sigh. Shaoli is a resident student. If you lack a suitable place to wash up, you may go to his dormitory. Before Uzumaki Naruto could respond, Hyuga Niji arrived. Shaoli, Tintin, what brings you here? Savior, you have finally arrived. Naruto, on the verge of tears, regarded Niji's presence as divine. What transpired? After understanding the situation, Neji led Naruto to the shower facilities in the indoor basketball court. This is the place. Thank you immensely, Neji. Do you have any wishes I could help fulfill? Naruto grasped his shoulders, eyes sparkling with anticipation. I do not, Neji replied. Startled by Naruto's exuberance, his reaction slightly delayed. Then if you think of something, don't forget to seek me out. I shall proceed inside. The sticky sensation overwhelmed Naruto, prompting him to dash into the shower room. The interior was spacious, with glass partitions between each showerhead. As Naruto stepped under the hot water, he sighed in relief. Finally, I feel alive. Just as he was nearing the end of his wash, the bathroom door creaked open. Turning around, upon recognizing the newcomer, Naruto's expression soured. Why do you always appear everywhere? You are an unwelcome presence. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was faint. He did not engage in further banter with Naruto, but rather walked directly to the nearest shower, turning on the cold water and drenching himself from head to toe. Naruto, puzzled, asked, Why are you washing up in your clothes? What? Are you shy about undressing? We are all men, what is there to fear? As he spoke, Naruto playfully patted Sasuke on the shoulder, only to discover he was showering with cold water. Hey, why are you using cold water? What has gotten into you? At that moment, Sasuke unexpectedly stumbled backward, prompting Naruto to rush to his aid. However, he did not anticipate Sasuke's weight, and as he caught him, he slipped, landing on the floor with a thud. As Sasuke's head neared the floor, Naruto swiftly maneuvered backward, managing to catch it with his foot. Phew, no harm done. No harm done. Thank goodness. The sensation of narrowly escaping disaster prompted Naruto to mutter to himself. The seemingly lifeless Uchiha Sasuke offered no resistance, allowing Naruto to support his head with his foot. I kindly saved you, and you still dare to scold me? Have you no conscience? You don't need me to take care of you? I am perplexed as to how I have offended you. Prompting Uzumaki Naruto to wish to engage in a meaningful discussion. Yet, upon witnessing your distress, nearly leading to unconsciousness, he ultimately relinquished the idea. Very well. I shall escort you outside. It feels stifling in here. Once outside, Uzumaki Naruto donned his soiled garments and subsequently retrieved his phone to make a call. Hello. 12. Before Uzumaki Naruto could finish his sentence, he found himself pinned against the locker door by Uchiha Sasuke, unable to move. Uchiha Sasuke, straining to maintain his stance, bore down all his weight onto Uzumaki Naruto. His chin pressed painfully into Naruto's shoulder as he whispered in his ear, Hurry and say you dialed the wrong number. However, Naruto implored, I beg you please. Apologies, I dialed the wrong number. Uzumaki Naruto ended the call, and soon after, the individual behind him succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing against his back. When you awaken, you had best repay my kindness. I ask for nothing more than to be treated as your equal. Uzumaki Naruto even utilized his extraordinary abilities while carrying him. Oh dear, you appear rather slender. Yet why are you so heavy to carry? In the infirmary, Rin-sensei inquired. What is going on with him? I am uncertain of the specifics, but Sasuke has mentioned it as a consequence of not awakening his eyes. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto recalled a conversation with Uchiha Itachi during the Shinobi World War regarding the ocular heritage of the Uchiha clan, and he blurted out, the Mangekyo Sharingan? Indeed. It is the Mangekyo. Rin clapped her hands and cast a puzzled glance at Uzumaki Naruto. How do you know this? I heard it from Obito-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled, and Rin nodded, harboring no doubts. By the way, why haven't I seen Obito-sensei today? Do you not usually have lunch together? Rin's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. Oh, he is unwell today and has taken leave. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, pondering whether it was a day of collective illness for the Uchiha clan. His gaze shifted to Uchiha Sasuke's face, which, though pale, retained its striking handsomeness. For the first time, Uzumaki Naruto noticed Sasuke's long, straight eyelashes, and he could not help but acknowledge the beauty of his eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, and, upon noticing Uzumaki Naruto intently studying his face, paused momentarily. What are you staring at, fool? His voice was hoarse, yet he maintained his bravado. Uzumaki Naruto, incensed, placed his hands on his hips. Hey, are you playing the farmer and the snake with me? I should have let you fend for yourself. You ungrateful wretch, he retorted. Rin chuckled. All right, you two. Cease your bickering for now. She then adopted the demeanor of a psychological counselor and asked, Sasuke, may I pose a question? Are your family members aware of your condition? Knowing does not resolve anything. Historically, there has been no precedent for such matters within the Uchiha clan. Our pure Uchiha bloodline naturally awakens the Mangekyo by the age of 15, though some may never awaken, and that is not problematic. You have not awakened, yet you suffer from repercussions? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his eyelid, pondering for a moment. Perhaps awakening occurs as a result of stimulation? The stimuli we encounter can indeed influence the development of the Sharingan, potentially rendering one incapable of ever possessing it, with the added risk of blindness. Uchiha Sasuke sighed, casting a look at him akin to that of a fool. Uzumaki Naruto pressed his lips together. Recognizing that this method of awakening the Sharingan in this realm diverged from that of the ninja world, it required neither provocation nor self-destructive conflict. Is this not splendid? Perhaps this is the very method of awakening the Sharingan that Sasuke has long yearned for in the ninja world. Naruto pondered, is the ninja world truly real? If it exists and I return to my original world, what of Sasuke there? Is he still alive? Has he released the tailed beasts? If I were to perish, would he feel loneliness? Uchiha Sasuke of the ninja world, are you well? Achoo. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke before him sneezed, catching Naruto off guard. With a hint of schadenfreude, he remarked, "Ha, this is your retribution for not thanking me for saving you." "Thank you. I can't hear you. What did you say?" Naruto intentionally elongated his voice. "I said thank you, Naruto." Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's sincere response, momentarily at a loss for words. Deaf and foolish. Damn you. Norin chuckled, gently ruffling the heads of both boys, reminiscing how peace never lasts long. Seeing them like this always brings back memories of high school. Is it once again Kakashi-sensei and Obito-sensei? Rin-sensei, I'm tired of hearing about it. Haha, I can't help but feel at ease. Rest assured, our group will handle things. Right? Alright. I guarantee he'll call me dad. Bro, can we pretend to be the group and take this job? Can we? We need to eat. If you don't take that last gamble, we wouldn't be in this mess. Shut up. That blonde kid is coming. Two scruffy-looking individuals plotted in an empty alley, scheming to intimidate Naruto. He.S. just a high school student. What is there to fear? We could just rob him outright. Naruto remained engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the two lurking figures. They exchanged glances and suddenly charged from the corner, one brandishing a rusty knife, growling, "Kid, hand over everything valuable." Only then did Naruto divert his gaze from his phone, staring at them in confusion. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Less chatter. We are the Blade Brigade. Today, you've met with misfortune." The other waved a wooden stick, stepping forward menacingly. I'm genuinely terrified." Despite his words, Naruto swiftly knocked out the one with the stick. "My apologies, I lose control and strike when I'm scared. Oh no, I feel the urge to hit again." With that, he charged at the knife-wielding man. "Don't come any closer. My knife has no eyes." The man swung wildly with his eyes shut. Naruto sighed, instantly losing interest in the altercation. "I don't care if you're the Blade Brigade or whatever. If you cross paths with me again, remember to take a detour." He sidestepped the flailing knife and continued on his way home. Upon reaching the intersection, a figure clad in black with a cap rushed towards him. Behind him trailed a multitude of individuals, as if intent on capturing him. "Don't run. Halt. Return what you have, and I shall spare your life." The speaker brandished a silenced pistol. Another swiftly intercepted him, saying no. The boss warned that bloodshed around the statue could invoke unforeseen calamity. "We cannot simply stand by and allow the statue to be taken." The gunman kept his weapon trained on the figure in black, who was stealing. The one who intervened seized the gun, but unexpectedly, it discharged, sending a bullet flying towards Naruto Uzumaki. The black-clad thief, who had initially fled, suddenly returned and tackled the assailant just in time. The warmth on Naruto's ear alerted him to the possibility of being shot. He gingerly touched his ear and realized it was merely a graze, which brought him some relief. "Are you all right?" "What do you mean, are you all right?" Naruto squinted against the light, catching a glimpse of the red eyes of his rescuer, assuming it was a benevolent Uchiha. However, as a vehicle passed by, illuminating the scene momentarily, he recognized the face. "Sasuke, weren't you just picked up by your family as chauffeur? How is it that you're back here so soon? And in different clothes?" Uchiha Sasuke frowned, lowering his voice. "Keep it down." With that, he swiftly rose from the ground, grasped Naruto's hand, and began to run. "Hey, what is going on?" Naruto inquired as he was pulled along. Sasuke offered no reply, merely quickening his pace. The pursuers, noticing their escape, immediately gave chase. Upon reaching a dead end, Sasuke halted, and they were quickly surrounded. "Hand over the statue, and we may spare your lives," the leader growled ominously. With a cold smirk, Sasuke produced an exquisitely crafted wooden box from his cloak. You want this? Then come and take it. As the adversaries charged, he hurled the box towards Naruto, shouting, "Run with it." Naruto instinctively caught the box and sprinted away, while Sasuke stayed behind to confront their pursuers. As Naruto fled, he resolved to have Sasuke clarify the situation once they evaded their pursuers. After weaving through the streets, he finally managed to shake off the three who had been on his tail and returned to the scene. To his astonishment, the dozen or so individuals who had been there were now all sprawled on the ground, unconscious. In the midst of this chaos stood Uchiha Sasuke, a purple aura gradually dissipating from his arm. What was that purple light you exhibited? Naruto asked curiously. Merely a conversion of energy into a tangible form, Sasuke replied. Wait, I've heard that somewhere before. Naruto pondered. The Uchiha can transform chakra into a divine warrior entity for offense and defense. SaSuNaru, am I right? Sasuke paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Only the Mangekyo Sharingan can unlock SaSuNaru, and it also depends on the individual energy reserves. Oh, I thought you had mastered it already. Naruto expressed a hint of disappointment. What about the box? Sasuke noticed Naruto's empty hands and immediately grew anxious. Stay calm, he reassured. As he spoke, Naruto Uzumaki retrieved a small stone figurine resembling a fox from the pocket of his jacket. I had concealed the stone within a wooden box, likely unnoticed by others. A triumphant smile graced Naruto's face. Sasuke Uchiha took the figurine, grasping Naruto's hand, urging, "We must leave this place at once." The two sought refuge in a safe location, where Naruto, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What purpose does this figurine serve? Why are so many people pursuing you? Moreover, I see you heading in the opposite direction towards home? I sometimes handle matters in secrecy, by day and by night. I embody two distinct identities," Sasuke explained. Oh, I see. Like undertaking missions, akin to that of an assassin? Naruto replied, his excitement palpable. Fear not, I will keep your secret. Sasuke cautioned, by day. I may still exhibit my previous demeanor. I hope you can comprehend. Understood. Naruto's spirits soared. He realized he was not being treated unjustly, but rather, everything was a ruse orchestrated by Sasuke. Sasuke instinctively ruffled Naruto's hair. Taken aback, Naruto stared at him in disbelief. Sasuke quickly recognized his action and added, "Just some leaves that fell from the tree." Feeling inexplicably awkward, Naruto responded, "You still haven't explained the significance of the figurine. That was originally a possession of my family. This figurine harbors immense power. If exploited by malevolent individuals, the consequences could be dire. So they stole it first, and you merely returned it to its rightful owner." Sasuke affirmed. Naruto scrutinized him for a moment before turning away, mumbling, "You must be feeling better now, right? You should only undertake missions when in good health, after all." "Thank you for your concern. I am quite well," Sasuke replied. "Who cares about you? I'm merely stating the facts," Naruto retorted, a hint of pride in his tone. Sasuke chuckled softly at the back of Naruto's head. "Very well, I understand." At that moment, Naruto's phone rang, prompting him to answer. "Hello? I'm still at school. If you're hungry, just make some ramen." "What? We're out? All right, I'll pick some up. Boil the water for now." After hanging up, he noticed that the person he had been speaking with had vanished. How rude to leave without a word, Naruto muttered, just as Sasuke re-entered his line of sight. "There's a small plaza behind us. Let us go there to tend to your wounds." "It's merely a scrape," Naruto replied. Upon returning home, Hinata Uzumaki was visibly famished, her words lacking energy. "Brother, I've already boiled the water twice. I'm starving." Noticing the bandage wrapped around Naruto's ear, her voice regained vigor. "Brother, are you injured? Did you get into another fight?" Naruto nearly divulged the truth, but recalled his promise to Sasuke to keep it confidential. "You know about my challenge against the elite students of the school. Be careful, it would be disastrous if Mother found out." "She will know eventually," he replied. Hinata took the bag from Naruto's hand, peering inside with confusion. "Why are there medical supplies here? Where's my ramen? I completely forgot. I'll go buy some now." Naruto Uzumaki shouted as he turned and exited the door. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina bore a look of despondency, feeling as though her very soul was starving. The scene shifts to the night before Naruto and Kakashi Hitaki's tardiness. Obito Uchiha arrived at Kakashi's residence, burdened with an abundance of groceries purchased from the supermarket, only to find the house deserted. Thus, he dialed Kakashi's number. "Obito Uchiha, where are you?" "Kakashi Hitaki, on my way home." "What is up?" "Obito Uchiha, You haven't eaten, have you? I brought ingredients for sukiyaki. Let us share a meal. Kakashi Hitaki, the sun must be rising in the west for you to offer me a meal. Obito Uchiha, if it weren't for your injury caused by me, I wouldn't even bother. Obito abruptly ended the call. The sound of the disconnection echoed through the car's speakers, yet Kakashi merely chuckled, unfazed. Meanwhile, Obito opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of beverage. Draining it in one go. Is that it? It didn't even quench my thirst. He rummaged through the fridge and discovered a larger bottle adorned with a handwritten note indicating it was consumable. Upon opening it and inhaling, he detected a tangy aroma, and a sip revealed it to be yogurt. It must be Auntie's homemade concoction, he mused, before pouring it into a glass. Kakashi parked his vehicle in the garage, retrieved a newly purchased plush carpet from the trunk, closed the hatch, and entered the house. Just in time, Obito had set the now-cooked sukiyaki on the table. Perfect timing. Go wash your hands and let us eat. Kakashi placed the carpet aside, washed his hands, and took a seat at the table. The steaming sukiyaki emitted an enticing fragrance. And as he picked up a piece of meat and tasted it, he remarked, "Delicious." Obito snorted, "Of course, I selected the ingredients." Suddenly recalling something, he returned to the kitchen to fetch the remaining half of the sweet and sour drink, bringing it to the table. "This drink is quite delightful. You should try it. If it's good, then you drink it." "I'm not fond of beverages," Kakashi replied. Obito pouted, furrowing his brow. "Fine, I'll drink it myself." He lifted the cup and took another generous sip, continuing to savor the sukiyaki. However, before long, he began to feel lightheaded, his vision blurring. "Kakashi, I haven't finished my..." He collapsed onto the table. Kakashi was initially startled but quickly gathered himself and checked on Obito's condition. Grabbing the drink, he scrutinized the label, which not only bore the note indicating it was drinkable, but also contained a small print stating it contained alcohol and could induce inebriation. Kakashi found himself both exasperated and amused. This fool didn't even bother to read properly before drinking. He gently lifted Obito and laid him on the sofa, covering him with a blanket. Observing Obito's flushed face, Kakashi couldn't resist pinching it lightly, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "What am I to do with you?" he murmured softly, then sat beside him, occasionally adjusting the blanket, his gaze filled with tenderness. Seeing that Obito had truly fallen asleep, Kakashi decided to take a shower. After emerging, he laid the carpet in front of the sofa and used a lint roller to remove the floating fibers. Once Kakashi Hitaki finished tidying up and leaned back against the sofa to rest, Obito Uchiha descended from the sofa and laid his head on Kakashi's lap. Kakashi suddenly straightened up and inquired, "What are you doing? Last time you helped me. This time I shall assist you." Obito replied with an enigmatic smile. "Be quiet." Kakashi gritted his teeth, warning, "You have no idea what consequences may arise. If you wish to avoid regret, refrain from provocation." "Do you think I am afraid of you?" Obito retorted defiantly, his eyes sparkling with a drunken stubbornness. "This is a predicament of your own making." Kakashi's eyes glinted with resolution as he forcefully pulled Obito up and pressed him onto the sofa. Kakashi's breath grew rapid, his heartbeat quickening as he sunk his teeth into Obito's neck, his hands roaming feverishly across Obito's torso. After a brief moment, Obito halted, and Kakashi, as if discovering a new continent, whispered in his ear, "You truly are like a rabbit, always so quick." As he spoke, he retrieved an unopened small box and a bottle of skincare product from the side cabinet of the sofa, squeezing its contents onto Obito's lower back. The cold cream sent a shiver through Obito's body. With the sound of the packaging tearing, a heart-wrenching scream followed. "You bastard! It hurts, stop! Pain will teach you a lesson. You promised never to drink again, and I will hold you to that." "How was I to know?" "Get out, it truly hurts." Obito whimpered, "I promise, I will never drink again." The once pristine white carpet was now in disarray. Kakashi stood, casting a glance at the chaotic carpet, and remarked nonchalantly, "Thanks to you, Obito, it seems you won't leave empty-handed. I shall find a new successor for you." With that, he lifted the slumped and drowsy figure from the sofa and made his way to the bathroom. "Still feel like vomiting?" Obito sat in the bathtub, hugging his knees, and shook his head pitifully, tears welling in his eyes. "Rin told me you cried a lot as a child. I thought she was joking." "It seems one must be intoxicated to witness your tears as an adult," Kakashi chuckled. "A gentle touch sends you into a frenzy, and yet you vomit. If you cannot learn to manage this, you shall remain single for eternity." "I will learn one day." Kakashi wiped the foam from Obito's ear with his finger. Obito felt the warmth from Kakashi's fingertip and instinctively leaned towards him. Like a sponge adrift at sea, after enduring prolonged solitude, he finally submerged beneath the surface, entranced by the depths. When he opened his eyes and beheld Kakashi's face so close, he momentarily lost his composure. "How are you so beautiful? If you were a woman, I would undoubtedly pursue you." With a nonchalant remark, Uchiha Obito set Kakashi Hitachi's heart racing. Gently caressing his face, he quipped, "Regardless of whether I am a man or a woman, you may pursue me." Kakashi's gaze fixated on Obito's lips, swallowing hard. Observing no sign of rejection from Obito, he leaned in closer, and in that fleeting moment, their lips were merely a finger's breadth apart. Instantly, Obito understood Kakashi's intentions and decisively pushed him away. "I have preserved my first kiss for half my life, and it is not meant for you. What are you thinking? If you choose to remain solitary, do not blame me for seeking elsewhere." Kakashi rose, forcibly extracting Obito from the bathtub, positioning him over a waterproof bench, and binding his hands with a towel. Obito's eyes widened in panic. "What do you intend to do? Let me go? If you provoke me, do not blame me for being merciless." A sharp crack echoed twice. Two overlapping red handprints abruptly appeared on Obito's rear. "A man may be killed, but not humiliated. You filthy scoundrel. I shall end you." He then recalled the toys he had purchased earlier, vowing to teach Kakashi a lesson that day. "You bastard, you vile wretch. I am imparting crucial knowledge. You should address me as teacher." "Nonsense. You are utterly unworthy of that title. Madman." Despite Obito's curses, Kakashi remained unfazed, focused on his task. Obito felt his stomach churn, and then he retched. Upon noticing the bloodstains on his thigh, he exclaimed, "Blood? I'm bleeding. Let me go." "Ugh." Kakashi hastily released him, allowing him to return to a more comfortable position. Observing Obito's pale complexion and then his own bleeding arm, Kakashi's expression grew inscrutable. After tidying up, Obito had already succumbed to slumber on the bed, while Kakashi disposed of the carpet. Alone, he drove to a private cemetery atop a western hill. "Mother, should I let go?" Kakashi sat before his mother's grave, gazing at her photograph on the tombstone, lost in memories. As a child, she always gently urged him to bravely pursue his desires. Yet, in the face of Obito, he felt utterly bewildered. The sound of his phone alarm roused him from his reverie in the driver's seat. Straightening the chair, he drove down the mountain. Upon returning home, he quietly entered the bedroom and used Obito's phone to request a sick leave. Before stepping out, he set a pot of millet porridge in the rice cooker. He then went to the hospital for 2 stitches, received a fresh dressing, and had it wrapped again. "Be more careful this time. I told you not to expose it to water or strain the wound. How can you be so careless, young man? I'll give you more medication. Make sure to take it on schedule." "Thank you, I appreciate it." "Not at all. Just avoid water at all costs." Kakashi merely nodded in response to the doctor's final admonitions. When Obito awoke, the effects of the hangover left him disoriented, and even a slight movement felt as though his body was falling apart. A sharp pain coursed through his backside, and his stomach felt equally unsettled. As he sat up, the discomfort compelled him to spring to his feet, and memories of the previous night flashed through his mind. His fingers were uncooperative, and the toys were even less so. It was best to abandon any hope. Uchiha Obito's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he recalled the previous evening's events, having drunkenly insisted that Kakashi Hitachi teach him something, only to find the instruction wholly unsatisfactory. What a predicament! He had offended his instructor, and now, should he wish to learn again, he might find the door closed to him. Obito calculated the situation, 2 attempts, both failures. And the most crucial part of the night ended in utter chaos. This seemed a definitive failure. It appeared that the path ahead would require him to navigate alone. However, as he donned his clothing and caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, he was taken aback. His neck, shoulders, and back bore no good marks. They were mottled with shades of red and purple. Even his backside displayed distinct handprints, leading him to suspect that Kakashi, finding him inept, had retaliated deliberately. Once dressed, he remembered that today was not the weekend, and upon checking his phone, he discovered that someone had already arranged a sick leave for him. Teachers who miss work without cause face severe penalties. Yet fortunately, Kakashi had taken care of that. He would let the matter of the spanking slide. Glancing at the time, Obito noted that only an hour and a half remained before Kakashi would finish work. He pondered the prospect of waiting for Kakashi to return, then treating him to a meal. Yet, time slipped by, and Kakashi did not come home. Just as Obito was about to call him, The door swung open. Your home is so close to the school. Why are you so late? He queried. Kakashi offered no reply, seemingly treating him as if he were invisible. Kakashi-sensei, I said I would take you out for dinner. Did you hear me? Obito pressed. You should just go home. Kakashi interrupted, his tone cold. I know you're feeling down because your mother's memorial is approaching. You want to be alone. But my mother's memorial has nothing to do with you. You should worry about yourself instead. You wouldn't even know if you were sold out, yet you're still giving others money. What are you talking about? Who would sell me? I have no value. You truly underestimate yourself, Kakashi remarked, his gaze fixed on Obito's collarbone. Obito's expression shifted upon hearing those words. I know I am nothing. I don't need your convoluted reminders. He stormed out, but paused at the door to add, what makes you think you're so special? If I were a girl, I wouldn't accept you for free. You've crossed my threshold too many times, and I'd have kicked you out just as many. Bang! The door was slammed shut with great force, leaving Hitaki Kakashi lingering in contemplation, pondering which of his words had provoked such ire. You truly have a clear understanding of yourself. Huh? Uchiha Obito recalled Kakashi's words on the bus, and upon repeating them, he was overcome with laughter, incensed by the implication that he possessed self-awareness, as if to belittle him. What a scoundrel! The passengers seated behind him were greatly startled by Obito's sudden outburst of laughter, instinctively distancing themselves from him. They would rather stand at the front than sit in proximity to him. If I shamelessly seek him out, I'm akin to a dog. Woof woof. I am a dog, following him to his father's house to work. Obito muttered under his breath, brimming with resentment. A few dogs circled around Uchiha Obito, seemingly eager for his companionship. Clad in work attire, he was busily organizing a chaotic assortment of items in the back of the storeroom. Go away. I'm busy. Go find your father, he exclaimed, shooing them away before lifting a wooden box. Suddenly, a large rat scurried out from under the box, causing him to flee in terror. The dogs in the yard sprang into action, chasing the rat playfully, while a few small pups followed Obito, yapping and running behind him. As the rat passed by the chicken coop, two dogs dashed inside, startling the chickens into a frenzy, feathers flying everywhere. The farmer shook his head, realizing the chicken coop would require repairs. The rat seemed to have a peculiar affinity for Obito, continuously darting in his direction. However, Obito had already devised a plan. He intended to leap into the nearby artificial pond, believing the rat would no longer dare to pursue him. As he approached the pond, he made a great leap, only to discover that the water had been drained and the pond excavated several meters deep. Just as he was about to fall in, Blue rushed over and bit onto the hood of his jacket. Good boy, Blue. I'll get you some dog food later. As Obito clambered back up, an exuberant Siberian husky from a nearby home bounded over, colliding directly with him. He was unable to evade the muck pit, landing squarely in it. The cacophony of barking drew the attention of numerous laborers, who paused their tasks to gather around the pit. Obito quickly covered his face and shouted, What are you staring at? I'm just picking up trash. Are you the caretaker of this pond? Someone queried from above. No, I'm not. The pond had long been abandoned, and it was disheartening that no one had come to clean it for ages. It would be wonderful if it could be restored and filled with water again. Indeed, my land over there requires considerable effort to divert water to it. How splendid it would be if it could connect with the river over there. Having overheard the conversation among the elderly men, Obito utilized his abilities to leap effortlessly from the ditch. Leave this matter to me. What will you do? The elders looked at him in astonishment. One gray-haired elder leaning on a cane approached and interjected, Young man, are you also an ability user? Father, did I not mention that Brother Shuang Mao and his two sons are all anomalies? How could you forget so quickly? Is your memory deteriorating? A middle-aged man gazed at his elderly father with concern. I am well aware that the Hitaki father and son are anomalies. This young man is not Hitaki's son. I suspect it is you who are losing your faculties. The white-haired elder exclaimed passionately. Uchiha Obito chuckled in response. Haha, I am the adopted son. Have you not yet married Kakashi? Obito's face suddenly flushed crimson. Marriage? Grandpa, do not jest. How can we, being of the same gender, marry? Why can't men marry? In some countries, it is perfectly allowable. The old man's progressive views elicited laughter from the others. The elder's son felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Father, please refrain from such comments. My apologies, please excuse my father. He is somewhat afflicted with senility. He added sheepishly. Understood. At that moment, Hitaki Kakashi arrived, led by his dog, Pakin. Noticing everyone gathered around Obito, he furrowed his brow and stepped forward protectively. What is happening? Haha, Grandpa is suggesting that you two should marry. An ant chimed in, reveling in the lively banter. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's ears turned bright red. Obito quickly clarified, Grandpa is merely joking. I have a girl that I like. There's no way I would marry Kakashi. What a pity, such a handsome pair. The elder lamented. Laughter erupted among the others, with everyone treating the old man's remarks as mere playful folly, except for Kakashi, whose expression remained dark and brooding. You arrived just in time. I need to connect this pond to the river. Please use your earth techniques to carve out a passage for me. Kakashi said with a forced smile, observing Obito's eagerness. Obito, oblivious to the sarcasm in Kakashi's tone, grinned widely. Of course. It would be wonderful to help. He then began to clear debris from the pond. Watching him toil, Kakashi felt an uncomfortable sensation in his chest and scoffed. Though he too began to employ his earth techniques to create the pathway. As the channel gradually formed, water began to flow gently into the pond, prompting cheers from those around them, praising their skills. Obito, exhilarated, rushed to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, look. We did it. Kakashi gazed at Obito's dirty yet beaming face, poised to speak when Obito suddenly tugged him to observe the flowing water. He always found himself falling in love with him again just as he was about to give up. This cyclical pattern had persisted for many years. When Obito turned around, he was met with a remarkably gentle face lost in thought, staring at him. Young master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click to continue reading for even more excitement. Obito froze for a few seconds, then realized he was still holding Kakashi's hand tightly. He quickly released it, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Having known each other for 2 decades, this was the first time Uchiha Obito beheld such a tender and affectionate gaze from Hitaki Kakashi, causing an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Sensing the awkwardness, Hitaki Kakashi swiftly retracted his soulful glance, reverting to his usual languid, deadpan expression. Uchiha Obito wondered if he had merely imagined the moment. Just then, a small dog scampered over, clutching a ball in its mouth, stopping at their feet, wagging its tail and gazing eagerly at them. Uchiha Obito knelt down, affectionately patting the dog's head, and with a smile, tossed the ball away. The little dog joyfully dashed after the ball. Observing this delightful interaction, a smile inadvertently crept onto Hitaki Kakashi's lips. Upon rising, Uchiha Obito noticed Kakashi's smile, which sent another wave of fluster through him. What are you laughing at? He stammered. Kakashi looked at him earnestly and replied, It's nothing. I just think you look quite good like this. Uchiha Obito's face flushed again, and he turned away to mask his nervousness. Oh, of course, I have always been well. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only they and 8 dogs remained. The two stood by a pond reflecting the hues of the setting sun, gazing into the clear water. The atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. Suddenly, that same mischievous husky bounded over, colliding with Uchiha Obito and nearly causing him to stumble. Hitaki Kakashi, with swift reflexes, caught him, pulling him tightly into his embrace. Uchiha Obito found himself bent slightly forward, his ear pressed against the area above Kakashi's heart. The sound of a heartbeat was unmistakably not one of fear, but rather resonated with a sense of burgeoning affection. Realizing something profound, Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in shock. He quickly averted his gaze, extricating himself from Kakashi's embrace, turning to stretch his arms while stepping forward, saying, I'm both tired and hungry. I should head home for a shower and a meal. A weekend passed, leading to Sunday. Uzumaki Naruto sat under a leafless tree, lost in thought. At that moment, a small cat approached his feet, rubbing against his pant leg affectionately. I'm sorry, I didn't bring you any sausage today, Naruto said, gently stroking the cat's head. A look of regret on his face. The cat mewed softly, seemingly unconcerned, continuing to circle around him with affection. The cool autumn night breeze prompted Naruto to shiver involuntarily. Uchiha Sasuke approached from behind the square, remarking, Why aren't you dressed warmly? I had no idea I would be waiting for you this long, Naruto replied. Sorry. If you have something to say, you can do it over the phone or via text. Who knows if there are bad people eavesdropping? It's just like in the movies, Naruto added. That won't happen. We have our secure communication network, Sasuke replied with a smile, noticing a box in Naruto's hands. Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. Naruto, sensing his gaze, quickly opened the box, revealing a fox statue inside. How did this end up in your possession? I too have a query. This peculiar object appeared in my yard just a few days ago, nearly giving me a fright. Uchiha Sasuke extracted the statue, which instantly became exceedingly hot, even releasing visible wisps of steam. Why is it smoking? Release it at once. In a moment of panic, Uzumaki Naruto snatched the statue from his grasp. It's burning hot. Place it down quickly. Uchiha Sasuke, with a look of urgency, passed the box over. However, Uzumaki Naruto, seemingly unfazed, flipped the statue around. Examining it closely, Uchiha Sasuke caught sight of the scab on Naruto's ear and suddenly recalled that the day he handled the statue, his hand had been stained with blood. The statue has recognized your blood as its master. Huh. It recognizes a master. Startled, Uzumaki Naruto hastily returned the statue to its box, feeling the ominous aura surrounding it. You must take it away. It cannot be removed now. Once the statue acknowledges a master, it remains bound to you until your demise. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, rising and then sitting down again. It is said that when a statue recognizes a master, calling its name will elicit a response. Why not give it a try? How am I to know what it is called? Check beneath its base. Uzumaki Naruto lifted the statue, squinting to make out the details. Observing his struggle, Uchiha Sasuke turned on the flashlight on his phone. All right, Kyubi. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. The ninja world has had enough entanglements with Kyubi. And now reality presents yet another encounter. The statue seemed to respond to Naruto's call, emitting faint orange glimmers. Uzumaki Naruto sighed, realizing he could not escape this fate. What should I do? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at his phone, then stood up, stating, For now, I must leave it in your care. I will contact you once I devise another plan. You're leaving? Then I shall see you tomorrow. Uchiha Sasuke paused briefly, smiling as he replied, Until tomorrow. With that, he turned and leaped onto the wall, scaling several floors before vanishing into the night. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, pondering aloud. Why does he always smile at me since I learned of his other identity? Is the real Sasuke so fond of laughter? Uzumaki Naruto found himself perplexed. Upon returning home, he lay in bed with the statue in his arms. Kyubi, how I wish you were the Kyubi of the ninja world. We have shared so much. A bond forged through life and death. We once harbored mutual hatred, yet we finally reconciled, only for me to depart. Nevertheless, our encounter in reality brings me joy. Though you may no longer be who you once were, I remain myself. Fear not, I shall not forget you. As he reflected on these thoughts, Uzumaki Naruto drifted into slumber. The statue in his embrace flickered with orange light for approximately 3 minutes. The following day, the sky was shrouded in gray, and the temperature plummeted. Uzumaki Naruto awoke early, arriving at school ahead of time, expecting to be the first there, only to find the classroom already illuminated. As he entered, blowing warmth into his hands, he spotted Kakashi Hatake seated at the teacher's desk, engrossed in a book. Uzumaki Naruto quietly approached from behind, discovering that Kakashi was reading multiple books simultaneously. Kakashi Hatake, without closing the book, spoke in a placid tone. Reading this novel before turning 18 could lead to dire consequences. Naruto Uzumaki scoffed softly, and then took his seat across from Kakashi. What brings you here so early today, Kakashi-sensei? This isn't typical of your character. I arrived early due to the snowfall today, Kakashi replied. Naruto gazed out the window. Snow? Yes, the weather forecast predicted it, but it hasn't started yet. Just then, Sakura Haruno entered the classroom with a visibly displeased expression. Kakashi smiled gently. Why didn't you come to school with Ino today? Did you have a quarrel? Of course not. How could we quarrel? Sakura forced a smile. A while later, half the class had arrived when Ino Yamanaka walked in. Sakura, I didn't mean to stand you up yesterday. The flower shop was too busy, and I lost track of time. By the time I was free, it was too late. Sakura remained angry, turning her head away from her. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Ino pulled out a cup of milk tea. This is the sweetened red bean and taro milk tea. Noticing that Sakura was still ignoring her, Ino smirked. If you don't drink it, I'll give it to Sasuke. Sasuke doesn't tea like sweets. Sakura finally turned to Ino upon hearing her intention to give it away. Moreover, I don't want milk tea today. Then give it to Naruto. Naruto frowned. Why am I second to Sasuke? Sakura immediately tucked the milk tea away, no longer speaking. Ino chuckled. I knew my dear would forgive me. Hey, hello? Does anyone care about me? Naruto interjected. Ino, which shop did you buy this from? Kakashi asked, chiming in. Ino rushed over and handed the business card to Kakashi. Their drinks are delightful, and the cakes are exceptional. You should give them a try, Kakashi-sensei. Is it the Little Ming shop? I visit there often, Mieo Fukuda inquired. Indeed. Your choices are always commendable. Of course, Fukuda said, tossing her hair back with satisfaction. Upon hearing the shop's name, Naruto accidentally choked on his own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. Fukuda believed Naruto was intentionally making a scene to mock him, and she clenched her fists in quiet frustration. Her close friend began to whisper provocatively. Weren't you the one who had someone bully him last time? Letting him escape then was a mistake. Once I find someone more reliable, I will make him pay. Even the school bully 1T stand a chance. Naruto immediately posted on his social media, urging Lady Uzumaki to change her shop's name. Not long after, Lady Uzumaki, who frequently checked her social media, replied, Aunt, dear little Ming, I am your beloved Ming. Ming, just because you're my aunt doesn't mean you can do as you please. Ming, change the name. Little Ming is too ridiculous. At noon, while waiting for lunch, Sasuke Uchiha inadvertently stumbled upon Naruto's post on social media. Although the response from Uzumaki Kyubi was not visible, the words of Uzumaki Naruto were clearly seen. Uchiha Sasuke deduced that this establishment was indeed owned by Naruto's aunt. This time, Naruto displayed newfound wisdom by sitting side by side with Nara Shikamaru. At first, Akimichi Choji sat opposite Shikamaru, but upon noticing Naruto's position, he seemed to recollect something and promptly moved to the side. Shikamaru, staring at the empty seat across from him, was momentarily petrified. There was no need for me to be guarded like a thief. My previous blunder was truly unintentional. Life is rife with such inadvertent mistakes, as we all understand. Yamanaka Ino chimed in. If it happens again, you shall be more cautious in your next life. Naruto did not hold back in his retort. Shikamaru was about to say something else when he suddenly noticed Inuzuka Kiba across the table, voraciously devouring his meal. He rubbed his eyes and nudged Naruto with his elbow, inquiring, was Kiba always this ravenous during meals? Naruto turned to look, exclaiming in astonishment, Goodness! Kiba, how many days has it been since you last ate? The usually reticent Aburame Shino unexpectedly spoke up, stating, What you see now is merely an illusion. The others responded with confusion, What do you mean? Why is that? Because Inuzuka Kiba always brought Akamaru to school. To prevent the puppy from going hungry, he always allowed Akamaru to mimic his eating style. Choji interjected, Shouldn't T-dogs eat dog food? And why is that? Because Kiba insists that Akamaru is no ordinary dog, so whatever he eats, Akamaru consumes as well. Haruno Sakura surveyed the group before asking, So where is Kiba now? He is outside, substituting for Akamaru at the gate, eating dog food. Noticing the silence, Shino's sunglasses glinted momentarily. Of course, I was just joking. TCH, how dull. At that moment, Naruto received a message from his green bubble, and he opened it to check. Little Naruto, is it your aunt's shop? Naruto, yes. Upon seeing that no further messages followed, he inexplicably clicked into his friend's circle. Aunt, whose handsome guy is this? If he is unclaimed, I might just make a move. Naruto opened the image and discovered that the photo sent by Uzumaki Kyubi featured Kakashi-sensei, prompting him to comment immediately. Naruto, hands off my homeroom teacher. Aunt, what a pity, I cannot make a move on someone I know. Naruto sighed in relief, silently thinking, Kakashi-sensei, I am your savior. You must express your gratitude for the preservation of your virtue. Just as he resolved one predicament, his cousin Uzumaki Karen posted another update, showcasing a picture of Uchiha Sasuke on the playground. This is my favorite person, I wonder if he will grant my request. Karen replies to herself, if he refuses, I will kill him and torment him mercilessly. Karen replies to herself, no, I would feel too guilty. Karen replies to herself, then I shall give him a chance. If he declines, I'll deal with him as I please. Karen replies to herself, what a splendid idea. Naruto gazed at the series of antics from Uzumaki Karen, grinning broadly. What on earth are you up to? Please tidy up for me. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Naruto Uzumaki dashed out of the cafeteria, only to discover a layer of snow blanketing the ground outside. He had no time to admire the wintry scenery and instead sprinted towards the playground. But the snowfall intensified with each passing moment, quickly covering the earth in a thick, silvery layer. Naruto caught up with the silhouette of Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke! The voice of Ino Yamanaka reached Naruto before he could. As he ran a few more steps closer, he distinctly heard Sasuke's dismissive reply, No, I'm really not interested. Naruto, eager to interrupt their conversation, was suddenly interrupted by another girl's voice from behind. Naruto, I like you. Please go out with me. All three turned to look at the girl who had confessed. I Sasuke, realizing this situation no longer concerned him, turned to leave. Seeing Sasuke about to depart, Naruto felt compelled to chase after him. However, the friends of the confessing girl defended her. Do you think being the school bully gives you the right to act however you please? UUS summoned immense courage to confess to you. How can you ignore someone who has feelings for you? Wait, Naruto stammered, at a loss for words. Two individuals engrossed in mobile gaming passed by, uttering kill, 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 following the same path as Sasuke. As Naruto reached out to them, a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped him. Memories from the ninja world surged forth. Raikage's warning, Sakura's confession, Sai's reminder, Gaara's heartfelt words. No, it can't be. You cannot kill him. Gasping for breath, Naruto collapsed onto the snow, his energy waning as he struggled to regain control of his breathing. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hey, what's wrong with you? Naruto, pull yourself together. Upon hearing Ino's frantic call, Sasuke rushed back. Despite the excruciating pain, Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Sasuke throughout. As Sasuke knelt before him, Naruto, unable to rise, gripped Sasuke's wrist tightly. Tears streamed down Naruto's reddened eyes, blurring his vision as he gasped for breath, unable to utter a word. Yet, he mustered all his strength to say, "You cannot leave. You are my home." Sasuke witnessed Naruto's torment, his heart twisting painfully as if gripped by countless hands. He too knelt, embracing Naruto tightly, feeling an inexplicable guilt wash over him. Naruto rested his head on Sasuke's shoulder, while Ino pressed on his pressure points, desperately trying to alleviate his symptoms. He needs to breathe slowly, but he's already hypoxic. He requires artificial respiration, Ino analyzed. Let him lie flat. I'll take care of it. Before Ino could finish her sentence, Sasuke had already grasped Naruto's chin and began to initiate the process of respiration. After a brief moment of regaining his composure, Naruto Uzumaki released Sasuke Uchiha and promptly collapsed. Seeing him fall, Sasuke hurriedly supported the back of his head with his hand. Noticing that Naruto still appeared unwell, he leaned in closer and administered 2 rescue breaths. During the cruise break, Naruto dashed out from the artificial snow, clutching a small fan, and approached the screenwriter with a cheerful demeanor. Hey, esteemed writer. Kakashi-senpai and Obito-senpai have progressed to that point, yet Sasuke and I seem to be at a standstill. The screenwriter replied with a hint of exasperation. You and Sasuke are still underage students in the script, while they are approaching 30. How can you compare? He then regarded Naruto with a curious gaze. You seem quite eager for intimate scenes with Sasuke, don't you? And no, don't say that, Naruto exclaimed, quickly covering the writer's mouth and glancing around to ensure no one was watching before releasing him. Despite all the things the second male leads have done, they haven't truly crossed any lines. Meanwhile, you and the first male leads have kissed several times. Why the rush? It's the fans. They keep asking on Weibo when Sasuke and I will reach the high-energy moments. The screenwriter chuckled, teasing, so you're doing it for the fans. However, he added, but the progression in the story must unfold gradually. Haste is not advisable. Naruto pouted, muttering, but the fans can't wait. They're urging us every day. At that moment, Sasuke passed by, overhearing their conversation. He halted, coolly stating, stop fixating on the pace. Focus on delivering a good performance first. Naruto immediately bristled. What is wrong with my acting? Don't look down on me. Sasuke scoffed lightly. With your impulsive demeanor, how can you expect to have intimate scenes? Naruto's face flushed with anger, just as the director called out, prepare for the next scene. This particular scene involved learning to ski, and Naruto was clad in fox-themed protective gear. The scene depicted Sasuke, in a fit of jealousy, passionately kissing Naruto in the restroom. Naruto, stop playing with that prop and get into character. Upon hearing the director's command, Naruto reluctantly set aside the playful gear, muttering, I'll definitely deliver a stellar performance. I'll make you gasp. He shot a glare at Sasuke and strode towards the restroom set. As filming commenced, Naruto frolicked in the snow, laughing and engaging with fellow actors, exuding happiness. Sasuke, however, watched from the sidelines, his expression darkening. Finally, he strode over to Naruto, forcibly pulling him into the restroom. With nowhere to retreat, Naruto questioned, what are you doing? Sasuke remained silent, pressing him against the wall, their eyes locking as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Naruto's heart raced uncontrollably, acutely aware of Sasuke's warm breath against his face. Suddenly, Sasuke leaned in, gently pressing his lips to Naruto's. Yet, at that moment, Naruto clamped his mouth shut, looking as though he might be sick. What's wrong? Sasuke furrowed his brow. Naruto shook his head, leaning over the sink to expel a mouthful of blood. Hey! Naruto, after spitting blood, collapsed, and Sasuke immediately caught him, repeatedly slapping his face. He shouted urgently, "Call an ambulance. Naruto has coughed up blood. Naruto, wake up." Seeing the indifference of those around him, Sasuke erupted in frustration. Are you all blind and deaf? Hurry. Call for help. At that moment, the lights in the hall suddenly went out. Naruto retrieved a lighter from his pocket, singing the birthday song softly, "Happy birthday to you. Wishing you a happy birthday." As the flickering flame illuminated their faces, Naruto noticed the glimmer of light on Sasuke's face, and the birthday song abruptly ceased. Realizing the gravity of his actions, he swiftly extinguished the lighter and embraced Sasuke tightly. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made such a joke." The others, seeing the lighter extinguished, turned on the lights and brought out the cake together. "Happy birthday, Sasuke," they chorused. Sasuke stood frozen, tears still glistening in his eyes, astonished that they would prank him for his birthday. Naruto held him tightly, his voice tinged with guilt. "I just wanted to surprise you. I didn't mean for it to turn out like this." After a moment of silence, Sasuke finally spoke. "You idiot, don't make such jokes again." With that, he returned Naruto's embrace. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly as he patted Sasuke's back. "How about I give you another birthday gift? Whatever you say, I'll do it." A fleeting spark of mischief flickered in Sasuke's dark eyes. "Come to my room after work, and I'll tell you." After work, Naruto, without a second thought, went directly to Sasuke's room. As he pushed the door open, he found Sasuke throwing a maid outfit with fox ears at him. "Put it on," Sasuke commanded. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't this the maid outfit I wore during the shoot? You want me to wear this as your birthday gift?" With arms crossed and a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Sasuke replied, "You said it yourself. Whatever I say, you do." After a moment of hesitation, Naruto muttered, "Fine, I owe you a birthday gift anyway." Reluctantly, he took the outfit and entered the bathroom. After a while, Naruto emerged, his face flushed, the bells on the fox ears jingling with his movements, creating a delightful sound. The maid outfit made him appear both adorable and bashful. Sasuke gazed at him, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter. Offended and embarrassed, Naruto shot him an annoyed glare. "Stop laughing. Didn't you have enough fun during the performance?" The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Sasuke stepped closer, reaching out to touch Naruto's fox ears. Quite cute. Naruto swatted his hand away, but couldn't evade Sasuke's approaching face. Ultimately, their lips met once more, and this time, Naruto did not pull away. He closed his eyes. After a moment, he pushed Sasuke away, his lips slightly swollen. "Is this enough? You get your kicks from dressing me as a girl because you can't find a girlfriend? Can you really enjoy this?" With a slight smile gracing his lips, Sasuke remarked, "Who said it's because I can't find a girlfriend? Perhaps it is I who am addicted to you." Naruto, taken aback by these words, felt his cheeks flush and stammered, "Why, you're just talking nonsense." Yet Sasuke pressed on, pinning him against the wall once more. "Do you think I am being frivolous?" Naruto's heart raced as he sensed the intense warmth radiating from Sasuke. Just then, Naruto's phone rang, an incoming call from the scriptwriter. "Naruto, I've just conceived a new plot twist. The two male leads must engage in an exceedingly intimate scene. I heard you both were rehearsing together, so I've sent you the study materials. Do remember to review them." Staring wide-eyed at his phone, Naruto barely had the chance to respond before the call ended. He turned to Sasuke, feeling somewhat awkward. It seemed the fans' wishes were to be fulfilled. Sasuke lightly nudged Naruto's neck with his nose, casually stating, "I hope there won't be too many NGs." They exchanged a knowing smile, the air thick with a teasing intimacy. From that moment on, Sasuke's phone held a new image of Naruto donned in a maid outfit, holding a sign that read, "To my dearest Sasuke, happy birthday." To everyone else, this was merely a rescue. Upon seeing that Naruto Uzumaki was alive, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The two girls who had stood up for their friend and confessed their feelings to Naruto promptly apologized. "It's not your fault, it's my own issue. I'm sorry. It's not that I think less of you. I simply don't plan on dating anyone yet. I still have to conquer those formidable opponents." Naruto replied earnestly to the girl who had confessed to him. The girl blushed deeply, bowed, and hurried away with her friend. Kushina, still startled by Naruto's earlier actions, had momentarily forgotten about Sasuke's presence and instinctively called him cousin. Realizing her mistake, She quickly corrected herself. I meant Junior. You scared me half to death. If you're alright, I'll head back to my work. Alright, Senior. Do take care, Naruto replied, awkwardly scratching his head. Once everyone else had departed, an uncomfortable silence settled between them. Haha, thank you for rescuing me. Naruto broke the tension. Sasuke gazed into Naruto's eyes, hesitating as if he had something to express. Speak your mind. Why do you claim that my fate lies with you? Naruto wished he could smack his forehead. How had he dug such a pit for himself? How could he articulate this? A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. What I meant was, until you defeat me, you shall not find your true destiny. Therefore, you cannot accept any confessions from other girls. Sasuke's mind went blank, as if he were a machine abruptly deprived of power, unable to react. The snow began to fall more heavily, delicate flakes landing on their eyelashes, and the two stood silently amidst the snowfall, the snowflakes gradually melting and trickling down their cheeks. Coming back to his senses, Sasuke looked at Naruto, whose smile seemed tinged with a hint of guilt. A surge of unfamiliar emotion welled up within him. Suddenly, he reached out, gently brushing away the snow that had accumulated atop Naruto's head. Then, as you wish, until I defeat you, I shall not accept any confessions. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was deep yet resolute. Uzumaki Naruto paused momentarily, then broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. All right, I shall await your challenge. Just remember not to hold back. Snowflakes danced delicately from the sky, gradually enveloping the silhouettes of the two. Behind them lay the campus blanketed in snow, a realm of silvery white. They walked side by side across the snowy ground, their footsteps crunching with a satisfying sound. Even after returning to the classroom, Uchiha Sasuke's mind continued to echo Naruto's words. It was merely his own interpretation. You must not accept any confessions from others, nor seek another refuge. I am your sanctuary, and you cannot leave me. In the infirmary, Uchiha Obito had just finished his meal and stepped out, intending to head to the restroom. However, he took only a step before retreating instantly, hiding behind the curtains beside a hospital bed. Noera Rin glanced at him quizzically, suspecting he had encountered something frightful outside. Just then, she opened the door and handed over 2 cups of milk tea. Hatake Kakashi stood at the entrance, peering into the infirmary. Noticing Obito's absence, he remarked, You should thank Obito. It also includes your share. Rin, initially wanting to remind him of Obito's presence, suddenly conceived a plan upon hearing the latter part. Why not tell me why you constantly assist Obito? Do you have feelings for him? The seemingly innocuous inquiry stirred Kakashi's suspicions. He glanced down and spotted the edge of Obito's shoes peeking from beneath the curtain. Because foolish individuals require extra care, hence my attentive regard, he replied. His words illuminated Rin's understanding that Obito had indeed been exposed, leaving her regretting her meddling. Before departing, Kakashi left a parting remark. Rin, Obito is a remarkable person, a trustworthy man. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito instinctively tightened his grip on the curtain. Had it been any other occasion, this statement would have brought him immense joy. Yet today, an inexplicable weight settled in his chest. Stepping out from behind the curtain, Obito wore a complex expression. Rin looked at him with a tinge of guilt. Obito, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have joked around like that. Obito forced a smile. It's all right, Rin. Wasn't he wrong? Obito, Kakashi was surely jesting. I refer to his final words. I truly am a good man, huh? After a few forced chuckles from Obito, a sudden silence enveloped the room. Rin took hold of Obito's hand, gazing at him earnestly, while Obito raised his head to meet her gaze for an extended moment. How peculiar, he thought, that this time he felt neither flustered nor shy in her presence. Rin was not surprised. You have long evaded confronting your true feelings, Obito. Since our reunion, you have mistaken avoidance for shyness and have become increasingly fixated on outcomes. You respond only to what you wish to address, often forgetting the matters you are reluctant to face. Obito was stirred by Rin's words, remaining silent for a long time as he endeavored to untangle the chaotic thoughts within his mind. Obito, do you truly harbor feelings for me? Do you wish to be with me? Do you desire to build a new family together? Of course, I have always cherished Rin. Then let us attempt to be together. Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Noera Rin would utter such words. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Just as Kakashi Hatake returned to the infirmary, he happened to overhear Obito's confession and Rin's response. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. Instead of pushing the door open, he turned and departed. I understand. Thank you, Rin. Obito restored his usual smile. I shall take my leave now. Remember, tomorrow I shall bring lunch. All right, see you tomorrow. As Obito opened the door, he noticed a paper bag at the entrance. Upon opening it, he discovered a small cake adorned with a little rabbit figurine, a small gray rabbit. Observing Obito standing motionless at the door, Rin inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" Obito hastily turned around, concealing the cake behind his back, and replied with a smile, "Nothing, I'm leaving." Sai and Z found themselves half kneeling on the ground, both battered and bruised. The figure wielding the whip had ceased his assault. A man, marked by a cross-shaped scar on his chin, slowly rose from the sofa, leaning on a cane as he approached them, casting a condescending gaze upon the two. "You two certainly possess remarkable capabilities." With that, the scarred man pressed his cane forcefully against Sai's hand. Sai clenched his teeth, enduring the pain in silence. "Z, I presume you are now aware of M's true identity? What are your thoughts? Do you wish to eliminate Naruto?" The scarred man suddenly hurled the cane away, and a small gash appeared at the outer corner of Z's eyebrow, a trickle of crimson following the contour of his cheek. After a moment of silence, Z spoke slowly. "I harbor no such intentions. Our encounter that day was merely coincidental." The scarred man scoffed. "You would do well to suppress any unnecessary thoughts. Naruto Uzumaki holds a unique status. He must remain alive." He then turned his attention to Sai, particularly emphasizing, "Should anything happen to Naruto, you are fully aware of the consequences." Sai, cradling his swollen hand, responded in a low voice, "Yes, I understand, sir." The scarred man paced back and forth, issuing a final warning. "Remember, he is the key. If anyone jeopardizes this plan, I will show no mercy." With that, he returned to the sofa and sat down. Sai and Z supported each other as they exited the room, brushing past a man wearing a single eye patch. Z cast a fleeting glance at the individual and inquired, "Who is he?" "All I know is that he is the grandson of the chief's comrade. I am unaware of anything else," Sai replied. Z did not press further, and together they made their way to find the military medic. As the medic treated their wounds, Z's gaze remained fixed on his phone, his expression softening. The medic couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you in love?" "No," Z quickly replied, stowing his phone away and reverting to his usual indifferent demeanor. Sakai observed everything with a detached demeanor, stating that M was already dead and that excessive investment would only render one more pitiable. "In comparison to me, you appear even more wretched." Z donned his coat and approached Sakai, his tone laced with derision, suggesting that I could easily be replaced, while you would be left to gaze eternally. In an instant, Sakai found himself speechless, unable to refute the stark reality before him. In the Grand Union City, within the council hall, the moderator of the Five-Nation Conference grasped the microphone and inquired, "During the first year, we selected candidates. In the second year, we prepared. And in the third year, we formed the coalition. Is there any dissent regarding this timeline?" Noticing the absence of raised cards, the moderator continued, "To enhance efficiency, we shall designate 3 nations as a unit and select one among them to serve as the venue for the selection process. Is there any objection?" As soon as the moderator concluded, the Wind Shadow promptly raised his card. "The Wind Country wishes to speak." The Wind Shadow remarked, "Uniting 3 nations is exceedingly perilous. What if 2 nations conspire to invade the third? We might find ourselves embroiled in internal strife before we can even address external threats." The Earth Shadow echoed similar concerns. The Lightning Shadow slammed his hand on the table, his expression a tempest of fury. "The chaos engulfing the world is imminent. How can you still think of yourselves? What good is efficiency at this juncture?" The moderator, hailing from the Lightning Country, urged calm. "I too believe that maintaining high efficiency is paramount. If the countdown concludes prematurely, we would be caught off guard." The Water Shadow shared this sentiment. Now, only the Fire Country had yet to voice its opinion. The Fire Shadow cleared his throat and retrieved research data from his assistant's grasp. "I trust you are all aware of the second Hokage's prowess in scientific research. You may recall that the first calamity of chaos was predicted by the second Hokage, which minimized the ensuing damage." The Lightning Shadow scoffed. "Minimized damage? It was only limited to the Wind and Fire countries. We of the Lightning Country suffered grievously." An elderly Water Shadow attempted to chime in, but was restrained by a female assistant who whispered urgently, "Elder, do you wish to offend those 2 Senju brothers? The Hokage has brought them into the fray." Seeing the elderly Water Shadow relinquish his attempt to speak, the assistant exhaled in relief. "Offending them would be catastrophic. The Senju brothers were nearing immortality. And should they desire to unify the world, what future would there be for our coalition? The Earth Shadow could not resist a jibe, if memory serves. The Lightning Country's severe losses stemmed from a lack of proactive measures, correct? The warnings were given in advance. Who can you blame if you chose not to heed them? The smaller nations, under the protection of the Fire Country, could not help but chuckle at the Earth Shadow's words. Incensed by the Earth Shadow's remarks, the Lightning Shadow's face flushed a deep hue, possibly too dark to reveal his embarrassment. What did you say? Do not presume that your seniority grants you immunity. With that, he shattered the table before him. In an instant, the assistants of the 5 shadows sprang to their feet, unleashing their abilities as tensions flared. The moderator hastily pressed the button to activate the ability suppression device. Everyone, please remain calm. We are here to discuss important matters, not to engage in quarrels. The staff hurriedly replaced a new table and lifted it up. Reikage sat down angrily, his expression dark as thunderclouds. Please, the Land of Fire, continue with your suggestions. The Hokage leisurely sipped from his thermos, urging everyone to remain calm, emphasizing that resolving the disturbances should be our primary objective. According to the calculations of the second Hokage, the next 3 years are absolutely safe, thus providing ample time for us to gather all allied forces. I propose a selection process involving the 2 major nations alongside 3 smaller ones, as it would not only ensure efficiency, but also foster a balance through mutual supervision. If everyone agrees with this proposal from the Land of Fire, please raise your placards. The Land of Wind agrees, the Land of Earth agrees, the Land of Iron agrees. And what about the other nations? The Land of Rice, the Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Flowers, the Land of Snow, the Land of Rain, and the Land of Hot Springs sequentially raised their placards. The remaining 4 smaller nations observed, waiting for a decision. As neither the Land of Lightning nor the Land of Water raised their placards, Reikage, still fuming from the earlier incident, reluctantly raised his placard to safeguard the people of the Land of Lightning. Seeing this, the Mizukage also raised their placard, prompting the remaining 4 smaller nations to follow suit. The organizer, noting that all nations had agreed, nodded in satisfaction. Since there were no objections, it was settled. Next, a lottery would determine which nations would participate in the selection process. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had arranged to meet at a shabu-shabu restaurant. Naruto arrived early, choosing a seat by the window, his eyes occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Before long, Sasuke entered the restaurant. He had spotted Naruto from outside and walked directly toward him. Naruto immediately recognized Sasuke as he entered and noticed the bandage on his forehead. What happened above your eyebrow? Sasuke raised a hand to touch the bandage, casually replying, I accidentally bumped into something. Haha, so you can be careless sometimes, huh, silly Sasuke? Upon seeing Naruto's teasing expression, a smile involuntarily crept onto Sasuke's lips. At that moment, the waiter brought the menu, and Naruto enthusiastically handed it to Sasuke. Take a look at what you want to eat. Order whatever you like. Sasuke took the menu, glanced through it briefly, and selected a few items. Naruto, on the other hand, ordered a host of his favorites, and even added a few dishes he thought Sasuke might enjoy. Before long, steaming shabu-shabu was served, with the broth bubbling invitingly. Naruto eagerly picked up a slice of meat and placed it into the pot. Once cooked, he promptly transferred it into Sasuke's bowl. Try this. It's my first time here. And my sister said their tomato broth is amazing, so I thought I'd give it a shot since you love tomatoes. Realizing he had overshared, Naruto quickly fell silent. How to rectify this? Sasuke, however, picked up the piece of meat, chewed slowly, and swallowed. Thank you, it's delicious. How do you know my preferences without asking? Naruto asked, perplexed. Sasuke Uchiha's expression froze for a moment, his gaze fixed on Naruto Uzumaki, seemingly lost in thought. With a smile, he asked, aren't we friends? Naruto was taken aback, astonished that such words could escape Sasuke's lips. In the realm of shinobi, Sasuke had never voluntarily acknowledged their friendship. Noticing the strange expression on Naruto's face, a flicker of panic crossed Sasuke's eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. It's perfectly normal for friends to know each other's preferences, right? Ha ha, quickly. Eat this dumpling. Naruto, feeling a mixture of joy and anxiety, hastily shifted the topic. An unexpected silence enveloped them as Naruto gulped down orange juice and devoured several pieces of meat. Sasuke, on the other hand, ate leisurely from his plate, primarily filled with the food Naruto had served him. Thank you for saving me at school last time. I had no idea that artificial respiration could be used for respiratory distress. Upon hearing the term artificial respiration, Sasuke's hand trembled, causing a dumpling to slip back into the pot. Both of their hands were splashed with hot juice. Ouch! Though Naruto was at a distance and felt only a minor sting, he still exclaimed. Instinctively, he glanced at Sasuke's hand, noticing it had turned red. He took hold of Sasuke's hand and led him toward the restroom. As the faucet turned on, water flowed around them, with Naruto holding Sasuke's hand. It's blistering. Don't you feel pain? Or is your body made of stone, hence devoid of sensation? You go ahead and rinse. I'll fetch you some burn ointment. Sasuke remained silent, staring at Naruto, who was animatedly chattering and visibly anxious in front of the mirror. Not hearing a response from Sasuke, Naruto turned his head and, due to their proximity, accidentally brushed his nose against Sasuke's lips. Time seemed to momentarily halt. Naruto's eyes widened, his cheeks rapidly flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Sasuke was equally startled, never anticipating such an unexpected contact. His previously calm gaze now rippled with emotion. For a fleeting moment, time stood still, and Naruto, flustered, released his grip and stepped back, stammering, "You startled me. I'm so sorry, it was unintentional." He dared not meet Sasuke's eyes, his heart racing like a drum. After a brief silence, Sasuke slowly replied, "It's all right," though his ears were also aflame. Observing Sasuke's seemingly composed demeanor, Naruto felt a wave of confusion wash over him, the atmosphere in the restroom turning delicately tense. After a while, Naruto broke the silence. "You go ahead and rinse. I'll get the burn ointment." With that, he hurriedly dashed out of the restroom. Naruto rushed to the pharmacy, purchased the burn ointment, and made his way back. His mind was a whirlwind, replaying that unexpected touch in his thoughts. Upon returning to the restroom of the hot pot restaurant, he found Sasuke still there, his hand under the running water. My goodness, is Sasuke really this patient? He actually waited for me for such a long time, just as I said. In disbelief, Naruto took a deep breath and said, "Here, the burn ointment." He handed the ointment to Uchiha Sasuke, who turned off the faucet, accepted the ointment, and began to apply it. Uzumaki Naruto observed his actions, his gaze slightly evasive. "Naruto," Uchiha Sasuke suddenly spoke. "Huh, what's wrong?" Naruto asked nervously. Sasuke paused his movements, raised his head to look at him, and said earnestly, "I don't dislike what happened earlier." Naruto's face flushed crimson once more, and his heart raced. "What nonsense? What do you mean by dislike?" Sasuke probed. "Do you dislike me?" Naruto's mind became a whirlwind, and he retorted loudly, "When did I ever say I disliked you?" A faint smile tugged at Sasuke's lips as he replied coolly, "So you don't dislike me then?" Sighing, Naruto spoke sincerely, "I did dislike you before, but that's no longer the case. After all, we've saved each other once. We're even now." However, Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze sharpening. "Even? That day you got shot doesn't count. Then I owe you one more, my apologies. If there's anything you want, you can tell me now." Naruto blurted, a nervous habit surfacing. "What I want," Sasuke said, tapping Naruto's forehead with 2 fingers, "is for the people I encounter to never be hurt." With that, he turned to leave. "What? How am I supposed to know who you'll meet? If you meet many people, I can't possibly protect them all." "Hey, are you messing with me?" Naruto grumbled as he chased after him. After their meal, when Naruto went to settle the bill, he discovered that Sasuke had already paid. "Why did you pay first?" Naruto exclaimed anxiously. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "You can treat me next time." As they exited the hot pot restaurant, night had fallen, and the streetlights seemed to radiate a warm glow. "It's so cold," Naruto exclaimed as he donned the brown fluffy earmuffs crafted by Uzumaki Kushina. Sasuke tightened the collar of his coat and remarked, "This winter is quite chilly. Is it possible that every winter everyone says the same thing?" Naruto quipped, "Perhaps, but I don't feel it's that cold right now." With that, Sasuke's gaze shifted back to Naruto. "TCH, anyone can act tough," Naruto scoffed with a cold laugh. Then asked earnestly, "I still owe you a favor. What exactly do you want?" "Only for today. I've only encountered one person." Naruto was momentarily puzzled, and when he realized Sasuke was referring to him, he stood frozen in place. By the time he turned around, Sasuke had already vanished. "Ding ding. I have something to attend to, I'll be going." "How rude," Naruto muttered, pocketing his phone as he climbed into a taxi by the roadside. At the Uchiha residence, the camera in Sasuke's room blinked twice before becoming inoperative, and soon after, the entire villa plunged into darkness. Only his wireless desk lamp remained lit. With a click, the door swung open, and the butler, flashlight in hand, paused at the threshold. "Young master, are you unscathed?" Uchiha Sasuke, not lifting his gaze, replied in a monotone voice. "Go investigate the situation." The butler nodded and stepped back outside. Rather than seeking the cause of the blackout at first, he chose to monitor him. Uchiha Sasuke set down his pen and rose to approach the window. Before he could discern the circumstances below, a flicker of purple light appeared in the distance. And in the next instant, a colossal arrow shattered the glass of his room. Sasuke barely had time to react as the arrow soared past him, piercing through the corner camera and embedding itself deep into the wall. The massive projectile was enveloped in a formidable purple energy, which lingered for quite some time before gradually dissipating. The bodyguards, alerted by the commotion, rushed to his room. "Young master, quickly, take him for treatment." Before stepping out, Uchiha Sasuke cast a glance at the ruined camera, puzzled. Was this arrow aimed at my camera? Or was it intended to kill me, but missed? The family doctor carefully applied healing bandages to the wound near his temple. It was perilously close. Another slight deviation could have harmed his eye. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. Did the patrols tonight not uncover anything? Hurry and investigate. I must know who is attempting to harm my son. Uchiha Fugaku was issuing instructions over the phone. Uchiha Mikoto looked at her younger son with a face full of concern, her heart aching for him. Meanwhile, on the hillside opposite the Uchiha residence, 3 figures stood side by side. "Impressive," I remarked. "Is this the legendary SaSuNaru? You are formidable." "Heh. Causing such a ruckus to kill someone, only to miss," Momochi Zabuza mocked, peering through binoculars. At a distance of 100 paces, the arrow's power only intensified, I observed. Casting a complex glance at Z, who stood between them. "I miscalculated the distance," Z stated flatly. "Miscalculating distance is hardly a valid excuse," Zabuza scoffed. "But the power of this SaSuNaru is indeed astonishing. What shall we do next? Continue the assault?" Z paused, his gaze fixed intently on the room where Uchiha Sasuke resided. Opting for a temporary standstill, tonight's operation had been exposed, and they would surely fortify their defenses. I nodded. "Indeed, we must devise a new strategy. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. A reckless move could lead to complications." "Then let us strike at the school," Zabuza suggested. Z furrowed his brow slightly. "The school is crowded and fraught with distractions, which could lead to unnecessary troubles. Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke may have other skilled protectors nearby." Zabuza dismissed the idea. "So, by your perspective, we simply abandon our efforts? During the winter break, the school will organize skiing activities. We can seek our opportunity then." Naruto Uzumaki stood motionless before the bathroom mirror, reflecting on Uchiha Sasuke's words. It seemed he truly regarded me as a friend, even expressing concern about my safety. The following day, with 2 weeks remaining until winter break, the class president reminded everyone to tally the number of students taking the school bus to the ski resort, intending to relay the count later. As the class was drawing to a close, Kakashi Hitaki briefly summarized the day's lesson. Sakura Haruno nodded in response, assuring him that she would convey the message promptly. With the sound of the dismissal bell echoing through the classroom, Kakashi exited. "Sasuke, I will do my utmost to avoid injury. You must also strive to remain unscathed," Naruto Uzumaki remarked. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke Uchiha paused momentarily, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Naruto approached Sasuke, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "What's the matter, Sasuke? I speak only from the heart." Sasuke turned his face away, clearing his throat. "Who cares about your words?" Naruto, perplexed, inquired, "Why has the position of your bandage changed?" "What position?" Sasuke replied, confused. "I distinctly recall it being higher up yesterday," Naruto continued. "Did we meet yesterday?" Sasuke queried, puzzled. Initially bewildered, Naruto suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Oh, how could I forget? We didn't actually meet. Almost forgot that you're hiding your identity at night. Allow me to help you keep that under wraps." Leaning closer to Sasuke, he whispered, "Rest assured, I shall protect your secret." Observing Sasuke's distracted demeanor, Naruto frowned. "Why have you been so absent-minded at school lately? Are you not getting enough rest?" Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto interrupted. "During lunch, I'll join you, and then we shall visit a special place." "It's settled." With that, Naruto dashed to the doorway, placing his hand on Shikamaru Nara's shoulder as they departed the classroom together. Sasuke watched Naruto's retreating figure, his thoughts in disarray, unable to find peace. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. Naruto forcefully led Sasuke to their usual gathering spot. "Is this how you become acquainted?" Shikamaru inquired, puzzled. You used to be at odds with each other. What has changed recently? Kiba Inuzuka expressed his curiosity as well. Isn't it wonderful to have another friend among us? Choji Akimichi added. Naruto shook his finger. No. Sasuke is different from you all. Our bond is much deeper. At this proclamation, the others fell silent, except for Ino Yamanaka, who was stifling a laugh. I see. A familial bond. Someone remarked. Familial? Naruto pondered. That does sound more special than mere friendship. So yes, we are like family. But I must clarify. This familial connection is not the same as the usual kind. Ino interjected. What do you mean by that? I don't understand such literary nuances. All that matters is that he holds a different place in my heart than you all, Naruto declared. Those who did not comprehend were left in a state of bewilderment, while those who did continued to eat voraciously. Sasuke could hardly believe his ears. All right, we understand your relationship is unique. Let us focus on our meal, Sakura urged, eager to steer the conversation away from the absurdity. Unfazed, Naruto flashed a smile at Sasuke, oblivious to the tension in the air. Uchiha Sasuke hastily averted his gaze, taking a few hurried bites of rice before setting down his chopsticks and declaring that he was full, urging the others to continue their meal. In response to Sasuke's abrupt departure, Uzumaki Naruto quickly devoured several mouthfuls of food and grabbed his plate to follow suit. Hey, didn't I say I would take you somewhere? Why are you abandoning me? Sasuke placed his plate in the designated area for disposal, walking away without a backward glance. Sasuke, wait for me. Naruto hurried after him, finally catching hold of Sasuke's wrist just as they were about to exit the dining hall. Is that ointment really so effective that it runs out so quickly? Naruto remarked, noticing the smoothness of Sasuke's hand. Sasuke, lost in thought, did not respond, his gaze lowered. I know a place that's perfect for a nap, Naruto exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice as he pulled Sasuke toward the old gymnasium. With a beep, the code lock clicked open, revealing the interior of the gym. It resembled a dormitory room, featuring a bed made of 2 thick mattresses, complete with a bedside table and a carpet. What do you think? Not bad, right? Naruto boasted. Hands on his hips. This is a secret base that Obito-sensei told me about. Sasuke nodded in agreement, appreciating the tranquility of the space. Naruto urged Sasuke to sit on the bed, lying down first. This mattress is spacious. It's perfect for 2. He patted the space beside him, inviting Sasuke to join him. After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke lay down as well. The two reclined side by side, the room enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their breathing. Naruto turned his head to look at him, a goofy grin on his face. Sasuke, sleeping here is so comfortable. We should come here often. Sasuke remained silent, fixated on the ceiling. After a while, the rhythmic sound of Naruto's breathing signaled that he had fallen asleep. Sasuke turned to observe Naruto's peaceful face, and his own inner turmoil began to settle. Memories from his childhood flooded back. Brother, what does it feel like to be liked by someone? Young Sasuke asked, holding a cherry tomato, his face filled with curiosity. Those who like you are irresistibly drawn to you, always wanting to be by your side. They can be a bit possessive and meddlesome at times. Most importantly, they will always protect your safety, treating your matters as their own, and prioritizing you above themselves, Itachi patiently explained, seemingly lost in his own recollections. Brother, it sounds like you're talking about Shisui. Itachi's face flushed suddenly. In no way. You're still young. Some things are better left unexamined. Sasuke recalled the conversation with Itachi from his childhood, realizing how closely Naruto's actions mirrored what his brother had described. Could it be that the words Naruto spoke today were a form of confession? Or was he simply being foolish? Naruto, Sasuke whispered instinctively, leaning in closer. Naruto smacked his lips and turned over, continuing to sleep peacefully. After Uchiha Sasuke draped the blanket from beneath his head over Naruto Uzumaki, he too closed his eyes. When he awoke once more, he found Naruto gazing at him with an expression of deep apology. I forgot to set the alarm. We missed the first class. Sasuke had not anticipated sleeping so soundly. He abruptly sat up, just as Naruto leaned in to help him up. The two collided, and Naruto lost his balance, toppling backward. Sasuke swiftly grasped his hand, leveraging the momentum to pull Naruto back, inadvertently landing on top of him. Whoa, you scared me. Are you all right? Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke felt a flush of embarrassment and hurriedly rose. I'm fine. Let us get back to the classroom. Upon returning home after school, Sasuke noticed his father seated on the sofa with a stern expression. You will accompany me to the clan meeting shortly, regardless of their inquiries. You must state that you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you understand? Sasuke nodded. He comprehended his father's reasoning. Only those families with multiple awakenings of the Mangekyo Sharingan could attain a higher status within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's current standing was just below that of the clan leader, yet above the other clan members. At the clan meeting, the members, as his father had predicted, gathered around to inquire about his Sharingan. Sasuke could only respond with a forced confidence. Uchiha Shinobu, relying on his lineage as the son of Uchiha Kagami, mockingly addressed Uchiha Fugaku, "Why isn't your eldest son here? It seems his studies at the academy are quite demanding." Fugaku remained unperturbed, responding with a strained smile. This meeting was called in haste. Many could not attend. "Do you know the reason for this urgent gathering, Brother Shinobu?" Feigning indifference, Shinobu cleared his throat and replied, "Oh, I haven't mentioned that my son has returned. Uchiha Shisui has returned." Murmurs erupted among the clan members, recalling his name from the list of the deceased. Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, a figure adorned with a single eye patch approached slowly. It was Uchiha Shisui. "Uncle, I have returned." Shisui's voice was steady as he stood beside Uchiha Shinobu and bowed lightly to Fugaku. The assembly gasped in astonishment. A person previously declared dead now stood before them, leaving many in disbelief. Fugaku was the first to regain his composure, questioning what transpired back then. The authorities stated that those trapped in the other realm would have no possibility of survival. "I lost an eye and was poisoned. My chances of survival were slim. However, upon awakening, I discovered that the portal to the other realm had reopened, and 3 years had passed while I was unconscious," Shisui recounted, his expression laden with remorse and sorrow. Sasuke listened quietly, feeling a wave of emotion swell within him. The grandson of the clan leader has lost an eye. Will this affect the strength of our Uchiha clan in the Land of Fire? It seems that in the competition for Hokage, Shisui's father, Shinobu, may be impacted, while Fugaku appears to have a greater opportunity to vie for the position. His younger son has yet to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is likely that the clan leader will fully support the exceptionally talented Shinobu's father in the Hokage election, so that the Uchiha may have more formidable descendants. His eldest son, Itachi, possesses talent no less than that of Shisui. And did we not just hear that his younger son, Sasuke, has also awakened the Mangekyo? The statement about his younger son not having awakened it was clearly a facade to maintain appearances. Listening to the clamor of the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and stepped forward, speaking in a solemn tone. "Now that Shisui has returned, it signifies the strength of our Uchiha. In these complex times, we must unite." Indeed, Fugaku's words resonated. It is a relief that Shisui has returned. Uchiha Kagami, the clan leader, seated in a wheelchair, added, "I have gathered everyone today to celebrate Shisui's homecoming. Although the loss of his eye is regrettable, our Uchiha clan is replete with talent, and I believe our lineage has a promising future ahead." The meeting continued, discussing clan matters and the Hokage election. Whether Fugaku or Shinobu is elected, they will remain leaders and exemplars of our Uchiha clan. I will not tolerate any discrimination or favoritism. Uchiha Kagami's admonition silenced many voices. Uchiha Sasuke observed Shisui, who seemed to carry an indescribable weariness. After the meeting, Shisui approached Sasuke and patted his shoulder. "Sasuke, you have grown over the years." Sasuke looked at him, filled with admiration and confusion, but before he could speak, he was called away by his father. Reluctantly, Sasuke followed his father home. Once at home, Sasuke found himself unable to sleep. The once celebrated genius of their family, now an outcast for having lost an eye. Even his father lamented the situation. Yet only Sasuke could perceive the subtle relief in his father's demeanor upon discussing Shisui's plight. Previously, his father had always compared Itachi to Shisui. Sasuke turned over, gazing at the clean corners of the guest room, muttering to himself, "Is your relief due to Shisui's miraculous survival, or because you feel your status is no longer threatened? For the sake of your position, will you continue to monitor me?" Gradually, Sasuke curled up in contemplation. "Naruto, if you were in my place, you would have rebelled by now. Why do I find myself thinking of you at this moment?" In City B, Uchiha Itachi returned to the lounge, opened the cabinet, glanced at his phone, then placed it back. He turned and sat on the sofa, massaging his stiff neck and shoulders. Just then, his phone buzzed twice. As he was about to check it, Haiden entered and called out, "Itachi, come out. It's time to sign autographs for the fans." "All right," Itachi replied. Dismissing the phone as mere spam, and proceeded to step outside. The phone flickered a few times within the drawer, and after a while, the screen illuminated with a message. 2158 call cancelled, Jishui, Gu Xiao Yao, I have returned. Jishui Gu, are you busy? Call cancelled, Jishui Gu, I'm sorry for worrying you. How have you been these past years? 2330 Jishui, I miss you. The sound of a phone dropping echoed, causing everyone in the band to glance over. Uchiha Itachi hastily picked up his phone, his breath quickening as he beheld the messages on the screen. His hand trembled slightly, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Jishui Gu, he whispered, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yahiko, noticing Itachi's expression, leaned in with curiosity. Itachi, what's wrong? Whose message has you so stirred? Nagato quickly shielded Yahiko's eyes from view, admonishing, you're crossing boundaries. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention, Yahiko replied awkwardly, scratching his head. Uchiha Itachi disregarded their banter. Rapidly responding to the message, Jishui Gu, you have finally returned. I have been well, and I miss you so much. Delete. Itachi, Jishui Gu, I have been searching for you. The reply came swiftly. Where are you, Jishui? I'm in the neighboring city. I'll return now. Wait for me at our old spot. After sending the message, Uchiha Itachi's heart raced with urgency as he hastily explained a few things to the band's manager before rushing out. Along the way, his mind was filled with visions of Uchiha Jishui, the brother who once exuberantly trained and played with him. He pondered all that Jishui must have endured over the years. Itachi had always believed the news of Jishui's demise was false, and now that he had confirmation, an overwhelming joy surged within him. After a 3-hour drive, he finally arrived at their old meeting place. A secret haven they often visited in their youth to witness the beauty of sunrises and sunsets. Beneath the moonlight stood a familiar silhouette, facing away from him. Uchiha Itachi hastened forward, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Jishui Gu, he called softly. The figure slowly turned, moonlight illuminating the face of Uchiha Jishui. Despite having lost an eye, his demeanor exuded a deeper tranquility. Xiao Yao, Jishui smiled, his gaze filled with warmth. The two locked eyes for a moment before embracing tightly. The years of longing and concern converged into silent tears in that instant. They began to recount their experiences since parting, as if striving to fill the void of the intervening years. Uchiha Jishui playfully toyed with Itachi's small braid. You have suffered over these years, he remarked, his voice thick with emotion. I'm fine. You, however, look even thinner than in high school, Jishui replied earnestly. Gazing intently at Itachi, his eyes brimming with concern. As they released their embrace, Uchiha Itachi's heart raced at Jishui's focused expression. Just then, Jishui leaned in slowly, the distance between them diminishing until their lips softly met. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, gradually responding to the kiss. The moonlight cascaded upon them, as if bestowing a layer of ethereal beauty upon their long-awaited affection. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before they slowly parted, their breaths quickening with the intensity of the moment. Uchiha Shisui gazed at Uchiha Itachi's flushed face and tenderly murmured, Little Itachi, throughout these 3 years in this timeless realm, I have constantly thought of you. Tears sparkled in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he implored, Please, never leave me again. Can you? Uchiha Shisui nodded gently, capturing Itachi's braid in his hand and planting a heartfelt kiss upon it. His gaze unwaveringly locked onto Itachi's eyes. Instantly, Itachi blushed anew, and Shisui embraced him once more. They held each other tightly, savoring the warmth of their reunion amidst the tranquil night. While the past sorrows and longing transformed into the most cherished memories at that moment. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Uchiha Itachi's face. Jolting him awake from a nightmarish slumber, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Regaining his composure, he surveyed the surroundings and discovered Uchiha Shisui lying beside him. Bare-chested and in deep repose, Itachi felt an unusual soreness in his body, as if crushed under a heavy weight. He slowly sat up, tenderly massaging his collarbone, which bore the marks of Shisui's affectionate bites, still tinged with pain. Observing Shisui's closed eyes stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Itachi. He gently extended a finger to touch Shisui's blind eye, then softly pressed a kiss upon it. At that moment, Shisui slightly opened his healthy eye, their gazes intertwining. They held each other's gaze for a fleeting moment, and a subtle smile graced Shisui's lips. Unconsciously, the hand beneath the covers tightened around Itachi's slender waist, as if fearing his sudden departure. Feeling Shisui's embrace, Itachi's unease gradually dissipated. Suddenly, Itachi's phone rang urgently. Reluctantly, he extricated himself from Shisui's arms and glanced at the caller ID, his manager. Hello? Itachi, where are you? We need to fit the costumes for tomorrow's performance. Where have you run off to? Came the anxious voice. Itachi furrowed his brow, casting a hesitant glance at Shisui. I need to go back and handle the performance matters, he said with a hint of resignation. Shisui nodded gently. Go ahead, I will wait for you to finish. They had found a cozy lodging near their Band S hotel in City B, so Itachi felt no urgency. After finishing his shower, Itachi emerged to find Shisui just completing his own grooming, dabbing his mouth with a disposable washcloth. Itachi grasped Shisui's chin and leaned in, planting a kiss at the corner of his mouth. Shisui paused momentarily, then his lips curled into a smile as he wrapped his arms around Itachi's waist, deepening the kiss. After a tender interlude, they finally separated. Be cautious on your way, and return promptly after your tasks, Shisui advised as he helped Itachi readjust his hairband. Itachi, blushing, nodded and took his belongings as he stepped out. Upon arriving at the band hotel, the agent greeted him, complaining while ushering him to try on outfits. During the fitting, Uchiha Itachi found his thoughts drifting, his mind consumed by visions of Uchiha Shisui. After finally completing the fitting, he hurriedly exchanged a few words with the agent before rushing back to the guest house. Upon opening the door, he beheld Uchiha Shisui seated by the window, sunlight cascading over him, creating a picturesque scene. Hearing the movement, Uchiha Shisui turned, revealing a warm smile. Finished so soon? Uchiha Itachi quickly approached, taking a seat beside him, eager to return and share his time. Over the course of 5 days, the homeroom teacher guided the students of various classes, with the senior high students looking after their younger counterparts from the junior high. As they ventured out, everyone looked out for one another. The teaching assistant, holding a megaphone, shouted to several groups of students on the playground. Received. The assistant sat at the front of the bus, which was filled with students from Class 7. Initially, Uzumaki Naruto felt fine, but after a while, a wave of dizziness struck, leaving him nauseous. Uchiha Sasuke noticed his distress and offered him a peppermint candy. Gratefully, Naruto accepted the candy, placing it in his mouth. The refreshing flavor alleviated his discomfort momentarily. However, it wasn't long before the symptoms worsened, his face paling and beads of sweat forming on his brow. He longed to leap off the bus. Suddenly, he recalled the 6 paths power bestowed upon him by the old sage of the ninja world, and he yearned for those days of soaring across the battlefield, feeling majestic. Feeling utterly helpless, Naruto simply missed that ability, nothing more. Seeing his friend in such misery, Uchiha Sasuke sighed, offering his window seat to Naruto and kindly cracking open a window to let in fresh air. Leaning against the window, Naruto took several deep breaths, which slightly eased his dizziness. Upon reaching the rest area, he clutched a trash can, violently retching. Sasuke stood beside him, gently patting his back. After the episode, Naruto weakly lifted his head, exhaustion and regret etched across his face. Sasuke, I'm sorry for the trouble. Sasuke shrugged. No need for such talk. Go sit over there and rest. With that, he assisted Naruto to a bench in the rest area, then went to fetch a bottle of water and some bread. Eat something to settle your stomach, he said, handing the items to Naruto. Receiving them, Naruto felt a warmth in his heart and began to eat heartily. After resting for a while, he felt much improved, his spirits lifted. Looking at Sasuke, he suddenly broke into a grin, jesting, Sasuke, I didn't realize you were so nice. Sasuke turned his head away, his ears slightly reddening. Cut the mushiness, recover your strength. We still have more traveling to do. At that moment, the teaching assistant approached, urging everyone to board the bus. The two stood up and walked side by side towards the vehicle. Once aboard, Naruto once again took the initiative to sit beside Sasuke, resting his head on Sasuke's shoulder, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The bus continued its journey, the scenery outside transforming with each passing moment. Uchiha Sasuke sat quietly, gazing at the sleeping Naruto Uzumaki resting against his shoulder. A wave of inexplicable tenderness swelling in his heart. He subtly adjusted his posture, ensuring Naruto's head was more comfortably nestled. In front of them, Ino Yamanaka stealthily captured a few photographs of the duo, even adorning Naruto with an adorable pig nose in the edits. She tapped Sakura Haruno's arm, saying, Look at these two. They seem quite compatible, don't you think? It appears so, but didn't Naruto insist he was straight during our last ramen outing? Sakura inquired. Ino snapped her fingers. That depends on the perspective. Let me show you a picture from my cloud storage. They kissed upon their first meeting. First meeting, and they kissed? Sakura exclaimed, taken aback. Last time, I used that photo to blackmail Sasuke into being my boyfriend for a day. You know I like you. Yet you coerced someone else into being your boyfriend, leaving me heartbroken. I truly apologize, dear. I was indeed in the wrong, resorting to such underhanded tactics for the sake of news. I am working on changing that now. I hope your transformation is genuine. Upon viewing the photograph, Sakura quickly covered her mouth, glancing back at the two with a gleeful smile dancing in her eyes. The bus continued its smooth journey along the highway, with most students inside resting. The hushed discussion between Ino and Sakura drew Sasuke back from his thoughts. He cautiously observed the two ahead, noticing them engrossed in their phones, wearing mischievous smiles. At that moment, Naruto stirred in his sleep, mumbling a few words, nuzzling his head against Sasuke's shoulder, and wrapping his arm around Sasuke's. Instantly, Sasuke's face flushed crimson. He wished to extricate his arm, but feared waking Naruto, leaving him awkwardly frozen in place. Ino and Sakura, noticing the movement, turned to behold the scene, exchanging knowing smiles as they resumed their discreet photography. However, the subtle commotion roused Naruto, who sleepily opened his eyes to find himself clinging to Sasuke's arm. Sasuke, Naruto stammered, attempting to explain. Sasuke turned his head away, feigning calmness as he said, "If you're awake, sit properly and don't move around." Yet, the faint blush creeping to his ears betrayed his current nervousness. He even suspected Naruto might be doing this on purpose. Upon arriving at the largest ski resort in the Land of Fire, Naruto remained curled up in the hotel room, not venturing outside again. In the meantime, his sister, Ino, came to check on him, bringing some medication to alleviate his dizziness and pajamas prepared by Kushina Uzumaki. "Brother, let me massage your fingers. It might help a bit." Trembling, Naruto extended his hand to his sister. "Sis, I'm on the verge of death. I've forgotten my game password. You can verify it with my phone number. There are valuable items in there you could sell or play with yourself." "You still managed to chatter. You won die," Ino said, rolling her eyes at Naruto, though her hands gently massaged his fingers. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and White entered, bringing 3 bottles of energy drinks. With an empty stomach, consuming this might provide some relief. Uzumaki Irika accepted the item with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, bye. My brother is feeling much better now. Indeed, I am much improved. You all should go and enjoy yourselves." Uzumaki Naruto, having regained his strength, rose to urge them out, fearing he would delay their skiing excursion. Bai surveyed the room, inquiring, "Is this a family room?" "Yes," Naruto replied. "It was drawn during our trip. Everyone else got double rooms. But I ended up with a 4-person suite featuring 2 double beds. It's maddening." "Who are your roommates?" Irika asked. "It's Choji, Kiba, and Shino. They are all familiar faces." "Why the distress?" Naruto sighed. "One has a penchant for raising pests, and the other is all about dogs. I can only share a bed with Choji, which feels quite cramped." "That sounds unfortunate," Irika said, casting a sympathetic glance at her brother. Naruto, at a loss for words, urged them, "You all go have fun. I'll just take a nap." "But where is Sasuke?" Naruto hesitated, puzzled as to why Bai was curious about the Uchiha he had only seen twice. "I noticed you all arrived and departed together." Recalling his previous thoughts, Naruto replied, He has been assigned a luxurious single room, apparently in 0511 upstairs. How fortunate. Why don't our parents arrange something similar for us?" Naruto interrupted his sister. "Irika, you and Bai should go have fun. Weren't you both eager to ski? Now that you're here, why the hesitation to learn? I just worry about you feeling unwell." "All right, I understand." After bidding them farewell, Naruto sprawled across his bed, feeling a sense of heaviness. Was Bai and Sasuke's relationship particularly close? Irika and Bai took the elevator down to the first floor. Suddenly, Bai spoke. "Irika, I need to use the restroom. You go ahead and gather everyone." "All right, but be quick." After parting ways, Bai turned and entered the elevator to the basement. Upon descending, he veered into a dark corner, out of sight of the cameras. "Have you found the location?" Bai remained silent for a moment, slowly pushing away the hand that Zabuza had placed on his shoulder. "It's merely about retrieving the idol. Must we kill him? If we cannot secure the idol, our lives are forfeit." Zabuza tightened his grip on Bai's shoulders. "But can you guarantee that Z's words are truthful? Will killing Sasuke definitely procure the idol for us?" Zabuza's gaze turned cold. Tell me his whereabouts. You need not intervene. Zabuza, it is you who should refrain from interference. You will not perish. Your father, the Mizukage, will protect you for eternity. Regardless of whether we obtain the idol, I cannot escape death. Thus, I shall assist you in reaching your desired position. You need only wait. I stepped back, distancing himself further from Zabuza. Because I care for you, Zabuza, I would do anything for you, even die. It is entirely my choice. Zabuza hesitated, words hanging on the tip of his tongue. Bai, unable to meet Zabuza's gaze, hurriedly turned and left. After the afternoon activities concluded, everyone finished their meal and returned to their dormitory. Knock, knock. Who is it? Uchiha Sasuke had initially intended to take a bath, but upon hearing a knock at the door, he hastily donned his clothes once more. He opened the door to find Uzumaki Naruto, who entered with a broad grin, clutching a large bag of snacks. Sasuke instinctively glanced toward the bedside lamp. Naruto, curious, followed his gaze and inquired, "What are you looking at? Are you hiding someone in your room?" No. What brings you here?" Sasuke replied. "Hehe, I wanted to discuss something with you." Naruto seated himself on the bed, surrounded by the snacks. "Your bed is so spacious. Sleeping alone must be quite lonely. Why not let me crash here for a few days?" Sasuke approached the lamp and twisted it halfway around. "Why?" Naruto proceeded to explain his reasoning, embellishing it with various tales of woe and flattery. By the time he finished, Sasuke, clearly exasperated, rubbed his forehead and nodded in reluctant agreement. "Sasuke, why did it take you so long to open the door?" Naruto queried. "I was about to take a bath." "Oh, then continue. Don't mind me." Naruto opened a packet of jelly and settled onto the small sofa in front of the bed, switching on the television. The disparity between individuals was striking. Not only did Sasuke have a grand television, but also an expansive floor-to-ceiling window. "Sigh, in comparison, my situation seems rather pathetic." Naruto lamented dramatically, only to have a piece of clothing suddenly drop onto his head. "Hey, why did you turn off the light just for me? Does it smell of sweat? That you throw it on my head?" As this chapter has not yet concluded, please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Not receiving a response from Sasuke, Naruto finally pulled the clothing from his head and discreetly sniffed it. Surely it can't smell of fabric softener, right? After a while, the comedic scenes in the film had Naruto laughing heartily, completely engrossed in the merriment, so much so that he did not notice the cookies slipping from his grasp. Having been influenced by his mother's dedication to maintaining a tidy household, Naruto instinctively reached down to pick up the fallen cookie, mindful of not dirtying the floor. His feet perched on the sofa, legs kneeling on the coffee table, he leaned forward to grasp the cookie. Just as he was about to retrieve it, Sasuke emerged from the bathroom clad in pajamas, droplets of water glistening on his hair. Upon witnessing Naruto in this position, Sasuke's steps abruptly halted. Sensing Sasuke's presence, Naruto quickly straightened up, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he explained, "You done bathing? I was just picking something up." However, Sasuke's gaze did not linger on Naruto's face. Instead, it fixated on his pajamas. He observed that Naruto's sleepwear appeared notably snug, with two conspicuous bulges at the front. And even the slightest stretch of his arms would reveal his midriff. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sasuke inquired, "Are you wearing your own clothes?" At this, Naruto shifted his attention to his attire, tugging at the sleeves and abruptly realizing that he had likely swapped pajamas with his sister. "Oh no, I've mixed up clothes with my sister. I need to go and exchange them back." Seeing that Naruto intended to leave, Sasuke intercepted him. "Are you really going to go out dressed like that?" "Indeed, it is too late to go now. The national holiday ends early." Naruto Uzumaki broke free from him and hurried towards the door. Sasuke Uchiha grasped Naruto's arm once more, expressing his surplus of concern. "It is too late now. It would be inconvenient to go out." Sasuke retrieved an unopened set of deep blue silk pajamas from his luggage. "Change into these first," he insisted, handing the pajamas to Naruto. Naruto lazily accepted the pajamas, responding, "All right then, thanks." After taking the pajamas, he promptly shed his own set of sleepwear. Sasuke, taken aback by Naruto's decision to change in front of him, glanced over briefly before quickly averting his gaze. However, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of Sasuke's discomfort, effortlessly changing his clothes and twirling around, exclaiming, "Hey, these pajamas fit quite well." The deep blue fabric accentuated his fair complexion. Sasuke took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "It's getting late. We should rest," he remarked, moving to the bedside. pulling the covers over himself as he lay down. Naruto climbed onto the bed, lying beside Sasuke. The room fell into a tranquil silence, only the sound of their breathing filling the air. Naruto found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and cast a furtive glance at Sasuke. His profile was sharp, his neck graceful, with a prominent Adam's apple, creating an alluring silhouette in the dim light. Sasuke, without needing to open his eyes, sensed the intensity of Naruto's gaze, feeling the heat radiating from him. If you can't sleep, then don't fidget, he advised. Naruto quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Yet, he suddenly realized, why was he so anxious? It was merely because he couldn't sleep that he was restless. You just promised not to disturb me. What are you doing now? He thought, momentarily speechless. Gently tugging at the covers and turning his back to Sasuke. Sasuke also turned over, yet suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily made his way to the restroom. An earthquake. Naruto, who had been on the verge of slumber, was startled awake by the tremor of the bed. Why make such a fuss over a bathroom break? He grumbled, before climbing back into bed and drifting into dreams. The ski instructor distributed a set of protective gear to each student who could not ski, including Naruto. Oh, is there something even the school bully cannot do? Someone remarked. Don't say that. There's no such thing as an all-capable person unless they aren't human. That statement was misguided. Wasn't there a renowned academic achiever in their class? He seemed to excel at everything. Oh right, I heard they have a notorious rivalry, someone added. Laughter erupted. This truly is a case of comparing oneself to others. Infuriating. A few students from the neighboring class or higher grades seized any opportunity to mock Naruto, clenching his fists. Naruto was about to retaliate when Sasuke, having appeared by his side at some point, cast a cold glance at the offenders. Instead of wasting time critiquing others, you should consider when you might learn something yourselves. Those individuals were startled into silence by Uchiha Sasuke's piercing gaze, retreating in dismay. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Sasuke with surprise, not expecting him to speak up for him. Uchiha Sasuke turned to retrieve his snowboard. Come on, I'll teach you. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly followed. The instructor, feeling somewhat awkward, suggested that those who were proficient could assist their less experienced peers, thereby saving more time. Naruto followed Uchiha Sasuke to the edge of the ski slope, his heart brimming with both anxiety and anticipation. Uchiha Sasuke patiently explained the fundamentals of skiing to Naruto, demonstrating the techniques several times. Naruto was earnest in his learning, yet during his initial attempt, he fell spectacularly. Embarrassed, he picked himself up and brushed the snow off his clothes. Practice a few more times, Uchiha Sasuke encouraged, stepping forward to assist him. Naruto hesitated momentarily before grasping Sasuke's outstretched hand. As he attempted again, he continued to tumble, but Uchiha Sasuke was always there to correct his form. Gradually, Naruto managed to glide a short distance, exclaiming in delight, Sasuke, I think I'm getting the hang of it. A subtle smile graced Uchiha Sasuke's lips. Keep it up. Just then, a skier who had lost control barreled towards Naruto, and in an instant, Uchiha Sasuke dashed forward, shielding Naruto and causing them both to tumble into the snow. Realizing he was lying atop Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto quickly rolled to the side. How could you be so clumsy? Didn't you see that coming? How was I supposed to know someone would come barreling at me? Can I predict that? It was quite evident. You had ample time to react. If you had collided with him at that speed, you would have been injured. Naruto suddenly recalled his promise to Sasuke not to get hurt, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. I didn't do it on purpose. Just wait. I'll find the instructor and learn on my own. Without you, I'll learn even better. With a huff, Naruto turned to seek out the instructor, though his mind remained in disarray. The sensation of lying on Sasuke, along with the memory of his anxious protective stance, lingered in his thoughts. The instructor patiently taught him additional techniques, and with each fall, Naruto recalled Sasuke's disapproving yet caring gaze. Unbeknownst to him, the daylight waned, and everyone prepared to depart. Although Naruto had improved significantly, he still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he ventured alone to the advanced slope. Why not gain some experience right here? If I master this, everyone will see me as a skiing expert. Naruto envisioned a glorious outcome, yet the advanced slope was far beyond the capabilities of someone who had only recently begun to learn. He had scarcely descended when he lost his balance due to excessive speed, hurtling down uncontrollably like a wild stallion. After traversing a steep slope, He was propelled into the air. Just as he feared he would crash, his entire body was suddenly ensnared by a soft substance. This cushioning material guided him to a smooth landing, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that he was covered in sand. At that moment, a figure clad in a yellow and white ski suit glided before him on a snowboard. Who was this audacious little rascal that had intruded? Shortly thereafter, another individual in a red and white ski suit, followed by one in a purple and white ski suit, appeared. The one in purple let out a derisive laugh, taunting. "A novice like you here? Isn't that simply courting disaster?" Naruto, feeling insulted, lost his composure. "Who are you calling a novice? You're the true novice, your whole family is." The purple-clad individual grasped Naruto by his collar, admonishing him, "You little brat, we just saved you, do you understand? You show no gratitude." The silent figure in the red and white ski suit seized the purple one's arm, signaling him to release Naruto. "Brother, let him go," the younger sibling countered. "You're too kind-hearted. You do good deeds only to be berated. You needn't have saved him at all." Fuming, Naruto pointed at the purple-suited individual and declared, "You are utterly unreasonable. If you hadn't verbally assaulted me and suggested I was seeking death, would I have insulted you? Clearly, you're a novice yourself. And instead of staying in the beginner area, you're causing chaos on the advanced slope. Are you out of your mind?" Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Naruto could not muster a retort. The woman in the yellow and white ski suit chastised the purple-clad man. "Suna, say less." Upon hearing his full name, Suna fell silent. Intimidated. Recognizing their identities, Naruto's heart surged with emotion. He realized these were Suna's siblings. He had thought the world of ninjas was merely a dream, leaving no trace behind. Yet in reality, everyone existed, including those burdened with profound loneliness, who were now no longer present. He hastily removed his mask and goggles, struggling to rise to his feet. Meanwhile, his turtle plush toy had developed a tear, and as he stood, several cotton pieces tumbled out. Unaware of this, Naruto approached the individual in the red and white ski suit and grasped his hand. "Thank you for saving me." The other replied, "No need for thanks. Perhaps we could exchange contact information. Once I think of a suitable way to express my gratitude, I'll reach out." Gaara, a name too cumbersome to elaborate, observed Naruto's sunlit smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, reminiscent of his childhood. He recalled a time when he traveled with his grandfather and encountered a storm that swept away much of their gear. Fortunately, they met a person adept in space-time techniques who helped them recover their belongings and brought them to safety. However, while they sheltered, the child of their benefactor fell gravely ill. Gaara distinctly remembered the small blonde boy, initially calling out brother, brother, trailing behind him, seeking to play, a nuisance at the time. Yet when he saw the boy struggling to keep his eyes open, drained of vitality, a pang of empathy stirred within him. Immediately thereafter, Gaara began to beseech his grandfather to assist his younger brother. He could only recall that after the boy had consumed the medicinal concoction provided by their grandfather, his fever had swiftly subsided. "Brother, father said to thank you for taking care of me. My name is Naruto. What is yours?" In a state of urgency, Minato Namikaze hastened to inform Kushina Uzumaki of their safety, and as the rain ceased, he departed the safe house with Naruto Uzumaki before the waters had entirely receded. Gaara had no opportunity to utter his own name. In that moment, gazing at the radiant smile of Naruto, he momentarily believed time had reversed, and that golden-haired boy had reappeared before him. He opened his mouth, "Naruto?" For a fleeting instant, Naruto Uzumaki's mind faltered. Could it be that Gaara had also traversed into the world of shinobi? "How do you know my name?" Naruto inquired cautiously. Gaara regained his composure and replied slowly, "In my childhood, I encountered a boy with hair just like yours. He too was named Naruto." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Really? Could it be me? Do you remember anything from that time?" Gaara recounted in detail his childhood encounter with them. "Only my father possesses space-time ninjutsu," Naruto exclaimed, nearly bouncing with enthusiasm. It's me. I can't believe we met as children." At that moment, Kankuro jested from the side. "I never imagined you two shared such a connection. Since that's the case, why not keep in touch?" Temari patted her pockets, adding, "If you want to exchange contact details, our phones are in the cabinet. You can return with us." Naruto repeatedly agreed, exclaiming how fortuitous it was, declaring, "Then we shall be good friends from now on. You can reach out to me whenever you need." Gaara observed the enthusiastic Naruto before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "All right." Naruto, noticing that all three of them were snowboarding, felt a twinge of envy. Is snowboarding fun? It's a bit challenging to start. Novices need a few days to acclimatize, but advancing is relatively easier, Kankuro interjected. Remembering Kankuro's earlier insult, Naruto retorted. I asked about your brother, not you. Hey, I was just being helpful. Are you trying to be the spokesperson for ungratefulness? Temari chastised, lightly tapping Kankuro's helmet with her gloved hand. Enough, be quiet. Kankuro, indignant, replied, Sister, he started insulting me first. You were the first to insult him, Temari countered. Kankuro, amused, chuckled. All right, I'll snowboard for a while longer before heading back. Naruto made a silly face behind Kankuro's back. Gaara was amused by his childish antics, but upon noticing his sister's gaze, he promptly lowered his head and adjusted his mask. Though Temari appeared indifferent, her heart raced. Lamenting, oh, my adorable little brother. What a pity I didn't capture that moment of him laughing. After Sasuke Uchiha returned, he remained restlessly seated in the storage hall. Awaiting their return, he approached the door and glimpsed Naruto Uzumaki entering the hall, engaged in cheerful conversation with someone. Just as they were about to step into the storage hall, Sasuke instinctively concealed himself. Is this for me? Naruto exclaimed, cradling a set of brown raccoon plush armor. Momentarily taken aback. Yours has already lost its stuffing, this one is new. Gaara maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixated upon the turtle situated behind Naruto Uzumaki. I shall graciously accept this, thank you, he said. With a smile, Naruto retrieved his phone, displaying the QR code for his green bubble. After Gaara scanned it, they became friends. We are here for a school event at the ski resort. Once the event concludes, may I seek your guidance in learning snowboarding? Gaara nodded in agreement. Concealed nearby, Sasuke Uchiha felt a pang of bitterness upon witnessing this exchange. After Naruto bid farewell to them and returned to their room, he discovered Sasuke already lying in bed, asleep. It's barely 7:30, and you're already asleep. Have you eaten? The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the compelling content. Sasuke murmured in a low voice, I've eaten. Naruto, undeterred, eagerly perched on the edge of the bed, shaking the raccoon protective gear in his hands. You know, I met someone I knew from childhood today. His name is Gaara, and he even gifted me new protective gear. The mention of Gaara's name intensified the bitterness in Sasuke's heart, prompting him to turn away from Naruto and coldly reply, Oh, that's nice. Oblivious to Sasuke's unusual demeanor, Naruto continued to regale him with tales of his childhood encounters with Gaara and their plans to snowboard together. After a while, noticing Sasuke's lack of response, he assumed he had drifted off to sleep and quietly went to freshen up. Upon his return, he found Sasuke still in the same position, seemingly restless in his slumber. Naruto climbed onto the bed, gently patting Sasuke's back, and whispered, Good night. We'll snowboard together tomorrow. Sasuke's body tensed slightly. In the darkness, his expression was complex. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, Good night, realizing that Sasuke was still awake. Naruto's enthusiasm reignited. You're not asleep? Aren't you curious how I encountered them? I went to the advanced slope. Sasuke immediately sat up. You've just learned and aren't yet proficient. How can you go to the advanced slope? Listen to me. At the moment I flew off, Gaara appeared on his snowboard and saved me with sand. Are you an idiot? Do you think that's impressive? Sasuke suddenly erupted in anger. Taken aback by Sasuke's reaction, Naruto mumbled, But I'm fine, and he saved me. I even added him to my contacts, so I can learn snowboarding from him in the future. Sasuke's frown deepened. What do you need to learn snowboarding for? You should focus on practicing on the beginner slope. Gaara's brother said that snowboarding is challenging to start, but easier to advance. I want to give it a try. Why are you so upset? What does it matter to you? The consequence of Naruto's words was being hastily expelled by Sasuke. Consequently, Naruto turned and ascended the stairs, knocking on the door of their homeroom teacher. Kakashi Hatake rubbed his eyes, believing he was seeing things after reading for too long. Weren't you doing just fine staying with Sasuke? Why are you here? Kakashi-sensei, your bed is quite spacious. If you don't mind that I'm gay, then it's up to you. Naruto Uzumaki's expression stiffened, as he felt that Kakashi Hatake was merely jesting with him. Surely, as his teacher, he wouldn't dare to impose any real consequences. With a thick skin, Naruto barged in and chose to nestle on the sofa, just for this one night. If the other students were to discover that I granted you special privileges, there would be no end to the commotion, Kakashi reminded him. Isn't a teacher supposed to unconditionally support me? After all, I am your most cherished student, Naruto retorted, closing his mouth at Kakashi's disapproving glance. Today was particularly exhausting, as it was his first day learning to ski, and he soon found himself succumbing to slumber upon resting his head on the pillow. Observing Naruto's slumber, Kakashi draped a blanket over him. While I can't say I adore you, having you as my student is indeed entertaining, akin to witnessing the old Obito again. Ugh, that heartless Sasuke is such a bothersome character, Naruto mumbled in his dreams, turning over to continue his rest. Uchiha Fugaku should make friends with more useful individuals. That blonde has no background worth noting, so you should engage with him less. Sasuke Uchiha stared at what he deemed a foolish message on his phone and then glanced at the red dot flickering beneath the lamp. Ever since he was kidnapped as a child, surveillance followed him wherever he went. Initially intended for his protection, it had gradually morphed into an instrument of control over him. The suffocating sensation of being perpetually monitored left Sasuke feeling utterly breathless. He had previously attempted to evade and resist, but that seemed to only bring trouble to his older brother. Their father was acutely aware that Sasuke loved his brother more than him. Thus, any mistake on Sasuke's part would invariably lead to pressure being exerted upon his brother. If his brother defied their father, the pressure would then shift back to Sasuke. Their mother returned home each day utterly exhausted, seemingly unable to extricate herself from her relentless routine. On one occasion, Sasuke even caught a glimpse of her drafting a divorce agreement. He could not comprehend where the once harmonious atmosphere of their family had vanished to. He had heard that everything changed after his abduction. Yet, he had no recollection of the kidnapping itself, nor did he possess any memories from that time. The doctor had informed him that he suffered from selective amnesia. Perhaps, he pondered, forgetting was for the best, after all. Who would wish to carry the shadow of abduction throughout their life? Every time these thoughts crossed Sasuke's mind, he found himself battling the urge to smoke. He stepped out of the hotel and made his way to a convenience store. Shikamaru Nara emerged with an ice pop from the store and fortuitously spotted Sasuke, who was struggling to ignite a cigarette in the corner. Initially intending to ignore him, Shikamaru took a few steps before retreating, producing a windproof lighter from his pocket and igniting the flame. What era are we in that you still use that antiquated friction lighter? Sasuke asked, leaning in to light his cigarette. Shikamaru glanced at the pack of cigarettes in Sasuke's hand and chuckled. I can't believe you smoke that brand. I thought you would prefer something more upscale. Care for a taste? Sasuke inquired. Shikamaru shook his head, placing the ice pop in his mouth. No thanks. This lacks any real kick. I'm not used to it. In truth, after being caught smoking by his mother, Shikamaru had received a thorough scolding and had since quit. The two stood outside the convenience store, enveloped in a moment of silence. Nara Shikamaru seemed to discern the turmoil within Uchiha Sasuke's heart. If there were any concerns weighing heavily on his mind, perhaps voicing them would alleviate his distress. After a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke replied that there was nothing troubling him. Nara Shikamaru chose not to press further, stating, Fine, seeing as Naruto holds you in high regard. Should you wish to share your worries, feel free to seek me out at any time. With that, he handed Uchiha Sasuke a windproof lighter, saying, This is for you. Keep it handy. Thank you, Sasuke responded. Nara Shikamaru smiled as he nibbled on a popsicle and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Uchiha Sasuke took another drag from his cigarette, his thoughts drifting far away. The following day, at the ski resort, several individuals organizing a competition sought out the coach of the skiing students to request a few skilled snowboarders. Uzumaki Naruto, curious about their intentions, inquired, What are you up to? We've arranged an impromptu snowboard contest, but we need more participants, so we're borrowing a few proficient snowboarders, they explained. Are they formidable? He asked. We're unsure. We've heard they are from the land of wind, and we hope to exchange techniques through this friendly competition. If it's Gaara and the others, I want to be a spectator, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, brimming with excitement. Absolutely, the more, the merrier. With that, Naruto darted off to find Kakashi Hatake, exclaiming, Teacher, teacher, there's a snowboard contest, and I want to watch. Kakashi nodded. All right, but be careful. With his teacher's approval, Naruto hurried to the ski area. Upon arrival, he was struck by the impressive presence of the competitors from the land of wind. Spotting Gaara, he intended to greet him but overheard a conversation nearby. I've heard that the competitors from the land of wind are quite formidable. Their skills are exceptional. Indeed, I worry a bit for our team. The competition soon commenced, with participants racing down the slopes, executing a variety of challenging maneuvers. Initially, the local team managed to keep up, but soon the advantages of the competitors from the land of wind became evident. Uzumaki Naruto watched anxiously, fervently cheering for his team. It was evident that the hastily assembled local team was destined to lose. A coach overseeing the event clapped his hands and announced, "I sense our local team is not yet satisfied. Shall we arrange a 1v1 playoff? It just so happens that one of the visitors from the Land of Wind has yet to compete. Do we have anyone from the Land of Fire willing to step up?" I recall that Sasuke won second place in the National Youth Snowboarding Competition during his first year of high school, remarked a former classmate of Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara frowned. "You mean Uchiha Sasuke?" Uzumaki Naruto, puzzled, turned to him. "You know him too?" "Yes, I placed third in that competition," the classmate replied. "That sounds perfect. Gaara's previous ranking can be re-evaluated today against Uchiha Sasuke. Who will go fetch Sasuke? He seems uninterested in competitions nowadays. Although we were classmates for many years, I'm not well acquainted with him, and we haven't been in the same class since high school." Setting aside his previous disagreements, Uzumaki Naruto confidently declared, "I'll go get him." Having spoken, he dashed towards the hotel. Upon reaching Uchiha Sasuke's room, he knocked fervently at the door. "Sasuke, open up quickly. There's a 1v1 snowboarding playoff. And the opponent is Gaara, your old rival from years past." Uchiha Sasuke opened the door, his expression decidedly indifferent. Not interested, he replied curtly, "Come on. This is a splendid opportunity to prove yourself once more." Moreover, Gaara is still fixated on his past ranking, claiming he wishes to shuffle the standings. Uzumaki Naruto was so anxious he began to stamp his feet. Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow, seemingly stirred by the notion of shuffling the standings. After a brief silence, he turned back into his room to change into his snowboarding attire. The two made their way back to the snowfield, where the crowd erupted in cheers upon Sasuke's arrival. Gaara gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, his determination ignited. "Well then, Gaara, may you indeed shuffle the standings." In gratitude for being saved the previous day, Naruto decided to lend his support by encouraging Gaara. "Thank you, Naruto." Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke's expression soured. He found Naruto's demeanor excessively ingratiating, which he found quite distasteful. The host announced that the competition was about to commence, urging the contestants to take their positions at the starting line. Uchiha Sasuke steadied himself, his gaze sharpening with focus. At the referee's signal, both competitors surged forth like arrows released from a bow, snow flying in their wake, marking the commencement of an exhilarating 1v1 showdown. On the slope, Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara glided swiftly, their figures weaving through the snow like phantoms. With remarkable balance and explosive power, Sasuke executed a series of intricate flips on the turns, temporarily taking the lead. Gaara, unwilling to be outdone, stabilized his board after the flip, accelerating down the straightaway and gradually closing the gap. The rivalry intensified, with spectators holding their breath, fixated on the unfolding spectacle. As they approached the finish line, Gaara suddenly surged forward, attempting a spectacular sprint to overtake. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. In that instant, he unleashed all his strength and, at the last moment, successfully subdued Gaara, crossing the finish line first. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena, and Uzumaki Naruto leaped in exhilaration, shouting, "Sasuke, you were incredible." Uchiha Sasuke glided to a halt before Naruto, and upon seeing his excitement, felt a sense of equilibrium return to his heart. "Let us go," Sasuke began, but before he could finish, Naruto maneuvered around him to face Gaara, lamenting, "What a pity. Such a close loss." Gaara smiled at Naruto, then approached Sasuke, extending his hand. "Congratulations, Sasuke. I concede this match with full respect." Sasuke politely acknowledged. "You were impressive as well, yet did not indicate a desire to shake hands." Observing this, Naruto hastily grasped Gaara's hand, offering consolation. "It's all right. Sasuke merely won by a hair's breadth. Don't be disheartened. In my eyes, you're exceptionally formidable." Uchiha Sasuke forcefully pulled Naruto's hand, tossing the snowboard back to him. "Return it from whence it came." Naruto stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and shot a disapproving glare at Sasuke. "What was that for?" "I was merely offering comfort to my opponent." Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold huff, questioning the need for excessive familiarity with every individual he encountered. Gaara observed the interaction between the two with an impassive expression and declared his intent to take his leave, bidding them farewell. As he departed with the representatives of the Wind Country, Naruto Uzumaki continued to grumble about Sasuke's stinginess, lamenting how he remained aloof even after victory, until he was abruptly pulled in the direction of the hotel by Sasuke. "Hey, where are you taking me? I still need to practice," he protested. "Change your gear." Sasuke insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Upon returning to the storage hall, Naruto found himself in possession of a set of fox-themed protective gear. The raccoon is too ugly. It ruins my appetite for the entire day, Sasuke remarked, leaving Naruto utterly perplexed. What does my toy's appearance have to do with your meals? However, the cold demeanor on Sasuke's face inexplicably unsettled Naruto. If you're giving me a gift, just say it outright. What else with that attitude? He muttered under his breath, though he swiftly changed his equipment with agility. Why have you been so irritable lately? I've been meaning to say, you seem like two different people, night and day. Are you experiencing a split personality? Sasuke furrowed his brow even tighter at Naruto's words. What do you understand? He retorted. Naruto merely pouted, donned the fox gear, and spun around in front of Sasuke. Well, what do you think? Isn't it adorably explosive? As soon as he said it, he regretted his choice of words, feeling he had acted rather foolishly in front of Sasuke. Without uttering a word, Sasuke hastily turned and walked out. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head and followed silently. Upon exiting, Sasuke nearly collided with Sakura Haruno, who was fortunately restrained by Ino Yamanaka at the last moment. Sakura stared in disbelief, noting Sasuke's flushed face and panicked demeanor. He quickly averted his gaze and sidled past her, apologizing as he did so. Just then, Naruto caught up. Wait, did Sasuke just slip away? He exclaimed. Ino glanced back, puzzled. He was just about to bump into us. How did he vanish in less than half a minute? Sakura noted Sasuke's frantic departure. Frantic? Well, never mind him. Let me ask you both a question. Do you like Sasuke? What? Absolutely not. How could we possibly like him? Naruto, please don't misunderstand. The two felt a cold sweat break out, akin to a principal suspecting infidelity but unsure of the culprit, scrutinizing everyone in sight. I thought if you liked him, you'd know more about him. Naruto lamented, though inwardly he felt an inexplicable sense of relief, unaware of the contradiction. Sakura realized that Naruto was merely trying to understand Sasuke's past. She exhaled softly, revealing that both she and Sasuke had shared the same class during elementary and junior high school. Sasuke had not changed much over the years. She recalled that he was quite cheerful and talkative in the first grade. However, after taking a 3-month leave in the second grade, he had become reclusive, rarely smiling or speaking. Shino Aburame cleared his throat and leaned closer, lowering his voice. About that incident in elementary school involving Sasuke, I have a rumor, though I cannot vouch for its authenticity. It is said that he was kidnapped and nearly killed. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno moved closer upon hearing the term killed. It was rumored that an unknown scientist discovered the kidnapper's hideout while out for a stroll and subsequently blew it up, rescuing Sasuke in the process. Naruto was taken aback by the gravity of what Sasuke had endured. He murmured to himself, recalling that his own fall from a cliff had occurred in the second semester of the second grade. Did that incident with Sasuke happen in the first semester of second grade? He pondered aloud. Yes, he didn't come on the first day of school. And we thought he had transferred, Shino replied. Sakura cautioned, but we cannot assume the kidnapping is true, Naruto. It's not something we should inquire about directly. She was concerned that Naruto might take Shino's words to heart and approach Sasuke. Everyone in the class understood that Sasuke Uchiha had a strong sense of personal boundaries, and it seemed that only Naruto could draw near to him. Sakura, I understand your concern, but I am not as foolish as you might think, Naruto replied, exasperated. Sakura offered an awkward smile, apologizing, sorry Naruto. After passing by them, Sasuke entered a collaborative store. He watched as Naruto approached the security gate of the snow park before daring to step out from the corridor. The store manager, recognizing Sasuke's exceptional demeanor, presumed he was the son of a wealthy family and sought to engage him. You've got great taste, young man. This sheep-themed phone case is the latest couple's collaboration. You have the black one, but there's also an orange variant. Sasuke was perplexed as he suddenly found a phone case in his hand, attributing it to Naruto's influence, who had unwittingly inspired this delightful illusion with his charming demeanor. Glancing at the case, Sasuke felt an odd sense of anticipation. The orange one is incorrect. It is a Vortex XN10. Indeed, that is a limited edition model, the manager explained. The chairman created this high-performance gaming phone as a birthday gift for his grandson, with only 6 units available worldwide. It seems your partner is quite impressive. Sasuke, unaware of the significance of the limited edition, inquired, who is this chairman you speak of? Oh, you may not know, but this snow park is also developed by the Vortex Group. Sasuke believed that only academically exceptional students could attend school in Konoha. while those who struggled academically were likely from affluent families. Yet, Naruto appeared to be particularly cautious with money, even more so than those who excelled academically. Sasuke wondered why Naruto was different. Could someone be supporting him? But who would sponsor a fool? Once, it was merely the children of affluent families, who exhibited a measured approach to spending that could acquire limited edition smartphones worth millions. Indeed, the chairman of the Uzumaki family dotes on his grandson. Both Naruto Uzumaki and Naruto are fortunate in their destinies. At this moment, a staff member leaned in to whisper something to the manager. Upon hearing it, the manager smiled at Sasuke Uchiha and said, "I apologize, but we do not have any limited edition phone cases prepared. If you are not in a hurry, please leave your address, and we will deliver it to you once it is custom-made." In a moment of impulsiveness, Sasuke Uchiha paid and provided his phone number and address. Only after completing the transaction did he realize the folly of his actions, cursing himself for his foolishness. Exiting the collaborative store, Sasuke made his way towards the snowy slopes. He spotted Naruto gliding joyfully across the snow, akin to a spirited little deer. Sunlight cascaded upon him, casting a radiant halo that made him appear even more resplendent. Unconsciously, Sasuke slowed his pace, his gaze intently following Naruto. At that moment, Naruto seemed to sense something, turned to look in Sasuke's direction, and excitedly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Sasuke, where did you go just now? Does this mean I can go to the advanced track now? Will you take me to play this time?" Sasuke momentarily froze. Then a slight smile crept onto his lips as he approached Naruto. He suddenly felt that doing these things for that fool did not seem so difficult to accept. "We can go. Yay. Watch how I dominate the advanced track." "It's about overshadowing everyone," Sasuke corrected him. "Yes. What was it again?" "Super big idiot." Naruto chuckled, grabbing Sasuke's hand and racing towards the advanced track. They were completely oblivious to the two figures trailing behind them. "Zabuza Momochi, I'll find a chance to separate them," one of them said. "Understood," the other replied. Naruto glided steadily ahead, while Sasuke trailed behind at a slower pace. Midway through their descent, Sasuke noticed an unnatural thickness of fog enveloping the area, as if artificially created. But Naruto, lost in the thrill of the moment, did not hear Sasuke's call, and they drifted farther apart. When Naruto finally sensed something amiss and turned back, he was confronted by an overwhelming cloud of fog. "Sasuke?" he exclaimed, halting his skateboard to observe. At that moment, a staff member near the conveyor belt shouted, "The fog is too dense here. We must pause operations. Visitors, please return for your safety." "No, I have a friend still up there. I will help you find him. You must go down first. It's too dangerous with the fog." Meanwhile, in the midst of the fog, Sasuke Uchiha keenly sensed impending danger. Vigilantly, he surveyed his surroundings when suddenly, Zabuza Momochi burst forth from the mist, his long blade glinting ominously as it advanced towards Sasuke. Swiftly, Sasuke sidestepped to evade the attack. With no time to ponder how Zabuza had smuggled the weapon into the venue, he could only use his skateboard to deflect the next strike. The two engaged in a prolonged skirmish, while the other figure, Haku, prepared the magic mirror ice crystal. As the formidable to-do Zabuza pushed Uchiha Sasuke into a precarious position, the latter decisively unleashed his unique technique. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, undeterred by the staff's warnings, ascended while executing the Rasengan, dispersing the mist with considerable force. From atop a tall tree, Z observed the unfolding events, though blood began to trickle from his neck. It turned out that Uchiha Sasuke had sustained a neck injury from 1,000 needles launched by Haku, resulting in Z sharing in the affliction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Z instantaneously teleported behind Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke felt dizzy and struggled to breathe, collapsing in an instant. To-do Zabuza and Haku were taken aback by Z's sudden appearance. However, upon hearing Naruto's frantic cries, they immediately teleported away from the scene. When Naruto spotted the unconscious Sasuke, his face paled. "Sasuke, what's wrong?" He removed Sasuke's mask, revealing blood streaming from his nose and neck. Panic-stricken, Naruto swiftly lifted Sasuke in his arms, calling out for assistance. The staff rushed to their aid, contacting the emergency services to transport them to the hospital. Kakashi Hitaki, upon receiving the news, hastily drove to the hospital. Uchiha Fugaku's assistant also arrived promptly, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation with Fugaku himself. After a thorough examination, the doctor reassured them that Sasuke was merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness, with only superficial injuries to his neck. All three men breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Fugaku's voice seethed with anger, demanding to know what had transpired. In the monitoring room, Z utilized his Sharingan to compel the manager into making a phone call. Kakashi answered the manager's call on speakerphone, placing it next to his assistant's device. We reviewed the footage, and it appears that the boy accidentally fell, coinciding with the sudden onset of fog, which led to a delayed response in noticing him. Do not disturb me over such trivial matters in the future. The call was abruptly terminated. Kakashi couldn't help but remark to his assistant about Fugaku's recent temper. The assistant chuckled helplessly, explaining that Fugaku had been preoccupied with his campaign and requested understanding. The assistant added that Fugaku had intended to visit Master Shomo, but his busy schedule had prevented it. He asked Kakashi to convey this to his father. Certainly, my father has always welcomed him at any time. Kakashi replied with a smile. After the assistant settled all expenses, he departed from the hospital. Naruto regarded Kakashi with an inquisitive expression. Teacher Kakashi, is your father really Sasuke's father's mentor? Indeed, Sasuke's father graduated from Konoha Academy during his youth, Kakashi affirmed. Oh, Konoha has been established for quite some time, hasn't it? Didn't you forget that we just celebrated the centenary anniversary? You and Sasuke performed as the prince and princess. Naruto's comment elicited a laugh from Kakashi. Upon awakening, Sasuke's first sight was Naruto holding his hand, engaging in light-hearted banter with their homeroom teacher, Kakashi. Frowning, he instinctively withdrew his hand. Naruto Uzumaki awoke and immediately approached Sasuke, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? How could a skiing expert like you suddenly faint? The fog was so thick. How did you know I fell?" Sasuke replied. The ski resort manager had informed him after reviewing the surveillance footage. Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, chose not to disclose the fact that he had been attacked. Without any surveillance evidence, the assailant had managed to make it seem as if his fall was legitimate, indicating a formidable background. Clad in a heavily insulated ski suit, he couldn't discern the assailant's appearance. Yet one of the two individuals might very well be the same person who had attacked him at home. He pondered that since the assailant had failed to kill him twice, a third attempt was inevitable. After all, lurking in the shadows, they would eventually reveal themselves. Kakashi Hitaki poured a glass of water and handed it to Naruto, who promptly downed it. "That seems to be my water," Sasuke remarked, realizing his oversight. Naruto quickly apologized and refilled Sasuke's cup from the one he had just emptied. Noticing Sasuke's intense gaze at the rim of the glass, Naruto assumed he was displeased with his saliva and contemplated fetching a different cup. Sasuke snapped out of his daze and swiftly took the cup, drinking a few sips. Kakashi, wishing to hydrate as well, hesitated at the sight of the repeatedly used cups. He decided to step out and purchase a bottle of soda and a bottle of orange juice. He tossed the orange juice to Naruto and apologized to Sasuke. "You can only have water, patient." Sasuke, who never indulged in any beverages, looked exasperated. The nurse entered, advising that the patient should remain until tomorrow for rest, as he was fatigued and lacked sleep. "Naru, let us head back and not disturb Sasuke's recovery," Kakashi suggested. "Sasuke, the teacher will come for you tomorrow." As the two prepared to leave the hospital room, Sasuke abruptly declared, "No need. I can be discharged now. I can't sleep here." Kakashi contemplated persuading him further, but upon observing that Sasuke walked without significant difficulty, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. The three tidied up and departed the hospital. In the car, Naruto gazed around, his attention suddenly captured by a fragrance card hanging from the rearview mirror. One side displayed a photo of Kakashi and Obito Uchiha, while the other featured the two alongside Rin Noara. "Why are my parents in your photo?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Your sister was born in my family's ancestral home. Oh, by the way, your father and Sasuke's father were classmates. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Because I just learned who your father is. Teacher Minato never brought you to my home, so I couldn't recognize you. That's quite normal. My dad was also a teacher," Naruto responded. Kakashi replied. "The teacher taught us for 2.5 years before returning to inherit the family business." Naruto felt overwhelmed, and Sasuke was equally puzzled by the convoluted connections. His father and Naruto's father were classmates, while Kakashi's father had taught both Naruto's father and Sasuke's father. Kakashi had been a student of Naruto's father for 2.5 years. "Well, we have quite the connection. The teacher-student relationship has spanned 3 generations." Naruto Uzumaki, in a state of bewilderment, nodded thoughtfully. He felt as though he had overlooked something significant, yet his mind was a blank canvas. Just as he was about to disembark from the vehicle, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to grasp the charm and inquire, "Kakashi-sensei, is what you said last night true? What do you mean, true or false?" Kakashi replied, directing his gaze towards the charm, which depicted images of himself and Obito Uchiha, the latter facing Kakashi. The charm, shaped like a heart, left no room for doubt. Kakashi felt an unexpected sense of disarray, but remained silent, placing the charm back in its rightful position. Even someone as simple as you can see it, yet some remain oblivious. Naruto flashed a displeased glance. "You're joking." In the eyes of the teacher, "You are surprisingly the most brilliant." Naruto, Kakashi chuckled affectionately, tousling Naruto's hair. This moment transported Naruto back to the shinobi world, where surprisingly was a phrase Kakashi often employed to describe him. Kakashi couldn't help but recall the conversation he had overheard near the infirmary. A wave of melancholy washing over him. Regardless, it was too late to voice any concerns now. Naruto pondered the complexities of affection between men, grappling with the notion. What if they break up? Would they no longer be friends? It's better to remain friends, with no risks involved, he reasoned. Sasuke Uchiha, seated in the back, observed the interaction between the two, his mind swirling with questions. He was oblivious to the nature of their conversation. Surely, this was merely a typical exchange between teacher and student, was it not? Naruto stretched languidly, eyes closed, and turned to find Sasuke's face mere inches away. Momentarily caught off guard, glancing at his phone, he was incredulous that Sasuke had managed to sleep alongside him, even outlasting him in slumber. Turning away from Sasuke, he quietly began scrolling through videos, only to be interrupted as an arm unexpectedly encircled his waist. Before he could react, he was drawn into Sasuke's embrace, as if he were a blanket. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar pressure pressed against his coccyx. Was it a water bottle entangled in the covers? As he reached beneath the blankets, upon discovering the source, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. It was clear that the person behind him had awakened. He slowly closed his eyes, emitting a few muffled sounds, and as he turned, he smacked his lips softly. The figure beside him remained still, and a sense of dread crept into Naruto's mind. "Oh no, I'm exposed. Sasuke must think I'm a weirdo. What should I do? Should I just confess?" The weight on the bed lessened as Sasuke departed for the bathroom. Naruto sighed in relief, contemplating escaping as soon as he could. However, Sasuke soon returned, stumbling back onto the bed, naturally wrapping his arms around Naruto's waist, seeking to continue their slumber. Naruto Uzumaki found himself on the verge of tears, pondering the medication the doctor had administered yesterday that allowed him to sleep so soundly. The boy was unmistakably dazed. No wonder he had been swaying unsteadily moments ago. He had not fully awakened. As Naruto relaxed, Sasuke Uchiha's breathing gradually steadied, seemingly plunging back into a deep slumber. However, after a short while, Sasuke unconsciously tightened his embrace, burying his face in Naruto's neck. Naruto felt a tickling sensation at his nape and wished to scratch it. Yet he feared disturbing Sasuke from his slumber and thus restrained himself. At that moment, Sasuke nuzzled against him. A chuckle escaped Naruto's lips involuntarily. Sasuke's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Their gazes locked, and the air around them thickened. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback before realizing his position, his face flushing a deep crimson. Like a startled creature, he released Naruto and sat up hurriedly, unable to meet Naruto's eyes. Naruto, feeling the weight of the awkwardness, scratched his head in an attempt to shatter the suffocating silence. "Sasuke, you seem to sleep quite soundly, perhaps due to the soothing medication from yesterday. It appears to be quite effective." After a brief silence, Sasuke abruptly stood up, declaring, "I need to wash up," and hurried into the bathroom. Naruto couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Sasuke's flustered retreat. It seemed even he had moments of panic. When Sasuke emerged from the bathroom, he had regained his usual aloof demeanor. "Let us go have lunch," he stated nonchalantly. In the dining hall, Naruto stared blankly at the steak before him, his mind wrestling with the dilemma of whether to reveal his true identity to Sasuke. As he pondered, a perfectly cut piece of steak was placed in front of him. Sasuke's thoughtful gesture warmed Naruto's heart, prompting him to swallow his words. He glanced up at Sasuke, who was intently slicing his own steak. The interplay of light cast shadows that deepened the allure of his eyes. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Sasuke looked back, his eyes seemingly asking, "Do you find me appealing?" "Indeed. You are quite handsome, Sasuke Uchiha," Naruto blurted out, lost in admiration. Sasuke's knife clattered onto the napkin, producing a dull thud, much like the buzzing in his mind at that moment. Realizing he had possibly overstepped, Naruto hastily added, I've seen many members of the Uchiha clan, and each of their eyes is captivating. Upon hearing Naruto's remark about them all being the same, Sasuke's expression soured, and he resumed cutting his steak, his demeanor suddenly cold, making Naruto feel as if he were the steak on the plate. Sasuke, the doctor advised you to refrain from strenuous activities for the next few days. After lunch, you should return home. I want to check on my sister. Do as you wish, came Sasuke's frosty reply, leaving Naruto to ponder which of his words had provoked such a response. Naruto Uzumaki was indifferent, for he understood that each individual possesses a unique personality, and it is essential to allow others to be themselves. Having finished his meal, he bid farewell for the evening. As he departed the restaurant, he arrived at the location where the children from the village were skiing. Unlike the older students, they were subject to more organized supervision from their instructors. Descending the slope, Hinata Hyuga spotted her brother and waved eagerly. Brother, why did it take you so long to arrive? I've become quite adept at skiing over the past 3 days. My goal is to experience the advanced slope before we leave. I've already tackled the advanced slope myself. Impressive, isn't it? He replied with a smirk. Really? You're not just boasting, are you? Naruto furrowed his brow. Do I really need to boast to a child? He had been skiing well until an unexpected mishap occurred. What happened? Are you all right? Hinata anxiously scanned her brother for any signs of distress. I'm fine. Sasuke accidentally took a fall and was sent to the hospital with only a few scrapes and a minor concussion. You scared me. As long as he is okay. That's what matters, Hinata said, relieved. Indeed. I came here to remind you to be cautious and not to forget safety while having fun. As he spoke, he affectionately patted her helmet. Hinata adjusted her helmet and, with a serious expression, asked, Brother, may I inquire about something? What do you think of Sasuke? What do you mean? Well, aside from being a bit erratic, he's generally fine. He exhibits a stark contrast between day and night. During the day, he's cold and irritable, while at night, he is gentle and easygoing. Lately, however, he seems to have lost the latter disposition and is perpetually displeased. Hinata pondered for a moment. Could it be that you've done something recently to upset him? I certainly haven't, Naruto replied. At that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Naruto, what are you doing here? Ah, Gaara, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Gaara. I was just over there teaching the kids how to snowboard and was on my way back to the hotel when I happened to pass by. Oh, I see. I came to check on my sister. Hinata paused, momentarily taken aback by Gaara's presence, thinking how her brother always seemed to be surrounded by handsome individuals, which stirred a hint of envy within her. However, she was puzzled by her brother's warm demeanor towards Gaara, as if they were long-lost friends. Sister? Yes, this is Hinata. Hinata, this is Gaara. We met during the flood. He and his grandfather helped me when I had a fever. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she faced the attractive young man, her social anxiety surfacing. Hello, I'm my brother's sister. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I feel the same, she stammered. Naruto observed his sister's sudden shyness and couldn't help but smile at her transformation into a demure young lady. Hinata, the teacher is calling for us to gather. Coming. Hinata quickly grabbed her snowboard. I'll go ahead. You two continue your conversation. With that, she hurried away with light, quick steps. You both resemble each other quite a bit, especially your eyes. Haha, everyone says that. At that moment, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, gently cascading around them. The snow has fallen, enveloping the landscape in extraordinary beauty. Naruto Uzumaki extends his hand, catching a snowflake. Indeed, it is quite delightful. Gaara observes him, a touch of softness in his gaze. When will you return to your homeland? How about I treat you to a meal before you leave? Naruto inquires. My flight is tomorrow afternoon, Gaara replies. So soon? Then I shall host dinner for you all tonight. On the cable car, Sai leisurely wipes his goggles. I have long warned you. Should you kill him, you too shall perish. The clone's life is irrevocably linked to that of the original. A derisive laugh escapes Z as he self-mockingly contemplates. Is this the fate of a clone? Sai turns to Z with gravity in his demeanor. Clone M is dead. Henceforth, we must rely on the original Naruto and you to harness the power of Yin and Yang. Naruto will inevitably belong to you. Should you and Sasuke meet your demise together, it would ruin the chief's plan, leaving those children who perished because of you to have died in vain. Z remains silent for an extended period, haunted by memories of the children who lost their lives due to him, filled with anguish and remorse. Are you harming Sasuke merely to validate my words? If you do not trust me, refrain from seeking information from me in the future. As he speaks, Sai gestures towards his collar. Z comprehends Sai's implication. It seems he has been monitored by the chief, and future matters cannot be discussed with him. I shall no longer seek you out, nor will I disturb Naruto. That would be for the best. With that, Sai concludes their conversation as the cable car reaches the summit. In the evening, the four gather at a restaurant. Naruto and Kankuro exchange glances, taking seats opposite each other. While Kankuro intentionally swaps places with Temari to avoid eye contact with Naruto, Naruto and Gaara occupy one side, while Temari and Kankuro sit across from them. As the dishes arrive, Naruto's attention is caught by a bullfrog, triggering a momentary vision of Gamakichi and Gamabunta. Seeing Gaara take a piece and pop it into his mouth, Naruto swallows hard and quickly downs a glass of orange juice. By the time Gaara notices Naruto raising his cup to intervene, it is too late. Coughing, Naruto's face contorts in discomfort, feeling a fiery sensation surge from his throat to his stomach, his throat burning intensely. Why is this orange juice so spicy? Kankuro stands, noticing Naruto's empty glass, and cannot help but exclaim, "You have quite the tolerance for alcohol." Temari shoots a disapproving glance at Kankuro, her brother's penchant for mischief ever apparent. "Alcohol? My apologies. I mistakenly took Gaara's glass, assuming it contained orange juice." Temari cautions, "That drink has a high alcohol content. Are you all right?" "I am fine. Let us fill our stomachs first," Naruto replies, feeling only slight discomfort in his throat. Yet, he suddenly realizes that he had never known Gaara's exact age during their time in the ninja world. If he can drink, it suggests he is of legal age. Does it not? "How old are you today?" "Me? 19, Gaara responds. "You are 2 years my senior." Naruto Uzumaki cracked his fingers, noting that a 2-year age difference was not significant. He felt that their rapport was quite harmonious. With a smile that was accentuated by the flush of alcohol on his cheeks, he remarked, "Thank you for thinking so." As time passed, Naruto began to feel dizzy as the effects of the potent drink set in. His cheeks flushed deeper, and his words became somewhat slurred. He shook his head in an effort to regain clarity. Suddenly, Naruto, cradling a platter filled with bullfrog bones, exclaimed, "Frog dragon, Frog G, how did you turn into bones? How could you eat a summoned beast?" His eyes brimmed with tears as he clutched the platter tighter. Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances, a look of exasperation on their faces. Temari sighed, "Naruto, those are bullfrogs, not summoned beasts." Yet, Naruto was oblivious, his emotions overwhelming him. Kankuro chuckled, unable to contain his amusement, quipping, "What's done is done. They've already turned to bone." Temari shot Kankuro a glare, urging him to assist in calming Naruto down. No, don't." Iroha exerted significant effort to pry the platter from Naruto's embrace. With Kankuro and Temari's help, they finally managed to quiet him. However, Naruto soon began wriggling in his seat. Mumbling, "So hot, so hot," he proceeded to remove his outer shirt. Iroha quickly intervened. "Naruto, don't take that off. You'll catch a chill." But Naruto paid no heed, continuing to tug at his clothing. Kankuro stifled laughter, finding Naruto's drunken antics amusing. Iroha instinctively shot Kankuro a look, prompting him to zip his lips. Observing Naruto in such a state, Iroha concluded it would be best to escort him home. He helped Naruto to his feet, who, in a daze, muttered the door number 0511. Upon their arrival, Sasuke Uchiha opened the door, and his expression immediately soured at the sight of Iroha cradling a drunken Naruto. Before Iroha could explain, Sasuke, catching the scent of alcohol, began to chastise him. "How could you let a minor drink? What were you thinking?" Iroha admitted his fault in allowing Naruto to mistakenly take the wrong cup, acknowledging that Naruto had downed an entire glass and would likely be feeling unwell. "However, I've given him an antidote, so it should be taking effect soon." No sooner had Iroha finished explaining than Sasuke seized Naruto from his arms, shutting the door with a resolute slam. At that moment, Naruto unexpectedly vomited all over Sasuke. With a look of disgust, Sasuke found himself unable to abandon Naruto, begrudgingly carrying him to the bathroom while muttering in frustration. Iroha stood at the closed door, contemplating as he turned to leave. Uchiha Sasuke summoned room service to tidy up the remnants left at the door and to take away the dirty laundry of both individuals for dry cleaning. He was the first to take a shower in the bathroom, donning his pajamas before approaching the bathtub. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto lay in the tub, drowsily opening his eyes to see Uchiha Sasuke washing his hair, and he suddenly broke into a silly grin. Hee, why are there two Sasukes? Uchiha Sasuke replied with irritation. Idiot, whose fault is it for mixing up the cups and getting drunk? However, Uzumaki Naruto wrapped his arms around Sasuke's neck, insisting, I'm not drunk. I still recognize you. It took Uchiha Sasuke considerable effort to pry his hands away, resuming the task of washing his hair. After finishing, Uchiha Sasuke intended to assist Uzumaki Naruto out of the bathtub. Yet, Naruto did not rise. Instead, he sank back down, and in a moment of panic, he grasped Sasuke's collar. Sasuke lost his balance, and they both tumbled into the tub, splashing water everywhere. Their positions became suddenly intimate, with Uchiha Sasuke bending over awkwardly, one hand protectively cradling Naruto's head, while Naruto tilted his head back, causing their lips to meet for a fleeting moment. Uchiha Sasuke's face turned crimson, his mind blank. Uzumaki Naruto, still dazed from the alcohol, seemed oblivious to what had just transpired, merely grinning foolishly. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Sasuke came to his senses, hastily attempting to rise, but inadvertently brushed against Naruto again. Instead, Naruto clung tighter, mumbling, Sasuke, where are you going? I don't want to sleep in the water. With a resigned sigh, Uchiha Sasuke scooped him up, helped him into a bathrobe, and carried him to bed. Watching the peacefully sleeping Naruto, his cheeks still flushed, Uchiha Sasuke felt his heart race. He glanced at the broken monitor on the bedside table, exhaling softly, grateful that he had dismantled it beforehand. The next morning, Uzumaki Naruto awoke with a severe hangover, his head pounding. He rubbed his temples, trying to recall the events of the previous night. All he could remember was drinking, and everything else was a blur. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the bathroom, a dark expression on his face. You made quite the fool of yourself last night, and even vomited all over me. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. I'm so sorry, I can't remember a thing. Meanwhile, Gaara sat in his room, his mind replaying the sight of Uzumaki Naruto inebriated, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. He decided to visit Naruto to check on him. When Gaara arrived at room 0511 and knocked, Naruto opened the door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, before breaking into a smile. Oh, it's you. Thanks for bringing me back yesterday. Are you alright? Is your stomach still upset? Your throat must be sore too. Here, take this stomach medicine to prevent irritation. And this lozenge for your throat. Naruto stared blankly at the medications in his hands. You didn't have to buy these. I just accidentally drank some liquor. I'm fine. As a man, I'm not that fragile. Gaara suddenly appeared visibly distressed. I apologize. If I had placed the cup elsewhere, you wouldn't have been able to enjoy the wine, and it wouldn't have caused you such discomfort. I'm truly unbothered, he replied. It's my own confusion that led to this situation. I owe you an apology for causing you embarrassment with my drunken antics in the restaurant. Thank you for looking after me. The two exchanged smiles, creating a somewhat delicate atmosphere. Meanwhile, inside the room, Sasuke Uchiha observed this scene with escalating irritation. It was he who had provided the most care, yet that insufferable Gaara had stolen the spotlight. What did that pitiful expression mean? Who had wronged him? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Sasuke felt an urge to kick Gaara out, but he refrained, opting instead to clear his throat loudly. Hearing the cough, Naruto Uzumaki remembered that Sasuke was present and quickly motioned for Gaara to enter. Come in and sit down. Sasuke is here as well. Gaara stepped inside and politely nodded in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke merely scoffed and turned his face away. Naruto scratched his head, sensing the tension in the air, and suggested, let's have breakfast together. I'll call room service. With that, he picked up the phone. While Naruto was on the call, Sasuke approached Gaara and whispered, don't think that a few medicine gifts will earn you any favor. I was the one who cared for him the most last night. Gaara met his gaze calmly. I was merely concerned for his health. My intentions hold no ulterior motives. At that moment, Naruto hung up the phone, cheerfully announcing, breakfast will be here soon. Completely oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, he urged them to sit on the sofa and began excitedly discussing skiing. On the surface, Gaara and Sasuke engaged with Naruto in light-hearted conversation, yet beneath, they were each determined to outdo the other, unwilling to concede. It seems our collaboration can no longer proceed, as the idol has been stolen. In response to Z's assertion, Zabuza Momochi felt as though he and Haku had been manipulated by this faceless Z. He swiftly drew his executioner's blade from his storage wristband, pressing it against Z's throat. Haku followed suit, unleashing his magic crystal domain against Z. Z, however, merely released a pulse of his supernatural energy, shattering Haku's domain and causing him to cough up blood. Zabuza's eyes darkened with murderous intent at the sight of Haku's bloodshed. Tightening his grip on the blade. What is your true aim? Speak, or you shall not leave here alive. Z remained unfazed. Do not act rashly. I simply believe that our partnership has lost its significance. If you can recover the idol, we may yet continue. Zabuza scoffed. Recover the idol? How conveniently you speak. If it weren't for your interference, how could it have been lost? Why would I do that? Z replied, spreading his hands. If I wished to sabotage, I would not have collaborated with you from the start. The idol's theft offers me no advantage. Zabuza's gaze was filled with skepticism. Yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Haku, in a weakened voice, interjected, Zabuza, let us not linger on this. If it is lost, we shall search for it slowly. Upon hearing this, Zabuza gradually lowered his executioner's blade. Just then, his phone rang. Upon hearing the news on his mobile phone, Momochi Zabuza displayed a look of shock. After he ended the call, Haku gazed at him with concern. His adoptive father had been assassinated by a rival faction in the Land of Water, and the highest officials had been entirely reshuffled. The Yuki clan had finally cleared their name, and your uncle had regained his former esteemed position. Haku's eyes widened, tears lingering at the corners, as he exclaimed in joyous disbelief, Really? We have finally avenged our grievances. This is wonderful. However, Haku suddenly realized that with the assassination of the Mizukage, the fate of the sole heir could only lead to a dead end. In a panic, he grasped Zabuza's hand and urged, Mr. Zabuza, we must flee. You cannot be captured, otherwise, you will perish. Zabuza attempted to explain, but noticed Z was still present. It seems we no longer need to collaborate, Z remarked, discreetly excusing himself. Zabuza immediately embraced Haku, gently saying, Foolish one, do you think I sought the statue for the sake of position? Haku was taken aback. Zabuza continued, You know my sword, the Kubikurabocho, is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, right? In truth, all the 7 are loyal to the new Mizukage, and so am I. You merely feigned compliance with the old Mizukage. Why then do you serve him by seeking out the statue? He has taken all your family members hostage. I cannot afford to take risks, especially not when it comes to losing you. Haku's eyes brimmed with shock and gratitude, realizing that Zabuza had silently borne such a heavy burden. With a trembling voice, Haku responded, Then what now? Zabuza gently stroked his head, reassuring him, It is over now. Everything has ended, and your kin are safe. With that, he planted a kiss upon Haku's forehead. After a lengthy conversation, they resolved to return to the Land of Water. Haku wished to meet the relatives who had finally cleared their names, while Zabuza prepared to confront the new Mizukage. Leaning against Zabuza, Haku contemplated the days ahead, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Zabuza held him tightly, silently vowing to protect Haku always. Outside, Z listened to their exchange, a smile involuntarily creeping across his face. He yearned for the day when he and M could exist as independent beings, rather than clones, simply living together as their original selves did. Meanwhile, Naruto sent Gaara off around noon, saying, Gaara, visit me in City A when you have time. My parents will surely welcome you. Sure, Gaara replied. Sasuke was taken aback, glancing at Naruto, wondering if it was customary to meet the parents after just one childhood encounter. Kankuro chuckled. The scene of you crying while holding that bullfrog yesterday was quite amusing. I've saved it on my phone. It should be entertaining to watch when I'm bored. What? Delete it immediately, Naruto exclaimed, his voice cracking from embarrassment. This chapter isn't over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Temari chuckled helplessly. Kankuro is just joking. He didn't even bring his phone yesterday. Realizing he had been tricked, Naruto pouted, his eyes filled with discontent. Haha. Kankuro laughed heartily at Naruto's reaction. You are quite amusing. If you were a girl, I would definitely date you. Upon hearing this, both the red-haired and black-haired individuals present bristled, their eyes icy with displeasure. Kanjuro felt a chill run down his spine and chose not to continue the conversation. Who do you think you are, girl? It's the boys below. Dreaming in broad daylight. The first step in being a decent human being is to learn to respect women. No, the first requirement is to be a person of worth. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto Uzumaki's sharp tongue. This fellow was not as dim-witted as he appeared and had quite a way with words. Kanjuro noticed the murderous glare from his sister and swallowed hard, bewildered as to why his brother had to bring women into the conversation. Gaara's tone was laden with reproach. I'm so sorry, I took it too far with the joke. Realizing his mistake, Kanjiro hastily apologized. You better truly comprehend that. Oh, forgive me. I merely wished to express my fondness for him. My mind went blank, it was unintentional. Naruto was suddenly covered in goosebumps, hugging himself as he exclaimed, Yikes. That scared me. I am a straight man. So am I. Therefore there is no reason to dwell on it. Let us depart. We might miss our flight. Observing that his attempts at clarification only muddled the situation further, Kanjiro swiftly changed the subject and retreated into the small vehicle. After seeing them off, Naruto remained ensnared in his previous discomfort. Why do you keep emphasizing that you are straight? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. Naruto could not fathom why Sasuke was curious about such trivialities. Come on, two grown men together. Just the thought is revolting. Furthermore, you once misunderstood my relationship with Shikamaru and called it disgusting. Do you find this inquiry amusing now? Sasuke was relentless, continuing, what if one day you suddenly weren't straight anymore? What would you do? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Naruto confidently refuted. Do you dare to bet? What is there to fear? I accept the wager. I declare I am straight, and I shall remain so for life. You better hold steadfast to your convictions. The glint of amusement in Sasuke's eyes made Naruto momentarily uneasy, though it was fleeting. Just wait and see you lose. The international gesture Naruto often used had now transformed into an upside-down thumbs up. Hee. Sasuke suddenly chuckled. Naruto frowned. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just find you rather foolish. Sasuke, you're asking for trouble, Naruto said, clenching his fists. On the final day at the ski resort, Naruto arrived early at the advanced slope, adorned with the fox protective gear gifted by Sasuke. Surrounding him were classmates who looked upon him with disdain. We've all come to the advanced slope. And you're still wearing that embarrassing gear? This was a gift from my personal trainer. You all would be lucky to receive something like this. With that, Naruto shot a glance at Sasuke, who was watching nearby. One classmate, flustered, shouted, no one wants that kind of thing, all right? Only you would treasure such an ugly item. Just look at your ugly face. You're clearly envious. It is futile to reason with someone as one-tracked as you. The classmate abruptly calmed down, unable to comprehend why he had reacted so defensively moments prior. Another classmate chimed in. Just wait until you come in last. You won't be so arrogant then. Naruto Uzumaki paid no heed to his companions. After warming up and donning his goggles, he assumed his starting position. At the sound of the whistle, he was the first to dart forward. However, after 5 minutes, the others gradually surpassed him. As they approached the halfway mark of the track and glided to a slightly inclined section, he suddenly accelerated, and upon crossing the slope, inertia propelled him into the air. The spectators gasped at his sudden elevation. My heavens, that's quite high. Will he be all right? This is perilous. Someone call for assistance. Sasuke Uchiha remained unperturbed, smiling as he embraced the wind, a skill he excelled at. After executing a flip in midair, Naruto landed and immediately distanced himself from the others. Undoubtedly, he secured the first position among his peers in the first year. In the evening, several individuals lounged in a cozy lounge adorned with a fireplace, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Amid their chatter, Ino Yamanaka suggested sharing ghost stories that took place on snowy nights. Sai, with a grin, began. I have a ghost story titled The Red Footprints in the White Snow. Naruto instantly stiffened, while his sister, Uzumaki Karen, widened her eyes in eager anticipation. Are you truly siblings? Inuzuka Kiba inquired. Just because there is blood relation does not mean they will be identical. Science has proven. Kiba hastily covered Shino Aburam's mouth, exclaiming, no need for a lecture. I was enjoying a day off school, and now you want to educate me. Once upon a time, there was a village that was perpetually blanketed in snow. A hunter named Kakashi frequently ventured out to hunt. One day, he returned home after a night in the wilderness, clutching a large piece of fox fur. Immediately, he fashioned a fur coat for his wife. However, upon wearing the coat, her demeanor shifted dramatically, and she insisted on consuming meat daily. One night, as Kakashi arose to use the restroom, he discovered his wife feasting on meat. Despite knowing their home had no provisions left, how had she acquired it? He pondered little, but upon stepping outside, he noticed that his 2 dogs, Yellow and Black, were missing. At that moment, he spotted the crimson footprints on the ground. As he swallowed hard, he followed the trail of red. Suddenly, what are you doing awake? Kakashi Hitaki appeared behind them, illuminating his chin with the beam of his phone flashlight. Startled by their intense concentration on the story, They shrieked at Kakashi's unexpected entrance. Naruto, however, was rendered speechless, clinging to Sasuke, too frightened to open his eyes. Sasuke, with a sigh, patted his back, reassuring him, "It's just our teacher. There's nothing to fear, Naruto." "Kakashi-sensei, you're quite frightening. We were in the midst of a ghost story," one of them remarked. "It's time to rest. The bus will be here to collect us in the morning. If we don't rise on time, we'll lose points for our class." Aside from Sasuke and Sai, who had initiated the ghost story, the rest remained intrigued. Only Naruto, overjoyed, insisted on escorting his sister back to the dormitory. Yet, it was unavoidable for Uchiha Sasuke to accompany him, as everyone knew that he harbored a profound fear of ghosts. No one dared to expose this truth. My dear, there are more chapters ahead. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. After all, the school bully is quite vain. Once they had escorted Uzumaki Karen, the elevator suddenly refused to close. Uzumaki Naruto, terrified, clutched Sasuke's sleeve tightly. A glance from Sasuke revealed that a cigarette was lodged in the elevator door. Who lacks such basic manners to discard a cigarette so carelessly? Naruto couldn't help but vent his frustration. He felt as though he might perish from fright. Upon exiting the elevator, the safety exit light flickered inexplicably. This time Naruto, startled, dove straight into Sasuke's embrace, his hands trembling uncontrollably against Sasuke's chest. And Naruto. Just as Naruto slowly raised his head, Sasuke unexpectedly leaned in closer, pressing his lips swiftly against Naruto's. The kiss came so abruptly that Naruto's eyes widened in shock, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Sasuke's lips were fervently pressed against Naruto's, imbued with an unprecedented warmth and urgency. Sasuke's movements were swift and decisive. Without hesitation, he pried open Naruto's mouth, as if it were the most natural act in the world. In that fleeting moment, a sweet taste blossomed between their lips and tongues. Naruto had never anticipated such an action from Sasuke. His mind went blank, rendering him a passive participant in this unforeseen kiss. Just as he felt he might suffocate, Sasuke suddenly released him. He gazed at Naruto, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now, are you no longer afraid?" Sasuke's voice was low, yet his gaze held a hint of dominance. Naruto stared at him in bewilderment, taking a considerable time to regain his senses. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple, as he stammered, "And no." Although Naruto claimed he was no longer frightened, his body seemed to have lost all control, rendering him somewhat dazed. After showering and returning to his room, Naruto quickly climbed into bed. When Sasuke finished freshening up and joined him, he chuckled at Naruto, who was feigning sleep with tightly shut eyes. "It was I who made you unafraid of ghosts. Why do you suddenly fear me now? Who is afraid of you?" "I'm merely tired. Please do not disturb my quest for slumber." Naruto had initially intended to lie flat, but, upon glancing at Sasuke, quickly turned onto his side, presenting his back to him. The 5 days spent at the snowy resort concluded splendidly, and upon returning home, Naruto immersed himself in gaming. Their gaming group was abuzz with activity, everyone reveling in their winter break. Is the most dashing Sasuke so busy during his vacation that he has no time for games? Naruto has already said that he has strict household rules. Unlike us, he cannot afford such leisure. Nanny can buy my life. Do you really think Naruto cannot lead us to victory? The solitary gunslinger finds himself disdained by the charming figure, who seems to belittle our esteemed Ming. The most handsome among us should depart at once. You too ought to cease stoking the flames and attempting to sow discord between me and Ming, hoping to elevate your own status. A healer may buy my life, but you are hardly Ming's ideal companion. Only Zwa can rival Ming in prowess. Ming is busy flattering others. Let us engage in the game. In the Uchiha household, Fugaku Uchiha addresses his father, stating, "Sasuke has grown, and it is no longer necessary to employ surveillance for his protection." Uchiha Itachi, pleading on behalf of his brother, who kneels in punishment, implores their father. The younger sibling now dares to dismantle the surveillance. Soon he might even dismantle the entire household. Fugaku Uchiha, when did you become so unreasonable? Uchiha Makoto could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, You all flaunt your authority before me for the sake of a disobedient child. Whom do you think I am doing this for? I strive for our family's better future, restraining myself and laboring tirelessly for a chance to run for Hokage, during which I cannot afford any mistakes. Fugaku lamented in frustration. Uchiha Sasuke bit his lip, clenching his fists, and declared, "If you continue to impose surveillance on me, I cannot predict what I might do. Are you threatening me? Leave. I no longer wish to see you. I will pretend you were never born. Do you think that your brother's return grants you the freedom to act recklessly? Absurd. Get out. Uchiha Sasuke stood, walking out the door without a glance back. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Mikoto hurried after him, yet neither intended to stop Sasuke. One offered him a key to an empty house, while the other provided a bank card. Son, this is your mother's card, unrelated to your father. Feel free to use it. Sasuke, this house was purchased by your brother for his piano and other musical equipment. Lying vacant all this time. It is fully furnished, save for a bed and some daily necessities. Accepting these items, Uchiha Sasuke departed with the assistance of a life assistant arranged by Uchiha Mikoto. Watching her younger son leave, she turned to the bedroom and retrieved the divorce agreement. Laying it before Fugaku. In a hushed voice, she stated, I will depart once your campaign concludes. Fugaku's gaze fell upon the divorce papers, his eyes darkened with anger. Mikoto, have you two chosen not to stand by my side? You make me feel increasingly estranged. We can hardly engage in simple conversation. Uchiha Mikoto gazed calmly at her husband, her heart undisturbed, her eyes reflecting only weariness. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke found himself in an unfamiliar neighborhood, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. He looked at the building number sent by Uchiha Itachi, following the directions to his new abode. As he approached the final house, a girl with red hair and a wolf-like tail emerged from the neighboring residence. Sasuke, what brings you to my doorstep? Uzumaki Karen exclaimed. Her mouth agape as if a realization struck her. She rushed out, positioning herself to shield the residence's surname. Did my brother provide you with this address? I have moved to house number 7 next door. He gazed at the number 3 inscribed on the door of Uzumaki Irika's residence. Curiosity piqued by the peculiar proximity of the numbers 3 and 7. In this community, the house numbers were initially drawn at random, devoid of any discernible order. Who would have anticipated that we would become neighbors? I must share this delightful news with Uzumaki Irika. Why didn't you bring the umbrella as I instructed? Uzumaki Kushina, ever the strategist, had not anticipated her mother's untimely intrusion. Upon encountering Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes sparkled with interest. Who is this charming young man? Why hasn't he come inside? Come in, dear. I was just about to head out for groceries. Since you're here, why not stay for dinner? Good evening, Aunt. Uchiha Sasuke bowed politely. Although he initially intended to decline, the warmth of Uzumaki Kushina's invitation left him momentarily speechless. Oh my, he is truly handsome. Come in. Uzumaki Kushina cast a knowing glance at her daughter. Immediately, Uzumaki Irika understood the cue and gently nudged Sasuke forward into the courtyard. They allowed Sasuke to walk ahead, while Kushina playfully elbowed her daughter. In a hushed tone, she admonished, no matter how charming he may be, absolutely no early romance. Wait until you turn 18, understood? Before Uzumaki Irika could offer any explanation, her mother, still smiling, ushered Uchiha Sasuke inside. Irika felt a sense of frustration. She couldn't possibly reveal to her mother that this was her brother's romantic interest. As they entered, they heard Uzumaki Naruto's exuberant shout from the other room. Activate the dragon. Don't drop the ball. If I seize this moment, we might turn the tide. All right, I've got it. Oh no, I'm dead. I'll just use the death countdown to sneak off to the restroom. Uzumaki Naruto turned around, and, upon seeing a familiar face he hadn't encountered in ages, was momentarily taken aback. Whoa, Sasuke. Uzumaki Kushina lightly tapped Naruto on the head. We have guests. Can you not behave civilly? Your sister and I are going out for groceries. Entertain our guest properly, and no fighting. Mom, I'm not the type to fight at the drop of a hat. I'm a rational person. Uzumaki Naruto protested, rubbing his head. Naruto, why did you log off? Came the voice of the most dashing individual from the computer. At that moment, Naruto's bladder felt like it was about to burst, and he had no time to inquire how Sasuke had ended up in his home. He promptly pushed him onto the sofa. Help me out, just keep me alive. With that, Naruto dashed into the restroom. Uzumaki Kushina chuckled. No worries, focus on your game. When you lose, he'll be the one yelling. Aunt and sister will return shortly, so please don't leave. Uchiha Sasuke, with no other recourse, nodded in agreement. He adjusted the portable table and swiftly calibrated the mouse sensitivity. When Naruto emerged, they were greeted by the astonished voices of his online companions. Wow, that was impressive, bro. Not to mention, your techniques and offensive strategies mirror those of Sasuke from our group. Are you Naruto's friend? Can I add you as a friend and play together? You're a legend. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto approached. Hey, 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 I can't believe you three heartlessly abandoned me. As the victory screen faded, Uchiha Sasuke promptly shut down Uzumaki Naruto's gaming laptop. Naruto exclaimed, hastily picking up his phone to send a message to the group. I'm done playing for now. Uchiha Sasuke also took up his phone and initiated a voice call via the green bubble to Naruto. Glancing at the WeChat name displayed on the screen, Naruto felt a pang of guilt and refrained from speaking much. He silently added a note to Sasuke's contact. I didn't intend to conceal it. It's just that we weren't familiar before, and my surname tends to attract scrutiny among boys. When you publicly declared war over the school SPA system, weren't you afraid of the backlash? Sasuke countered. That's different. At least everyone knows I'm Naruto. And they label me as the grandson of a gang leader or the heir of the Uzumaki conglomerate. At that moment, Naruto unexpectedly stumbled upon the historical messages in their gaming group and immediately spotted Sasuke's name. Realizing what had happened, he lunged to seize Sasuke's phone. Sasuke, aware of Naruto's intent, held the phone high above his head. However, Naruto, with his unyielding determination, preferred to tackle Sasuke to reclaim the device. With a thud, Naruto successfully snatched the phone, disregarding everything else, and sat atop Sasuke to check it. Are you the Sasuke from the gaming group? Naruto suddenly scoffed. Why did you change your username the moment you realized I'm Uzumaki Naruto? I only knew you as Namake's Naruto. You wore a mask and didn't dare reveal your true face. How was I to know you were also Uzumaki Naruto? Alright, we're even then. From now on, we'll only have one identity. Just use the green bubble to contact me, and we can avoid all this convoluted nonsense. At that moment, the door swung open, and Namake's Minato immediately spotted his son perched on a dark-haired boy. Sasuke looked up, and Naruto lifted his gaze, both boys simultaneously turning to the doorway. The three of them locked eyes for a prolonged moment. Naruto, your mother worried you might bully your classmates, so she asked me to return home first. Yet, it seems you've still resorted to violence against a peer? Minato's expression grew serious. Realizing his posture resembled that of someone about to pummel another, Naruto quickly stood up. Dad, you've misunderstood. We just accidentally fell, and you happened to walk in on us, right? Isn't that so, Sasuke? Sasuke's crucial silence left Naruto frozen in disbelief, staring at him in utter shock. As Sasuke rose, he deliberately swayed slightly, as if he had indeed been bullied. Hello. Sir, I am Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto felt on the verge of a breakdown. How could this guy be so adept at pretending? Is he truly such a well-behaved individual, Sasuke? Minato inexplicably found the name familiar. Greetings, I am Namake's Minato, the father of Uzumaki Naruto. However, he didn't dwell on it, and proceeded to introduce himself to Sasuke. Why are you being so formal, Dad? He can just call you uncle or whatever. Since childhood, he had often encountered children questioning why he didn't share a surname with his father, instead taking after his mother. Some students even jest about the situation, perhaps unaware of how Naruto Uzumaki feels about it. I wonder if Sasuke will inquire about this, Naruto mused. Minato Namikaze, sensing Naruto's unease, suddenly adopted a wounded expression. Naruto, isn't this a matter of basic courtesy? He remarked. Naruto retorted. After all, no one would dare speak ill of their elders. Minato chuckled helplessly and then shifted his gaze to Sasuke Uchiha. Your relationship must be quite close, considering this is Naruto's first time bringing a classmate home. It was then that Naruto recalled the question he had forgotten to ask. Wait, how did you find my house? I never told you where I lived. Sasuke replied. I didn't know you lived here. I was planning to move to room 7, but I happened to run into you. Minato was momentarily speechless, realizing that Sasuke's appearance was merely a coincidence rather than an invitation from his son. Was his son still reluctant to make friends? Minato rarely pried into his son's affairs at school, aware of his aversion to constraints. Naruto, flustered, stumbled over his words. Minato clapped his hands together. Well, that is splendid. Now Naruto has a companion for school. Are you moving in with your family? No, uncle, I live alone, Sasuke stated. Naruto, puzzled, looked into Sasuke's eyes and questioned. But you used to be picked up and dropped off at school at fixed times. Why the sudden change? Did you have a quarrel with your family? Naruto. Minato shot him a look that conveyed not to pry too deeply. Sasuke paused, but soon restored his usual smile. I just wanted to live on my own. Naruto was unconvinced. If he had a father with such a controlling nature, he would certainly find it unbearable. He speculated that Sasuke might have left home due to the oppressive nature of his father, yet if Sasuke chose not to elaborate, he would refrain from digging further. After dinner, Kushina Uzumaki produced numerous side dishes and instant foods for Sasuke to take home. No need, auntie. My fridge isn't even plugged in yet. So I wouldn't be able to store anything, Sasuke replied. Kushina, perplexed, asked, did you really move in without preparing anything? Mom, please put it aside for now. I'll bring it to him once he gets settled in. I'll escort him home now. Naruto interjected, promptly cutting off his mother's candid remarks. Kushina, realizing she may have asked too much, felt elated that her son was finally opening up and making friends. Naruto guided Sasuke out of the house. Don't mind her. My mom is just straightforward. Your mother is quite kind, Sasuke replied. Naruto's face turned slightly red as he met Sasuke's gentle gaze. That is good to know. Once they opened the door to room 7, they found it impeccably clean, suggesting it was regularly maintained. Stepping inside, Naruto noticed that the house was slightly larger than his own. The exterior had appeared cold, yet the interior revealed an unexpectedly warm and inviting decor. On the first-floor balcony, numerous small green plants flourish, revealing that the homeowner is a gentle soul with a profound affection for flora. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. This can't possibly be your brother's house, can it? How do you know? Uzumaki Naruto replied, twitching his nose, embodying a sense of self-importance that stemmed from intuition. Impressive, Uchiha Sasuke offered a half-hearted compliment. TCH, Naruto turned away in boredom, his gaze falling upon a vibrant, bicolored glass door framed in white. Sasuke, equally intrigued, approached and pushed the door open, revealing a pure white wooden piano before them. Wow, this piano is stunning. It must be custom-made, Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration, recognizing its exquisite design despite his lack of knowledge. Captivated, Sasuke opened the piano's key cover and pressed a few keys. Melodious notes flowed from his fingertips. Though he played haphazardly, the sound was enchanting. With eyes sparkling with excitement, Naruto leaned closer. Sasuke, you can play the piano? Play a complete piece for me. Sasuke glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips, and his slender fingers began to dance over the keys, producing a soothing melody. The sight of Sasuke's earnest playing captivated Naruto so thoroughly that he felt as though the music had faded from his awareness. Just as Naruto became entranced, the piano's sound abruptly ceased. He turned, perplexed, to Sasuke, who had accidentally nicked his finger on the sheet music, a crimson droplet of blood welling up. Are you all right? Naruto rushed forward, grasping Sasuke's hand to inspect the injury. Instinctively, he placed the wounded finger into his mouth, gently sucking on the wound. Sasuke was taken aback, his cheeks rapidly flushing a deep crimson. Realizing his actions, Naruto too felt heat rise to his face and quickly released his hold. They exchanged an awkward glance. At that moment, moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating them, with the silvery glow particularly accentuating Naruto's figure as if draping him in a gossamer veil. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with astonishment, drawing him slightly closer to Naruto, who, in a flurry, covered his mouth. Why did you suddenly do that? Sasuke's voice emerged hoarsely. He cleared his throat and continued, I meant, why are you covering your mouth? Naruto, however, misinterpreted the question, believing it to be about his earlier action. Stammering, he explained, when I was a child and got hurt, my mother treated my wounds like this. It was instinctive. Upon finishing, he sensed the atmosphere growing even more awkward and scratched his head. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's tousled hair, felt an inexplicable urge to smooth it down. Naruto's body stiffened, his heart racing as the distance between them diminished. Just then, a phone's ring shattered the intimate ambience. Flustered, Naruto retrieved his phone. It was his mother calling. Naruto, why haven't you returned yet with Sasuke? Oh, and before you come back, could you stop by the supermarket to pick up some ice cream? Okay. I'll be back right away, Naruto quickly replied. After hanging up the phone, he felt a profound sense of relief. I must return now. Take good care of your injuries, he said, before hastily exiting the room. Uchiha Sasuke gazed at his departing figure and then at the rapidly healing wound. Did this really require healing? Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto ventured to the supermarket to purchase ice cream, his mind flooded with memories of his recent encounter with Uchiha Sasuke at the piano. He pondered whether, had he not covered his mouth at that moment, Sasuke might have leaned in for a kiss. Shaking his head, Naruto dismissed the thought, recalling that Sasuke had only acted that way to alleviate his own fear at the ice rink. There was no way he would behave similarly again. He was no longer frightened, and Sasuke had no reason to act that way. With this realization, Naruto nodded to himself, affirming that he had indeed misinterpreted Sasuke's intentions. 2 days later, as Naruto was immersed in a gaming session, his headset was abruptly removed. He turned around only to be startled by his mother. "You scared me. Why do you jump so much?" she exclaimed. "Go deliver something to Sasuke. I made delicious lemon sweet shrimp. He doesn't like sweet things. Sweet shrimp isn't dessert. I also prepared a tomato and plum fruit box." "That sounds good." Although Naruto continued conversing with his mother, his gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. "Once you finish this round, you can take it all over." Uzumaki Kushina intended to leave his room, but upon noticing the dusty backpack, her temper flared. "Uzumaki Naruto, from today onward, your gaming time is being reduced. It's been nearly half a month of vacation, and you haven't touched your assignments." The friends on the other end of the computer heard Kushina's booming voice and held their breath in fear. As soon as the game ended, without waiting for Naruto to respond, they all logged off in unison. Naruto sighed, thinking about how cowardly they were. Thus, under the intimidating gaze of his mother, he grabbed his belongings and dashed out the door. "Put on some clothes," Kushina called after him. At that moment, Naruto had already reached the entrance of the neighboring yard. Exclaiming, "It's not far. I want freeze." He rang the doorbell, and before Uchiha Sasuke could inquire who it was, Naruto called out, "Open the door, Sasuke. It's freezing." The gate swung open, and Naruto rushed inside. Before he could even knock, Sasuke had already opened the door for him. He quickly stepped in, the cold air causing him to gasp a few times. "Why did you lock the gate in broad daylight? You made me freeze out there. Why didn't you wear a jacket?" Sasuke retorted. Naruto intended to counter, but upon entering the living room, he noticed the blanket and cushions on the sofa were clearly disturbed, indicating someone had just awakened from slumber. "Why were you sleeping on the sofa? Don't you have a bed?" "I'm still looking for one," Sasuke replied, showing Naruto the shopping app on his phone. "You're buying it online?" Naruto naturally settled onto the sofa, observing the screen of Sasuke's phone. Sasuke felt the warmth of Naruto sitting closely beside him, causing his hand to pause momentarily as he scrolled through his device. Naruto Uzumaki picked up Sasuke Uchiha's phone and browsed through several items displayed on it. With a sigh, he remarked that it would take a considerable amount of time for the purchases to arrive. "Why not let my mother drive you to Jin's Furniture City? At least you can touch and see what it's like." "No need to trouble yourself," Sasuke replied. "It's no trouble at all," Naruto insisted, only to realize he had forgotten his own phone. He turned to leave. "Sasuke, you haven't explained why you're visiting my home," Sasuke said, a hint of panic in his voice as he grabbed Naruto's arm. "I'm here to deliver Emma. I left the items outside," Naruto exclaimed, his dialect unexpectedly apparent. He swiftly retrieved the items and placed them into Sasuke's hands. "Here are the lemon sweet shrimp and tomato plum that my mom made. They're ready to eat." Sasuke, somewhat bewildered, placed the items in the refrigerator, only to find that Naruto had already departed. An inexplicable sense of emptiness enveloped him as he quietly took out a bottle of water. Before he could finish drinking, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, causing him to choke suddenly and cough violently. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Naruto and his mother, Kushina, fully prepared to leave. A red Jeep Wrangler was parked outside. "Get dressed quickly. You're the last one." Sasuke couldn't help but marvel at the swift execution of the Uzumaki family. He had already witnessed Naruto's impatient nature at school, but he was astonished to discover that the entire family shared this trait. Reluctantly, Sasuke donned his clothes and stepped outside to join them in the car. "Are you ready?" Kushina inquired. Naruto and his mother simultaneously fastened their seatbelts, their expressions serious. "Ready." Sasuke remained silent, fastening his own seatbelt, but he was unprepared for the speed at which Kushina accelerated. The car seemed to leap forward. He quickly grasped the overhead handle. Noticing Sasuke's anxious demeanor through the rearview mirror, Kushina exclaimed, "Mom, slow down. It might snow soon, and we have a new member with us." "Oh right. Sorry. I just like to drive fast," Kushina awkwardly explained as she gradually reduced the speed. Sasuke watched as Naruto appeared to be in excellent spirits, feeling somewhat confused. "Aren't you prone to motion sickness? You were queasy on the bus to the ski resort." Naruto chuckled. "I only get car sick in vans and buses. Everything else is fine." This was the first time Sasuke had heard of different vehicles causing varying degrees of motion sickness. Observing the joyous banter among the three, he felt uplifted. It was a heartwarming experience for him. Before long, they arrived at Jin's Furniture City. Upon entering, they were greeted by a line of employees. "Don't mind us. We can choose for ourselves," Kushina interrupted the manager. Suddenly, Sasuke recalled that Jin's furniture was also a brand under the Uzumaki group. They made their way directly to the bedding section, where an array of beds dazzled his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki had his eye on a particular bed and promptly reclined upon it, mumbling to himself that it was time for a change, as he felt he was growing taller quite rapidly, and the bed seemed a tad too short for him. "Brother, that's a 1'9" bed, mind you," Ino Yamanaka called out, exposing his little ruse. "If you wish to replace your bed, just say so. No need for all this circumlocution," Kushina Uzumaki added with a resigned smile. Instantly, Naruto's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Mom. Ino, what about you? I want to be changing." "I rather like my current bed," Ino replied. Observing her brother's elation, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. "I believe Sasuke should opt for a double bed, that way. If you ever have a spat at home, you could stay over at Sasuke's." "What a splendid idea, Ino," Naruto exclaimed, thumping his thigh, as a plan quickly formed in his mind. He turned to Sasuke Uchiha and urged, "Sasuke, do choose a double bed. That way, when I come over, I won't seem too out of place." Kushina, with a knowing smile, had already seen through Naruto's little scheme. "I fear he might be leaving home with a gaming laptop and console in tow," she mused. Realizing his plot had been uncovered, Naruto hastily rose to search for the next suitable bed. "My bedroom is quite spacious. A double bed is indeed necessary," Sasuke added. I told you so. His room is indeed large enough for a double bed. I've seen it." In truth, Naruto had not actually inspected Sasuke's upstairs bedroom. Sasuke nearly succumbed to laughter at Naruto's whimsical chatter, turning his head away to suppress his amusement. Once they had completed their selection, Kushina swiped her card and signed a receipt. Turning to Sasuke, she smiled, "Please, do not feel any pressure. This bed is a gift from me to you as a token of our meeting." "Thank you, Mrs. Uzumaki, I graciously accept," Sasuke replied. Kushina held a fondness for him. He was genuine, unpretentious, composed in challenging situations, and, most importantly, extraordinarily handsome. She mused that should he wish to be her son-in-law one day, it would not be out of the question. However, upon glancing at Ino, she quickly lost hope, believing that Sasuke would never be attracted to a girl with Ino's tomboyish demeanor. Observing Sasuke closely, she felt he possessed a certain charm reminiscent of Minato Namikaze in his prime, though Minato's flaw was his excessive gentleness. Yet, Sasuke's demeanor did not seem overly gentle. What more could be said? Everything seemed just right. He was, in every sense, a rather perfect young man. Upon hearing her mother mention gifting Sasuke a double bed, Ino's face flushed with an unexpected realization, and she suddenly choked on her own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing his sister cough, Naruto quickly patted her back. "What's wrong?" Ino, instinctively closing her eyes to avoid her brother's gaze, replied, "Oh, come on, brother, I appreciate your concern, but what's with that glare?" "I am not glaring at you. I merely choked on my saliva," she retorted. "Brother, Mom giving Sasuke a bed. I have a feeling this could be the beginning of something for you and Sasuke." At that moment, Ino could only keep her thoughts to herself, patting Naruto's hand with sincerity. "Brother, regardless of the path you choose in the future, I shall eternally support you." What? This incomprehensible and bewildering sentiment caused Naruto Uzumaki's features to scrunch in confusion. However, Kushina Uzumaki felt a profound sense of comfort as she gently ruffled her son's hair. In the past, she sensed that her son harbored a certain disdain for his sister, realizing perhaps that her initial attempts at maintaining balance had faltered, occasionally neglecting her son's feelings without awareness. Initially, her son had been obedient, cautiously reading the room, yet she failed to recognize this at the time, assuming he was simply a well-mannered child. Since the accident, however, he returned from the precipice transformed. His temperament had become volatile, and a harshness lingered in his gaze. Despite her efforts to be both gentle and firm, her excessive concern ultimately rendered her overbearing. She became frantic, even sprouting strands of white hair. Yet now, everything had changed for the better. Her son had reverted to his former cheerful self, no longer seeking to please, but genuinely being himself. Kushina reflected deeply upon her actions, having regained her composure and once again acknowledged the true needs of her two children. On their way home, Kushina inquired about Sasuke Uchiha's birthday, discovering that he was 3 months younger than Naruto. The furniture store proved to be remarkably efficient, delivering and assembling the bed even after hours. That evening, Naruto brought a large box of rice balls of various flavors to Sasuke, just as he was about to push open the gate to Sasuke's yard. A car approached and parked behind him. Squinting, Naruto glanced back. A man wearing a single eye patch exited the passenger seat, followed closely by a long-haired man in the driver's seat. Itachi Uchiha scrutinized Naruto, uncertain of his identity. However, their father had mentioned that Sasuke had been spending time with a mysterious blonde, an unruly troublemaker whose influence had caused Sasuke's academic decline. Yet upon seeing the boy, Itachi found himself in stark disagreement with his father's assessment. "Oh, you may not recognize me. I am Naruto, a classmate of Sasuke." "Hello, Naruto. Greetings. I am also Sasuke's brother. My name is Shisui." Shisui Uchiha introduced himself with a smile. "All right, Shisui, Itachi, please take these inside. I will return home to fetch some things." Naruto placed the box of rice balls into Shisui's hands and dashed back home. This chapter is not over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Itachi and Shisui stood momentarily perplexed, watching as Naruto sprinted towards the neighboring house. What a coincidence. Sasuke's classmate resides next door? Shisui marveled. "Let's head inside," Itachi suggested, entering the yard and inputting the code before pushing the door open. The moment he stepped inside, he heard the familiar melody of a piano. It was the same piece, together in harmony, that Sasuke had mastered as a child, the first complete piece he had played. Just before Shisui could close the door, Naruto hurried in behind him. He happened to hear Uchiha Sasuke's deeply emotional singing. Our lives, in their sequential order, coalesce within the same greenhouse, existing as one in this world, uniquely singular. With each step forward into the future, we tread upon each other's dreams. Even as the winds and rains occasionally assail us, we must hold tightly to each other's hands. With every step forward, we cherish and rely on one another. Never forgetting our promises, I shall forever remain by your side. As I sing this song, I dedicate it to you, my dearest. For our journey through life shall be one of unity. Uzumaki Naruto stood before the glass door, captivated by the enchanting melody and lyrics that seemed to penetrate his heart. The sequential order and the shared greenhouse make this song particularly fitting for family. This is the favorite song of both Itachi and Sasuke, perfectly reflecting their bond. Uchiha Shisui remarked with a smile. Sasuke remained engrossed in the piano room, diligently playing the concluding notes, completely oblivious to the three individuals in the living room. Upon finishing his piece and opening the slightly ajar glass door, he met the gazes of the trio. At that moment, the usually stoic Sasuke's face flushed with a hint of crimson, akin to a child caught uncovering a secret. His lips pressed together as if he wished to articulate a defense for his embarrassment, yet ultimately he remained silent, turning his head away to evade their stares. Naruto, breaking the awkwardness, took the large box of rice balls from Shisui's hands and placed it into Sasuke's. "Sasuke, these are rice balls of various flavors made by my mother. She said she would prepare more convenient meals for you in the future." Sasuke accepted them, murmuring a soft thank you, his gaze shyly averted from Naruto's. Itachi observed his younger brother's rare display of shyness with curiosity, but refrained from commenting. Shisui, meanwhile, watched Naruto with keen interest, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes. Naruto then handed 2 bags of cookies to Itachi. "These cookies were also made by my mother. They're deliciously sweet." "Thank you. I shall savor them," Itachi replied, somewhat taken aback, but graciously accepting the gift. After surveying the scene, Naruto awkwardly scratched his temple and said, "You all must have things to attend to, so I will take my leave." Without allowing them a moment to respond, he hurriedly departed. Shisui jested, "Ah, it seems Naruto cares for you quite a bit, offering you so many delectable treats." Sasuke's face instantly turned crimson, retorting, "That guy just loves to meddle." Itachi chuckled softly at his brother's prideful demeanor. "Sasuke, there's no need to be defensive. Having friends who care for you is indeed a blessing." Sasuke huffed quietly, yet warmth spread within him. "Father remains in a foul mood, so for now, I shall endure living here. How is the cooking of the lady who comes to prepare meals? Is her culinary skill satisfactory, or should we consider a change?" Itachi inquired with concern. "I don't mind. I'm fine with whatever," Sasuke replied. "Are you and Shisui together now?" Upon hearing Sasuke's inquiry, both Itachi and Shisui Uchiha were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing with a rosy hue. Sasuke turned towards the kitchen, dismissively stating, "Oh, I was merely asking, you need not respond." Aside from their parents and elders, the three understood the unspoken truth. rendering any further discussion unnecessary. Cheers. Our teacher's vacation concludes in just 2 days, remarked a group of educators, gathered together, lamenting the fleeting nature of their holiday. Akane Yuhi took a hearty sip of her beer, then directed her gaze towards Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi. Why is it that one of you drinks while the other abstains? Asuma chuckled, replying, I'm enjoying the red one. He then stood to fetch a glass of milk for Kurenai. Everyone quickly grasped the implication and eagerly inquired when the couple would wed. Kurenai blushed slightly, and Asuma shyly scratched his head, replying, the wedding preparations are still underway, likely next month. Wow, Asuma, you are truly fortunate. Kurenai, should he ever mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall assist you. Kurenai smiled and agreed. In the preceding moment, everyone had been congratulating the soon-to-be-married pair, but in the next breath, their attention shifted to Rin Noura and Obito Uchiha. When will you two? Oh, please, do not jest about us. Rin chuckled, exasperated. Obito chimed in, indeed. There is nothing to it. Please, do not think too much. Kakashi Hitaki raised an eyebrow, recalling that the two had previously expressed their feelings in the infirmary. Yet now they chose to remain discreet. It seemed they intended to pursue a clandestine romance. Contemplating this, he tightened his grip on his glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. While others continued to tease the couple, only Might Guy noticed Kakashi's unusual demeanor and suddenly stood up. I need some fresh air. Kakashi, care to join me? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement, following Guy outside the gathering. As the night breeze swept through, Might Guy observed the pensive expression on Kakashi's face and remarked, Kakashi, you seem to carry a burden. Kakashi paused, then slowly replied, Guy, what does it feel like to harbor affection for someone without the ability to voice it? Guy gently patted his shoulder, earnestly responding, that must be quite distressing. However, sometimes love need not be declared immediately. Perhaps waiting for the right moment could yield a different outcome. Kakashi forced a wry smile, uncertain of when that moment might arrive. He peered through the glass, noticing Obito and Rin exchanging smiles within the brightly lit restaurant. Hesitantly, Kakashi mused, I fear I might scare her away. After all, I have vanished before. Obito, seemingly aware of Kakashi's gaze, turned his attention towards the window. However, Kakashi chose not to look inside any longer, instead focusing on the passing vehicles on the road. The restaurant was brightly illuminated, contrasting with the darkness outside, rendering Obito unable to discern anything. Guy too glanced inside before shifting his gaze to the roadside, where the shadows of vehicles danced before their eyes. Might Guy opened the conversation. You initially attended the prestigious academy to meet the illustrious Principal Tsunade, the physician there, did you not? I recall you once swore you would never set foot in that institution. Moreover, I have heard whispers that you had a fierce argument with Uncle Shumo over your decision to enroll. Could this be related to Obito? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. Kakashi replied. Might Guy sighed in exasperation, covering his head. You consistently keep your heartfelt friends at bay, and I, under the illusion of knowing you well, find it quite perplexing, Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled lightly. It isn't solely due to him. He once expressed his disdain for me, claiming my presence was nauseating. Thus, my desire to uplift Obito was merely my selfish wish. To uplift Obito? Might Guy suddenly grasped certain truths. Among their group, only he and Kakashi, while Asuma had ventured to the otherworldly academy in the Union City, were privy to Kakashi's madness at that time, yet the reasons remained elusive. You once risked your very life to capture the attention of the higher-ups by competing for the simulated battle championship at the academy. After achieving victory, you finally earned their recognition, only to kneel before Principal Tsunade in front of the entire school, pleading for the healing of an elderly individual. Upon this revelation, Might Guy seemed to connect the dots and inquired, so that elderly individual was Obito's grandmother? Seeing Kakashi's silence, Might Guy understood the truth. Haha. I still remember how the second Hokage was furious, remarking that he was merely a handsome shell with an empty mind. Asuma interjected, having appeared at some point. So, Kakashi, it was indeed for Obito's grandmother? Kakashi nodded silently after a brief moment. Does Obito know of this? Might Guy asked with curiosity. Kakashi shook his head. He does not know, nor is it necessary for him to. At that moment, Rin Noura emerged from the restroom and noticed the three men outside. What are you discussing? It seems quite lively, she inquired with a smile. Asuma opened his mouth to respond, but was silenced by a glance from Kakashi. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual chat. Kakashi replied. Rin looked at them suspiciously, but chose not to press further. Just then, Obito Uchiha appeared. He and Kakashi exchanged a brief glance before both awkwardly shifted their gazes elsewhere. The other three were keenly aware of this interaction, but pretended not to notice. Well aware of Kakashi's aversion to others prying into his affairs. Of course, Obito was the exception, having always delighted in stepping on Kakashi's nerves during their school days. As night deepened, the gathering drew to a close, and farewells were exchanged. Eventually, only the two remained, standing face to face at the restaurant's entrance. As the restaurant sign dimmed, Obito finally mustered the courage to lift his head and gestured behind Kakashi. "Could you step aside a moment? I need to head that way." On the evening of the day when Uchiha Obito received the rabbit cake from Hitaki Kakashi, Kakashi decided to release the initial teaching agreement they had made. Obito felt too embarrassed to inquire about the reason behind it, for the subject of their instruction had always been a delicate matter. Regardless, the agreement was dissolved, and he no longer felt the need for further lessons. Subsequently, their encounters became increasingly rare. Even when they did meet, it was often only Obito's one-sided enthusiasm that remained. Gradually, he ceased to disturb Kakashi, and when they crossed paths, he would pretend not to see him. Their meeting today was merely a result of a gathering. Upon hearing Obito's words, Kakashi silently stepped aside to make room. Obito did not linger, taking a few steps forward, but was soon called back by Kakashi. Kakashi approached quickly, removing his scarf and draping it around Obito's neck. "You seem unsteady on your feet. Allow me to lend you this." Obito was momentarily taken aback. Feeling the warmth of the scarf and the lingering heat of Kakashi, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Kakashi did not wait for a reply, walking alongside him instead. As they walked in silence, the only sound was the crunching of their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Obito would occasionally steal glances at Kakashi, only to find that Kakashi was also looking at him. Their eyes would meet briefly before quickly shifting away. As they neared Obito's home, Kakashi paused and wished him happiness. Seeing the confusion in Obito's eyes, Kakashi continued, "I overheard your conversation with Rin the other day. You mentioned wanting to build a new family together. And I wish you both well." "What?" Surprise flickered in Obito's gaze. Kakashi, however, smiled warmly and said, "Obito, congratulations. Your wish has been fulfilled. What are you rambling about?" "I don't need your congratulations," Obito retorted, but Kakashi swiftly interrupted, fearing he might hear something more hurtful. "I know. I apologize for overstepping." Obito stood frozen at the doorway, taken aback by Kakashi's words. "I must go. Take care of yourself." Kakashi did not allow Obito time to respond, using his abilities to vanish from the spot. "Wait!" Obito suddenly shouted after Kakashi's retreating figure. Kakashi paused, but did not turn around. "Kakashi, you've misunderstood." Obito hurriedly caught up, standing before him. "Rin and I were merely joking. We had no intention of starting a new family." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes. "Really?" "Of course," Obito exclaimed, exasperated. "The one I have always liked is you." Kakashi was taken aback, not expecting such a sudden confession. After a long silence, he slowly reached out, gently caressing Obito's face. "I like you too, Obito." On that day, the dissolution of our agreement occurred because I realized that my feelings for you had transcended the boundaries of mere instruction, and I feared it might adversely affect you. Uchiha Obito suddenly sat up in bed, rubbing his heavy head. "It was merely a dream." Haha. "I actually confessed to Kakashi in my dream. How absurd." He drew back the curtains, allowing the warm sunlight to envelop him. Uchiha Obito stretched widely, then retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow, sending a green bubble to Rin, sharing the incident of his dream confession to Hitaki Kakashi. Rin's voice message suggested that perhaps last night you intended to act upon such feelings, yet refrained from doing so. It seems you suppressed your thoughts at that moment, leading to a reenactment in your dream, extending the scenario further. Obito's voice message questioned whether that was truly the case. However, he was unaware of how infuriating his words were yesterday, even congratulating us. "Regardless, unless he confesses to me, I shall never take the initiative to confess to him." Rin remarked that one cannot entirely blame him, considering he only heard half of our conversation that day. He was oblivious to the latter part of our discussion. "This marks the second time I have witnessed Kakashi's disheveled state." "Second time?" Obito inquired. "What was the first?" Rin recounted the period when you, having taken a leave from school, completely isolated yourself, even having a heated argument with Uncle Shoma at the school gate. before subsequently skipping grades to attend the Allied Academy. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story unfolds with even greater excitement. Obito's voice interjected. Why would I not know? Rin questioned. Why did you stop mid-sentence? What was that noise just now? Obito? I have matters to attend to. Let us chat another day. All right, you take care. The night before the start of school, Vortex Hinata removed her black-framed blue light glasses, massaging her nose. Meanwhile, Vortex Naruto took his sister's glasses and donned them on his own face, his frantic riding posture appearing rather comical. Brother, even with glasses, your speed cannot be expedited. Uchiha Sasuke placed a box of freshly washed blueberries in front of the siblings. Thank you, brother, Hinata said, unabashedly grabbing several berries and tossing them into her mouth. Not sour at all, delicious. Seeing his sister leisurely indulging in fruit, Naruto's mood soured. Stop eating. Hurry up and finish what you have in hand. I am helping brother with his homework. Is this how one seeks assistance? My apologies, dear sister, Naruto replied, demonstrating his ability to adapt. Hinata was astonished by her brother's rapid change in demeanor. Does the school bully really need to do homework? Perhaps even the school bully cannot withstand teacher guy's corporal punishment. Sasuke responded. Do refrain from making sarcastic remarks, and help me. It is already past 1, and I am exhausted. Naruto suddenly had an epiphany. Swiftly extracting another pair of blue light glasses from his pocket and unhesitatingly placing them on Sasuke's face. Hinata happened to witness this scene, her eyes transforming into 2 sparkling stars. Utterly captivated by the unfolding spectacle, Sasuke looked at Naruto with a hint of surprise. His originally handsome features took on an added scholarly charm upon donning the rimless glasses. Faced with the striking visage of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto found himself momentarily astonished. Uzumaki Irika, holding a book, discreetly retrieved her phone from behind it to capture a photo of the two. On the first day of school, after exchanging all the textbooks, the students were left to self-study. Uzumaki Naruto, weary, let his head droop, nearly causing his pen to jab into his eye. Even Uchiha Sasuke succumbed to several yawns. When he witnessed Naruto's precarious situation, he swiftly snatched the pen from his hand. Startled, Naruto exclaimed, What are you doing? What do you think? You nearly blinded yourself just now. Naruto glanced at the pen in Sasuke's grasp, swallowing hard. If you're that tired, why not just rest your head on the desk? I promised my mother I wouldn't sleep on the first day of school. Uchiha Sasuke felt exasperated. This fool always clung to inexplicable principles. It's akin to my promise to you to avoid injury. A commitment must be honored. A flicker of confusion crossed Sasuke's eyes. Had he ever told Naruto not to get hurt? Perhaps he had, only to forget. During the break, Naruto emerged from the restroom and fortuitously encountered Yamamoto Chinyuan, the president of the drama club. Naruto, it's been a long time. Chinyuan-senpai? The two found themselves at the very spot where Naruto and Sasuke had inadvertently kissed during their initial confrontation. Yamamoto Chinyuan proffered a cigarette to Naruto. Naruto shook his head. No thanks, your cigarettes are too harsh. Weren't you just asking how to feel more alert? This powerful stuff will do the trick. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto accepted the cigarette, and Yamamoto tossed him a lighter. This time, Naruto took a modest puff instead of a deep drag. Coughing, he still found himself choked. Why are you still getting choked? I wanted to ask, you can't possibly smoke properly, can you? Here, let me teach you how to inhale. Isn't it just inhaling and exhaling? Do I really need to learn? Before Yamamoto could begin his lesson, Naruto's cigarette was abruptly snatched from his grasp. Who, Sasuke? Why did you take my cigarette? As Naruto attempted to reclaim it, Uchiha Sasuke extinguished it with his hand. Have you lost your mind? You'll burn yourself. Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's actions, momentarily at a loss for words. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? The veins on Uchiha Sasuke's temple throbbed, his gaze fierce. Why are you giving Naruto cigarettes? Naruto asked how to be more spirited, and only cigarettes can achieve that. You smoke too, so you must understand, right? Yamamoto maintained an outward calm, though internally, he was quite flustered. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's anger intensified as he seized Yamamoto by the collar. If you smoke, you should know that once you start, it leads to addiction. Sasuke, I consented to it. Why are you holding on to senpai? Uzumaki Naruto pulled Sasuke's hand away from Yamamoto's collar. Uchiha Sasuke gazed intently at Uzumaki Naruto, his tone dark and foreboding. Are you seeking to develop a smoking habit? Is this not a matter of self-awareness? Moreover, you are already smoking, yet you have not succumbed to addiction. Why should I be prohibited from smoking? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke clenched his jaw tightly. He grasped Naruto's shoulders, forcibly guiding him back into the chair he had just vacated. Emotionless, Sasuke retrieved a half-consumed pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He extracted one and unhesitatingly placed it between Naruto's lips. Subsequently, he leisurely produced a lighter from another pocket, igniting it with a crisp click, the flame illuminating his pupils. As the fire flickered, the three tomo of his Sharingan became apparent. Holding the open lighter before Naruto, he seemed to indicate that smoking was permissible. Naruto, however, remained unresponsive, staring blankly at Sasuke, evidently still reeling from the shock of the preceding events. Observing Naruto's lack of reaction, Sasuke revealed a faint smile. Suddenly, he yanked the cigarette from Naruto's mouth and placed it in his own. In order to ignite the cigarette successfully, Sasuke took a gentle puff, causing the tip to glow and emit a wisp of smoke. Satisfied, he returned the lit cigarette to Naruto's lips. Standing nearby, Yamamoto Chinyuan witnessed this entire exchange, his eyes suddenly alight, as if struck by a profound realization. I just remembered I have a script to finish. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave, he exclaimed. Sasuke, rest assured, I will never again ask Naruto for a smoke. With that, he hurriedly departed, leaving Sasuke and Naruto alone in the moment. Yet, both Sasuke and Naruto were engulfed in their own tempers, too preoccupied to register Yamamoto's words. Naruto was utterly bewildered by Sasuke's series of perplexing actions. His mind was a tangled mess, unsure of how to respond to the situation. Even his typically fiery temperament seemed sealed, leaving him at a loss for how to react. Isn't it about smoking? Here, have mine, Sasuke stated, looking down at Naruto with a detached demeanor. Naruto, gripping the cigarette, looked up at Sasuke in disbelief. Have you been possessed by a demon? Why mention demons? Are you afraid? Sasuke retorted, bending slightly to meet Naruto's gaze. Naruto instinctively covered his mouth. The cigarette pinched between his fingers. No more smoking, Sasuke commanded, taking the cigarette from Naruto's hand, his tone resolute. Naruto frowned, questioning, on what basis? You shouldn't smoke either. I too have cravings. It's not something one can simply cease. And yet you seek to impose restrictions on me? Uchiha Sasuke arched an eyebrow as he lifted a cigarette to his lips, inhaling deeply before leaning closer to Naruto Uzumaki and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke towards his face. The intense minty aroma overwhelmed Naruto, causing him to cough violently. Cough. Cough, cough. Sasuke, with his right hand, scorched by the smoke, gently caressed Naruto's face, his thumb softly tracing his lips. Smoking is detrimental to one's health. I have genuinely contemplated quitting. Yet it proves to be exceedingly challenging. The cravings are more unbearable than death itself. Perhaps you could assist me in quitting? That way, neither of us would fall victim to its grip. Naruto, well aware of the perils of smoking, considered that if he could aid Sasuke in overcoming this habit, it would be a commendable act of friendship. How can I help? Sasuke, maintaining a stoic expression, slowly inserted the half-smoked cigarette into the snow of a nearby flower bed. As the cigarette touched the snow, a faint hissing sound emerged, as if the cigarette were engaged in a brief yet fierce battle against the cold. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself pinned to the chair by Sasuke, their lips nearly touching. This time, Sasuke's kiss lacked any aggression. It was gentle, akin to a dragonfly's touch, cautiously exploring. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, rendered momentarily immobile. Sasuke covered his eyes, insisting, since you offered to help, take it seriously. Surely, you do not wish for me to remain addicted to smoking? Naruto, disregarding his reservations, puckered his lips and leaned in, planting the softest of kisses on Sasuke's lips. Being unable to see, he hovered near Sasuke's mouth, and when he finally aligned himself correctly, Sasuke deliberately evaded Naruto's lips and instead bit down on his lower lip. Feeling the sharp pain, Naruto pushed him away. Are you toying with me? You told me to be serious, and now you evade when I do. And you bite me. No less. At that moment, Sasuke exuded an aura reminiscent of a serpent, insidious and elusive. He wished to disengage from the situation swiftly. Wiping the blood from his lower lip with the back of his hand, Naruto shot a resentful glare at Sasuke before departing. Returning to the classroom, Naruto slumped onto his desk, motionless. Naruto, are you hurt? Kiba Inuzuka, seated in front of Naruto this semester, caught the scent of Naruto's blood the moment he entered the room. Oh, I bit my lip while eating. Kiba leaned closer, inhaling deeply. Why do you smell so much like Sasuke? Eating, you say? I bet you two were fighting. It is not uncommon for men to engage in scuffles. Why make a fuss over it? Naruto lay on his desk, his gaze fixed on the barren branches outside the window. He had never fathomed that Sasuke's addiction could be so severe that he would resort to alternative vices to combat his smoking cravings. The grip of nicotine addiction was indeed terrifying. No wonder Sasuke reacted so vehemently when he saw Naruto smoking. He was merely concerned about Naruto succumbing to this agonizing addiction as well. Uchiha Sasuke discarded the remnants of his cigarettes into the trash, keeping only an empty pack to slip into his pocket. How could such cigarettes possibly be addictive? Silly Naruto. At noon, Shikamaru, just bring me a cream pudding bread. I need to catch some sleep. Naruto Uzumaki could no longer suppress his drowsiness. Shikamaru Nara glanced at his state and sighed. Oh, what a hassle. If I can't get it, I'll have to settle for red bean bread. It doesn't matter, I just want to sleep now. Fine then. After Shikamaru left, Uchiha Sasuke approached Naruto's desk. Naruto, irritated, lifted his head and, upon recognizing Sasuke, awkwardly asked, why aren't you eating? Did you forget what you said last semester? You promised to sleep there with me in the future. Naruto paused for a few seconds, recalling the time he had insisted on bringing Sasuke to rest. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Go ahead, I want to rest in the classroom today. The thought of Sasuke's attitude towards him during breaks ignited a flame of frustration within Naruto. Sasuke said nothing, but as he turned to leave, something accidentally fell onto Naruto's desk. Picking it up, Naruto discovered it was an empty cigarette pack. I saw you had half a pack earlier. And it's empty after just 2 breaks? Do you smoke? Faced with Naruto's inquiry, Sasuke bowed his head in silence. Naruto pressed further. How come I never noticed your addiction before? Sasuke sighed, as if he had wrestled with his thoughts for an eternity, and finally spoke. I was chased out by my father, and he hasn't calmed down or contacted me since, so I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Naruto, my attitude during breaks was indeed poor. I apologize. Seeing the sorrow etched on Sasuke's face, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within Naruto. He began to contemplate Sasuke's situation from his perspective. Indeed, being cast out by his family was already pitiable enough, aside from smoking. It seemed there was nothing else to ease his solitude. Reflecting on loneliness, Naruto crushed the empty cigarette pack in his hand. Who could understand loneliness better than he? Resolving himself, he looked at Sasuke and, with a sense of responsibility, declared, Sasuke, no matter the method, I will help you quit smoking. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the corners of Sasuke's lips subtly lifted. He knew Naruto could be easily deceived. Sasuke, I will never let you feel lonely again. Upon hearing Naruto's following words, Sasuke paused, unable to articulate his feelings. Yet, at that moment, he felt as though he were a devil consumed by wicked desires, while Naruto was a selfless angel. Is what you said true? Naruto nodded emphatically. Of course it's true. I, Naruto Uzumaki, always keep my promises and will never lie to you again. Sasuke pressed his lips together tightly, turning away from Naruto, and said, Understood, I'm heading to the cafeteria. It appears that I hold considerable significance for you, Naruto Uzumaki. Are you feigning ignorance, or do you genuinely not comprehend? Not long after Sasuke Uchiha departed, Shikamaru Nara hurriedly entered the classroom, panting heavily. He placed a cream pudding bread into Naruto's hands and promptly sank into the adjacent seat. Naruto glanced at the time, then at the exhausted Shikamaru, scratching his head. Did you really manage to get it? I searched high and low, even spent double the amount to acquire it, and inadvertently came into contact with someone's skin, resulting in an allergic reaction. What does this all mean for you? What do you mean, contact with skin? Allergic reaction? Shikamaru retorted. I break out in rashes if I touch someone else's skin, turning bright red. In severe cases, I might even vomit. I risked life and limb to procure this bread for you. Shikamaru inadvertently revealed a secret in his exasperation. Remember last semester when you helped me massage my legs? Your neck was all flushed. Naruto realized. But my symptoms aren't as severe around you. Is that so? Perhaps it's just my kindness. Naruto chuckled as he took a bite of the bread. Shikamaru scoffed lightly, saying, I've delivered your goods. Now I'm off to have lunch. All right, thanks. When Sasuke Uchiha returned to the classroom, he found Naruto slumped over his desk, already asleep, with remnants of cream smudged on his face. Sasuke took a seat in front of Naruto, observing the cream on his face. He reached out, gently wiping away the smudge. At the moment his fingers grazed Naruto's cheek, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He was cautious, afraid of waking Naruto. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon Naruto. Sasuke gazed at him silently, his heart a tumult of emotions. Initially, he intended to see Naruto's reaction with the empty cigarette box, but now, Naruto's earnest desire to help him quit smoking and his promise to never let him feel lonely stirred ripples within him. In the restroom stall, the two shared a passionate kiss, breathless and fervent. After feeling the sting of his upper lip, Sasuke furrowed his brows and released Naruto, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. Naruto's face flushed with anger, struggling to maintain his balance by gripping the door handle with both hands. Sasuke, unconcerned about his bleeding lip, reached out with his thumb to wipe away the droplet of saliva from the corner of Naruto's mouth. He then used the same finger to dab away the blood from his own lip. Now, the new and old injuries on their lips mirrored each other perfectly. I can hardly breathe. Why are you still going on? Naruto snapped. Do you think I'm lying just to steal a few more moments of kissing? Sasuke shot back. Faced with Sasuke's question, Naruto's face turned crimson to the tips of his ears. How could that be possible? I never thought that. Naruto believed firmly that Sasuke had no reason to lie. Firstly, Sasuke was not homosexual. Secondly, it was Naruto who had volunteered to assist. Thirdly, Sasuke was genuinely trying to quit smoking and had resorted to this distasteful act out of sheer desperation. Well, that's a relief. Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze fixated upon Naruto Uzumaki's lips, his throat involuntarily moving. Just as Naruto believed he was about to lean in again, Sasuke abruptly released him, adjusting his attire, his expression returning to its usual cold demeanor. That will be all for today. We shall proceed at this frequency henceforth. Naruto stood there in a daze, his heart racing uncontrollably. I understand. How tedious, he muttered, though his eyes remained glued to Sasuke's lips. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Sasuke suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Covering his mouth and clearing his throat softly, he leaned closer to Naruto, using his hand to unlock the partition. Make sure to tidy up before you come out, he whispered in Naruto's ear before stepping outside, even closing the door behind him. After a moment, Naruto gradually regained his composure and exited the partition. Gazing at his flushed reflection in the mirror and touching his still tingling lips, he murmured softly, how could this happen? It was merely to assist with quitting smoking. In the afternoon, Naruto went to the infirmary to retrieve some burn ointment. Upon opening the door, he found Noara Rin and Kata Shizun organizing supplies. Shizun-sensei, what brings you here? He asked. Rin replied, I have an exam to attend, and Shizun-sensei will be substituting for me for a few days. An exam? Yes. I am taking the certification for a psychotherapist. Naruto was unfamiliar with it, but it sounded impressive. Oink. Little piglet Tun-Tun nudged Naruto's ankle with its nose. Naruto crouched down to pet Tun-Tun's head and picked it up. You're here too. Shizun observed Naruto holding Tun-Tun, astonished. Tun-Tun actually lets you hold it? Naruto scratched his head and grinned. Perhaps Tun-Tun and I are just destined to get along. Rin chuckled. Tun-Tun is usually quite proud. It rarely allows anyone to hold it. Sasuke entered the infirmary upon spotting Naruto. Observing Naruto cradling Tun-Tun, his expression shifted slightly. Shizun addressed Sasuke. Sasuke, you're just in time. Could you help me move these medications to that cabinet? Sasuke nodded, preparing to assist with the boxes. However, Naruto tossed Tun-Tun to him and lifted a box before him. His hand was burned yesterday and hasn't healed yet. I'll take care of this. Sasuke firmly caught Tun-Tun, gazing at Naruto in surprise, who flashed him a broad smile as he proceeded toward the cabinet with the box. Oink! Tun-Tun squirmed restlessly in Sasuke's arms, grunting a few times as if protesting being thrown over. How did you get burned? Shizun inquired, taking the fidgeting Tun-Tun from Sasuke. Rin set down the list and retrieved the burn ointment from the drawer, placing it on the table. Well, children at this age are often careless, she remarked. Sasuke watched Naruto's busy figure, a warm feeling surging within him. I accidentally burned myself while cooking, he replied to Shizun. You must be more cautious in the future, she advised. Naruto Uzumaki returned after placing the box down, and upon noticing the burn ointment on the table, he instinctively grabbed it, eager to apply it to Sasuke Uchiha's injury. Allow me, he asserted, pulling Sasuke's hand toward him without hesitation. As Naruto observed the wound in Sasuke's palm, still oozing, a pang of concern struck him, prompting him to gently blow on it. Sasuke, watching Naruto attentively tending to his injury, felt the corners of his mouth lift slightly, forming a soft smile. Lin Noara and Shizun Kato exchanged knowing glances, both revealing subtle smiles laden with meaning. There, all done, Naruto announced. lifting his gaze only to realize how close they were. His face flushed crimson, and he quickly released Sasuke's hand. Sasuke, you should express your gratitude to Naruto, Shizen teased. Sasuke cleared his throat, hastily averting his gaze. Suddenly, Naruto sprang to his feet, turning to Lin. By the way, it's been 2 days since school started. Yet I haven't seen Obito-sensei around. What's going on? The first day of school, the physical education teacher had little to attend to, so his absence was understandable. However, today, Obito had taken leave, and when I inquired via text, he failed to provide a reason. Could he be unwell? Uncertain, I decided to check on him before leaving. The next day, Kakashi Hitaki was diligently writing a function on the blackboard. Just then, there was a knock at the classroom door. It was Irika Yumino. I apologize for interrupting your class, Kakashi-sensei, but I need to speak with you. Kakashi set down the chalk and addressed his students. Please continue your self-study. Exiting the classroom, the two made their way to the teacher's office. What did the principal want? Irika inquired. As of today, Obito has been absent for 2 days. I attempted to contact him through our messaging app, but he hasn't replied, which has me a bit concerned. Before Irika could finish, Kakashi's phone buzzed. It was Lin. Hello, Lin. What's the matter? Kakashi, I just want to check on Obito. After knocking for quite some time, he finally opened the door. But he doesn't seem well. I have a flight to catch, and I can't afford to be late. I need you to go see what's wrong with him. Lin's voice was hurried, amidst a chaotic background. Understood. Thank you. I'll take care of Obito. Safe travels. After hanging up, Irika wore a worried expression. Lin mentioned that Obito isn't in a good state. You should go check on him now. I'll cover your class today. Kakashi nodded, hastily departing the school to head to Obito's residence. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door, and after a prolonged silence, it creaked open. Obito's disheveled hair and vacant gaze, coupled with his pale complexion and dark circles, painted a picture of someone who had not slept in quite some time. Obito, what's wrong? Kakashi inquired with genuine concern. Obito remained silent, merely turning and walking back inside. Kakashi followed him, discovering the room in disarray. Obito stepped over the clutter on the floor and poured Kakashi a glass of water, handing it to him. Please make yourself at home. The place is a bit messy. Kakashi Hitaki took the water, his brow furrowed. Did you take a leave because you are unwell? Obito Uchiha sank into the couch, cluttered with clothes, and sighed. It's nothing. I just haven't been able to sleep these past few days. Kakashi glanced around and inquired. What about your grandmother? She went to the community center for seniors. I heard she recently joined a choir. Ha ha ha. It's impressive to think of her being so active. She has been quite busy. Even with the state of this place, she hasn't scolded me. She might have almost forgotten about her own grandson. Obito rambled on, his expression somber, yet oddly animated. Kakashi listened quietly, a sense of concern creeping into his heart. He moved closer to Obito and said, Obito, you don't have to pretend. Something is clearly bothering you. Obito paused for a moment, then forced a smile. Not at all. I'm perfectly fine. Speak to me honestly. What is really going on? Obito stood up and nudged Kakashi towards the door. Don't worry. I'll be back to work tomorrow. You probably missed class, so it's best if you head back now. Just then, Obito's phone rang from the bedroom. Startled, he hurried inside. As Kakashi put on his shoes, he caught a glimpse of a trash bin containing a decapitated rabbit figurine, the very gray rabbit that had adorned the cake he had gifted Obito. Kakashi clenched his fists, his heart aching. Obito truly despises me. It's just a spam call, Obito said as he rejected the call and pushed Kakashi out the door. It was Rin who sent you, wasn't he? Please tell her not to worry. I'll be back to work tomorrow. Kakashi said nothing further, casting one last deep glance at the trash bin before stepping into the elevator. After Kakashi left, Obito crouched down and retrieved the broken figurine from the bin. When did this break? How did it end up here? He glued the rabbit's head back onto its body and placed it on his desk in the bedroom. Back at school, Kakashi appeared distracted, even miscalculating during his lesson. Sakura and Sasuke, you should have covered this topic already, right? Please divide the sections you will present. Kakashi rubbed his eyes and settled into his seat by the window. The sunset cast its glow upon him, yet he felt no warmth. His mind was consumed by the image of Obito discarding the rabbit figurine, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. It was, after all, a one-sided affection. What right did he have to care about such matters? In class, Sakura and Sasuke quickly divided their portions and organized their presentation, explaining the topic with diligence, while the classmates listened intently. However, Kakashi was entirely disengaged. Naruto Uzumaki watched the harmonious duo on stage with a look of envy. If only he could be as astute as those two. How impressive it would be for him to teach in place of the instructor. As Uchiha Sasuke returned to his seat, Uzumaki Naruto drew a thumbs up in his notebook, proudly presenting it to him. However, upon seeing it, Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow. Confused, Naruto glanced at his notebook, only to realize he had inadvertently flipped the drawing upside down. Embarrassed, he stuck out his tongue and corrected the orientation. A faint smile graced Uchiha Sasuke's lips as he sketched an egg for Naruto to observe, just as Naruto was about to inquire. Sasuke added the character for fool in front of it. It was then that Naruto comprehended the jest and shot him a glare, followed by a cheeky middle finger. Moments later, Uchiha Sasuke patted Naruto's shoulder. Without a glance, Naruto raised his middle finger once more. Yet this time, he felt something encircle his finger, setting down his book. He discovered a paper ring had adorned his middle finger. Eyes widening, Naruto hastily removed the paper ring and tossed it out the window, executing the motion with remarkable fluidity. Kakashi Hitaki, noticing Naruto's actions, inquired, "Naruto, is there something you wish to express?" "No worries, teacher. I merely stretched," Naruto replied, feigning a yawn. "There's no need to rush. School will be out in 10 minutes. Kakashi naturally assumed Naruto was eager to leave. Observing Naruto's hasty disposal of the ring, Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened. However, Naruto mistakenly believed Sasuke was deliberately mocking his sacred middle finger, instinctively thinking that only girls wore accessories, entirely oblivious to the alternative implications. Perhaps he felt such implications would never hold significance for them. In truth, Naruto's heart was more fraught with confusion than anger, his disarray eclipsing any rage he might have felt. Upon returning home from school, Uchiha Sasuke was invited by Kushina Uzumaki to stay for dinner. Positioned perfectly to view the television in the living room, Naruto instinctively clenched his chopsticks, prompting Kushina to deliver a playful whack to his head. "Does it hurt? Are the chopsticks delicious? You should be serving Sasuke some food, too." "He not without hands," she jested. With a smile, Kushina remained silent as Naruto swallowed hard, intentionally selecting dishes that he knew Uchiha Sasuke would find unpalatable. "Don't be shy, Sasuke. Make yourself at home. Dig in," he said with a mischievous grin. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the plate, now piled high with food he did not particularly enjoy, swallowing his apprehension. "Thank you," he replied, feeling compelled to express gratitude for the unappetizing offerings. The sight of Uchiha Sasuke, reluctantly thanking him for something he detested, sparked delight within Naruto. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Irika observed the two with a sense of unease, sensing something amiss. Finally, she noticed an unusual detail on their lips. "Hey, you two have quite symmetrical lips. Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing his sister's remark, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki simultaneously turned their attention to the pair. "I bit my lip while eating," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. He kicked Uchiha Sasuke under the table, urging him to explain swiftly. However, Uchiha Sasuke hesitated, remaining silent at that moment. Uzumaki Naruto promptly exchanged bowls with him, altering his demeanor. "You can't possibly eat these dishes, can you? I'll trade with you. Go ahead and select some dishes you prefer." The entire family found Naruto's actions inexplicably baffling. Uchiha Sasuke, clearing his throat, softly remarked that his lips had cracked due to the dryness he had been experiencing lately. "Dry? We have a humidifier at home. You may use it," suggested Uzumaki Kushina. "Thank you, Aunt," he replied. "No need for such formalities. Given your close relationship with Naruto, feel free to discuss anything directly with me or your uncle," she added. "All right." Observing his mother's warmth towards Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if he was adopted. "Dad, I can't possibly be the child you picked up from outside, right?" "Son, such talk is unwarranted. Now, eat your meal," replied Minato, wary of saying too much, well aware of Kushina's fiery temperament. Uzumaki Naruto sat alone on the arena, bored out of his mind. The senior challengers at school had nearly all been faced, leaving only some who refused to fight, along with his friends. Shikamaru, finding it troublesome, had simply written surrender on his challenge note. "What are you doing here all alone?" Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, surprised to see Niji Hyuga. "Shouldn't the student council be quite busy? This is the first time I've seen you since school started." Niji jumped onto the arena, joining Naruto at the center. "For now, I've finished with my responsibilities. So, did you come to challenge me?" Naruto inquired. Niji replied nonchalantly, "No. I was merely curious as to why you were sitting here alone. You typically spend time with your friends. Being together every day gets tiresome, Naruto expressed with some impatience. As they refused to engage him in combat, friends may claim to be weary of each other, yet even after quarrels, they ultimately stand by one another. This was indeed true. After pondering for a moment, Naruto asked, "What do you consider a deeper relationship than friendship?" "It must be familial bonds," Neji replied. Familial bonds? Naruto immediately thought of his sister. He attempted to play Sasuke in that context, but found it awkward. He quickly shook his head and asked, "What about beyond familial bonds?" "There is also love." However, when love crossed his mind, Naruto felt it was even more distant, prompting him to lie back. "Love, that's something between a man and a woman. It feels far removed from me." He sighed, but then recalled a confession made by their homeroom teacher. Is love between men also considered love? He suddenly sat up, earnestly questioning. Neji was taken aback by Naruto's serious demeanor. His face flushed, he lowered his gaze. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps mutual affection constitutes love. But what defines like and dislike? I only know I like eating ramen and dislike natto, enjoy sleeping in, and do not like ghost stories. Wait, I must use someone for comparison. Do you like me? After Naruto posed this question, Neji's face turned even redder. Yes, like you. I hold affection for you as well, yet we both understand that we are merely friends. After all, how could one possibly forge a friendship without some semblance of liking? The words of Naruto Uzumaki left Neji Hyuga in a state of turmoil, even awakening his Byakugan. Sasuke Uchiha, having learned of Naruto's presence in the arena, hurried over and happened to overhear the conversation between Naruto and Neji regarding their feelings for one another. Naruto. Sasuke, what brings you here? Naruto exclaimed in surprise, rising abruptly. Through Neji's Byakugan, he observed that the once calm white lines surrounding Naruto transformed into a vivid red at Sasuke's arrival, his heart racing with intensity. Neji noticed all of this keenly. Am I not welcome? Was your promise to me merely a facade, or do you require assistance in shedding something? Shedding women, perhaps? His words dripped with barbs, revealing an undercurrent of dissatisfaction and jealousy. What are you talking about, Sasuke? Neji has no vices. He is quite pure. How could you think otherwise? Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's audacity to speak ill of him in front of the student council president. He felt compelled to defend Neji, lest Sasuke make things uncomfortable for him in the future. Pure, huh? Sasuke remarked with a sudden chuckle, observing Naruto's steadfast expression. He is indeed cleaner than I. Neji retracted his Byakugan. I am uncertain what misunderstanding you harbor, Sasuke, but if your attitude towards Naruto remains this way, I may be reluctant to allow him to accompany you. Sasuke rubbed his throbbing head, regaining his composure. I apologize, Naruto. Our agreed time is nearing, and I am feeling rather unwell. Naruto patted Neji on the shoulder, forcing a smile. I'm sorry. I've not been in the best condition these past few days. Let's continue this conversation another time. I must take my leave. Neji nodded, watching the two depart, feeling a sense of relief. He almost fell into the trap set by the foolish Naruto, but if one person were to be ensnared, it was better he remained unscathed. In this world, few possessed the wisdom to cut their losses in time, yet Neji Hyuga was among that rare few. Naruto allowed Sasuke to guide him to the place they had once shared a nap. Upon opening the door, Naruto found himself firmly pressed against it by Sasuke. Unable to move. If you are feeling this distressed, let us settle this swiftly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke hesitated as he leaned closer to Naruto's lips. Yet he spoke not a word, still pressing his lips against Naruto's. What began as a tentative kiss turned sorrowful as he noticed Naruto's lifelessness, unresponsive. His gaze fixated on a distant point, evoking a sense of anguish that bordered on madness. As anger surged within him, he grasped Naruto's chin, capturing his lips in a fierce kiss. Sasuke's kiss descended upon Naruto like a tempest, forcefully claiming his breath, as if seeking to merge their very beings into one. Naruto reached out to push him away, only to have his hands pinned down, their fingers intertwining, ensnared in a passionate embrace. Uchiha Sasuke granted him a moment of respite, yet he had no intention of relinquishing his hold. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. Are you out of your mind? Uzumaki Naruto attempted to speak twice, only to be silenced each time. Ultimately, in a fit of frustration, he resorted to his extraordinary abilities, which allowed him to break free. Are you mad today, Sasuke? Aren't we friends? In that instant, Naruto grasped the true meaning of friends as expressed by Uchiha Sasuke. What kind of friendship is this? If you continue to torment me daily, you might as well take up smoking. Naruto could distinctly feel that his lips had swollen. Uchiha Sasuke sat on the mat, deep in contemplation for a lengthy period, before finally speaking, "You cannot assist others as you do me. Of course. How could I ever kiss you?" Naruto's words trailed off as he suddenly realized, "Why can I accept kissing Sasuke? Why does the thought of doing so with anyone else seem repulsive?" Unable to make sense of it, he decided to voice his thoughts. "You should be grateful. I am immune to such things only with you. The mere thought of it with anyone else is nauseating." At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's heart seemed to skip a beat as he gazed intently into Naruto's azure eyes and posed the question, "Naruto, what is our relationship?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps we are best friends. It seems that only friends can maintain such a bond." Best friends? Naruto felt an inexplicable awkwardness. Isn't it true that only good friends can remain together? Do you not intend to continue this friendship? Uchiha Sasuke suddenly flushed crimson, his eyes swirling with chaotic emotions. "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing the word friends, Uchiha Sasuke appeared visibly dissatisfied, furrowing his brow. "Let's do this every other day. If it continues like this, I fear I will develop cheilitis." With that, Naruto unabashedly reclined on the mat. Upon noticing the subtle curve of Naruto's waist peeking from the edge of his clothing, Sasuke felt a tightening in his abdomen. He too lay down, curling his body and turning away from Naruto. "Do you know what my dream is?" Naruto suddenly inquired. "My dream is to see the world at peace, never feeling lonely." Uchiha Sasuke replied, "Life is inherently solitary. Even if one finds a partner, in the end, the one who remains is still alone. But I will have children. I'll have 3. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, making an okay gesture. "But then they will establish their own families. Busy and unable to return home. Won't you still be lonely?" Sasuke added. "Sasuke, can you please not be such a buzzkill?" Naruto exclaimed, exasperated. "Since you are so afraid of solitude, I will do my best to follow you as we age." "Haha, how is that even possible? How can one control that? Unless you kill me, I'm certain I will outlive you. After all, you are 3 months older than I am." Naruto chuckled. "I do not engage in unlawful activities. Just because my family once belonged to the underworld doesn't mean we partake in illegality." "Obito, where have you been the past few days?" "I was unwell and did not rest properly." "Is it because of the holiday that you haven't exercised much?" "Your immunity has diminished," a colleague teased, pinching Uchiha Obito's muscular arm. "During the holiday, one tends to indulge in a bit of laziness." Uchiha Obito feigned a smile to cope with the situation. After parting ways with that annoying colleague, he rolled his eyes. His muted phone incessantly rang from the same number. In the teacher's office, Hatake Kakashi was engrossed in correcting students' papers with a red pen, oblivious to the presence of someone behind him. Startled, Kakashi looked up. "Obito? I never expected you to visit the teacher's office. Have you eaten?" "No, what brings you here?" "I forgot that Rin has already flown away and took 2 bento boxes with her. Since you haven't eaten either, why don't we share?" Obito explained. Kakashi hurriedly cleared a space on his desk for the bento. However, when Obito opened the lunchbox, he was taken aback. "Obito, this joke is not amusing," Kakashi remarked. Staring at the empty container, Obito scratched his head in confusion. "How did I end up with an empty one?" Kakashi stood up. "Let's go to the cafeteria." "But you dislike the cafeteria, don't you?" "It's all the same. Let us go." Kakashi urged Obito out of the office. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Obito's phone lit up again. "Why don't you answer it?" Kakashi inquired. "It's just a nuisance call, quite bothersome. Just block the number." Obito scooped some rice with a spoon, nonchalantly replying, "It's fine, I don't need to answer." Kakashi disregarded this, but as the workday concluded, he intended to drive Obito home. However, before Obito could retrieve his belongings from school, he had left his phone on the passenger seat. The same number called again. Kakashi answered the call, which Obito had referred to as a nuisance. "You finally answered, Mr. Obito. Your grandmother's body has been in the morgue for 5 days, regarding the cremation." Kakashi could hardly believe his ears. This meant that Obito's grandmother had passed away the day after their last gathering. After hanging up, Obito returned to the car and noticed something was amiss with Kakashi. "Don't be angry. I didn't mean to forget." "I'm not angry. Just fasten your seatbelt," Kakashi replied, hesitating before speaking again at the second red light. "Let us pick up your grandmother and then go out for dinner. Let me first call my grandmother to see if she wants to join." With that, Obito dialed his grandmother's number. "Hello, Grandma. Kakashi said he hasn't seen you in a long time and would like to have dinner together." "Yes, we're on our way back." "All right, understood. You take care." Kakashi could no longer endure the conversation. He pulled the car over and snatched Obito's phone. The voice on the line was only a cold, robotic apology. "We're sorry. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later." Kakashi Hitaki pressed the speakerphone, and upon hearing the tone on the line, Obito Uchiha maintained a smile. Yet tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, it seemed Obito realized something he had forgotten. He picked up his phone and dialed the harassing number. Even after learning the truth about his grandmother's passing, disbelief lingered within him. How could this be? She spoke to me just this morning. She prepared our lunchboxes. He mumbled to himself, still unwilling to accept reality. No, the lunchboxes were empty. Obito cradled his head, tears flowing silently. What have I been doing these past few days? Why is this happening? Kakashi yearned to embrace him, but reason held him back. He believed that the one who should comfort Obito was not him. So he could only wait patiently for Obito to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Obito sobbed quietly, refraining from any loud outburst. After a while, he wiped his tears. "Kakashi, could you please fetch some clothes from upstairs? I don't want to go home." He spoke softly, barely above a whisper. "To my place? Whatever, just not here." Observing Obito's despondent demeanor, Kakashi felt a pang of regret for having exposed him. Perhaps allowing him to continue deceiving himself would have spared him some pain. Arriving at Kakashi's home, Obito wrapped himself tightly in a blanket, curling up in the corner of the sofa. Kakashi prepared a bowl of clear noodle soup and set it before him on a small folding table. "Eat something. You barely had anything for lunch," he urged as he turned to fetch chopsticks. However, Obito's trembling hands could not grasp them. Kakashi sat beside him, lifting the noodles and feeding him. "I'm sorry, Kakashi, for troubling you," Obito murmured before eating. Kakashi's heart filled with guilt. He tightened his grip on the chopsticks, replying, "No, I should be the one apologizing. It's my fault for not being there when this happened." That day, his grandmother had toppled everything from the shoe cabinet, collapsing to the floor without any forewarning. Without granting him a moment to speak, she was gone. "Do not dwell on it. At least she did not suffer," Kakashi consoled. Obito managed a bitter smile. "But we didn't even have the chance to say goodbye. Yet you still have an opportunity. Let us accompany her on her final journey tomorrow," Kakashi gently suggested. Crouching before him with kindness in his eyes, Obito saw the weariness in Kakashi's bent brows, stirring something within him. He bit his lip, unable to contain the fresh wave of tears. Noticing this, Kakashi removed the noodles and moved closer, grasping Obito's wrist. "Obito, do not bottle up your sorrow, let it out." Obito had long awaited someone who would encourage him to release his pin-up emotions. In that moment, he resembled a child seeking solace, tightly embracing Kakashi, who knelt before him, and wept uncontrollably. All the grievances and pain that had been stifled within him were released in an instant. All the anguish experienced by Uchiha Obito deeply pained Kakashi Hitaki, causing his entire body to tremble. He held on to Obito without ever loosening his grip, one hand firmly cradling the back of his neck. He continuously whispered comforting words into his ear, assuring him that it was all right, that he would bear Obito's suffering, that everything would be fine as long as he was there. The pristine white snow blanketed the graveyard, creating a sacred and solemn atmosphere. Yet, within the cemetery, lush greenery thrived. Evergreens adorned the landscape, contrasting beautifully with the snowy scenery. Now that all matters had been settled, Uchiha Obito knelt silently before his grandmother's grave, not uttering a single word. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood before the gravestone of his own mother. "Mother, Obito's grandmother has also been laid to rest here. I hope you both can meet and get to know each other well. She is the grandmother of the one I hold dear. And don't forget to sing my praises," he said with a smile. He placed a lily in the vase before the gravestone and turned to walk toward Obito's grandmother's gravestone. Just then, Obito emerged, having bid farewell to his grandmother. He rubbed his swollen eyes, revealing a smile that appeared somewhat relaxed. "Kakashi, thank you for accompanying me to bid farewell to my grandmother. She must be at peace in the afterlife now. You need to pull yourself together. Only then will she truly be able to rest," Obito stated with a heavy nod. The two walked side by side out of the cemetery, sunlight cascading upon them, enveloping them in a warm glow. On the way back, Obito tightly gripped the seatbelt with both hands. Kakashi noticed his anxiety and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell, or do you have something to say?" "Nothing. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not as fragile as you think," Obito replied. Kakashi shot him a glance, about to speak, but at that moment, Obito's phone rang. Kakashi refrained from continuing his conversation, refocusing on driving. "Rin, you're back?" "I'm fine. I'm with Kakashi." "Yes, all right. Please send me the address. Obito said before hanging up. He quickly informed Kakashi. Rin said her ride broke down. We should go pick her up. Obito received the location from Rin and opened the navigation, placing his phone in the car's mount. On the way back, his head accidentally bumped into the air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, and upon seeing their photo together, his face flushed. Kakashi, noticing Obito's bashful demeanor, mistakenly believed it was because he was about to meet Rin. How does it feel to be together? Kakashi inquired. Obito, thinking Kakashi was referring to their shared photograph, blushed even more and stammered, "It feels very good." Kakashi interpreted this as a response about his feelings with Rin, forcing a stiff smile. "That's good to hear." Throughout the journey, Obito remained absorbed in his thoughts, occasionally stealing glances at Kakashi, while Kakashi, though appearing focused on driving, felt a pang of jealousy within. Following the navigation, they quickly located Rin. Upon her first glimpse of Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin immediately noticed his swollen, reddened eyes. Her own eyes glistened with unshed tears as she enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Obito, I should have sought you out the day we spoke. Why have you kept everything bottled up inside, without confiding in us?" Hatake Kakashi observed the two in an embrace, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart, prompting him to turn away. Obito gently patted Rin's shoulder, reassuring her, "Rin, I truly am fine." Having learned of Obito's previous symptoms from Kakashi, Rin deduced that the hallucination of his grandmother still being alive stemmed from a temporary mental disturbance. The fact that he could immediately recognize the truth after it was pointed out indicated that the situation was not dire. "Obito, is there anything troubling you that you wish to share?" Obito smiled and nodded. "I understand, Rin." Only then did Rin release him, turning her gaze to Kakashi with gratitude. "Kakashi, thank you for staying by Obito's side. Your presence gives me great comfort." Kakashi managed a strained smile and replied, "It's nothing." He then assisted her in placing her suitcase in the back of the vehicle. Rin took her seat in the rear, and Kakashi anticipated that Obito would join her there, only to be surprised when Obito opened the door to the front passenger seat. Kakashi glanced back at Rin, who offered him a polite smile. "What's the matter?" Obito inquired. Despite his confusion, Kakashi swallowed his curiosity. Upon arriving at Rin's home, while Obito entertained a cat, Kakashi seized the opportunity to speak with Rin privately. For the next few days, it would be wise to keep him from returning to work, since he has chosen to stay with you. It signifies that he finds solace in your presence. During his time off, or after work, you might consider taking him out for some fresh air. Rin instructed him. Kakashi regarded her with a puzzled expression, questioning why such responsibilities had fallen solely upon him, as if he appeared particularly idle. "You surely must know my feelings toward Obito. Why do you trust me so implicitly to be with him? Are you not concerned about the implications?" Rin interrupted Kakashi. "Kakashi, what you overheard that day was not the entirety of our relationship. Obito and I are merely childhood friends. Please treat him well. That is all I can offer." Kakashi stood there, momentarily taken aback. What had his self-pitying behavior amounted to? Was it merely an exhibition of his own insecurities? Just then, Obito approached, cradling the cat. "What were you two discussing so earnestly?" Kakashi snapped back to reality, his gaze filled with a tumult of emotions as he looked at Obito. Rin replied with a smile. "I was just reminding him to take good care of you." Obito scratched his head with a chuckle. "I'm not a child. I don't need such reminders." Kakashi observed him, his heart a blend of relief from the misunderstanding and anxiety over the realization that Obito might be aware of his feelings. Once home, Kakashi took the initiative to speak first. "You should refrain from working for now. I will assist you in submitting a legitimate sick leave request." "Why can't I go to work?" Kakashi Hatake tossed a broom to him, challenging him to sweep the floor. Obito Uchiha picked up the broom and made a few half-hearted attempts, only to realize that his hand felt somewhat stiff and his grip on the dustpan was uncontrollably trembling. "You are a physical education teacher. If you do not take care of your health, how can you teach your students?" He pondered. "Why am I like this?" "You are merely temporarily unwell. It is the result of mental stress, with the previous hallucinations being one of the symptoms," Kakashi explained. Obito paused, contemplating the notion of mental stress. Observing Obito's contemplative expression, Kakashi continued, "During this period, you should rest at home. I will take care of you." Obito felt a stirring in his heart. He was surprised that he had not noticed earlier how gentle and caring Kakashi could be. Lowering his gaze, he softly uttered, "Thank you, Kakashi." Kakashi smiled lightly. "There's no need for such formality with me." He then guided Obito to sit on the sofa, saying, "Rest well. I will prepare something to eat." With that, he rose and headed to the kitchen. As Obito sat on the sofa, reflecting on Kakashi's considerate care, a warmth spread through him. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen as Kakashi emerged, carrying several plates. "Try this and see if it suits your palate," he gently encouraged, placing the dishes on the table. As Obito savored the delicious meal, he caught a glimpse of Kakashi's concerned gaze and suddenly found his features remarkably captivating. His heart began to race, and he felt a slight flush creep across his cheeks. Kakashi noticed the change in him and reached out to touch his forehead, asking, "Are you not feeling well? Why is your face so red?" Obito hastily evaded his hand, stammering, "No, I'm fine." Kakashi, observing Obito's bashfulness, couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with affection. At that moment, even without spoken words, both understood the significance they held in each other's hearts. Yet, neither dared to break the silence, allowing their subtle feelings to linger in the air. However, in this particular time of mourning, with the passing of his grandmother weighing heavily on his heart, Obito found it difficult to fully embrace Kakashi's kindness, choosing instead to wait until he could process his feelings. As the ice and snow melted away, the early spring emerged like a watercolor painting meticulously crafted by nature, embodying the lingering chill of winter while bursting forth with the vigor of new life, radiating a gentle warmth and hope. Naruto Uzumaki hummed cheerfully as he approached the door of Sasuke Uchiha's home, inputting the code. To his surprise, Sasuke opened the door just then, causing Naruto's brown fuzzy earmuffs to be knocked off by the doorknob. "Ah, my earmuffs," he exclaimed, retrieving them only to find them caked in mud. With the earmuffs in hand, he approached Sasuke with indignation, demanding, "You owe me for that." Sasuke, taking the earmuffs, hung them back on the doorknob. "I will inform my aunt to clean them while she is at work. No, they are essential for keeping my ears warm while riding my bicycle." Naruto retorted. "Where did you even get a bicycle?" Sasuke questioned. This matter holds little significance. What truly matters is that before Naruto Uzumaki could finish his words, he witnessed Sasuke Uchiha already taking the lead and mounting the bicycle. With a hint of skepticism, Naruto settled onto the back seat, his chatter incessant. "Wait, can you actually ride? How could someone from a noble, affluent family like yours possibly?" Before he could complete his doubts, Sasuke suddenly surged forward on the bike, startling Naruto, who instinctively clutched his waist tightly. "Hey, take it slow on the downhill," Naruto shouted hoarsely to the front. Upon hearing his voice, Sasuke gradually turned his head. In that fleeting moment, Naruto felt as though he were ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him momentarily speechless. The wind tousled Sasuke's hair, and his scarf danced wildly, billowing behind him. To Naruto's astonishment, the typically stoic expression on Sasuke's face blossomed into an unexpectedly radiant smile, akin to the warmest sunlight of spring. Naruto had never anticipated such a sunlit smile could grace Sasuke's visage. He had always perceived Sasuke as a cold, reclusive individual, making it difficult to fathom that he could possess such a joyful smile. In that instant, Naruto glimpsed a flicker of warmth and kindness deep within Sasuke, leading him to a newfound understanding of his companion. Upon arriving at school, Naruto dismounted, accepting the bicycle from Sasuke's hand. With a smile, he remarked, "I hope you can smile like today more often. It suits you well." Sasuke, oblivious to when he had smiled at Naruto, felt a sense of contentment upon hearing Naruto's compliment. As they entered the school, Naruto noticed a crowd gathered around the bulletin board. Curiosity piqued, he approached, and upon seeing him, the students quickly made way. "The great demon king has arrived, make way," they exclaimed, clearing a path for him to reach the notice board unimpeded. A selection contest for otherworldly beings, fighting for peace across the globe, uniting against chaos. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. In this world, there exists a portal leading to another realm, fraught with peril yet offering bountiful rewards, which has significantly advanced scientific research. Gonglian City, a place unbound by any nation's control, houses this portal beneath its surface. Initially, it contained various secret realms, where successful challenges yielded rewards, while failures unleashed monsters into Gonglian City. The most recent failure occurred 3 years ago when the news of Uchiha Shisui's demise surfaced. Following that failure, the portal automatically sealed, accompanied by a blue countdown. When the countdown concluded, no monsters emerged from the portal, and silence enveloped the interior, with all previous realms vanishing. After some time, The portal closed once more, this time revealing a red countdown. The first red countdown nearly led to the annihilation of all humanity. And it was only thanks to the emergence of two divine beings from another realm that humanity was ultimately saved. The scale of the second anomaly was relatively minor. And with all nations having taken precautions in advance, the monsters at their borders were swiftly dealt with overnight. However, this time, the ominous red countdown appeared unusually slow. Due to these peculiar circumstances, a global call was made to select more formidable individuals from various schools of the extraordinary. It was rumored that all countries had canceled their shadow selections to pave the way for the competition among extraordinary beings. The selection event, gathering 2 major countries and 3 smaller ones, was set to take place in an extraordinary arena located in the suburbs. To my astonishment, the Fire Nation invested a substantial sum, collaborating with numerous groups and families, to construct this arena over the span of 2 years with this very purpose in mind. How exhilarating! Surely, the great Demon King would be the first to sign up. However, upon seeing the registration announcement, Naruto Uzumaki felt a surprising lack of enthusiasm. He glanced around the school, and then at Sasuke Uchiha behind him. Unexpectedly, Naruto expressed a rather indifferent sentiment, deeming it uninteresting before turning to walk into the classroom. Sasuke was equally taken aback. The individual who once aspired to dominate the nation now chose to disregard the selection of extraordinary beings. This was a rare opportunity to showcase one's skills. In contrast, Kiba Inuzuka was full of excitement. Don't you find it terrifying? This is no different from conscription. This requires the participation of high school students. Just how formidable is the enemy? A classmate voiced, visibly anxious. Shikamaru Naruto explained that regardless of the strength of the adversary, it was prudent to be prepared in advance, ensuring that when an enemy attacked unexpectedly, they would not be thrown into chaos. What about you, Shikamaru? What are your thoughts? Me? I'll stay home, he replied casually. Generally, during such times, the Nara family was responsible for strategy, the Yamanaka family for communication, and the Akimichi family for offense. Each family has its specialization. Other classmates quipped. Renowned families often train their descendants in their unique techniques annually to prolong their lineage. After all, the heritage of their ancestors must not be lost. The 3 families mentioned fell silent, as the training was notoriously arduous. There was speculation about whether Sasuke Uchiha would participate. Itachi Uchiha undoubtedly would, being a current student of the Academy of the Extraordinary. All members of the Interdimensional Academy were extraordinary beings, with even graduates returning to join. Where did you hear that? Oh, I have my sources. The classroom buzzed with chatter about the selection competition. As Naruto entered, he was quickly surrounded by fellow classmates eager to know if he would sign up. However, upon seeing his impatient expression, they all fell silent. Those who usually boistered the loudest now appeared quite intimidated. How amusing. Meow Meow Fukuda taunted Naruto from the sidelines. If you're so capable, why don't you go sign up? Sasuke's icy voice echoed from the doorway, laced with clear sarcasm. The others could scarcely believe that Sasuke would speak up for Naruto, thinking they must be imagining it. Half the girls in the class, including Ino Yamanaka, let out shrieks of excitement, and even Hinata Hyuga gazed on with starry eyes. He is totally into him. Inuzuka Kiba gazed at them, his heart filled with confusion. He gently patted Yamanaka Shino on the shoulder and quietly inquired, "They keep saying they've hit it off, but I haven't seen where." Yamanaka Shino adjusted his sunglasses and replied slowly, "The joy of shipping a couple, you wouldn't understand." "What does shipping mean?" Kiba asked. "Shipping is the pairing of 2 people, which can be done freely. For instance, you and I could form a couple," Shino explained. "Oh, I see. Then I could pair with Akamaru too." "It must be 2 people, you silly," Shino remarked, recalling his previous exasperation. Kiba pouted, his eyes bright and innocent, revealing a sharp canine tooth, resembling a wronged husky. Must it be so rigid? At that moment, Shino's face flushed like 2 rosy blushes, and he hastily coughed into his fist, trying to conceal his nervousness. "Why is everyone gathered at the back?" Kakashi Hitaki entered the classroom, prompting all the students to return to their seats. "Cherish the time we have together now. We might not see each other for the next 3 years. The teacher may also have to go to the front lines to fight. Is the teacher also an anomaly?" Kakashi did not respond, merely extending his hand, purple lightning flickering in his palm. Naruto Uzumaki rolled his eyes, muttering, "What a great act." The non-anomalous students were captivated, while the others shared Naruto's sentiment. Coincidentally, the principal happened to pass by. Irika Yumino swiftly opened the classroom door, admonishing, "How can a homeroom teacher casually unleash jutsu in class? What if a student gets hurt?" Hey, I apologize for worrying the principal. It's my fault," Kakashi responded with remarkable speed. Irika mumbled under his breath and exited the classroom. The teacher's tongue is quicker than his mind. Consider it a compliment. At noon, Naruto found himself alone in the infirmary. Lin Noera observed his troubled demeanor and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with our lively Naruto today?" "The purpose of the selection exam is war. It feels like there will be many sacrifices," Naruto replied somberly. Lin firmly stated, "Where there is war, there will be sacrifice, but sacrifices have their significance. I believe sacrifice is merely loss, leaving loved ones behind to mourn in solitude. What significance is there in that?" Naruto contemplated his own possessions, suddenly feeling unreal, fearing that one day he might die and awaken to find it all a mere illusion. That thought was maddening. Lin countered, "When those inhuman beings breach all fortifications, isn't death then closer to loved ones?" Naruto responded, "At least dying together holds more meaning than the agony of separation. There are surely others who share your thoughts. Your views are not wrong. Each person has their own way of living. However, if the nation faces a dire threat, everyone's hearts must unite to ensure the world continues to turn. I believe I would exert 99 of my strength, reserving the remaining 1 for my family and the new generation to carry on." Naruto Uzumaki was momentarily taken aback, then after a brief pause, he smiled weakly and inquired, "Teacher Rin surely isn't an outsider, is she?" "I am not. However, the front lines also require a medical professional with psychological qualifications like myself. You have no idea. Teacher Rin is quite sought after these days," she replied with a chuckle. "Is that so? Teacher Rin, you truly are impressive." Naruto felt his spirits lift slightly. "Naruto, be bold and charge ahead. Things may not be as difficult as you imagine, for you possess the strongest support. I believe in you. Thank you, Teacher Rin, for sharing so much with me." As afternoon classes concluded, Naruto eagerly hopped onto the front seat of his bicycle, patting the back seat, beckoning his companion to join him. "Come on, hop on. Big brother will give you a ride." Sasuke Uchiha raised an eyebrow. "But the way back is uphill. Are you sure? Are you questioning my capabilities?" "I am a strong man." "TCH, Sasuke chuckled softly, shaking his head before taking a seat. Naruto attempted to ride, yet Sasuke's long legs seemed to hinder him. "Hey, could you tuck your legs in? Or perhaps sit sideways?" He felt a mix of envy and jealousy. "Why do you have so many questions? You're lagging behind. I warn you, do not utter those 3 words. Lagging behind. Do you dare challenge me to a duel on the train tracks?" Naruto exclaimed in frustration. Sasuke appeared to relish Naruto's exasperation, teasing, "That's 4 words, you absolute imbecile. Super moron." At the nickname Naruto had given him, Sasuke's expression darkened. "By the way, has your father not reached out to you?" Naruto inquired. At the mention of his father, Sasuke's gaze dimmed. "I do not lower my head. He will never glance my way. Apart from monitoring my performance, I have nothing to say to him." After a moment of silence, Naruto feigned nonchalance. "I saw him slap you the other day. Just to clarify, I wasn't intentionally watching. I merely wanted to annoy you, but ultimately, I gave up." Sasuke tightened his grip on the seat, feeling a wave of shame at the thought of Naruto witnessing his humiliation. He had worked hard to successfully quit smoking, and even regretted ending it prematurely when Naruto sincerely wished him success. Yet, he could not continue down that path. It would only lead to failure. Now, he aimed to leave a good impression on Naruto. "However, your father should reflect on his behavior. Such forcefulness may drive family away. My mother taught me that being forceful equates to being persistent. For instance, she is insistent on keeping our home tidy. If she sees us carelessly tossing things about, she can become quite furious. She is also persistent about our health, nagging us when we fall ill. While I sometimes find it bothersome, I know it stems from her concern. Yet, my mother occasionally reflects on her actions and apologizes afterward. Do not be deceived by my father's gentle demeanor. He adopts the role of a caring father, but he can be strict on matters of principle, often wearing a rather fearsome expression." "Persistent, is it?" Sasuke pondered, inspired by Naruto's words. "My father was not always this way. Though he was a strict parent, there were moments of tenderness directed towards me. I recall my mother sharing that when I was kidnapped, he suffered from acute gastritis and even coughed up blood, yet he never abandoned the search for me. His most significant transformation occurred when the nation proposed electing the Hokage through a popular vote. During that time, Many in our clan sought the approval of our esteemed leader, secretly vying for the position of Hokage among the Uchiha. It was then that my father became domineering and unreasonable. Uchiha Sasuke appeared to have an epiphany, fixated on the need for validation, which led him to fixate on the position of Hokage. We all assumed his ambition was driven by the lure of power, that he was madly yearning to become Hokage. To his surprise, Uzumaki Naruto casually mentioned this, prompting Sasuke to uncover the underlying reason for his father's change. He suddenly recalled Itachi Uchiha's words from the shinobi world. It is not by becoming Hokage that one finds recognition, but rather it is through being recognized that one can attain the role of Hokage. With a sigh, Sasuke noted that the election for Hokage had now been cancelled, hoping that his father might soon grasp this truth. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, gaining new perspectives on each other's parents. However, just moments ago, Naruto had been riding comfortably, only to suddenly stand up. "I told you it wouldn't work on the uphill, but you wouldn't listen," he exclaimed. "A man cannot admit defeat. I will show you." Naruto gritted his teeth and persisted. Ultimately, he managed to ride up, turning excitedly only to discover that Sasuke was no longer on the bicycle, instead pushing it from behind. "Ah, Sasuke, what are you doing? Why are you pushing?" Naruto exclaimed in frustration. "I told you I could do it. This is infuriating." Sasuke chuckled and suggested, "Why not try riding it again? Are you even speaking coherently, Sasuke?" "I'm hungry, you ride," Naruto replied, shifting to sit behind Sasuke. However, he miscalculated the distance and, upon landing awkwardly, doubled over in pain. "Are you all right?" Sasuke laughed. "Stop laughing, you bastard," Naruto retorted. "You are the one being foolish. My scolding won't resolve anything." Naruto clenched his fists, trembling as he pointed at Sasuke. "You're not going to escape responsibility if something happens to me." Sasuke ceased his laughter, concerned that Naruto was genuinely hurt. He approached with worry, asking, "Is it serious? Why don't you try it yourself?" Naruto shot back. "Then perhaps you should visit a hospital." "Oh, come on. It's not that severe. Let us just head home. I'm starving," Naruto urged, anxiously tapping the front seat. Upon arriving home, Naruto pulled Sasuke through the door, shouting as soon as they entered, "Mom! Mom! I'm hungry. I want to eat." Yet, upon seeing a slender man with long black hair seated in the living room, his heart skipped a beat. This was especially true when he noticed the man's striking purple eye makeup, which unsettled him greatly. The man wore a grayish-blue bathrobe, his long hair cascading to one side. Seated beside him, Jiraiya had just been tending to his hair when he noticed Naruto Uzumaki and greeted him with a warm smile. "Naruto, it's been a while. Haha, forgive the teachers for my son's unusual behavior." At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki emerged from the kitchen, carrying a clay pot of soup, her smile betraying a hint of embarrassment. Naruto managed a strained greeting, "Hi," placing his hand at the nape of his neck. Jiraiya, noticing Sasuke Uchiha standing behind Naruto, inquired playfully, "And who might this young friend be?" "Sasuke, you've come. Please, come in and take a seat. This is Naruto's classmate, Sasuke Uchiha." Kushina, just realizing the presence of Sasuke, quickly chimed in with an introduction. "This is Jiraiya and Uncle Orochimaru. They were once your uncle's teachers." "Hello," Sasuke Uchiha bowed respectfully. Upon seeing Sasuke, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by him. "Sasuke, I remember you. I saved you once before. You're the scientist who blew up the villain's hideout," Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Sasuke appeared momentarily taken aback, as he had no recollection of that time. Orochimaru, surprised, remarked, "You know, I heard about it, but I had no idea it was true." He looked at Sasuke with a knowing smile. "It seems you've lost your memory. So it's only natural you wouldn't recognize me." Sasuke, sweating slightly, explained, "I did indeed experience amnesia. I can't recall anything from that time. I apologize." "No worries." Naruto glanced between the two, pondering how the Sasuke from this world could hold such respect for Orochimaru. Who would have imagined? Jiraiya scratched his head, realizing. "So the child you spoke of saving was this one. Everyone, please take your seats. Minato will be back soon, and we'll start the meal once he arrives." "All right." Hinata then brought out bowls and chopsticks, while the others settled into their seats. At that moment, a remarkably beautiful small black snake slowly slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve. It gracefully navigated the various obstacles on the table and made its way to Sasuke, climbing up his arm, seemingly drawn to the essence of Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the little black snake in surprise, and Orochimaru, noticing his reaction, chuckled, "This is Shiro. It possesses a unique spirit and appears to be quite fond of you." Naruto leaned in. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the snake. Is it a snake that one grow? Indeed. Just then, the door swung open, and Minato Namikaze entered. He surveyed the scene inside the room and greeted everyone with a smile. As they gathered around the dining table to share a meal, the atmosphere was harmonious, filled with laughter and conversation. While eating, Orochimaru occasionally glanced at Sasuke, seemingly deep in thought. Since Shiro likes you so much, I shall give him to you. I'll bring his habitat for you shortly. Thank you, Sasuke replied, gently stroking Shiro's head, appearing to take a liking to the creature. Naruto frowned slightly, surprised that this version of Sasuke also enjoyed interacting with snakes. It is said that Orochimaru should not pose any danger to Sasuke, given the respect his parents have for him and the attentive demeanor of the perverted sage. After dinner, Naruto Uzumaki informed his parents about the selection tournament. If you have made up your mind, we will support your choice, Minato Namikaze said. However, you must ensure your safety. Do not overexert yourself if you are unsure. Kushina Uzumaki cautioned with a worried expression. Thank you for your support, Naruto replied earnestly. Seeing Naruto's serious demeanor, Jiraiya affectionately ruffled his hair. Good luck. I hope to see you both in the future. Naruto turned to Sasuke Uchiha, and before he could ask anything, Sasuke spoke first. If you go, I will go too. Due to lack of space, Naruto moved into Sasuke's home. He plugged the game console into the television and eagerly handed Sasuke a controller, ready to play King of Fighters. Have you played it before? I have only played on the computer. No worries, it's quite similar. The controller is easier, Naruto exclaimed, proceeding to explain some techniques to Sasuke. As they entered battle mode, Sasuke initially struggled but quickly adapted to the rhythm, becoming increasingly fluid in his movements. Naruto was surprised by Sasuke's rapid progress and became fully engrossed in the game. During their intense match, their bodies gradually drew closer, their focused expressions illuminated by the flickering light of the television screen. Just as Naruto was about to unleash a powerful move, Sasuke skillfully dodged and counterattacked, causing Naruto to retreat in defeat. You are quite skilled, Naruto lamented, regretting his detailed instructions. A faint smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. Let us have another round. They dived back into the game, the room resonating with their laughter and the rhythmic sounds of the controllers. Meanwhile, a small white snake named White, initially curled up quietly in the corner, observed the scene, seemingly infected by their joy. It slowly slithered over, climbing up Sasuke's leg to perch on his shoulder, curiously eyeing the controller in his hand. As one of the characters let out a pained wail, Naruto threw down his controller and, in a somewhat unnatural tone, declared, I need to use the restroom. He stood and headed toward the bathroom. White glanced at Naruto's retreating figure, then looked up at Sasuke, its expression seemingly saying, he appears upset. It's your fault. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had been too harsh in their game. He stood up and approached the bathroom door. Just then, Naruto emerged, and they nearly collided. You startled me. Why are you just standing there? Sasuke, at a loss for words, turned and walked into the bathroom. The door that had just closed swung open again, and Naruto emerged holding a small black snake. White looked innocent, standing upright and nuzzling Naruto's face, seemingly seeking affection. Haha, White, what are you doing? Immediately, it turned and burrowed into Naruto's sleeve, reappearing from his collar. Naruto Uzumaki found himself increasingly tormented by an itch. Shiro, stop it. It's unbearable, please come out. As Sasuke Uchiha emerged from the restroom, he caught sight of Naruto, lifting his shirt from below. Shiro had coiled around Naruto's ribcage, leaving ample excess. Sasuke, you must get Shiro away. At that moment, Shiro continued its ascent, reaching Naruto's chest. Sasuke was momentarily captivated by the sight of Naruto's fair skin, an inexplicable sense of allure washing over him. It wasn't until he heard Naruto's soft moan that he realized Shiro had ventured to a rather delicate area. Hastily, he removed Shiro, who appeared quite pleased with its antics, as if to boast, Look, I made your friend laugh. Am I not impressive? With a resigned sigh, Sasuke watched as Naruto hurriedly adjusted his clothing, his face flushed with embarrassment. Whether from the earlier tickling or the awkward situation, he could not tell. Sasuke felt the warmth of his own breath, prompting him to rush to the living room and place Shiro in a heated container. They returned to the television, but the previous excitement had dissipated. It's getting late. We should wash up and sleep, Naruto declared loudly. I'll take the sofa. Sasuke's expression darkened. The living room will be cold, and I don't have an extra blanket for you. Naruto seized the blanket from the sofa, nervously asserting, This blanket will suffice. As Sasuke leaned closer, Naruto instinctively recoiled. What are you avoiding? What am I avoiding? Sasuke furrowed his brow and suddenly grasped Naruto's calf, snatching the blanket away. I'm not gay. What are you afraid of? Naruto stiffened, his heart racing uncontrollably, his face growing even redder. I'm not either. After washing up, they lay on the bed, a considerable distance between them, both silent. After a while, Naruto quietly turned to his side, observing Sasuke's back, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He could not comprehend why he was so concerned about Sasuke. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Sasuke, too, was not asleep. He sensed Naruto's movements behind him. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly turned to face Naruto. In the darkness, their gazes met, a palpable current surging through the air. Naruto instinctively held his breath, the sound of his heartbeat resonating in the stillness of the night. Sasuke gently reached out, stroking Naruto's head, whispering, "Sleep now." Naruto paused, then gradually closed his eyes, finding an unusual sense of peace that night. "The school will be in your care for now," Irika Tsunade, the principal, stated. "I assure you I will manage everything diligently. Rest assured," Irika replied, having been appointed acting principal. At that moment, the registration area was bustling with students. The members of the student council were in a frenzy. "Why does your ID say Naruto Uzumaki? Are you not the heir of the Uzumaki group?" With that single remark, the room fell silent, all eyes fixated on Naruto. "What do you intend to do?" The swirling scent of incense silenced the individual's voice. Uzumaki Naruto wore an expression of disbelief. To think that the Dark Lord is actually the grandson of Uzumaki Cho. Uzumaki Cho? Is he not the chairman of the Uzumaki Group, which spans several industries and boasts hundreds of thousands of stores? Currently, it is his son-in-law managing the company, with Uzumaki Naruto merely being his grandson. Oh right, his father is a son-in-law. Whispers erupted around them, causing Uzumaki Naruto to frown, feeling repulsed by the attention. At that moment, a formidable energy surged from the back of the crowd. The onlookers were startled by this energy, falling silent. Whose energy is this? It feels chilling, almost reminiscent of Uchiha Sasuke's presence. Who provoked him? I feel as if I can hardly stand. It's nauseating. The crowd gradually parted, revealing Uchiha Sasuke. His expression dark and foreboding as he approached. His gaze was fixed intently on those who had just spoken about Uzumaki Naruto, each step exuding an aura of oppression. Unlike the others, Uzumaki Naruto felt surprisingly at ease in the presence of Uchiha Sasuke, sensing a certain synergy between them. Sasuke drew near, casting a cold glance over the crowd, his eyes seemingly capable of freezing them in place. Why the silence? His deep voice echoed in the hushed registration area. The crowd, gripped by fear, dared not breathe, hastily lowering their heads to resume their tasks. Uzumaki Naruto smirked slightly and muttered, "Isn't that a bit of an overreaction?" Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, standing beside him, his formidable aura unwavering. When did their relationship grow so amicable? If you value your lives, refrain from discussing the two of them further. Don't say I didn't warn you. Sai observed the speaker with a sinister smile, causing the individual to shudder involuntarily. In another setting, the newly constructed largest arena in the Land of Fire resembled a dazzling jewel, perched atop a mountain in the outskirts. Its unique architectural style featured a circular design, unbound by a roof. This vast arena could accommodate over 90,000 spectators. Not only did it house the arena itself, but also training facilities, each room filled with monstrous simulations. At the foot of the mountain lay a serene and pleasant area, boasting 6 buildings dedicated to accommodation. Among the major nations, the prominent institutions were Konoha of the Land of Fire and Sunagakure of the Land of Wind, while smaller nations included Amigakure, Takigakure, and Otogakure. Prior to the commencement of the competition, all participants were required to measure their unique abilities, with those reaching the maximum threshold skipping the first round. Due to the large number of contestants, the previous week had been dedicated to these assessments. Some sought to enhance their skills during this period, while others were preoccupied with thoughts of, "Is this delicious? I'll have one of those." Uzumaki Naruto cheerfully accepted the oden handed to him by the vendor, only to turn and see Nara Shikamaru purchasing a pack of cigarettes. "Shikamaru? You, shoo," Nara Shikamaru interrupted, covering Uzumaki Naruto's mouth. "Keep it down. I'm under a lot of pressure." Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. "You're not afraid, are you? It's fine. There are official judges for the competition, you want to die. Thanks for the reassurance." Nara Shikamaru replied, looking at him in exasperation. Could it be that your frustration stems from being the lowest scorer in the ability test among our circle of friends? You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. With that, Nara Shikamaru snatched a bag of goodies from Uzumaki Naruto and exited the convenience store. Hey, that was my only bag. Give it back. As Naruto chased out of the store, he unexpectedly collided with someone clad in red. In the instant that the Odin flew out of his hands, he swiftly managed to catch the bags back into the paper tube. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Before he could inquire about the person in red, he heard Nara Shikamaru apologizing. Glancing over, Naruto noticed a woman with a large fan before Shikamaru, who was holding a bag of goodies dripping with sauce. Naruto? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Naruto turned to see the individual he had bumped into. Gaara, what a surprise. I knew you would come. Your intuition is quite accurate. Haha. Wait a moment. Your sister must be a university student by now. What brings her here? She worries about us, so she stays here during the competition. I see. The two turned to find Nara Shikamaru still apologizing. You can toss that in the trash. I'll go buy some wet wipes. No need, I have some. Temari discarded the item and pointed to her waist pouch. Just help me retrieve them. My apologies. Nara Shikamaru carefully took out 2 wet wipes from Temari's pouch and began to clean her hands. I can manage myself. Temari, flustered, quickly snatched the wipes back. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue. It gets even more thrilling. Unexpectedly, Nara Shikamaru discovered that he had touched her skin without any allergic reaction. He found it peculiar since he had always suffered from skin allergies, often breaking out upon contact with others. Yet he felt no discomfort after touching Temari. Lost in thought, Temari, having finished wiping her hands, shyly remarked, "Thank you for earlier." Nara Shikamaru scratched his head. It was nothing. I accidentally dirtied your hands. Just then, Naruto and Gaara approached. Shikamaru, how come you didn't have an allergic reaction? Naruto asked curiously. Nara Shikamaru shrugged. I'm not sure. However, Naruto leaned closer, grinning mischievously. Shikamaru, it seems she might be your destined partner. Hearing this, Shikamaru's face flushed suddenly. It's getting late. I should head back to rest. After uttering this, he nodded to Gaara and Temari and turned to leave. Hey you. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head, rambling about how Shikamaru was shy. It's all right. Gaara, have you completed your ability test? Naruto inquired. Tomorrow, Gaara replied. Naruto excitedly clasped Gaara's hand, exclaiming, Me too, tomorrow. Gaara looked at Naruto's hand in his face turning crimson, feeling as though his head might burst into flames. Why is your face so red? Are you burning up? Naruto Uzumaki, perplexed, gently touched Gaara's forehead, then his own. This scene was observed from a distance by a pair of enigmatic crimson eyes, belonging to an individual whose grip tightened around a gift box, trembling slightly. Under Naruto's touch, Gaara's heart raced. He averted his gaze in a fluster, dismissing it with a mutter about feeling a bit warm. Naruto, puzzled, noted that summer had yet to arrive, questioning why Gaara felt overheated. You should rest well and perform splendidly tomorrow. I'll head back to my dorm now. All right, see you tomorrow. As Naruto turned to leave, he waved goodbye. The dormitory was a standard double room, and upon entering, Naruto found Sasuke Uchiha seated on the bed, staring at him with his Sharingan activated. Why aren't the lights on? Naruto asked, turning on the lamp. The sudden brightness caused Sasuke to shield his eyes, and he weakly replied, I'm feeling a bit unwell. What's wrong? Naruto inquired, concerned. Residual effects of not having my eyes open, Sasuke answered. Rushing to Sasuke's side, Naruto's expression shifted to one of worry. Is there anything particularly bothering you? Do you want me to fetch a teacher? Sasuke shook his head. No need. Just a bit of rest will suffice. Still uneasy, Naruto searched the room for anything that might alleviate Sasuke's discomfort. After a fruitless search, he returned to the bedside, instructing Sasuke, You lie down. I'll go get you some painkillers. Sasuke quickly grasped Naruto's wrist. Regular painkillers won't help. I feel a bit cold. Please warm me up. Taken aback, Naruto gazed at Sasuke's pale complexion and the tight grip he had on him. His heart softened. He gently sat at the edge of the bed, warming Sasuke's hand in his own, then slowly lay down beside him. Sasuke turned off all the lights in the room, deliberately resting his head on Naruto's arm, wrapping his arms around his waist. Naruto instinctively placed a hand on the back of Sasuke's head in a comforting gesture. Your hair is quite coarse, he remarked, recalling the pain from when they had collided at his grandfather's home. Actually, everything about you feels quite rigid, he added. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. Really? You're as hard as a rock, he retorted. Leaning closer to Naruto's ear, Sasuke's breath brushed against Naruto's sensitive earlobe, sending shivers down his spine. In a hushed tone, as if afraid of being overheard, Sasuke whispered, I'm the rock, so you must be the wood. The words floated into Naruto's ears like a gentle breeze, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The warmth of Sasuke's breath ignited goosebumps across his skin, a tingling sensation that spread throughout his body, rendering him restless. Yet, before Naruto could fully comprehend this unfamiliar feeling, Sasuke's hand, like a sly serpent, stealthily slipped beneath his shirt, softly caressing Naruto's abdomen, introducing an unexpected sensation. Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback by Sasuke's sudden movement. What are you doing, Sasuke? He attempted to pry Sasuke's hand away, but Sasuke only tightened his grip. Don't move. I'm cold. Sasuke's voice carried a hint of a nasal tone, sounding rather pitiful. With a sigh of resignation, Naruto allowed Sasuke's hand to rest on his abdomen. In the enveloping darkness, Naruto could distinctly feel the steady rhythm of Sasuke's powerful heartbeat and the coolness of his palm. This time, it was Naruto who fell asleep first. Noticing Naruto had drifted into slumber, Sasuke sat up slightly and adjusted Naruto's upper body, shifting it closer. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he murmured softly in his dreams. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Sasuke leaned down until Naruto furrowed his brows tightly, at which point he reluctantly relinquished that sweet moment. You mustn't be deceived by others, Naruto. The following day, while brushing his teeth, Naruto discovered a red mark on his neck. Instinctively scratching at it, he walked out of the bathroom. Sasuke, can you believe there are mosquitoes at this time? Perhaps they are the ones that hibernated last summer. That must be it, he mused, answering his own question when he noticed Sasuke's silence. After freshening up, Naruto donned a white hoodie and layered it with a black and orange jacket. Standing before the mirror, he adjusted his bangs that slightly obscured his eyes, yet he seemed to linger, feeling something was amiss. Sasuke, observing him, thought Naruto was preening. Was he really becoming vain after meeting that guy? You usually don't care about these things. Why are you dressing up today? Dressing up? My bangs have grown. Naruto pouted in response. Sasuke casually placed a matching black cap on Naruto's head. It looks better that way. This style is centuries old. Naruto remarked disdainfully at the backward cap. Sasuke, feigning indifference, commented, You're not ugly, so what are you worried about? That was indeed the truth. He was undeniably more handsome. Naruto retorted, adjusting the cap properly. You think I'll let you embarrass me? Not a chance. Suit yourself. As they arrived at the arena, their companions, upon seeing the two in matching caps, chose to ignore them if they understood, while those who didn't simply paid no mind. Only Kiba and Izuka burst into laughter. What's this? Couple hats? Cut the nonsense, Naruto. Have you finished your measurements? We're all done. Just you two left. Sakura Haruno chimed in. At that moment, a photo of Sasuke appeared on the big screen. It's my turn. Sasuke approached the device, placing his hand upon it, and began to channel his energy. The needle climbed steadily until it reached the pinnacle, prompting gasps from the audience. This is the third person I've seen today with their ability level maxed out. That one is Gaara of the Sand. Isn't it? Gaara is the son of the Kazekage, no wonder. Now on the field is Sasuke Uchiha, brother of Itachi Uchiha. No wonder, no wonder. They both possess such remarkable lineage. Until Naruto Uzumaki made his entrance, the apparatus erupted dramatically. Apologies, it seems I couldn't contain the energy, ha ha ha. Naruto chuckled awkwardly, his confidence dwindling as he weakly inquired, How much do I owe? Ha ha ha. Truly, you are my prized disciple, Jiraiya exclaimed, leaping from his mentor's seat, laughing with unabashed exuberance. Orochimaru wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarking, You truly seem delighted. Jiraiya's raised hand froze midair, as if time itself had stopped, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He obediently resumed his seat. Orochimaru composed himself, acknowledging, Sasuke is quite formidable. He must be concealing his true power. Indeed, Jiraiya quickly affirmed. While Jiraiya quieted down, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Who is this Naruto Uzumaki? None of the other Uzumaki clan members have reached their zenith. How has he managed to achieve such a feat? He is the prince of the Uzumaki clan. Do they truly allow the prince to endure such hardships? With so many enterprises under the Uzumaki banner, he stands as the sole heir. If anything were to befall him, it would spell disaster. If they are unconcerned, why should you worry? Upon hearing this discourse, Sasuke Uchiha's gaze darkened. The incident involving the destruction of the apparatus ensured that Naruto Uzumaki would be etched into the memories of all, with everyone eager to see what remarkable feats he would accomplish in the forthcoming matches. Those eliminated in the first round had already departed. Merely awaiting the conclusion of the initial round consumed several days, and I felt as though my body was beginning to rust. Naruto Uzumaki stood amidst the crowd, stretching languidly. Kiba and Izuka expressed uncertainty about whether their draw would pair them with their own allies. Well, that would be splendid. I hope they all give it their all, Naruto replied, rubbing his fists together. Sasuke, perhaps our match will determine the victor right here. Sasuke Uchiha smirked, crossing his arms. I would be more than willing. With a portion of the competitors eliminated, the draw was completed in just one day. The large screen began to slowly scroll the photographs and names of the opposing combatants. Naruto Uzumaki, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki? He turned to Sasuke with a hint of disappointment. I wonder who you'll be up against. Sasuke Uchiha Gaara of the Sand. In the Chunin exams, they had not resolved their rivalry. Are they destined to continue it here? Naruto felt a surge of surprise. The corners of Sasuke's mouth curled upward, seemingly pleased with the outcome. The day of the duel arrived. As Naruto stepped into the arena, a girl with blue hair and brown skin, named Fu, approached him, grasping his hand. Hello, Naruto. I'm here to make friends, aiming for 100. Naruto was taken aback by her outgoing nature. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, Hello, Fu. So how many friends am I now? Fu counted on her fingers, then gasped. Have we already become friends? Not quite. We'll know for sure after the match. Naruto tilted his head playfully, sticking out his tongue. All right, I will give it my all. You must not hold back either. Of course not. With the sound of a whistle, the two unleashed their powers without further ado. Fu raised her fist and charged forward, while Naruto Uzumaki deftly dodged and seized her shoulder. However, Fu suddenly soared into the air, leaving Naruto to grasp at nothingness. He beheld the transparent wings behind Fu, sparkling in the sunlight, casting a radiant halo. Employing the wind return, a wind blade boomerang capable of disappearing mid-flight, Naruto extended his hands upwards and unleashed 2 whirlwinds. Yet, the wind circles vanished halfway, leaving Fu perplexed, utterly bewildered by his actions. By the time she sensed the wind blades approaching from behind, it was too late. As the blades made contact with her wings, they coalesced into a sphere, shattering her wings into fragments. Without her wings, Fu plummeted to the ground, emerging unscathed. Fu expelled countless grains of scale powder from her mouth. Having encountered this in the ninja world, Naruto hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. He despised the incapacitating sensation that followed such an attack. He crouched down, palm facing the ground, as the shape of his Rasengan gradually dissipated, revealing a small whirlwind between his palm and the earth. Soon after, a larger Rasengan materialized from his hand before vanishing from sight. As he stood up and released his grip, the small whirlwind transformed into a formidable tornado. Consequently, Fu was swept away, propelled far beyond the confines of the arena. Naruto Uzumaki emerged victorious. Fu was relegated to the waiting area, under the tutelage of his father, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Naruto had mastered the manipulation of wind to an extraordinary degree. No longer was he limited to merely creating Rasengan and shadow clones. In the waiting area, Sakura Haruno pondered whether this meant they had not yet been eliminated. Shikamaru Nara speculated that they were akin to waiting for a revival opportunity. The losing team would not have to fight again, potentially setting the stage for a rescue operation in the team competition. The others nodded in agreement. If it was Shikamaru's analysis, there was a high probability it would unfold as he suggested. Following his victory, Naruto rushed to the sidelines to assist Fu. Are you all right? He inquired. Fu shook her head, her eyes still swirling. It's fine. I truly enjoyed battling you. I will strive to improve and hope to become friends with you again. After this, I'll add you as a friend. Really? That is wonderful. After Naruto exited the arena, the duel between Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara commenced. The atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense, with the audience holding their breath in anticipation of this clash of titans. Sasuke's gaze was steely, radiating an aura of formidable power, while Gaara remained expressionless, his sand armor glistening ominously in the sunlight. Gaara commanded an extensive array of sand to assault Sasuke, who skillfully evaded, seeking an opportune moment for counterattack. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke expelled a massive fireball towards Gaara. In response, Gaara swiftly erected a barrier of sand to intercept the fireball. Almost immediately, he manipulated the sand into a colossal hand that lunged at Sasuke. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke discerned the trajectory of the sand, sidestepping with agility while unleashing his Chidori. Charging towards Gaara, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of attacks, filling the arena with swirling dust. The audience was captivated by this thrilling confrontation, erupting into waves of awe and admiration. Naruto Uzumaki watched with fervor, believing wholeheartedly that Sasuke would emerge victorious. Gaara launched another onslaught, unleashing a torrent of sand that surged towards Sasuke like a relentless tide. Seizing the opportune moment, Uchiha Sasuke deftly maneuvered through the waves of sand, closing in on Gaara. As Sasuke approached, Gaara suddenly manifested sharpened spikes of sand, piercing toward him from all directions. Sasuke's Sharingan foresaw the impending danger. He dashed forward with a singular focus. His Chidori aimed directly at Gaara's eyes. Gaara, holding his breath, fixated on the Chidori mere inches from his eyeball, paralyzed by the threat. The referee, observing the tense standoff, promptly declared, Uchiha Sasuke wins. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the crowd beyond the arena. Gaara, with a sudden cold smirk, remarked, Sasuke, it seems you harbor some resentment toward me. You overthink things. Sasuke, his expression stoic, retracted his jutsu. That day, I saw something in Naruto. Just hope you refrain from causing him harm. Otherwise, I may have to intervene. Gaara's tone carried an ominous warning. Sasuke furrowed his brow, casting a frigid glance at Gaara. He is not someone you can take away. With that, he turned and exited the arena. Gaara gazed at his retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Naruto, witnessing Sasuke's triumph, jubilantly rushed over. Sasuke, you defeated Gaara again. That was amazing. Sasuke looked at him, the ice in his eyes momentarily thawing. A faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, I will always win. As long as you continue to support me, you will never follow him, right? Naruto waved his hand in front of the momentarily dazed Sasuke. Sasuke, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Are you planning to leave me in the future? Didn't you say you would stay by my side until we grow old? Sasuke interrupted. Let us see who will age first. He covered Naruto's mouth. Don't speak such words. The ensuing matches continued, with other competitors engaging in fierce battles.